Yu Yuan's fate was completely overturned in an instant when he accidentally fell into a wasteland world where the laws had collapsed. In this place, survival is the only and most severe challenge. City thugs run rampant. Extreme natural disasters wreak havoc repeatedly, and even more terrifying are the brutal plundering from other players and the malicious invasion from unknown civilizations. Faced with this desperate situation, Yu Yuan had no way out. His only choice was to give it his all, using every bit of strength to build and reinforce his own hideout. Fortunately, in this desperate survival game, he gained a unique opportunity, a mysterious fate card system. The killing card granted him a fierce offensive. The indulgence card revealed the risks of corruption. The luxury card tested his will, and the conquest card foretold his future path. By utilizing these cards, each containing different powers, Yu Yuan embarked on a legendary journey from struggling to survive to rising powerfully. While others were still fearful of potential dangers and worn out from running, Yu Yuan had already grasped the key to changing his fate, and every choice he made would stir new waves in this wasteland. Chapter 1. Wasteland. Civilization Fortress Stacked Armor. There are wasteland curiosity plots. Only once. Those who mine should enter with caution. Let's spare each other. This is a fictional world. All settings are based on the author's will. Wasteland. Civilization Fortress loading completed. Game qualifications activated. Congratulations. You have obtained the identity of Player Survivor Yu Yuan. Initial area extraction completed. The extraction result is the Riot District. The following are warm reminders. Please be sure to remember. 1. In the Wasteland world, survival is your only goal, so please do your utmost to build and hide your hideout. This is your only reliance for survival. 2. Life is only once. Dying in the game will completely erase your existence. For breaking the game, please refer to the first reminder. 3. Special disaster events will be triggered periodically, which may be natural disasters or extreme events. So, please be cautious. They may pose the greatest threat to your survival in the wasteland. For breaking the game, please refer to the first reminder. Yu Yuan looked at the virtual screen in front of him, frowning, and after a few seconds of silence, he softly cursed. Damn Nikita, there can even be virus links in the game? A few minutes ago, he was still in a hardcore search and destroy game, outsmarting the three dogs and Old Dang. Then he turned around and found a bloody letter in a foot bath. As a hardcore player, he was already well-versed in in-game items, but he had no memory of this letter. So out of curiosity, he clicked to open it, and inside was an invitation to an unknown wasteland game, with options of only yes and no. Without thinking much, Yu Yuan directly chose to confirm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, and then came the content he had just seen. Complaining is one thing. Looking at the strange environment around him, Yu Yuan understood that overthinking was useless. As a doomsday survival enthusiast, he realized he had been chosen by some existence to enter the wasteland world. Now, the most important thing was to determine his current state. He was in what should be a dental clinic, but it had clearly been looted, with messy footprints and broken glass shards all over the floor. Only a dentist, covered in stains and wearing a headlamp, lay in the corner. This should be the area he had drawn, the Riot District. Listening for a few seconds, he didn't hear any unusual sounds. It should be safe for now. His gaze turned to the virtual screen, which resembled the game interface. The panel had 5 options: combat, survival, social, leaderboard, and special. At this moment, both the survival and social pages had red dots flashing. Clicking to check, a prompt message flashed on the survival page. Please determine your hideout location as soon as possible to activate the hideout management function. When the social page opened, it was a chat channel where people were spamming messages, mostly asking for help and trading information. He also noticed that the chat channel did not allow casual speaking. Each message sent, limited to 50 words, required 10 survival points. Yu Yuan currently had 0 survival points. Is this increasing the communication cost between players? He pondered. After checking the other pages one by one, his gaze lingered on the leaderboard page for hideouts. Rows of hideout names were displayed above, arranged in order. The names were varied, with only one ranking standard: civilization value, which comprehensively assessed the hideout facilities, material reserves, regional influence, potential risks, developmental potential, achievements. Many aspects, quite comprehensive. Since Yu Yuan had not yet built a hideout, he did not have a ranking, But looking at the displayed rank of 9,999, he guessed he should be ranked 10,000. Looking at the various option pages of the virtual screen and the uniquely named hideouts on the leaderboard, Yu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. As a seasoned survival enthusiast, a long-lost sense of unease flickered in his heart. He also noticed that someone in the chat channel seemed to mention him. Hive Hideout. The new player who was just added should have entered the game. Why haven't they built a hideout yet? I wonder what area they were born in. New players have been dying quite fast lately. Babel Tower Hideout. I hope they didn't draw a death map like the City District or the Polar region. Just to be clear, no one is allowed to compete with me for this new player. I want a challenge for an S rating and civilization fragments. Dear Hideout, don't mention it. I almost got tossed by the district thugs a few days ago. I need to modify an armored car. It's ridiculous. Hive Hideout. Me too. I ran into a thug knight earlier and almost died. Of fright. If a new player gets it, they invade. Too bad there's a new player protection period. We have to wait a month. Warlord. It's hard to say if a new player can survive today. You guys are overthinking it. There is no safe place in the Wasteland world. Thugs. Death maps. Civilization fragments. New player protection period. Robbing newcomers. A bad premonition flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. No way. Tap, tap, tap. Bang, bang, bang. What you fear often comes true. Continuous gunfire erupted outside the dental clinic. Judging by the sound, there was a melee in the neighboring district, and he could also hear the resonance of car engines. Rapidly approaching, with no time to think further, Yu Yuan hid behind the wall, concealing his figure, and carefully peeked outside through the window. Just as he hid, several modified off-road battle vehicles roared past the street, shooting at each other. Boom! A grenade exploded on the street. The shrapnel and debris from the explosion splattered against the clinic's walls and glass, making a crackling sound. As Yu Yuan was peeking out, a small cut appeared on his face from the flying stones, and he hurriedly pulled his head back. When the sound of car engines faded, Yu Yuan realized he could no longer wait. He had to find a hideout immediately. To balance defensiveness and concealment, the most suitable places would undoubtedly be underground structures. Subway stations, underground parking lots, and air raid shelters were the best choices, but he quickly ruled out these locations. He could think of them, and so could others. They had likely already become strongholds for thugs. Given the current situation, the concealment of the hideout needed to be prioritized over its defensiveness. Half an hour later, as Yu Yuan climbed down the ladder from the sewer entrance and stood in the 3-meter diameter sewer tunnel, he knew he had found the right place. In the middle was a sewage channel, and on both sides were walkways for people. Perhaps due to the abandonment of the Wasteland city, the air in the sewer, while still somewhat acrid, was more circulated and cleaner than he had expected. Wearing the dentist headlamp, Yu Yuan navigated through the city's sewer network, searching for the most suitable spot to build a hideout. An unexpected discovery was made. Hidden between the sewer and the ground was a layer of underground space, connected to the sewer by a climbing ladder. When he climbed up, it resembled an early air raid shelter, but it had long been abandoned, covered in spider webs, with an ancient brick arch structure, complex branches, and a sturdy construction that was at least several decades old. Air raid shelter level, brick structure. Perhaps at the beginning of the city's construction, the need for refuge from war was considered, hence this dry-wet separation layered. Refuge design was created only to be forgotten over time. Now, it had become the perfect construction site for Yu Yuan to hide, offering both the concealment and convenience of the sewer while also mitigating the risk of sewage soaking. After careful selection, he found an open space hidden behind an archway that was about half a person high, suspected to be a refuge point. Let's choose this place. He opened the virtual light screen and clicked on the option to build a hideout. Oh, you want to set this location as your hideout? Reminder, the choice of hideout is crucial. Please decide carefully. Yu Yuan did not hesitate and directly confirmed. Hideout is under construction, point 1.25.68.99. The archway and the open space behind it were covered in green data, and the green light gradually intensified, revealing a wall constructed of green data in front of Yu Yuan. As the green light faded, a wooden door embedded in the wall appeared before him. Congratulations. The hideout has been completed. Facility management log activated. Resource management log activated. Hideout event memo activated. Please determine the name of your hideout as soon as possible to unlock the hideout leaderboard. For this, he directly chose his longtime gaming nickname, Yu Yuan. Chapter 2. Gifts of Fate. Green Forest City, daily congratulations. Yu Yuan's hideout has joined the leaderboard, currently ranked 10,000. Reward, 100 survival points. Yu Yuan was about to take a closer look at the situation of the hideout when a mechanical prompt tone sounded in his ear. Hideout construction completed. Player Yu Yuan has attracted the attention of Fate and received a Fate card. What is this? Fate card? On the virtual light screen, in the survival page, there was originally only one option. Hideout management. This moment, a new option appeared. Fate card. He clicked to open it. The virtual light screen was rendered with a mysterious deep purple glow, and a simple wooden long box appeared in the center of the screen. Wooden long box. A line of subtitles slowly appeared below the wooden long box. Maxim. All gifts from Fate have already been marked with a price in the dark. This line of subtitles began to fade after 3 seconds, transforming into 3 options. Choose one of the 3 gifts of Fate below as a gift from Fate. Worn out dining table. Function. Receive 1 free breakfast daily. Includes a glass of milk and a piece of bread, with a chance to obtain additional food that requires survival points to purchase that worn-out newsstand. Function. Receive 1 free newspaper daily, which may contain some intelligence, with a chance to obtain additional items that require survival points to purchase. Worn-out wooden table. Function. Receive 1 free item daily, medical supplies, energy, construction materials, electronics, tools, with a chance to obtain additional items that require survival points to purchase. Reminder, after choosing a gift, as a cost, a Fate card will be drawn. Please choose carefully. Looking at the 3 options appearing on the screen, Yu Yuan's heart began to race. Each option captivated his gaze. He wanted them all, but that was clearly impossible. The safest choice was naturally food. Choosing food was always the right decision. However, the other 2 options, intelligence and items, were also quite good. Intelligence could provide some information, and items would likely help in the construction of the hideout. After pondering for a few seconds, his gaze locked onto the worn-out newsstand. He made his final choice. While food and items provided some assurance, compared to them, intelligence offered infinite possibilities. The worn-out newsstand has been placed in the hideout. Please check it yourself. The wooden long box began to shake after Yu Yuan made his choice. 3 seconds later, the shaking stopped, and a long strip card with a soil yellow color and mysterious patterns appeared in front of Yu Yuan. This Fate card is a kill card, rock level kill card, quality rock level. The player must kill 1 human within 2 days, otherwise the player will die. Reminder, a human doesn't necessarily have to be an enemy, right? Yu Yuan's pupils constricted, and he immediately understood what the so-called gifts of Fate and mark prices meant. As long as I choose a gift of Fate, I must fulfill the requirements on the Fate card. Taking a deep breath, his previously anxious feelings suddenly relaxed quite a bit. Pushing open the wooden door of the hideout in front of him, he found a space of about 60 square meters, empty and desolate, with only an old book and newspaper rack divided into 3 layers. That he opened the virtual light screen and pulled up the hideout management page for hideout information at Yu Yuan's hideout. Ranking, 10,000. Owner, Yu Yuan. Area, 60 safety level, 0 comfort level, 0 energy level, 0 defense level, 0 sanitation level, 0. In the facility management log, several options for facility construction appeared, including security, rest area, water collector, ventilation, and more than 20 construction projects in total, but all were in an unbuildable state, and Yu Yuan checked them one by one. Rest area, level 1 floor. Construction materials, 1 lighter, 1 yoga mat, 3 old cloth. Security, level 1 worn out door. Construction materials, 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws, 2 hinges. Bathroom, level 1. After reviewing everything, the urgency in his heart grew stronger. Materials, still materials. To build a hideout, he needed a massive amount of materials, and food and water also had to be resolved today. Otherwise, if his physical condition declined by tomorrow, finding materials would only become more difficult. Based on the information obtained from the chat channel and the intensity of the gunfire among the thugs, Yu Yuan knew that to obtain supplies, he could only place his hopes on the night. There was no need to consider during the day. Any sniper or thug could easily kill him. This highlighted the advantage of building the hideout in the sewer. The sewer network permeated all streets and buildings in the city, allowing him to avoid the threat of snipers. Here, the virtual panel displayed the time prompt. It was already 4:32 p.m., and there were only 2 or 3 hours until dark. Time was pressing, and he had to take action. His gaze turned to the only item in the room, the worn-out newsstand, where a neatly stacked newspaper was already waiting. All hopes rested on this. He unfolded the newspaper. Most of the content was blurred, seemingly stained with ink, but 2 places had clearer writing. Yu Yuan's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately began to read. Green Forest City Daily Date. Wasteland Calendar Day 1. Weather, clear turning cloudy. Expected to have a small amount of acid rain at 11:50 p.m. Expected to last half an hour. Temperature, 1926. Publisher, Wasteland Fate Press. District News Section Quality. Rock level danger level. Low at 2:45 p.m. today. A gun battle occurred at No. 48, Feewood Street, East City District 13, followed by a chase in the city, resulting in 8 deaths and 7 injuries. Investigations revealed that the Feewood apartment was a monitoring outpost for a gang prison set up in East City District 13, which was raided and destroyed by the Black Shield. Police Department, seizing all supplies and placing tripwire traps at the doors of rooms 401 and 402. But there is still a small amount of supplies left in rooms 408, 503, and 506. The apartment has been marked by nearby vagrants, who will come in to explore after midnight. Watching the information that appeared in the newspaper, Yu Yuan took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. The Riot Prison and the Black Shield Police Station should be the 2 forces involved in the gunfight chase that occurred 2 hours ago, and the timing of the conflict matches up. This is what happened today. His gaze shifted downwards, and his heartbeat quickened. A small amount of supplies left in rooms 408, 503, and 506, marked by city vagrants. The exact information about the supplies and the potential dangers made Yu Yuan sincerely grateful for his decision to break into the old newsstand. Danger level low. City vagrants? He looked at the yellowish fate card on the screen, his gaze becoming sharper. Chapter 3. Looting corpses, spoils, dog leg knife. At 7:35 p.m., the sky had just darkened. Near the dentist clinic, at a certain sewer entrance, Yu Yuan carefully lifted the manhole cover to observe the situation outside, recalling the direction from which the gunshots had come. I remember the gunshots came from the 2 o'clock direction of the dentist clinic, so I should search in that direction. It shouldn't be too far. After waiting patiently for more than 10 minutes, the sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the city. Yu Yuan quickly crawled out of the sewer, carefully closing the manhole cover. Taking advantage of the dim night, he headed towards the direction where the gunshots had occurred. He checked the street signs and confirmed the direction, moving at a steady pace. More than half an hour later, Yu Yuan lay in the green belt by the street, using the half-person-high bushes to conceal his figure, looking at the few meters away destroyed modified combat vehicle. Realizing that this was the Wutong apartment, the ground was littered with traces of explosions and battles, and he could still smell the lingering gunpowder close to the ground. Dark clouds drifted in the sky, revealing a crescent moon that provided a faint light to the street. Yu Yuan did not rush to go out. Instead, he pressed his body lower and remained motionless. He was unsure when the vagrants would arrive, how many there were, or even if someone was already observing from the shadows. But he couldn't take the risk and could only prepare for the worst, quickly observing and memorizing the surrounding situation while there was light. A few minutes later, the crescent moon was once again obscured by dark clouds. The street was shrouded in darkness again, and visibility was greatly reduced. Now's the time. At the moment darkness fell, Yu Yuan quietly got up without making a sound, crouched low, and hurriedly made his way towards the Wutong apartment. It wasn't until he squeezed into the apartment's front door, leaning against the wall, that he noticed his heart was racing as if it were about to explode. He quickly took deep breaths, trying to suppress his nervousness and constantly giving himself psychological hints. As a survival enthusiast, Yu Yuan had imagined this kind of scene more than once, but imagination and reality could never be equated. He understood the theory, but both his body and mind needed an adaptation process. As his emotions gradually calmed, Yu Yuan dared not linger here for too long. Every second before the vagrants arrived was precious. He found a staircase leading up on the first floor, which was already far from the apartment's perimeter. However, just as Yu Yuan reached the corner of the stairs from the first to the second floor, he tripped over something and nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, he had no time to consider anything else and immediately turned on his headlamp to check the situation. When he saw what was beneath his feet, Yu Yuan gasped and instinctively stepped back. Holy crap! He saw two corpses lying on the ground, covered in bullet holes, with blood pooled everywhere. On the first day of entering the game, he was playing something so thrilling, but in the next moment, Yu Yuan's eyes widened, pupils constricting, and his gaze locked onto the connection between the corpses and the ground. What was underneath the corpse? He quickly stepped forward, pushed the bodies aside, revealing what was hidden beneath: a short knife. Although the blade was stained with blood, Yu Yuan didn't mind at all. He simply wiped the blood off on the corpse and picked it up. Is this a dogleg knife? Yu Yuan's face showed delight. He waved it a couple of times. It felt quite handy, and the back of the knife had additional weights to increase the power of his swings. Finally, I have a weapon for self-defense. Does this count as a scavenger looting corpse eating? People are strange. Often, a change in mindset happens in an instant. Yu Yuan was indeed filled with fear of the dead, but when it came to looting, he was all too familiar with it. Looking at those two corpses, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a clear desire for supplies. Without hesitation, he confirmed that the headlamp's light wouldn't be discovered from outside the apartment and began searching for supplies directly on the corpses. 2 minutes later, Yu Yuan looked at the supplies at his feet and smiled. Lighter, 1 crushed instant noodles, 1 Marlboro cigarettes, 7 pieces Snickers, 1 he did not find any firearms or ammunition, which might have already been taken away by the Black Shield. Police station. Even so, these gains made Yu Yuan quite satisfied. At least he had food now. After restoring the corpses to their previous state and cleaning the blood off his shoes, he headed upstairs. The newspaper stated that a total of 8 people died in this conflict, and he hadn't seen any bodies at the apartment entrance, so the remaining corpses were likely inside the building. Yu Yuan had no obsession with this. His destination was only those 3 supply rooms, and as for the corpses, he would leave it to fate. He had to speed up. Safely bringing back supplies was more important than anything else. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yu Yuan took out a piece of blood-stained white cloth torn from corpse and wrapped it around his headlamp, dimming the light so it was no longer bright and focused. Instead, it became scattered and weak, only allowing him to see conditions within a meter, but the chances of being discovered due to the light were greatly reduced. When he reached the 4th floor, it was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here, with bullet holes and explosion marks all over the walls. He could also see a few defensive walls built with sandbags. The corridor was pitch black. After listening carefully for 2 minutes and hearing no sounds, Yu Yuan cautiously entered the 4th floor. In the corridor, 3 corpses of rioters lay scattered about, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Looting them was impossible. 2 long guns were thrown on the ground, which appeared to be AK-74U, but the bodies were deformed and the magazines were all empty. Yu Yuan checked and found only 1 spring that still had recycling value, which he conveniently put in his pocket. His gaze swept across the area, where bloodstains and bullet holes were everywhere, along with shattered glass fragments, debris, and empty cans. It was clear how intense the battle had been. Yu Yuan pushed the empty cans and glass shards near the stairway, creating a simple warning trap. If someone came by and stepped on the glass shards or kicked the cans, he would hear it. Then he followed the door numbers to find room 408, and as he passed rooms 401 and 402, Yu Yuan specifically noted the position of the tripwire. Sure enough, at the door, he saw 2 shiny threads connected to a grenade placed behind the door. If one accidentally stepped on it, there would be no chance to react and would be blown to pieces. He considered removing the 2 grenades, but ultimately decided against it. It was too dangerous. Forget it. Let's go to the supply room first. Safety first. Soon, he found room 408, but Yu Yuan frowned slightly. The room was in disarray, the security door was riddled with bullet holes, and there was a bloody footprint, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. It was hard to tell this was a supply room. The intelligence shouldn't be wrong. The supplies must be hidden somewhere in the room. With this thought, Yu Yuan quickly began searching the room. There was nothing in the wardrobe, under the bed, or in the bathroom. The room wasn't large, and after checking all the possible hiding spots, Yu Yuan felt a bit frustrated. How could it be missing? He still couldn't let it go as he scanned the room, until his gaze unintentionally landed on a certain spot. He was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Chapter 4 Urban Shadows Title Route. Rare achievement is indeed here. In room 408 of the Wudong apartment. The aluminum ceiling panel in the bathroom was pried open by Yu Yuan, and a backpack fell out. Upon opening and inspecting it, Yu Yuan felt his heart racing. Inside was a metal folding crossbow, along with a special storage bag for crossbow bolts containing 10 intact metal bolts. There were also 5 cans of beef, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of golden flea cigarettes for chocolates, and 1 multi-tool pliers. He finally had a ranged weapon. Although he was eager to load the crossbow bolts right away, Yu Yuan had never used a crossbow before, so he ultimately put everything else back into the backpack. He understood that using an unfamiliar weapon, especially when there were other options, was not wise. He was very clear about this. Having found supplies, room 408 no longer held any value. He stuffed the items he had found from looting into the backpack, then replenished his food and water, revealing a satisfied expression. After entering the Wasteland game, he hadn't had a drop to drink and had been starving, but he had been holding on due to the lack of supplies. Now that he could fill his stomach, even if he encountered any unexpected events later, he would have the energy to cope. Checking the time, it was already 9:10 p.m. The longer he stayed here, the greater the chance of encountering refugees. Without further delay, he slung the backpack on his back, gripped his dogleg knife tightly in one hand, and held the headlamp to illuminate the ground as he left the room. With a successful haul, Yu Yuan became even more cautious and careful, treading lightly as he made his way to the 5th floor. Aside from a corpse at the staircase, there were not many signs of battle here. Originally, Yu Yuan had not hoped for much from his corpse. However, the result far exceeded his expectations. In the pockets on either side of the thighs, he surprisingly found a screwdriver and a self-sealing bag. The self-sealing bag contained over 20 nails of different specifications, including screws and long nails, which made Yu Yuan very happy. The materials needed for constructing a hideout were exactly the screwdriver and screws, and now he had everything. He packed all the items into his backpack and grew increasingly excited about the next 2 supply rooms. Just like the 4th floor, he placed the noisy items like glass shards and aluminum cans at the staircase entrance on the 5th floor. Following the room numbers, he arrived at room 503. To Yu Yuan's surprise, the room was locked. Twisting the doorknob proved futile. Should he break down the door? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What a joke. The apartments had security doors, and it would be impossible for him to break them down. Moreover, with refugees likely approaching, the noise from breaking down the door would be tantamount to seeking death. Reluctantly giving up on 503, he moved to room 506, which was not locked. However, like room 408, it was messy inside, and the supplies had long been looted. Nevertheless, in a corner of the bathroom, Yu Yuan spotted a bottle of toilet cleaner, a necessary material for constructing the bathroom of a hideout, which he naturally added to his backpack. Thanks to his experience in room 408, Yu Yuan smoothly found hidden supplies this time. In the toilet tank, he discovered a package tightly wrapped in black tape, about the size of a cup, making its contents unclear. Yu Yuan directly put it into his backpack, planning to check it after returning to the hideout. He soon realized that after adding this package, his backpack was completely full. The problem was that he also found 4 packs of Camel cigarettes, over a dozen packs of instant noodles, 5 or 6 cans of food, 3 bottles of water, 2 large bags of chocolate, net weight 47 kilograms, and a tactical axe in the ceiling. The ceiling was covered in dust, indicating that these supplies had been hidden here for some time. But now the problem was that he simply couldn't carry so many items. The backpack and pockets were already full, and there wasn't even a bedsheet left in the surrounding rooms. It was impossible to take anything with him. Yu Yuan decided to retreat immediately, planning to return to free up space in his backpack and come back for the remaining items. He couldn't afford to give up so many supplies. In the end, he could only strap the tactical axe to the outside of the backpack, tuck 2 packs of cigarettes in front and behind his pants, and carry a large bag of chocolate in his hand. He quickly secured the aluminum panel back in place, wiped away any fingerprints to conceal his search, and retraced his steps. On the way back, he remained cautious, but until he returned to the vicinity of the dental clinic, he did not notice anything unusual. He nimbly slipped into the sewer, turned the headlamp to its maximum brightness, and within 20 minutes, he was back at the hideout. Yu Yuan did not rush to enter. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings of the hideout, checking the alert traps he had set before leaving. After inspecting all the traps, the tense expression he had worn since departure finally broke into a smile. Finally, he was back. This operation, although supported by detailed information, had left Yu Yuan feeling puzzled before setting out. He was uncertain whether he could accurately find the location of the Wudong apartment, whether he could avoid potential dangers along the way, whether he could search for supplies before the refugees arrived, and whether he could return safely with the supplies. Venturing out was not only dangerous, but also risked returning empty-handed. The pressure he felt during the journey was unprecedentedly immense. Yet Yu Yuan understood that tonight he had to find the Wudong apartment. He had to bring back supplies, no matter what. If he couldn't bring back supplies today, his chances of survival in the Wasteland world would significantly decrease. He had no choice. Fortunately, while the process had its setbacks, the outcome was fulfilling. He returned with a fully packed backpack of supplies. This was just the beginning. There was still a batch of supplies at the Wudong apartment waiting for him to bring back to the hideout, and it needed to be done tonight. But just as he joyfully pushed open the wooden door of the hideout and stepped inside with his backpack, ding! A mechanical prompt sounded in Yu Yuan's ears, shaking him to his core. Hidden conditions triggered. Enter the Wasteland on the first day and bring back supplies worth 10,000 survival points. 2 weapons. Light injuries. The hideout is located in an underground structure, meeting conditions. Unlocking the Urban Shadows title route. Reward: 1,000 survival points. Title acquired. Block Rat Excellent. Achievement unlocked. Rise to Power. Rare. Achievement points gained. 100 points. Yu Yuan's hideout ranking information has changed. Initiating comprehensive evaluation. Initial supplies. Number of hideout facilities. Regional influence. Risk resistance coefficient. Development potential. Achievement bonuses. Title scarcity. Current hideout ranking updated. 9. 859th. Hidden conditions triggered. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up as he opened the virtual light screen. Watching as his ranking on the leaderboard skyrocketed from the last position to the current 9. 859th. He felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, raising goosebumps all over his body. He had risen. His ranking had increased by 141 spots. Chapter 5 Player Reactions. Title: Street Mouse. Yu Yuan suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the Wasteland game was still too one-sided. Perhaps hiding in the leaderboard wasn't as simple as he imagined. The title route, does it mean there are many routes? He had just started the title route, and with 100 achievement points, his ranking had already improved by 141 places. What kind of titles had those ranked higher than him obtained? This was something Yu Yuan could not know, as he could not check other players' information. He had already tried that when he first entered the Wasteland. It was also evident from the conversations in the previous chat channel that there was competition, even hostility, among players. Once the novice protection period ended, it was likely that the players with ulterior motives would be the ones most eager to kill him. This was not the Wasteland world. It was simply breeding evil. As Yu Yuan fell into contemplation about the title route he had opened, the chat channel stirred with activity. Players at the bottom of the leaderboard, ranked 9,000 to 10,000. As the weakest group, were in the area with the highest elimination and death rates, as they were seen as the most appetizing food and prey by veteran players. Every newcomer who left the protection period would attract several, dozens, or even hundreds of veteran players vying for them. Therefore, shortly after Yu Yuan's ranking changed, those veteran players who were always sweeping the leaderboard for their invasion targets suddenly discovered that the newcomer who had just entered the game today had disappeared from the last place. The few players who had already marked him as a target were dumbfounded. Where did he go? Not in the last 50, not in the last 100 either. Until they saw that familiar name at rank 9859, the veteran players were stunned. Burning Chariot Hideout. What, did I see it wrong? Yu Yuan, the newcomer who entered the Wasteland a few hours ago. How did he suddenly jump 141 ranks? C-Cube Hideout. Are you sure this is a newcomer? Could be a big shot. Just a few hours, and his rank is already 9,859. I'm still at 9,914. Hive Hideout. Interesting. Yu Yuan Hideout. Did you develop some rare route? Share it with us. Moss Cottage Hideout. Yeah. Yu Yuan Hideout. Big shot. Share your experience. If you find rare blueprints, equipment, or items, I'm sincerely looking to buy. Lava Hideout. Yu Yuan Hideout. Same here. This cursed place is making me struggle. If you have weapons or suitable digging tools, I'm sincerely looking to buy. Grizzly Bear Hideout. Yu Yuan Hideout. I need food and water. I'm about to die. Save me, please. Angry Whale Hideout. Yu Yuan Hideout. Don't believe Moss Cottage Hideout. He is a scammer. Specifically targeting newcomers. Moss Cottage Hideout. Angry Whale Hideout, you bastard, damn you. In the chat channel, even though each message consumed 10 survival points, it couldn't stop the veteran players' curiosity and eagerness about Yu Yuan's significant ranking jump. They were like sharks smelling blood. They didn't care about the survival points. They only cared about whether they could dig up valuable information from this newcomer, especially those players ranked lower. They knew very well how difficult it was to improve their ranking. If Yu Yuan could suddenly rise so much, he must have either found a large amount of survival resources that could change his survival predicament or triggered special conditions to develop a rare route, greatly increasing his hideout's potential. Mastering special resources, establishing relationships with key factions, and gaining special abilities were all possibilities. They were eager to know if they had any chance of replicating it. Although they knew the hope was slim, they still held on to the expectation. What if this newcomer was a fool and couldn't resist the pressure and really revealed something? Yu Yuan was pulled back to reality by the continuous message notifications. Looking at the messages flooding the chat channel, feeling the madness and urgency of the players, as well as the calculations and greed hidden beneath those words. His expression was calm, occasionally showing a thoughtful look. A few minutes later, the light screen closed. The intense emotional fluctuations caused by his ranking rise had completely calmed down. Although his significant ranking increase made Yu Yuan realize he was on a correct and unique fast track, the danger lurking behind it also came along. Those veteran players who intended to make him their hunting target a month later would inevitably develop an even stronger interest and desire because of this change. Figuring out why Yu Yuan's hideout had risen so much in rank was their primary goal. Following that would be to plunder all opportunities and resources from Yu Yuan's hideout and then kill him. This was an inevitable outcome. Yu Yuan's gaze fell on the dog-leg knife strapped to his thigh, his eyes flashing with a fierce and resolute look. At 10:53 p.m., dark clouds completely shrouded the sky, and the humidity in the air was evident. It was about to rain. The entire city fell into darkness, and apart from the occasional gunshots ringing out in the distance, it was eerily quiet. If daytime was the world of thugs, nighttime was the activity period of the mice. Those who had curled up all day, vagrants, scavengers, survivors, quietly left their shelters, stealthily moving through the city, searching for food and resources to survive. Here, every bit of resource was precious, and killing and competing filled every corner of the night. Having eaten and drunk enough, Yu Yuan moved silently. His gaze was sharp as a knife, scanning for possible dangers, and his ears missed no suspicious sounds. The pitch-black streets were so dark that one couldn't see their fingers in front of their face. But in Yu Yuan's eyes, he could still vaguely see the general outline of some objects. Although he couldn't achieve perfect night vision, it exceeded human night vision capabilities. His hearing was the same. The originally imperceptible faint sounds now became slightly clearer to him. All of this was thanks to the title he had previously obtained, Street Mouse. Title: Street Mouse Quality, Excellent Path Affiliation, Urban Shadows Effect. Hearing 15, Smell 10, Gain dim vision in dark environments. Can slightly perceive airflow within a 3-meter radius through skin fur. Yu Yuan hadn't expected the effects of this title to be so directly presented before him. Under the title's enhancement, his steps became steadier, always managing to cleverly evade obstacles just before colliding with them. In complete darkness, he didn't have to worry about being seen from afar, and soon he arrived near the Wudong apartment again. This time, he only brought a backpack, dog-leg knife, alloy folding crossbow, and a dentist's headlamp. It's worth mentioning that after using it for an afternoon and the entire night, the dentist's headlamp was running low on battery. Although it could still shine, it had dimmed. He hoped to find a replacement light source soon. Even batteries would do. He sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to approach the entrance of the Wudong apartment, a faint yawn made Yu Yuan's heart skip a beat. A thought flashed through his mind. Someone is here. Chapter 6. Rock-level killing card elimination. Successful someone is hiding inside the apartment entrance. Yu Yuan recalled whether he had made any noise earlier. However, he had been very cautious all the way, moving lightly, and the other person's breathing remained steady, indicating that they had not detected his presence. He let out a sigh of relief, but then frowned slightly. It had been less than an hour since he left. When did this person arrive, and do they have any companions? All of this was uncertain. However, the other party was hiding near the apartment entrance instead of searching for supplies. They were either waiting for a companion or preparing to ambush an enemy. Yu Yuan concealed himself in the darkest corner of the apartment entrance, deciding to observe the situation first. After a few minutes, he indeed heard two barely noticeable footsteps approaching from a distance. The footsteps quickly drew near. Ki, a voice lowered deliberately said. Biayi, I'm here. Another breath responded in a similarly lowered tone. Yu Yuan squinted his eyes, relieved that he hadn't acted rashly, and hid his body deeper, slowing his breathing. How is it? There's no movement here, right? Damn, there isn't even a ghost around. It's pitch black. Why are you guys taking so long to get here? Biao Ge clearly sounded anxious. Another voice muttered, Biao Ge, it's too dark to see anything. Besides, so many people died during the day. Who else would dare come here? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Tell me, did you see anyone go in? Well, the one called Monkey hesitated a bit, but quickly asserted, it's true that it's hard to see here after dark. But I kept an eye on it before it got dark. Not to mention people, not even a cat came in. Hearing this, Biao Ji's tone softened slightly. All right, be sharpened a bit. The afternoon's chaos was so intense that there must be supplies left behind by those guys at the police station. If we can find some leftover guns and bullets, we'll be rich. Same as before, you go look for the locked rooms. And Monkey and I will check other places, searching from bottom to top. Hurry up. If anyone else comes, don't hesitate, just kill them. When we get back, you guys can have fun with that woman we just caught. That woman is too seductive, especially that beauty mark on the corner of her eye. She just can't stop. It would be great if we could also get that woman we saw the day before. Her figure is top-notch. Yeah, let us look for where she is hiding, he. Accompanied by lewd laughter, the three entered the apartment building, their footsteps gradually fading. Yu Yuan let out a long breath, feeling extremely fortunate. There were indeed people watching this place. Thankfully, he was cautious enough. Encountering the refugees, Yu Yuan was already mentally prepared and could not retreat because of them. This was also an opportunity. They didn't know where the supplies were, so they could only search the building. He had to get ahead of them and take the supplies from room 506. After listening for a dozen seconds and confirming that the three had started searching, he finally entered the Wudong apartment. With his enhanced hearing, although the refugees were being very careful, their sounds were clear to Yu Yuan. He took the opportunity to enter the stairs and walk towards the 5th floor. He arrived at room 506 and again slipped into the bathroom, stuffing the previously left supplies into his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, he heard footsteps coming from downstairs, which finally reached the 3rd floor. So fast, Yu Yuan was taken aback. Didn't they start searching from the 1st floor? How did they get to the 3rd floor so quickly? He quickly realized that it was the guy called Qi. His task was to find locked rooms. And he was a locksmith. Wait, locked rooms. Locksmith. Yu Yuan turned to look at room 503, multiple thoughts flashing through his mind, and a decision was made. Perhaps. It was an opportunity. He immediately turned around, returned to room 504, hid his backpack, and held a knife while hiding behind the door, closing his eyes and quietly waiting. The room was pitch black, oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Before long, footsteps sounded on the 5th floor, and Yu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. They were here. The footsteps came and went, occasionally accompanied by the sound of a flashlight switch, indicating that the other party was searching for locked rooms. Soon, the dim light swept across the open door of room 504 and finally stopped at the locked security door of room 503. The sound of keys echoed in the corridor. There's another one here. Qi held the flashlight in his mouth, took out his lock-picking tools, squatted in front of room 503, and began to twist. The lock-picking tool moved up and down in the keyhole, his eyes closed, focusing entirely on sensing the spring inside the lock. However, Yu Yuan had already silently approached him from behind, standing still like a statue. A few seconds later, with a click sound, the security door of room 503 automatically popped open. and joy appeared in Key's eyes. But at that moment, Yu Yuan moved, reaching out from behind and covering Key's mouth. The flashlight was stuffed into his mouth, leaving him no chance to resist. The cold blade sliced through his throat, and a large amount of blood gushed from the wound, making a gurgling sound. Key tried to struggle, but was firmly controlled by Yu Yuan, his gaze fierce. Not long after, Key stopped struggling. He was dead. The moment Key stopped breathing, a yellowish fate card appeared before Yu Yuan's eyes. An exotic-style BGM echoed in his mind, full of mystery. The fate card shook violently from slight to intense. The background music's beats grew more urgent and higher in pitch. Yu Yuan's heartbeat synchronized with the beats, gradually accelerating, pounding like a drum. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Finally, when the music reached its climax, a voice that penetrated the soul exploded in his mind. Crack! The violently shaking fate card broke apart, red droplets oozing from the fracture, and the smell of blood wafted up to his nose. Rock-level killing card eliminated. The music stopped, and the fate card disappeared, but the smell of blood could still be detected at the tip of his nose. A mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. Rock-level killing card elimination successful. Fate point 1. Detected that the killing target has valuable options. Do you want to plunder? Requires 1 fate point. Plunder? Yu Yuan looked at the corpse beneath him, and 3 blood-red options appeared before him. 1. Skill. Steal. Excellent. 2. Skill. Climb. Normal. 3. Skill. Lockpicking. Normal. Seeing the last option, Yu Yuan directly selected to plunder option 3. Fate point -1. Gain skill. Lockpicking. Normal. On the virtual screen, the previously empty combat page suddenly displayed a new skill in the skill section, ordinary lockpicking. The killing card had this kind of effect. The unexpected joy made the corners of Yu Yuan's mouth curve slightly. However, seeing the corpse beneath him and the open door, he quickly suppressed this joy and returned to a cautious demeanor. It was tea time to celebrate yet. He went back to room 504 to grab his backpack, dragged the corpse into room 503, and cautiously scanned the corridor before closing the door. Chapter 7. Room 503 Key. Discovering high-value supplies. Room 503 of the Wudong apartment is much like other rooms, a 30-square-meter studio with an independent bathroom and balcony. Yu Yuan closed the door. Disregarding the nausea, took the flashlight from the keyhole, wiped off the blood, and began to inspect every corner of the room, including under the bed, the wardrobe, and behind the door. At the same time, he drew all the curtains to block out any light. After confirming there was no danger, he approached the body and began the traditional practice of licking the bag. The key had only a fabric crossbody bag, which contained some miscellaneous items: wires, a ballpoint pen, 2 batteries, a dagger, 2 small pieces of compressed biscuits, and a small cloth bag. The small cloth bag contained several different lock-picking tools, which delighted Yu Yuan. Along with the lockpick held by the key, he stuffed everything into his clothing pockets. He also folded and put away the crossbody bag, not minding the slight bloodstains. In the Wasteland world, backpacks are an extremely scarce resource, and he couldn't afford to give up any of them, even if he didn't need it now. He could try trading it later. After licking the bag, his attention turned to the room. Compared to other rooms, it was relatively clean and tidy, but the signs of a hurried escape were evident. The room's owner was likely a single male. The bathroom had a few toiletries: shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, men's face mask, toothpaste, and toothbrush scattered on the sink. Yu Yuan packed all these into his backpack, as they were scarce supplies, including the shower curtain and towels, which he neatly folded and stored. His backpack was once again bursting at the seams, mainly because the shower curtain took up half the space. Fortunately, he had considered this possibility earlier, but he needed to try. He opened the virtual light screen special page, locking onto the Wasteland trading hole page, which he discovered while researching the virtual light screen in the afternoon. It was similar to a flea market where players could trade with each other. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to join the Wasteland trading hole? Yu Yuan furrowed his brow. This was the reason he hadn't joined before. If it weren't for accidentally unlocking the city shadow title route, he wouldn't even qualify to trade with others. Even now, he only had 1,100 survival points at most. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was nearly broke. Although reluctant, Yu Yuan chose to confirm. Sooner or later, he had to open it. The earlier he did, the sooner he could enjoy it. Congratulations! Yu Yuan has joined the Wasteland trading hole, and you can now trade with other players. He put the shower curtain up for sale. Not knowing the specific price for it, and having no time to check, he directly marked it at 2,000 survival points. This price seemed exorbitant to him. But if someone was willing to spend that much, he would happily make the deal, even if no one traded. It didn't matter to him as long as it freed up space in his backpack. Successfully listed, maximum listing time is 12 hours. Please pay attention to the trading time. For every hour overdue, a 5 storage fee of the trading price will be charged. If less than 1 hour, it will be charged as 1 hour. Seeing this prompt, Yu Yuan squinted slightly. It actually worked. Although the joining conditions for the trading hole were ridiculously high, it was worth it. Looking back at his backpack, he found that the remaining supplies were either too small to bother listing or were hard currency like cigarettes and chocolate, which he wouldn't easily part with, even if he inflated the price. In the end, he listed the larger bottles of toiletries at a price of 500 survival points each. The same logic applied. Selling them wouldn't be a loss, and if not sold, he would just use them himself. After checking the bathroom ceiling and the water tank for hidden supplies and finding nothing, he decided to stop. Room 503 has a very simple layout: a bed, a bedside table, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. The only noteworthy item was the metal cabinet in the corner, which had 3 locked drawers. Yu Yuan first packed the bedding and mattress to list them in the Wasteland trading hole. He initially planned to list the bed itself as well, but was prompted that the operation couldn't be performed. With the emptying plan thwarted, he could only pout in frustration. The wardrobe contained only a short-sleeved shirt and a long coat, which Yu Yuan didn't mind as he was in urgent need of clean clothes. His current outfit was already covered in stains and blood after a day. He stuffed the clothes into the backpack and approached the writing desk, which had 3 drawers and a single-door cabinet. Upon opening the single-door cabinet, he found an unexpected treasure: more than half a bag of Wei soy milk powder, with about 20 small packets remaining. This was simply a gift for Yu Yuan. Soy milk not only contains high calories, but also has substantial protein and fat content, making it an excellent nutritional item in the Wasteland world, especially the taste of soy milk powder, which was a delicacy in this wasteland. Such a good item. Yu Yuan definitely wouldn't list it. He stuffed it all into his backpack. In the writing desk drawers, he found a few books and notes, flipped through them briefly, and listed them as well. He might have time to read them later, and perhaps they contained useful information. However, after listing the desk lamp, the Wasteland trading hole suddenly sent a notification. Current listing quantity is full. What? Yu Yuan immediately checked and realized that he currently only had level 1 permission for the trading hole, allowing him to list only 15 items at a time. To increase the listing quantity, he would need to upgrade his permissions, and to upgrade to level 2 permission, he would need 2,000 survival points. Damn! Was the next step to upgrade to SVIP membership? Yu Yuan felt a bit exhausted. Fortunately, the major items in this room had all been listed. Now, the only thing left to check was the locked metal cabinet. He took out the lock-picking tools, inserting the lock-pick into the keyhole. Yu Yuan felt as if he could sense the entire structure of a lock core through the lock-pick, instinctively knowing how to open this type of lock. In less than a minute, he had opened all 3 locked drawers. The first drawer: 1 hand-cranked emergency radio, 2 windproof candles, 2 batteries, 1 adjustable wrench. The second drawer: 1 car first aid kit. The hand-cranked emergency radio is a disaster preparedness type, about the size of a brick, with multiple functions including hand-crank power generation, solar charging, LED lighting, flashlight, desk lamp, and radio. The car first aid kit contained a twist-style tourniquet, emergency trauma bandages, elastic bandages, disinfectant cotton pads, and emergency blankets. A dozen or so first aid supplies. These were enough for him to handle general situations such as bleeding control, bandaging, fixing, disinfecting, and preventing hypothermia. As a survival enthusiast, he was very familiar with these 2 items. He even had more than 1 set of emergency equipment at home. With these 2 items, his survival rate in the Wasteland would significantly increase, especially with the appearance of the car first aid kit, which gave him a certain degree of risk management capability. Both items were not small, so Yu Yuan could only with a crossbody bag in front of him, putting the soy milk powder, windproof candles, batteries, ballpoint pens, and similar small items inside. The hand-cranked emergency radio, car, first aid kit, and adjustable wrench were stuffed into his backpack, making both bags completely full. He quickly opened a third drawer, knowing that the other two refugees might arrive at any moment. Time was of the essence. Just as Yu Yuan touched the items in the drawer, a sudden prompt made him alert. Ding! High-value supplies detected. Chapter 8. Hiding in a newly optimized path, trap beep. High-value supplies detected. Found a newly optimized path for hiding. Would you like to add this optimized path to the ventilation duct construction list? Huh? Yu Yuan took out something from the drawer, his face filled with astonishment. What could make the system specifically remind him of a newly optimized path? Upon seeing what he was holding, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This is a blueprint? But there was no time to check. He quickly stuffed the item into his backpack. At this point, all the supplies in room 503 had been gathered by Yu Yuan. He checked for any omissions and then turned his gaze towards the curtains. Such a large piece of fabric would make for good material, whether for covering or cutting. Just as he was about to take action, crash! The sound of rolling echoed in the hallway, and Yu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Someone's coming. So fast. He carefully approached the door and pressed his ear against it. Key, are you there? A deliberately lowered voice came from the stairwell. It was the monkey's voice. Key. The monkey was about to continue when he was interrupted by Biaoge. All right, they're probably upstairs. Let us go check. Okay. The two voices faded away, and Yu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flickering as he stared at the door, as if trying to see through everything behind it. Thoughts raced through his mind. The two had gone upstairs. Wasn't this the best time to leave? Otherwise, if they couldn't find the key, they would definitely come back to search. And there was still blood at the door. One glance, and the problem would be obvious. The contemplation lasted only a few seconds, and Yu Yuan quickly made a decision. He secured his backpack tightly on his back, slung the crossbody bag in front of him, shortened the strap to ensure it wouldn't hinder his running and movement. He took out the folding crossbow and bolt from his waist, loaded a bolt, and clipped the dogleg knife to the outer side of his thigh, ready for use. With everything prepared, he carefully opened the door, aimed the bolt ahead, and walked steadily and swiftly towards the staircase. Taking this opportunity to leave with all supplies intact was the best result, as long as he could get out of the Wudong apartment. With the dark night and strong winds outside, in such a big city, it would be a miracle if they found him, no matter how he thought about it. Leaving now was the best choice. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. By the time the two came back to their senses, it would be a real fight. Biaoge and the others only had a few supplies. Why would he risk his life against them, when the risks and rewards don't match? Retreating is the way to go. This time, the odds were in his favor. Arriving at the staircase, the stairwell was pitch black. The faint light from his title allowed Yu Yuan to see the outlines of the stairs in the environment where he couldn't see his own hand in front of him. After listening for a few seconds, the stairwell was oppressively quiet, and Yu Yuan frowned slightly. This shouldn't be. If the two were going upstairs to look for someone, there should be some noise. A bad thought crossed his mind. The best course was to leave quickly. Without hesitation, he lowered his footsteps and moved towards the stairs, aiming the crossbow at the sixth-floor staircase in case the two suddenly appeared. Although he had only practiced a few times in hiding, shooting the crossbow was simple, and Yu Yuan was confident he could hit any target within 5 meters. When he reached the stairs, he had barely taken a couple of steps. Bang! A flashlight beam suddenly lit up from the corner of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors, and in an instant, the stairwell was as bright as day. The monkey looked at Yu Yuan, a brutal grin spreading across his face. Biaoge, this dog is indeed out. Get him. At the moment the flashlight turned on, Yu Yuan suddenly realized he had forgotten about the potential threat downstairs. Fortunately, he had already envisioned a worst-case escape strategy in his mind. Thus, as the monkey shouted in surprise, he immediately aimed the previously aimed crossbow upwards and quickly turned it downwards. When the monkey saw the crossbow, the brutality and savagery in his eyes instantly became clear. With fear creeping in before he could even react, his mouth barely able to utter a single word, slot. Bang! Without giving him any chance to react. The bolt had already pierced through the monkey's throat, blood spraying everywhere. The monkey clutched his neck, staring at Yu Yuan in disbelief as he fell to the ground. But at the moment he shot the bolt, Yu Yuan transferred the crossbow to his left hand and gripped the dogleg knife tightly in his right, looking towards the 6th floor. However, when Yu Yuan saw the weapon in Biao Ji's hand, his pupils suddenly constricted and the hair on his skin stood on end. There was no time to think. Like he had seen a ghost, he turned and jumped down the stairs without a moment's hesitation. Bang! While still in the air, Yu Yuan felt a tremendous force hit his back, making him stagger as he jumped down the stairs, nearly falling. But he dare not stop, scrambling and rolling downwards. Bang! Bang bang! The continuous gunfire echoed in the stairwell. Damn it! Their SA gun, no honor in fighting. Yu Yuan felt death brush past him, adrenaline continually stimulating his cortex, and his whole body was filled with a tingling sensation. Fortunately, Yu Yuan reacted quickly, and his decisive action against the monkey had bought him a slim chance of survival. Although it felt like he had been shot in the back. He didn't feel any pain. It should be fine. Yu Yuan's mind raced. Biao Ge had a gun, which he hadn't anticipated. The furious roar of Biao Ge and the sounds of pursuit were already coming from behind, not far away, less than 10 meters. His previous plan was no longer viable. If he left directly, he would be exposing his back to Biao Ge, which was no different from being a live target. No, he couldn't leave his back exposed to Biao Ge. The risk was too high. What to do? What to do? Although only a second had passed, Yu Yuan felt like time was dragging on. Under the threat of death, his mind became increasingly calm and rational. Bang! His body jumped down the stairs, reaching the 4th floor. Just then, Yu Yuan's breath caught. A bold idea emerged. The sound of Biao Ge jumping behind him urged him to act quickly. Yu Yuan changed direction and dashed into the 4th floor corridor. Bang bang! 2 bullets grazed his body, hitting the wall. He could feel the splinters flying. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? Biao Ji's frantic voice came from behind. The key and the monkey's death had driven him mad. Losing 2 helpers in this wasteland world was like a nightmare. But what Biao Ge cared about most was the bulging backpack behind that person from their brief encounter, clearly filled with supplies. No matter what the supplies were, Biao Ge had only one thought. He had to grab them. As for the person, it was enough to just kill him. Chapter 9. Pursuit, counterattack, ambush 7 steps away. The gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. Counterattack? Impossible. In Biao Ji's eyes, that person was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and the outcome would hold no surprises. This confidence, born from the lives he had taken under his gun, fueled his relentless pursuit of Yuan, especially after seeing the other party panic and dart into the 4th floor. His conviction only grew stronger. Run? I want to see where you can escape to. The thought of that backpack full of supplies made Biao Ge eager. He immediately chased after, only to find that the person had hidden in a room. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, only to see that the person had leaped toward the balcony, burrowing behind the wall, curling up with their head cradled in their arms. Just as he sensed something was off, a barely perceptible sound reached his ears. Swoosh! That was the sound of a spring being released. When he followed the direction of the sound and saw the fist-sized object in the corner of the wall, his pupils dilated in shock. No! But before he could react, boom! A massive fireball erupted in the room, and the shockwave from the explosion shattered everything within. Biao Ji's charred body fell to the ground, his legs blown off, dead beyond recovery. Thick smoke and flames enveloped the entire room, making it glaringly bright in the darkened street. Survivors, scavengers, and refugees searching for supplies in the surrounding area turned their attention to the sudden explosion. Watching the roaring flames and billowing smoke, some watched from a distance, some retreated. Some pondered, some were greedy and fearful, while others melted into the darkness. Cough, cough. Yuan shook off the dust from his clothes and shook his head. His ears were ringing. Fortunately, the balcony of the room was open air, so the situation wasn't too bad. Looking at the wreckage inside the room, he felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, there was a low wall separating the apartment room from the balcony. Otherwise, he too would have been finished. Looking at the flames in the room, Yuan knew he couldn't stay there long and had to leave immediately. The noise from earlier was too loud. Both the gunfire and the explosion would surely attract a lot of attention. Picking up the crossbow from the ground, he knocked a bolt and held the dogleg knife in his hand. He passed through the burning wooden curtain and saw Biao Ji's charred corpse. The handgun lay nearby. He didn't bother to examine it closely, quickly tucking it into his waistband. He searched Biao Ji's body quickly, not caring about what he found. Everything, one by one, was shoved into his pockets as the smoke thickened. Finally, he found Biao Ji's backpack, which was only half full and clinking, probably not containing anything valuable. But Yuan didn't mind. Without further delay, he pulled out the bolt, packed the items, and ran downstairs. He tucked the dogleg knife back to the outside of his thigh, held the backpack in his left hand, and the knocked crossbow in his right, arriving at the first floor of the apartment. Just as he was about to leave the stairway, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, sensing the air movement quickening in front of him to the right. Without time to think, he pushed off with his heel, abruptly stopping and leaning back, tilting his head back slightly. Just then a cold flash followed closely behind. The cold light narrowly grazed his scalp, cutting off several strands of hair. But the other party reacted quickly, realizing the first strike had missed and clearly not wanting to give up the opportunity. The wrist flipped, and the knife's edge slashed toward Yuan's neck. The attack swift as lightning. If hit, he would either be dead or severely injured. However, Yuan had already reacted. The backpack in his hand swung heavily toward the attacker's face, successfully intercepting the attack. At the same time, his right hand, gripping the crossbow, was raised, ready to fire. But the opponent was quite cautious. After missing the first strike, without a moment's hesitation, they retreated, disappearing back into the darkness. They gave Yuan no chance to counterattack. Trouble. Sweat began to bead on Yuan's forehead. He was trapped in the first-floor corridor. This cautious enemy was an even tougher opponent than Biao Ge. They wouldn't easily allow themselves to fall into danger, and with just the crossbow bolt in his hand, it would be hard to achieve a one-shot kill. Now the most critical thing was that more and more people would likely rush here, eager to take a share of the leftovers. This was a wasteland. Many risked their lives for supplies. If he continued to be stuck here, the situation would only grow more dire with time. Thankfully, it seemed to be just one person. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so careful. What needed to be done now was not to fight, but to leave as quickly as possible. Yuan understood clearly what he needed to do. Clap. The light illuminated the corridor, revealing half a face behind the wall. Yuan took a deep breath. The other party was indeed cautious. The backpack he had thrown earlier was now in their hand, obscuring their view of everything below their eyes. Their body was entirely hidden behind the wall. How cautious! What kind of gaze was that? Although only one eye was visible, the look reminded Yuan of a pack of wolves. Calm, wild, cautious, with absolute self-confidence and aggression. The opponent's gaze first locked onto the crossbow, then roamed over Yuan's body, focusing on his waistband and the outside of his thigh. Noticing the other party's gaze, he wondered what they were looking for. Could it be the handgun? No wonder they were so cautious. This thought flashed through Yuan's mind, and he suddenly understood. But now was not the time to ponder such things. He spoke in a low voice. Friend, it benefits neither of us to be at a standstill here. I can't take these supplies, so why not let you take whatever is in that backpack as a parting gift? Of course, Yuan didn't expect that a single sentence would make the other party leave. Negotiation. It requires offering the other party benefits while also demonstrating one's own power, doesn't it? The truth is only within the range of artillery. And this saying applies to the current situation as well. He shook the crossbow bolt in his hand. Of course, if you want to fight, I'm ready. At this distance, the bolt is unlikely to kill you, but the tip is specially contaminated with feces. If you get hit, even if you find antibiotics, it won't be pleasant. If you don't have antibiotics, then you can just wait to die. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the opponent's expression suddenly tightened, though they quickly returned to normal. But Yuan could see it clearly. Though he felt quite anxious inside, his gaze remained calm as he looked at the other party, showing a determination to face death. This was a psychological game. So what do you think? Will you take that bag of supplies and leave, or risk infection and fight me, ultimately benefiting others? As these words fell, the corridor fell into silence. Yuan began to lower his center of gravity, preparing for a desperate fight. Although the other party would likely choose to leave with the supplies, one must always be prepared for the worst. Fortunately, the situation did not develop in the worst direction. All right, a man's voice sounded. Chapter 10 Firearms, Colt M1911A1 Sure. A man's voice sounded. However, before Yu Yuan could feel happy, a hand reached out, pointing at the ground beneath his feet. But I need that. What? Yu Yuan was momentarily stunned, taking a step back, his eyes slightly lowered, glancing at his feet. Only then did he notice that the fabric crossbody bag on his chest had a small tear in it, and 2 packets of Vivi soybean milk powder had fallen to the ground. It was cut open just now, Yu Yuan realized, but he was surprised by the man's request. Although the soybean milk powder was quite good and nutritious, why would he specifically ask for it? Until his gaze stopped at the man's wrist. A pink hair tie. Yu Yuan seemed to understand something. All right, I can give you a maximum of 10 packets of soybean milk powder. I need it too. After a 2-second silence, the man gently nodded. Deal. 10 packets of soybean milk powder were carefully placed on the ground by Yu Yuan. You clear the way. As long as I leave, these things are yours. The man slightly nodded, retreating while keeping his body hidden. Yu Yuan also tilted his hand crossbow down, maintaining a defensive posture without making the other person feel threatened. The two moved, one in front and the other behind. A few seconds later, Yu Yuan had already left the stairway corridor, with the apartment entrance not far ahead, while the man hid behind a wall. Unfortunately, being too cautious, there was no chance to take him out. He sighed inwardly. Seeing the man's vigilant gaze, Yu Yuan nodded slightly, turning off his flashlight, and the building fell into darkness again. As darkness descended, Yu Yuan had already turned into an arrow released from a bow, rushing out of the Wudong apartment and blending into the shadows of the street. Although he carried 2 backpacks and the street was pitch black, under the effect of low-light vision, Yu Yuan moved as if he had automatic navigation, always managing to dodge obstacles just before colliding with them. However, after running for a few dozen meters, Yu Yuan suddenly stopped, shrinking behind a trash can and remaining completely still. His ears were like radar, not missing any sound, and his hand crossbow was ready to fire at any moment. A few screams came from behind, continuing for more than a minute before finally quieting down. Not daring to linger, he immediately made his way toward the dentist's clinic, occasionally hearing gunshots from a distance in the neighborhood, the sounds fleeting. The way back was relatively smooth. Just as he opened the manhole cover, a thunderclap echoed in the sky, and a drop of rain fell on his arm, causing him to frown slightly. But he couldn't afford to care about anything else. He immediately dove into the sewer and closed the cover. Hiding in the shadows 5 meters away, he waited for 5 minutes to confirm there was no tail before putting away his hand crossbow and heading to his hiding place. The areas where he had been rained on felt slightly stinging, and when he turned on the flashlight, his skin was slightly red. It really was acid rain. This environment was truly harsh. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, he returned in time, only getting a little wet, which wasn't a big problem. But he had to disinfect himself once back. He still checked the traps set around his hiding place for any issues and found none. Yu Yuan pushed open the wooden door of his hiding place, and as he unloaded his backpack, he lit a windproof candle, illuminating the area. Slumping to the ground, he realized his muscles were aching all over. The previous mental and physical exertion, along with the heightened alertness on the way to evacuate with supplies, was indeed high-intensity exercise for someone new to the Wasteland. His spirit was already exhausted. However, looking at the supplies on the ground and the 2 full backpacks, Yu Yuan felt everything was worth it. He opened the virtual light screen. The moment he successfully escaped the Wutong apartment, a prompt had sounded in his ear, but he hadn't had time to check it then. He was very curious about what the prompt was. Had his ranking improved? He speculated in his mind. When he saw the content on the light screen, Yu Yuan's eyes lit up, detected that the player completed a negotiation through communication, resolved a crisis, and safely evacuated, comprehended the excellent level skill persuasion, rewarded 200 survival points. So, it could be like this. Yu Yuan felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Sure enough, in the combat page under the skill section, besides the ordinary lockpicking skill, there was a new skill added. Persuasion, excellent. Skill effect, passive when negotiating, communicating, or discussing with others. It becomes easier to perceive changes in the other party's psychology and verbal loopholes, increasing the probability of the other party accepting one's own viewpoint by 30. Yu Yuan suddenly sat up straight. So it was like this. In the Wasteland game world, the way to fight was not just simple killing. It included psychological games, verbal deception, information asymmetry, and intelligence inducement. Anything conceivable could be done. The operability was enormous. But correspondingly, the difficulty of survival also skyrocketed. As always, the hardest to predict was human nature. Every step taken in the future would need to be more cautious. Comprehending a new skill, especially a passive skill, and gaining 200 survival points made Yu Yuan feel greatly pleased. He took down all the supplies listed on the Tao Tao cave. He placed the mattress directly on the ground, throwing the bedding aside, at least having a place to rest. However, he was covered in blood and supplies. Having just entered the Wasteland game this afternoon, he already looked like a homeless person. Gathering his spirits, he began organizing the day's harvest. Yu Yuan also noticed the bullet hole that appeared on his backpack, a dent on the adjustable wrench inside, and a bullet that had exploded. This made him feel a wave of fear. It was truly dangerous. The adjustable wrench had saved his life. Although there was also a hand-crank flashlight radio and a car first aid kit behind it, these two items were hardly capable of stopping a bullet. At most, they could only serve as a buffer. The most valuable supplies were the hand-crank flashlight radio, the car first aid kit, cigarettes, and Biao Ji's handgun. However, the most interesting to him was undoubtedly that handgun. The virtual light screen displayed information related to the handgun. Colt M1911A1 type. Handgun shooting mode. Single shot effective range. 50 meters ammunition caliber. 45 ACP magazine capacity. 7 rounds. The Colt M1911A1 is one of the classic firearms, featuring prominently in many films, dramas, and games. As a seasoned scavenger, Yu Yuan was naturally very familiar with it. He inspected the magazine and the chamber. As a result, only one bullet remained, already in the chamber. After ejecting the bullet, he took out a small bag of 45 ACP bullets he had found on Biao Ge, which contained only 5 rounds. He stuffed these 5 bullets, along with the one previously ejected, into the magazine. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Yu Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Firearms are a man's romance, especially in such a wasteland world. Having a gun brings a sense of security. However, catching the scent of gunpowder and seeing the stains in the crevices, Yu Yuan frowned slightly. If given the chance, he still needed to look for specialized gun oil and cleaning lubricants to clean and maintain the gun. Otherwise, if it jams at a critical moment in a battle one day, it would be quite amusing. He set the handgun aside and looked at the remaining supplies. Chapter 11. Optimizing the hideout facility blueprint and inventory check first. There were the high-value materials found in the metal cabinet. Taking the blueprint out of his backpack, a virtual light screen surprisingly displayed relevant information about the item. On the application of passive geothermal ventilation ducts in underground buildings and energy-efficient buildings, quality, rare description, can optimize the ventilation duct structure of the hideout, automatically adjust indoor temperature. With nearly zero energy consumption, adding auxiliary equipment can provide dust prevention, odor prevention, backflow prevention, humidity control, and effective response to extreme weather. Function. The underground hideout maintains a constant room temperature around 25 degrees C. After adding auxiliary equipment, room temperature adjustment is possible. This blueprint looks quite good. A smile appeared in Yu Yuan's eyes. Automatic indoor temperature adjustment with nearly zero energy consumption. Isn't this equivalent to a natural air conditioner? Coupled with those additional effects, it's simply the perfect ventilation system for an underground hideout. Upon closer inspection of the blueprints, the geothermal ventilation ducts were clearly drawn with lines connecting the underground building to the surface. Various professional terms and symbols were labeled at different positions with detailed introductions. In simple terms, geothermal ventilation ducts utilize the constant temperature characteristics of underground soil to adjust air temperature through natural ventilation technology. At a depth of 153 meters underground, the temperature remains stable at 15 degrees C all year round. Therefore, when external air passes through the buried ducts, it gets heated or cooled by the soil, achieving temperature adjustment. This system utilizes natural air pressure differences, requiring no electrical equipment, and thus has no energy consumption. The blueprints also listed the advantages and disadvantages of different materials for the ducts, as well as the pros and cons of layout, mainly regarding the length of ducts, depth of burial, and the difference between serpentine or straight arrangements. There were also detailed annotations on the intake and exhaust ports, as well as the slope of the ducts. Especially noteworthy was that a slight incline of just 1 to 2 could effectively drain the condensation produced during cooling into a drainage pit, preventing backflow of condensation water. It was quite comprehensive in detail. Completing the above optimizations would achieve the goal of zero energy consumption and naturally regulate the temperature of the underground building. However, if auxiliary equipment were appropriately added, even more comprehensive functions could be obtained. For example, a low-speed fan could adjust the ventilation speed, and adding air filters or humidity control devices could achieve dust prevention, odor prevention, and dehumidification effects. It could even enhance temperature regulation. The virtual light screen prompted whether to add the blueprint to the optimization path again. Optimization is a must. Yu Yuan didn't want to wait even a moment and immediately chose to add it to the optimization path. The blueprint in his hand flashed slightly and disappeared. Hideout ventilation duct optimization path has been added. Please check. He opened Survival, Hideout Facility Management Log, Ventilation Duct Construction List, and indeed, Geothermal Ventilation Duct had appeared in the construction list. However, it was somewhat awkward for Yu Yuan that to construct geothermal ventilation duct, he must first complete Level 3 ventilation construction to continue optimizing and upgrading. But he hadn't even built the most basic single duct ventilation opening yet. Good heavens! The technology he obtained was too advanced to be used temporarily. Who could he complain to about this? Yu Yuan found it somewhat amusing. However, this also motivated him, so he would take the geothermal ventilation duct as a short-term goal. After categorizing and organizing everything, only 3 items remained in front of him that he couldn't make a decision about: a wallet, a hotel key card, and a 10-centimeter-long key. All 3 items had come from the thug. Looking at the key card, the surface had been worn to the point of being unreadable, only vaguely showing the name of XX Hotel and a symbol resembling a bauhinia flower. The back still clearly displayed the room number, Room 0813. The key was obviously not a conventional door key. After some thought, Yu Yuan stored these 2 items and picked up the wallet. It was a women's wallet, containing a family photo, but the man in the photo was not the thug, but rather a handsome man in his 30s. Wow, this must be a wallet stolen from some unfortunate soul. With raised eyebrows, he curiously flipped through the wallet. It was very clean inside, containing a neatly folded water bill and several banknotes that Yu Yuan had never seen before. And a few condoms? Yu Yuan blinked, momentarily stunned. What kind of operation is this? After inspecting all the loot, the hotel key card, and the key gave Yu Yuan a sense of valuable resources. Anything that the thug carried must have high value. He would need to find out which hotel it was. Next was upgrading the hideout facilities. Yu Yuan kept the system's prompt in mind. Upgrading the hideout was his long-term goal. For upgrading the hideout entrance, he now needed 3 units of wood and 2 hinges. He already had enough screwdrivers and screws. For building the rest area, he still needed a yoga mat, but he had already gathered a lighter and old cloth. As for the bathroom, he was still short a bucket, but he had found towels. After summarizing the materials needed for construction, he opened the trading page and started searching. However, he soon found himself cursing. Damn, a bucket costs 200 survival points, and a yoga mat costs 500 survival points. Are they crazy? He currently had a total of 300 survival points, barely enough to buy a bucket. Who in their right mind would pay such prices? But soon he noticed patterns in the prices of these materials. Industrial or household items generally had high prices, while natural resources like wood, stone, and creek water were priced more normally. 1 unit of wood or stone was 5 survival points. 1 liter of clear creek water was 20 survival points. And lake or river water was only 10 survival points per liter. However, a 500 milliliters bottle of bottled drinking water skyrocketed to 80 survival points per bottle. Yu Yuan understood. The prices were determined by the difficulty of obtaining the resources. Industrial and household items could only be sourced from cities, villages, factories, and other human settlements, which were usually populated with thugs, refugees, and scavengers, greatly increasing the danger while being in limited supply. Yu Yuan had encountered refugees before, so he was well aware of their danger, not to mention those armed thugs. Being discovered meant certain death. The higher the difficulty of obtaining resources, the higher their value naturally became. With this realization, Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. Looking at the massive haul of resources he had gathered tonight, a smile appeared on his face. Scarcity is good. The trading system also allowed for bartering, not just trading with survival points. He immediately started operating. Before long, the player chat channel within the social page began to flood with messages. Chapter 12, Trading Cigarettes, Turmoil, Building the Hideout Door, C Cube Hideout. Wow. Which big shot puts so many cigarettes on the shelf? Cigar Hideout, is it you? Why is it a material trade? Can I exchange for survival points? Burning Chariot Hideout. Did the cigar big shot put out cigarettes early? Aren't there still 2 days left? I've been craving it for a while. Let me take a look. Angry Whale Hideout. I just checked. All the cigarettes put on the shelf this time are premium ones. Not the hand-rolled cigarettes from the cigar big shot. Wasn't there a water bucket selling just now in Tao Tao Cave? Why was it taken down? Brother, I'm buying it at a high price. Gray Bear Hideout. Premium cigarettes can generally only be found in cities, right? Did some big shot from a city area take action? Terrifying. I happen to have an abandoned service station. I'm going to go dismantle the hinges. In an instant, the entire chat channel was energized by the sudden listing of cigarettes. In the Wasteland, cigarettes are the best way to relieve anxiety and discomfort, significantly increasing emotional stability. However, due to their extreme scarcity, aside from the Cigar Hideout, which regularly lists poorly flavored hand-rolled cigarettes, others would only collect cigarettes if they found them, using them for personal use. They circulate very little outside. In a mountainous area, inside the Cigar Hideout, a cigarette the thickness of a pinky was lit and placed in a man's mouth. The slowly exhaled smoke gradually enveloped his face as he quietly watched the barrage of messages in the chat channel, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Premium cigarettes? Probably some lucky guy who fished out a few cigarettes from the Jiao Ge and couldn't wait to exchange materials. He cast a disdainful smile outward from the hideout. As long as this wild tobacco doesn't have issues, tobacco is my unique resource. City? If surviving in the city were that easy, so many top-ranked players wouldn't have disappeared one by one after their confidence inflated. They're all fools. No matter how rich city resources are, you need a life to spend them. In the end, survival in the wasteland still comes down to resources, especially monopolistic renewable resources. As long as you have these, there will naturally be a continuous supply of materials for you to choose from. As a former tobacco company executive, Yu Yuan, after entering the wasteland, discovered this patch of wild tobacco and established a hideout here. His choice was incredibly correct. After he simply dried, shredded, and rolled the wild tobacco. Using the anonymity of Tao Tao Cave for trading, he successfully earned his first bucket of gold under the watchful eyes of high-ranking players, thus starting his snowballing development. Even after some suspected he was the tobacco trader, he withstood rounds of player confrontations and plundering, and his hideout's ranking rose to its current position of 1978. Therefore, he paid no mind to the players selling cigarettes. After all, nobody had sold premium cigarettes before, at most a dozen or 20, which was utterly inconsequential. However, he still held a cautious attitude and opened the Tao Tao Cave page to search for cigarettes. But the moment the search results appeared, Yu Yuan's pupils constricted, the cigarette he had in his mouth falling to the ground, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Before him, the entire light screen was filled with cigarette trading options, with as many as 3 cigarettes exchanged for a PVC pipe, and as few as 1 cigarette exchange for a metal hinge. 15 trading options in total, with some trades completing only to have a new trading item appear immediately. In just a short time, around 50 to 60 cigarettes had been traded, and the trading continued, far exceeding his previous expectations. The number of hand-rolled cigarettes Yu Yuan traded every half-month was only about 200, and that was already the limit. Although this patch of wild tobacco grew rapidly and was vastly different from the tobacco he knew, collecting too much at once would still affect its growth. On the trading page, cigarette trading was progressing rapidly. Before long, the number of completed trades had surpassed half, with 70 to 80 cigarettes among tens of thousands of people, many wolves and few sheep. In the end, only 5 or 6 trades remained uncompleted. Yu Yuan looked at the trading interface, snorted coldly, and closed it, but his mind was racing. Although he didn't know who was trading cigarettes, being able to put out so many for trade, with the acquired materials being industrial and living supplies, this person was likely a player from a city area. Only players from city areas would need so many industrial and living items to build a hideout. Opening the chat channel again, He was still speculating about who this person was. A chat message caught Yu Yuan's attention, his eyes flashing with contemplation and coldness. Moss Cabin Hideout. Do you think it could be that newcomer from the afternoon? After all, he rose so high in ranking so quickly. He must have found a lot of materials. Yu Yuan Hideout, is it you? Yu Yuan also saw this chat message, his eyes flashing with sharpness. This guy has a good nose. He could connect the dots. Plus, not long ago, someone had reminded him that the Moss Cabin Hideout specializes in deceiving newcomers. Coupled with these obviously provocative words, they are targeting me. Opening the Hideout event memo. After pondering for a few seconds, he began to record. 3. Day 1 in the Wasteland. The Moss Cabin Hideout is suspected of hostility and may have the intent to guide public opinion, kidnap, spy, and provoke trouble. Further observation is needed. In front of this memo, there were already 2 completed records. 1. Day 1 in the Wasteland, ambushed while evacuating from the Wudong building. Although I managed to leave smoothly through negotiation, I was forced to hand over some materials. The target was extremely calm, cautious, decisive, with aggressive yet not blindly confident eyes. Like me, this person is extremely dangerous. If unnecessary, I cannot create enmity. If there is an opportunity, I must strike to kill. Suspected to have a woman or child as a companion. 2. Day 1 in the Wasteland confirmed the cigar hideout as a high-ranking player controlling tobacco resources. After finishing the hideout memo and checking the chat channel for any useful information, he closed it. Under the guidance of the Moss Cabin Hideout, many people indeed him, asking if he was the one selling cigarettes. But how could he possibly reply? Just like sending chat messages doesn't cost anything. Taking out all the materials from the completed trades in Taotao Cave, he opened the hideout facility management log and began to construct the hideout facility. Security, dilapidated door, construction materials, 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws, 2 hinges construction requirement. Hideout construction time. 10 minutes. Do you meet the construction conditions? Start construction? Yes. With Yu Yuan confirming the choice, the wood, screwdriver, screws, and hinges from the pile of materials disappeared, and the hideout door was once again enveloped in a green light screen, the space becoming distorted, time seeming to accelerate countless times. 10 minutes later, when the light screen disappeared, Chapter 13 Resource Management Log of the Hideout. Level 1 Security, dilapidated door, function, security level 1 evaluation. Finally, there's a decent door, but are you sure you don't need to add a lock? Yu Yuan. Is that it? Opening the virtual screen to check the so-called security level, I noticed that there are many data indicators in the hideout information, and security level is just one of them. Others include defense level, comfort level, energy level, sanitation level, etc. The security level is composed of multiple aspects, but mainly influenced by the functionality of the hideout's infrastructure, such as security, walls, ventilation, and water collector. To build kitchen facilities, one must complete level 1 ventilation and level 1 water collector, and the security level must reach level 5 to unlock it. Because a level 1 kitchen is essentially just a fire pit, posing risks of fire and carbon monoxide poisoning, ventilation and water collectors are just what is needed to prevent such dangers. Moreover, the maximum security level is as high as level 60. And looking at the current level 1 security level, it's no different from having none. In fact, it is true that a door without even a lock cannot be considered secure. Fortunately, if the hideout door is upgraded to level 2, the security level can reach level 3. However, the materials required to upgrade to level 2 simple anti-theft door are a 1 anti-theft door lock, 10 steel, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun. The difficulty has increased significantly. These items are indeed being sold at Taotao Cave, but the prices are all exorbitant, and no amount of supplies can withstand such consumption. Since I have already tried the trading method at Taotao Cave, Yu Yuan decided to search for materials himself first. Subsequently, Yu Yuan completed the construction of level 1 rest area bedroll and level 1 bathroom washing area. The bedroll has a comfort level of 1, restoring an additional 5 stamina per hour and a 5 recovery speed for physical functions. Indeed, looks like a bedroll, just a yoga mat spread on the ground. However, after trying it, Yu Yuan found that lying on the yoga mat slightly alleviated muscle soreness, and even the bruises left from previous battles felt a tingling sensation. This is an effect he could not feel lying on a mattress. Resting on the bedroll is definitely his optimal choice. The level 1 bathroom washing area is even more rudimentary. The materials for constructing the washing area are floor drain, PVC pipes, and cement. Therefore, after construction, it is just a square meter of cement floor with a slight depression in the center where the floor drain is located. In one corner of the washing area is that red bucket acquired from trading, which made Yu Yuan's eyes twitch. This is purely a washing area. There isn't even a faucet. To wash up, one has to fetch water themselves. Fortunately, it provided a drain, so it wouldn't flood the hideout while washing up. However, using the toilet is out of the question for now. He can only solve that outside for the time being. The bathroom level must be improved as soon as possible. Yu Yuan silently decided. After all, the drain is where he will be living for a long time, and he doesn't want to set traps everywhere. However, the level 1 bathroom washing area has quite good functional effects. Sanitation level 1, comfort level 1, reduces the probability of getting sick by 10, reduces the probability of wound infection by 5, and reduces the risk of mental breakdown by 5. This may be a buff for maintaining hygiene. Keeping the body clean indeed has a certain effect on mental stability. As the security, rest area, bathroom all reach level 1. Ventilation, water collector, lighting were also unlocked in succession. Level 1 single pipe ventilation requires PVC pipes, sealant, and a vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan. Level 1 water collector faucet requires stainless steel pipes, a faucet, and pipe sealing tape. Compared to the first 2 facility projects, Level 1 lighting is much more straightforward, which made Yu Yuan smile. Level 1 candle lighting requires 1 candle. Coincidentally, Yu Yuan currently has a windproof candle. He directly chose to construct Level 1 candle lighting. This time, it only took 5 seconds to complete the construction, and it displayed the facility's functional information. Comfort Level 1, candle consumption speed -40, illumination range 20, brightness 10. As for the construction of ventilation and water collector, he would have to wait until the materials were collected. However, completing the construction of 4 facilities on the first day in the Wasteland made Yu Yuan very satisfied. He checked the time, which was already 1:30 a.m. The acid rain started at 11:50 p.m. and would last for half an hour, and now the rain had long stopped. He originally planned to gather some materials at night, but when Yu Yuan reached the exit of the air raid shelter and the sewer ladder, his brow furrowed slightly. He smelled a faint scent of rust and rotten eggs. The smell was faint but unmistakable. This is the smell caused by the acid rain. The rotten egg smell might be generated when the acid rain evaporates, while the rust smell is produced when the acid rain corrodes metal. Clearly, although the acid rain has stopped and the rainfall was not heavy, its impact on the city has not ceased and continues. It's impossible to go out tonight. Going out now, especially when emerging from the sewer, risks being contaminated by stagnant water. If he gets injured from corrosion, then it would be a loss. He can only wait until tomorrow to see the situation. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly tomorrow. Returning to the hideout, he consumed 10 survival points at Taodao Cave to purchase 1 liter of lake water. After a simple wash, he prepared to rest. He specifically checked the dilapidated newsstand, and there were no new newspapers, obviously not yet time for a refresh. As for the fate cards, Yu Yuan planned to draw them after waking up tomorrow. After all, if the fate cards have a time limit like the kill card, then the hours he rests would be wasted. Yu Yuan placed noisy items like cans behind the security door. If anyone tries to enter the hideout, it will make a sound. Lying on the yoga mat of the bedroll, with his handgun loaded resting on his chest and the dogleg knife within reach, he extinguished the candle and looked into the dark void. The first day in the Wasteland passed like this, with experiences so rich that it was astonishing. He already had a rough direction for the exploration plan for tomorrow. However, the specifics would have to wait for tomorrow's newspaper to be confirmed. What hotel is that rune card from Biaoge? And whose wallet is that? Why is there a condom? A flurry of chaotic questions flashed through his mind, and after a day of running around, Yu Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Yu Yuan's hideout resource management log date. Day 2 in the Wasteland location. East City District 13, Green Forest City food. 8 cans of beef, 12 packs of instant noodles. 5 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 34 pieces of chocolate, 33 packs of Camel cigarettes, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, 1 Snickers bar. Supplies, 3 condoms, 9 long nails, 1 mattress. Weapons, 1 dog leg knife, 1 tactical axe, 1 alloy folding crossbow, including 10 bolts, 1 Colt and 1911, and 1 handgun, including 6. 45 ACP FMJ bullets, tools, 1 multifunctional pliers, 1 adjustable wrench containers, 1 backpack, 1 canvas crossbody bag, damaged. 1 wallet. Chapter 14. Map of the Eastern District of Green Forest City. No. You're looking for death. Yu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his pistol, and sat up, but all he could see was darkness. As he regained consciousness, Yu Yuan realized he had just been having a nightmare, where he saw a monkey lunging at him with a crossbow bolt stuck in its neck. He exhaled a long breath, feeling his emotions stabilize significantly. What is going on? Just yesterday morning, he was at home enjoying the air conditioning, drinking cola, and playing games. How did he end up in this wasteland world? Shaking his head to clear away the chaotic thoughts, he opened the virtual screen, and the time showed it was already 6:20 a.m. He had only rested for about 4 hours, but his physical condition had indeed recovered well. The muscle soreness had greatly diminished. Although there was still some lactic acid buildup, it would not affect his movements. He got up, lit a windproof candle to illuminate his hiding spot. With the candlelight, he lit a Marlboro cigarette, took 3 puffs, and held the last puff for 3 seconds before slowly exhaling. The nicotine rush made his scalp tingle, followed by an overwhelming sense of refreshment. The morning grogginess was completely dispelled, and with the cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, he looked towards the security door, noticing nothing unusual. But when he scanned over the corner's shabby newspaper rack, his eyes instantly lit up, and his heartbeat quickened as he hurried over in 3 steps. The newspaper had been updated, but that wasn't the reason Yu Yuan was anxious. He saw that in addition to the newspapers, there was actually something else on the rack. Picking it up for a closer look, he was overjoyed to find it was a map. The thrill surged in his heart. The map was definitely one of the items he needed the most right now, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was so gray that he could barely see any information. Just then, a message popped up on the virtual screen. Do you want to spend 200 survival points to purchase this informational item? Yu Yuan recalled that aside from the newspapers, which were provided for free, any other randomly refreshed supplies from the shabby newspaper rack needed to be purchased with survival points. He immediately chose to buy it. It was only then that he noticed his survival points. After deducting 200 points, he still had 230 points left. That didn't add up. He had only earned a total of 1,300 survival points yesterday, spent 1,000 on the Taotao Cave, consumed 10 points to buy lake water, and after subtracting the 200 points just spent, he should only have 90 points left. How could he have an extra 140 survival points? But he quickly figured out the reason. At 6 o'clock, he had received several system notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Your hideout survival assessment has earned you 140 survival points. Click for details. Hideout ranking bonus assessment concluded. Today's settlement totals 140 survival points. Keep up the good work. Yu Yuan clicked on the details and learned that every day the hideout would provide a base reward of 100 survival points, and additionally, for every level 1 facility built, 10 survival points would be added. Yu Yuan just happened to have 4 level 1 facilities, thus earning a total of 140 survival points as a reward. Raising his eyebrows, he smiled. This was quite good. At least there was a stable source of survival points. Though the amount wasn't large, it was indeed humane. The amount of survival points earned was directly linked to the strength of the hideout. At least it was fair. Looking at the map in his hand, all the information was now revealed. Map of the Eastern District of Green Forest City, quality. Rock description. It details the construction and street conditions of 15 blocks in the Eastern District of Green Forest City. This map was surveyed 5 years ago with an accuracy of 88. Holding the map, Yu Yuan had no complaints. A map from 5 years ago was sufficient. Even if there had been some changes in those 5 years, they would definitely be minor, and it would not affect the street layout or iconic buildings. He picked up the freshly updated newspaper and returned to the resting area. Under the light of the windproof candle, Yu Yuan flipped through the map. The Eastern District had 15 blocks. Yesterday, he had gone to the Wudong apartment in Block 13. Following the map, He quickly found Fiwood Avenue in Block 13 and soon located both the Wudong apartment and the dental clinic. With these two places as anchor points, he had a rough idea of the location of his hideout, which would undoubtedly make it much easier for him to go out and search for supplies. Carefully folding and storing the map, he looked at today's newspaper. Still only two locations had relatively clear writing. District News Section Quality, Rock Level Danger Level. Medium the Thug Prison, through an insider in Block 13, has learned that its base was destroyed by the Black Shield Police Station. In response to this provocation, they have decided to retaliate and let the Black Shield Police Station taste the power of the Thug Prison. According to our undercover reporter, the Thug Prison's raiding team plans to ambush the patrol team returning from the Black Shield Police Station at the Land Hotel at the intersection of Jingxianglan Avenue and Shuayan Street in Block 14. Tomorrow evening at 7:30 p.m. This operation is expected to include 5 homemade landmines, 20 Molotov cocktails, 20 grenades, 2 snipers, 2 machine gunners, 20 raiding team members, 5 suicide bombers from the Slaves Self-Detonation Squad, 2 Doomsday pickup trucks, and 1 scavenger vehicle. District Entertainment Section, Quality, Rock Level, Danger Level. Low due to last night's acid rain erosion, a screw from a fence at John Kazoo in Block 11 has corroded, allowing some animals that were occupied by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association to escape the zoo under the cover of darkness. Currently, a small number of animals have fled to Block 12, with 3 wolves and 2 hyenas hiding near the north side of Newsom Avenue. In the ecological area west of Hong'an Park, 8 Cree Mountain sheep are roaming, while 2 green anacondas have entered the Northern Forest Experience Pavilion, appearing very frightened and unlikely to leave in the short term. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association has already reported the situation and is organizing armed personnel for a search, but they seem to have gone in the wrong direction. Yu Yuan looked at the intelligence information on the newspaper, his lips pursed slightly. After last night's experience, he had already encountered what was labeled as a low level of danger, which was fraught with peril, and now there were landmines, Molotov cocktails, grenades, self-detonating squads, battle vehicles, and pickups, and it was still only rated as medium danger. That was indeed a bit ridiculous. He couldn't imagine what the scenes would be like for those labeled as high danger bombardments. However, his heart was beginning to stir. If he could pick up some junk on the edge of the battlefield, wouldn't that be? Various thoughts flashed through his mind as he unfolded the map again, searching for the location of the Land Hotel in Block 14. When he found the location of the Land Hotel, a gleam flashed in his eyes. On the map, Block 13 was situated between Block 12 and Block 14, with Block 12 to the north and Block 14 to the south. To reach the Land Hotel on Jingxianglan Avenue in Block 14, he only needed to head south along Fiwood Avenue, where the Wudong apartment was located, and then head east on Jingxianglan Avenue to reach the Land Hotel. Yu Yuan's gaze flickered with excitement as he felt a surge of eagerness. It seemed there was an opportunity. Chapter 15, Regional Isolation. Destiny Card Indulgence. Yu Yuan pondered for a while and put down the newspaper. The gang conflict between the factions was something he needed to consider. Everyone knew that fishing in troubled waters could yield cheap gains. As long as he succeeded, even if it was just to find a corpse, it would undoubtedly bring great rewards. Weapons, gear, ammunition, and supplies were all in urgent need for Yu Yuan. However, the risks were significant. The danger level was medium, which was an issue that could not be ignored. But Yu Yuan thought about the player invasions he might face once the novice protection period ended. This was definitely a rare opportunity to enhance his own strength. After all, he still had 2 days to prepare, which was enough. He opened a can of beef, and due to not heating it, a layer of light yellow beef fat had solidified on the surface. Yu Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing this, but he understood that in the Wasteland, fat and protein were extremely scarce nutrients. Enduring the greasiness, he took a piece of beef with the fat and slowly chewed it, using the warmth of his mouth to melt the fat, and the aroma began to spread in his mouth. Only then did Yu Yuan's brow slowly relax. While savoring the food, he opened a chat channel to see if anything had happened last night. The next moment, he paused slightly, showing a bit of astonishment before quickly regaining his composure. He took another piece of beef before continuing to browse. 2 pinned messages appeared in the chat channel. Elimination information. Windmill hideout. rank 9978, was eliminated by the gang faction, time 3:46. New players enter in 12 hours. Elimination information. Green Vine Hideout, rank 9983, was eliminated by Deer Hideout, rank 6743, time 4:28. New players enter in 12 hours. 2 people had died overnight, but the chat channel had long since grown accustomed to it, with even a few familiar faces from Deer Hideout inquiring if any high-value supplies have been scavenged. Deer Hideout, this is a poor guy, actually building his hideout on a mountaintop. I'm really impressed. I wasted so many survival points invading. What a huge loss. That was what was said, but no one believed his nonsense. No one delved deeper. Instead, more topics were focused on that gang faction. Hive Hideout. The recent gang faction has been really aggressive. This is the 3rd player they've taken down in half a month. What do they want? What do the gangs in your area say? Angry Whale Hideout. The day before yesterday, I saw 2 gang factions clash from a distance. Goodness. I was on a mountain a kilometer away and didn't dare to stick my head out. I was scared to death. Rockets. Babel Tower Hideout. Don't mention it. In my area, I wouldn't encounter a gang for 10 days to half a month. But now they pass by every few days, and I'm always on edge. Tower Hideout. Do you think something's going to happen? After all, our areas aren't connected. Why are the gangs all showing changes? Yu Yuan's gaze immediately turned to the last message, and a storm of thoughts surged in his heart. What does it mean by areas not being connected? His intuition told him that he needed to figure this out. However, he was currently in the novice period, unable to add friends or unlock private chat functions. He didn't care about saving survival points and began typing. Yu Yuan Hideout, Tower Hideout. What does it mean that areas are not connected? With fewer people chatting in the morning, his question quickly received a reply. Tower Hideout. Yu Yuan Hideout. ISNT, this the new big shot from yesterday. I'm offering 50 survival points. Tao Tao, cave search number 21563, which contains a comprehensive answer. Wow. When he entered Tao Tao Cave and searched, he found that there were quite a few answers to newbie questions available, all priced between 40 to 60 survival points. Not far off. It was clear that this had become a mature industry chain. He simply purchased the number 21563, only to find that it was just a note, which had probably changed hands several times. The writing already faded. After reading the information on it, Yu Yuan fell into thought. It turned out that although Wasteland players were in the same chat channel, they were isolated from each other and unable to interact. Each player's initial area could be viewed as their own independent world. These worlds had similar backgrounds but differed in various aspects, including world progress, civilization differences, and resource differences. It could be said that exploring one's own independent world was something every player had to do, and the future development of the world was closely related to the player's influence on the area. For instance, the legendary item, Civilization Fragment, could allow the player's world to merge with the fragment, unlocking rare evolution routes, but the specific rewards remained a mystery. To obtain a Civilization Fragment, there was only one way: to initiate player plundering wars, which meant invading other players' worlds. Only by achieving a sufficiently high evaluation score and obtaining war rewards could Civilization Fragments possibly appear, although the probability was extremely low. This was also the reason why high-ranking players liked to invade novice players. Player plundering wars were currently the only way to enter other players' areas. So that's how it is. Yu Yuan suddenly realized, and some of his previous guesses were validated. The urgency in his heart became more apparent. The threat posed by player invasions a month later was far more severe than he had imagined. Unknowingly finishing the can of beef and putting away the metal can, he opened the virtual light curtain. To quickly enhance his strength, he still hoped to rely on the blessings of fate. The last blessing of fate had given him a perfect start on his first day in the Wasteland. Now, it was time to obtain the second blessing of fate. As the fate card page appeared, the same line of text emerged as before. Proverb: all blessings of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. The text slowly faded, revealing the 3 options for this blessing of fate. Ancient milk barrel function. Put in animal milk after 3 hours. Can harvest 5 times the animal milk. Everlasting flashlight function. A long-lasting, never-extinguishing flashlight. Positioning watch function. Can locate one's position and guide to the hideout's location. Yu Yuan's gaze fixed directly on the positioning watch. The other two options were also quite good, but they were a bit impractical for him. He still had food, and although the everlasting flashlight was also tempting, his current lighting was sufficient, especially since he had a hand-crank lantern. Continuing to upgrade, lighting would unlock electric lights. Only the positioning watch seemed somewhat interesting. After confirming his choice, a matte black watch appeared in his hand. The fate card box also began to shake, and 3 seconds later, a beige card was drawn. This time, the fate card indulgence, rock level indulgence card, quality rock level. The player must indulge in primitive desires within 2 days. Otherwise, the player dies. Reminder, the object of indulgence should not be limited by gender and species. Open the deepest shackles of your desires. Anything is possible, but it must be a living being alone. What the hell? Upon seeing the information on the fate card, Yu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looking again to see that the information remained unchanged. A mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. What a sin. In this wasteland world, where the hell am I supposed to find someone to indulge my desires? Chapter 16. Bronze quality blueprint in the sewer passage. A figure moved quickly. The beam of the flashlight pierced through the darkness, occasionally revealing a few wet, furry rats scurrying back and forth, pausing to stand on their hind legs, rubbing their front paws to scrutinize this unexpected guest. Yu Yuan's movements gradually slowed, and he raised his left wrist. A virtual map, visible only to him, was projected from his watch into the air. A green dot on the map kept flashing, and after careful comparison, Yu Yuan nodded slightly. This should be the place. Looking at the positioning watch on his wrist, he couldn't suppress a smile. He hadn't expected this positioning watch to actually have map scanning and virtual projection functions. It was a delightful surprise. He immediately scanned the Green Forest City East District map into the watch and obtained the real-time positioning effect he had just experienced. However, the accuracy of the positioning still needed verification, and his current goal was to validate the accuracy of the positioning watch and the virtual map. This was crucial for his subsequent actions. Climbing up the sewer ladder, when he saw a piece of iron wire hanging down from the manhole cover above, the smile on his face could no longer be contained. The iron wire was already rusted, with a stone wrapped around its lower end. This was placed by him last night on Feewood Avenue, intended to locate this manhole cover. His idea was simple, using this manhole cover and the dental clinic as anchor points to locate the corresponding sewers of other streets. As long as he could map out a detailed route, the neglected sewer network of this city would become the most convenient and quickest passage to other districts, posing no danger at all. Originally, this was a long-term task, but due to the positioning watch and the district map, everything was expedited. New ideas began to form in Yu Yuan's mind. Since he confirmed that the map positioning was accurate, his next destination was set at the East City Water Center. The East City Water Center was located on Soren Avenue in District 7, not far from District 13, even running at full speed through the sewer. It took Yu Yuan nearly an hour to reach Soren Avenue. After much effort, he finally found a manhole cover leading to the surface on the street behind the East City Water Center. Lying at the manhole opening, he listened for a moment to the sounds outside, then carefully secured the internal rotating bolts of the manhole cover and began to twist with all his strength. As the locks retracted, he slowly pushed the cover open a crack. It was just after 9 a.m., and sunlight streamed through the gap onto Yu Yuan's face as he cautiously observed the situation outside. The street was in disarray, littered with garbage, overturned cars, collapsed telephone poles, and bicycles corroded by acid rain, looking extremely desolate. Confirming it was safe, Yu Yuan quickly pushed the manhole cover aside and climbed out of the sewer, leaving the cover slightly ajar, with a wire jammed in the gap. In just a few quick steps, he arrived at the back door of the water center. The main door was half open, and peering inside, he saw that it had already been ransacked. There were signs of vandalism everywhere, glass shattered, and Yu Yuan slipped inside. With a dogleg knife in hand and an M1911A1 pistol tucked at his waist, he was ready to fight at a moment's notice if needed. He quickly swept past the unimportant areas of the first-floor lobby and headed directly to the second floor, aiming for the archives or the office of the Water Bureau chief. Only these two places were likely to have the city's sewer system maps. The archives were not difficult to find, and no one seemed interested in them. So when he pushed open the door to the archives, although there were many scattered file bags at the entrance, the interior had not been heavily damaged. Although the file racks had collapsed on the floor, the documents were intact. Yu Yuan easily found what he needed, even more than one comprehensive sewer diagram. New blueprints were updated roughly every 5 years, and Yu Yuan scanned all these diagrams in his watch. It wasn't until he spotted a somewhat faded blueprint in a file box in the far corner of the archives that his eyes lit up. Green Forest City Air Defense and Shelter Sewer System Completion General Map. East City Edition Quality, Bronze. Description: this is a strategic underground building plan built 89 years ago by Green Forest City to cope with the potential threat of nuclear war, integrating air defense, shelter, and sewage diversion. However, over time, its existence had long been forgotten, and no one remembered it until the Wasteland arrived. Yu Yuan could hear the sound of his heart racing. He actually found a bronze quality blueprint. This was the first time he had obtained a bronze quality item. As he unfolded the blueprint and looked at the incredibly precise and detailed lines on it, he knew he had struck gold. Compared to the previous sewer diagrams, this one was a complete version. Laying the blueprint out, the sunlight from the window fell perfectly on the ground, and the positioning watch projected a red line that began scanning from right to left. This time, the scanning felt exceptionally long, with a slow and meticulous pace. Finally, when Yu Yuan's arm started to ache, the scan was complete, and he stuffed all the blueprints in his backpack. Eagerly, he opened the virtual map on his watch. A perfect map combining the East City District map, several updated sewer maps, and a bronze quality general map appeared before Yu Yuan. The title of the map was now East City District Sewer Shelter System General Map. Yu Yuan was captivated, continuously zooming in and out of the virtual map to examine the details. He discovered that, thanks to the more than a dozen updated sewer maps, the current sewer system structure on this map was clearer than ever before. He could see exactly how many sewer manholes each district had, which manhole connected to which underground parking lot, and all of this was crystal clear. It also included information on which city river and park had rainwater discharge outlets, and their respective locations. It detailed which sewer had a steeper slope and which had a larger curve, all clearly marked. The air defense and shelter layers were similarly detailed. What once seemed like a maze to Yu Yuan now felt like he had a transparency hack. With a quick scan, he could easily know which direction to go. Even in the total darkness of the sewer, as long as he followed the map's cursor, he wouldn't go wrong. Yu Yuan understood. From now on, the sewer would be his domain. As long as he entered the sewer, no one could find or catch him. Through the sewer, he could reach any location in East City. He could also accurately find the nearest sewer entrance when in danger, escaping peril. Once in the sewer, he was like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky. This was his territory. And just as he realized this, ding! A crisp, captivating, yet cold and clear mechanical prompt sounded in Yu Yuan's ear. Detected significant progress in the tidal path of Yu Yuan's hiding place. Player title District Rat has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 17 Achievement unlocked. The backside of the district, rare, detected significant progress in the tidal path for hiding place. Player title Block Mouse has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. The backside of the district, rare. Achievement points earned, 200 points. Current hiding place ranking is being evaluated. Development potential increased. Risk resistance coefficient increased. Regional influence increased. Achievement bonus increased. Current hiding place ranking updated. 9,499th, 360th. The mechanical prompt rang in his ears, and the originally ecstatic Yu Yuan calmed down instead, staring blankly at the ranking information displayed on the virtual screen. He exhaled deeply, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. It seems this step was the right one. What had once been a vague concept in his mind became clear after the recent realization and the system's confirmation. Yes, the urban area is a treasure trove, and everyone knows this, but why do players avoid it? The answer is simple: thugs. Various thug factions occupy the urban streets, making it a perilous place with risks at every turn. But everything has its pros and cons, and the city is no different. Just as everything has a shadow. What is the shadow of the city? It's not the subway tunnels, not the basements or parking lots. but the sewers that people tend to overlook and disdain. A city can do without subways, basements, or parking lots, but it absolutely cannot do without sewers. Everyone knows sewers are foul, dirty, and dark. But this is the backside of a city, an undeniable fact. Now, with the positioning watch and the overall map of the East City District's sewer refuge system, the situation has changed. If the city's surface is a world ruled by thugs, then the city's backside has now opened its permissions to Yu Yuan. His thinking is clearer than ever. What he needs to do next is to develop this virgin territory of the sewers. All the blueprints have been taken away, and there is no point in lingering in the archives any longer. However, the Water Services Center can still be explored. Leaving the archives, he passed by the Pipeline Maintenance Department, the Sewage Monitoring Room, and the Water Quality Testing Room, all of which were in disarray with garbage and dried bloodstains everywhere. He didn't mind and searched each room for valuable supplies. He dismantled 2 sets of anti-theft door locks for upgrading the security gate and stuffed them into his backpack. He took 10 energy-saving light bulbs and stocked them in his Tao cave. These would be useful for upgrading later. Notebooks, thermometers, water cups, tape measures, blankets. He took whatever he could find. These items, which had no value in the eyes of thugs, were treasures in Yu Yuan's eyes that could be sold. Without high-value materials, being a garbage collector is still not bad. Aren't those old players always nostalgic for urban supplies? Perfect, they have survival points, and Yu Yuan has supplies. It's a win-win. He also brought out a somewhat damaged fabric crossbody bag, but it only contained some miscellaneous items until he arrived at the director's office. Seeing the metal door, which was still locked, but covered in footprints and signs of a break-in, he was slightly surprised and then delighted. Taking out the lock-picking tool, within a few seconds, the metal door popped open automatically. Gripping his tactical knife tightly, he cautiously entered the room and carefully closed the door behind him. Looking around, the room still retained its appearance from before the Wasteland arrival. A thick layer of dust covered the desk, and unfinished work could still be seen, with documents seemingly awaiting approval. Yu Yuan speculated. Could it be that the previous day's work ended just before the Wasteland hit? However, he had no interest in uncovering the truth. He was only interested in supplies. As he passed by the storage locker in the break room, he was pleasantly surprised by what he found inside. Wow, it was filled with various coffee drinks and snacks. There were vacuum-packed coffee beans, canned instant coffee, black coffee powder, and all sorts of coffee accompaniments like sugar cubes, condensed milk, cocoa powder, and milk powder. Although the quantity of each type wasn't too much, and some had already passed their expiration dates, Yu Yuan didn't mind at all. Expired items would definitely be popular with other players. He immediately emptied his backpack and prioritized putting these drinks inside. Coffee holds a strategic position in the Wasteland similar to cigarettes. Not only does it provide ample calories, but the caffeine in coffee can also invigorate the spirit, dispel fatigue, and stabilize the mind. Bringing all of it back would definitely be worth it. The water heater and grinder were also hung in the Tao cave. Once he builds a generator, these items will be key to improving his quality of life. To put another way, dismantling these items would yield valuable materials as well. Yu Yuan rummaged through the room, constantly updating the supplies in his backpack and Tao cave, only putting the most valuable items into his backpack. Under the desk, he found 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes and several bottles of high-end liquor. After some thought, he put 3 packs of Marlboro cigarettes on the shelf, each priced at 1,000 survival points. This price wasn't inflated. It was a reasonable estimate based on trades from the previous night. He opened 1 pack for individual sales, listing 2 cigarettes at 100 survival points each. Sure enough, within a minute, all the cigarettes were sold out. He received 4,000 survival points and immediately spent 2,000 points to upgrade the Tao cave to level 2, increasing the number of items he could list from 15 to 25, putting all the large, hard-to-carry supplies on the shelf. He closed the virtual screen. In the end, only 1 safe remained unopened. The safe was embedded in the desk, and the complexity of the lock exceeded his lock-picking skills. After several minutes of trying, he still couldn't open it. Yu Yuan initially planned to list the safe in the Tao cave and unlock it slowly after returning. However, it couldn't be listed, so he had no choice but to give up. In the end, he forced himself to stay alert, ate some of the biscuits he had just found, and continued his lock-picking endeavor. Having learned from the experience with the iron cabinet in room 506 of the Wudong apartment, he was very attentive to these locked cabinets. He had a hunch that there might be good things inside. The higher the difficulty of the lock, the richer the rewards could be. He kept reinforcing this thought in his mind over and over again. 2 hours later, Yu Yuan's eyes drooped slightly, and he tilted his head, using the lock-picking tool to feel the strength of the safe's lock spring while carefully listening to the subtle differences in the sounds of the springs. Click! Yu Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, joy emerging from his depths. He had opened it. The safe door quickly popped open, revealing its contents. Ding! Successfully unlocked an excellent grade lock, gaining a large amount of proficiency in lock-picking skills. Skill level increased. Current skill level is excellent. Chapter 18. Regaining the blueprint. Under attack, looking at the open safe and hearing the system prompt in his ears, an extreme sense of exhilaration filled Yuan's mind. It turns out that locks also have a level classification. This means that a typical anti-theft door is of ordinary level, while this safe is of excellent level. There should even be rare levels and higher level locks in the future. It seems that the potential of the lock-picking skill is greater than I imagined. As thoughts flowed, his gaze turned to the safe. The first thing that caught his eye was the gold bars. The safe is divided into 2 layers. The lower layer contains 3 gold bars, 2 bundles of cash, a Glock 17 with holster, and a box of 20 rounds of 9mm FMJ ammunition. The upper layer holds 2 blueprints and a folder. Yuan eagerly picked up the Glock 17, unable to suppress his excitement. As a most classic model from Glock, he was naturally familiar with it. The magazine is the standard 17-round magazine, already fully loaded. The gun was in excellent condition, far from the severely worn M1911A1 in his hand. After chambering a round, he slipped it into the holster and secured it to his waist. His gaze turned to the blueprints and the folder, filled with anticipation. Sure enough, as soon as he touched the blueprints and the folder, the system prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding! High-value materials discovered. Found a new optimized path for the shelter facilities. Would you like to add this optimized path to the water collection device construction list? Ding! High-value materials discovered. Found a new optimized path for the shelter facilities. Would you like to add this optimized path to the bathroom, security, and wall construction lists? 2 rare blueprints and 4 optimization paths. Yuan's eyes widened as he quickly brought the blueprints closer to examine. Proposal for the transformation of the Water Management Center to prevent urban residential sewage infiltration. Quality, excellent description, can optimize the sewage treatment path of the shelter, adding waterproofing, anti-permeation, and sewage recycling paths for the bathroom, security, and walls. Function, the shelter has excellent level waterproofing and anti-permeation effects, reducing water consumption by 20. Proposal on the feasibility of seawater desalination for household water optimization. Quality, excellent description, can optimize the water collection device path of the shelter, adding a seawater desalination route. Function, the seawater desalination rate can reach 45 and obtain the special resource sea salt, pure sea salt. Though these are just 2 excellent level blueprints. Yuan was very satisfied with the optimization effects, especially with the second blueprint, which surprisingly offered the resource of sea salt through desalination. Although salt wasn't scarce for Yuan, many people in Taotao Cave were already selling various salt resources like well salt, lake salt, rock salt, etc. This was a new resource acquisition route, and no one would complain about having more. As the 2 blueprints disappeared, the optimization paths were successfully added. Yuan's gaze turned to the last document. When he read the text, his heart skipped a beat, and the joy that had just risen became slightly serious. Investigation report on abnormal creatures in the sewers. Quality, bronze in recent days. Maintenance workers in the sewers of Block 10 have repeatedly reported discovering abnormal giant creatures. After investigation and tracking, traces of large creature activity were indeed found. Based on the hair samples left at the scene, the creature is suspected to be a rodent, but no individual of this creature has been captured. Subsequently, our sewage testing personnel conducted tests on the sewage in the area of abnormal creature activity and found traces of hormonal catalyst agents, which are suspected to be related to the creature's abnormalities. After a joint investigation with the East City District Police Department, It was confirmed that the hormonal catalyst agent is an unknown compound that was dumped into the sewage pipes, causing mutations in the sewer rats. Capturing the giant rats is ongoing, and the East City District Police Department is also tracking the sewage dumping room based on sewage testing traces, planning to forcibly enter the room under the pretext of public safety. The room had long been abandoned, and traces of a certain religious ritual were found inside. The bathtub tested positive for high concentrations of hormonal catalyst agents, consistent with the components detected in the sewage, confirming that this room was the original source of the agent. Deputy Director Hogg of the police department stated that he would continue to supervise this case to ensure that incidents endangering public safety do not occur. Sewers, rats, mutations. These words combined give a strangely familiar feeling. Suddenly, Yuan slapped his forehead and grinned. No way, there aren't 4 turtles too, right? He quickly re-examined the investigation report and sighed in relief. But soon, his brow furrowed again. He didn't care about the others. The problem was whether that rat was caught later. Before the Wasteland descended, a rat that could be called giant would surely not be smaller than 1 meter, right? The thought of such a rat appearing in front of him was chilling, especially when imagining its long whiskers for yellowed incisors and the bare, long tail swaying back and forth. He immediately felt the hair on his body stand up, his scalp tingling, and he shivered involuntarily. He would rather face the refugees than this kind of extreme creature that was repulsive to both body and mind. At the bottom of the document were the locations of the sewer where the mutated rat was found and the room where the religious ritual was held. The positioning watch immediately scanned. On the virtual map, 5 red dots appeared. 1 red dot was in a residential building in Block 9, while the other 4 were all within the sewer range of Block 10. Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was heading towards Block 7, which was in the opposite direction of Block 10. Hopefully, he wouldn't encounter that thing. Checking the time, it was already close to 12:30 p.m. He had spent too much time unlocking the safe. Now he must return to the shelter as quickly as possible. He packed all the important materials into his backpack, stuffing the less important materials back into the safe, and locked it again. The metal door of the director's office was also locked once more, marking the end of Yuan's exploration of the water management center. He needed to return to the shelter quickly. The construction materials for the shelter were still lacking, and he needed to find more tonight, while his mind was still contemplating the next actions. He had already left the water management center and arrived near the sewer manhole cover, but his steps slightly paused. Then his body quickly dodged to the side. He noticed that the line he had previously placed in the gap of the manhole cover was gone. At the same time he dodged, an arrow whizzed past his head. Immediately after, 2 figures with makeshift hammers and spears leaped out from a nearby corner and charged at Yuan. Another arrow shot out, but Yuan had already ducked behind a trash can to avoid it, seeing that the 2 people behind him were less than 5 meters away. A fierce look flashed in Yuan's eyes. He drew the M1911A1 pistol and aimed it behind him. Whoa, a gun! The attackers' expressions changed to fear, but before they could speak, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 19, Black Shield Police Station, Enforcer bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by gunfire, blood splattered from the 2 men, and they fell heavily to the ground. Yu Yuan ignored them and quickly discarded his backpack, charging towards the archer like a cheetah. However, the archer had already turned to evade as the gunfire erupted. But to ambush Yu Yuan earlier, the archer had been lying directly in the bushes, hiding his figure. At this moment, there was no cover around, and the distance between the 2 was at most 10 meters. Bang! The last bullet from the M1911A1 missed but struck his leg. The archer immediately fell to the ground, looking at Yu Yuan, who was charging at him with a fierce expression, his face showing terror. No, I was wrong, but Yu Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak. The dagger was already swung out. The sound abruptly ceased. After a quick search, there was nothing of value. Only that recurve bow had some worth. And there were 3 arrows left in the quiver, all of which he took. After removing the finger guards worn by the archer, he returned to the trash can. One of the 2 men was down, while the other was crawling away, spitting blood and leaving a trail of it on the ground. Hearing the other's pleas for mercy, Yu Yuan's eyes twitched, and he raised the dagger high, swiftly cutting down at the neck, leaving the second person lifeless. Coming to the third person, Regardless of whether he was dead or alive, Yu Yuan still struck at the neck with one blow. There was no time to search the belongings of the three, as he had already heard the roar of a car engine quickly approaching. Unfortunately, not daring to linger, he threw the backpack along with the bow and arrows into the sewer, quickly cleaning up the scene before descending the ladder, locking the manhole cover, and running towards Block 13. Before long, two vehicles with a Wasteland style stopped in front of the East District Water Center Street. The vehicles still vaguely showed traces of police cars, but the patched-together metal armor, spikes, mounted machine guns, and various bullet holes and rust gave them a rugged and intimidating appearance. On the bodies of the vehicles, large characters were spray-painted in black, Black Shield Police Station. An enforcer in a uniform stepped out of the vehicle, threw the half-burned cigarette in his mouth onto the ground, and crushed it underfoot. TCH, he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. Go check it out. See what is going on? A disheveled thug wearing a bandolier and bulletproof vest jumped out of the car and ran into the street. He quickly returned to the vehicle. Boss, 3 vagrants are dead inside, all with gunshot wounds, and their necks were slashed. The strikes were decisive. The technique doesn't seem like that of vagrants. The enforcer raised an eyebrow at this, glancing sideways at the thug, and pulled out a cigarette to put in his mouth. What do you mean? Seeing this, the thug sheepishly pulled out a match to help light the cigarette. Vagrants are just a bunch of hyenas. They spare any resources. Even if they can't use them, they definitely leave them for others. But there were 2 weapons left on the scene, and the vagrants didn't take any supplies. Plus, the combat style was clean and decisive, with no hesitation. That's not typical of vagrants. Oh, could it be someone from the thug prison or another faction? The thug hesitated a bit, but shook his head slightly. I don't think so, but the wounds look a lot like those made by a cookery from the thug prison. Hearing this, the enforcer chuckled lightly, offering the half-smoked cigarette to the thug. In the thug's surprise gaze, he walked towards the street. The thug eagerly took a deep puff, grinning proudly in the envious looks of others. He then turned around to follow the enforcer, saying, "Boss, I'll lead the way." The enforcer merely glanced at the 3 corpses before ignoring them. Instead, after scanning the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the bushes where the archer had previously been lying. Crouching down, he carefully examined the traces left behind and finally looked towards the back door of the East City Water Center. Go call 2 more people. After 2 thugs arrived, the enforcer moved towards the water center. The 3 thugs immediately formed a triangular formation, protecting the enforcer in the middle, weapons loaded, assuming combat stances. Left turn. The thugs immediately turned left, and whenever the enforcer issued a command, they promptly executed it. Finally, the 4 stopped at the 2nd-floor archive room. The thugs remained vigilant, while the enforcer's gaze settled on a footprint on the ground, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Noticing the obvious signs of rummaging through the archive room, he showed a hint of surprise. Archive room? What could be worth searching for in the Water Center's archive room? Then, following the footprints on the ground, the enforcer retraced Yu Yuan's previous path. When he reached the tightly locked metal door of the Water Center Director's office, he finally showed a bit of interest. Open the door. Bang! The lock was shot to pieces. Entering the room and surveying the area, the enforcer's gaze locked onto the safe. Boss, this safe needs to be cut open to access it. Should we take it back? The thug asked eagerly. Of course we're taking it. Take this safe, along with any other supplies in the room. All of it. Haha, understood. Come help me quickly. Soon, the thugs carried the safe and left the water center, excitedly heading towards the vehicles. The enforcer followed closely behind, but when passing by the manhole cover, he paused slightly, crouching down to carefully examine the cover. Finally, when he spotted a faint, blood-stained fingerprint, a glint of interest flickered in his eyes. Heh, clever little mouse. When Yu Yuan returned to his hiding place, it had already been an hour. Guided by the virtual map, even with the burden of supplies, the return time was significantly shortened. He threw all the supplies down, quickly cleaning the blood and stains off himself. He took the director's chair from the water bureau out of the hidden spot, collapsing into it, drinking half a bottle of water in one go, and began to review today's actions. Exploring during the day was indeed too dangerous, with a high probability of being discovered. Moreover, those bold enough to drive around during the day were definitely thugs. no matter which faction it was. It was not something he could confront right now. Thankfully, he had escaped in time. However, recalling those three attackers, Yu Yuan furrowed his brow. Those three should meet the conditions for the indulgence card, right? But as soon as this thought emerged, he gently shook his head, dismissing it from his mind. That thought was too terrifying. He wasn't like Chuan, no. That thought shouldn't exist. I need to think of another way. There must be other options. Yu Yuan understood very well that the three had wounds that were already infected and festering, and they emitted a foul stench, possibly carrying various diseases. But that being said, to eliminate the indulgence card, there must be an indulgence target. In this wasteland world, where could he find a woman? He anxiously raked his hair. With less than 2 days left, if it really came to it, he might have to randomly grab a vagrant. Contracting a disease might not necessarily lead to death. But if he failed to complete the destiny card task, he would definitely die. At that moment, Yu Yuan deeply felt the malice and mockery of fate. On one side was the threat of death, and on the other was the insistence on his moral and psychological bottom line. Fate was waiting to see what choice Yu Yuan would make under the threat of death. Would he abandon his bottom line and completely integrate into the wasteland? Or would he hold firm to his bottom line and be obliterated? And this was the price that must be paid to obtain Destiny-S gifts. Chapter 20. Ways to eliminate the indulgence card. The threat of the indulgence card made Yu Yuan feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. But reason told him that waiting until nightfall to go out was the safest choice. He casually opened the chat channel to see if the bait he had cast earlier had drawn out any ill-intentioned players. To his surprise, the channel was buzzing with discussions about newcomers. It turned out that 12 hours had already passed, and 2 new players had entered the wasteland, with their hideouts already constructed. Players were discussing these 2 newcomers, frequently mentioning the name Fish Yuan Hideout. After all, it had only been a day since they entered the wasteland game, and their hideout ranking had jumped 501 places, a leap that left all players in awe. Naturally, the discussion was heated. Yu Yuan had anticipated this, quickly skimming through the content when suddenly his gaze turned cold, and a chilling smile crept onto his lips. The Moss Hut hideout was indeed drawing attention to itself again, and the timing was just after he had put the cigarettes on the market. Moss Hut hideout. Has anyone noticed that since yesterday, every time Fish Yuan hideout's ranking rises, cigarettes get listed? Is this a coincidence? Moss Hut hideout. Fish Yuan hideout. If you find any rare supplies, let us trade. Did you discover a supply warehouse? Otherwise, how could your ranking jump 501 places in just one day? What does this guy want? Yu Yuan had confirmed that the Moss Hut hideout definitely harbored malicious intent towards him, but he couldn't comprehend where this malice stemmed from. Did he want to plunder him after the newbie period? Then there was no need to guide others to focus their attention on him. Opening the hideout rankings, he saw that the Moss hideout was ranked 7733, which was merely average. Even if the opponent's hideout was slightly stronger than his, it was certainly not overwhelmingly so. So what did he want? Sending messages didn't cost anything. This puzzlement, combined with someone keeping an eye on him, felt like a parasite gnawing at his heart, making Yu Yuan feel very uneasy. After marking the Moss Hut as a hostile relationship in the hideout memo, he checked the other chat contents. Under the deliberate guidance of the Moss Hut, the frequency of mentions of Fish Yuan hideout in the chat channel was indeed very high. Checking the accounts that mentioned him the most, he found that their rankings were all below 7,000. What was more, whenever these few individuals mentioned Fish Yuan hideout, someone would inadvertently the cigar hideout. In an instant, Yu Yuan seemed to understand something. These guys were likely in cahoots with the Moss Hut, trying to create enemies for him. Although no one knew who was listing so many cigarettes, with the Moss Hut's guiding analysis and the atmosphere created by those few shills, it seemed they had already concluded that the one secretly selling cigarettes was Fish Yuan hideout. They were even competing with the cigar hideout for the tobacco business. They even brought in Water Army. Yu Yuan noted down the IDs of those hideouts one by one, then closed the chat channel. The Moss Hut hideout posed a significant problem, but during the newbie protection period, it couldn't affect Yu Yuan. As long as he wasn't influenced by their actions, the development of his hideout was the top priority. Currently, the most pressing issue was still the indulgence card. This matter was urgent. He casually picked up the book he had brought back from room 506 last night and flipped through it. However, Upon seeing a particular title, he suddenly froze and quickly found that page again. How medieval pirates solved their physical needs at sea. When medieval pirates sailed for long periods, their methods of addressing physical needs were limited by the conditions of maritime technology and reflected the social culture and environment of the time. The solutions to physical desires generally included 1. Same-sex relationships, which were tacitly accepted by some pirate groups. TCH. 2. Violent acts during raids. When pirates attacked merchant ships or coastal towns, it often involved plunder. But they would need to encounter women for that, or to find them in 2 days. 3. Temporary partners. When docking at ports, pirates would frequent brothels. Dude, this is the Wasteland. If it were a peaceful society, would you even need to say that? I know better than you. 4. Keeping animals. Sheep or goats could provide food, and at one point became substitutes, leading to the saying that sheep could enchant humans, which later contributed to the image of the devil as a black goat. Isn't this just like the third brother? No. Wait. When Yu Yuan saw the fourth solution, he paused slightly, lost in thought. The hope in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only struggle and choice. Memories flashed in his mind of the news he had seen in the morning paper. 8 Cree mountain sheep were roaming in the ecological area west of Hongan Park in Block 12. His mind resisted, but reason told Yu Yuan that this might be his last way to eliminate the indulgence card. He opened the fate card again, looking at the line of wisdom, and Yu Yuan made a decision in his heart. To survive. As long as he could survive. Wait, this woman. The feeling of desperation that had just ignited in Yu Yuan instantly crumbled. He picked up the pink wallet he had tossed aside with surprise, staring intently at the woman in the family photo, the tear mole at the corner of her eye. Memories flashed back to the conversation between the 3 men in front of the Wudong apartment last night. Monkey, that woman is too seductive. Especially the tear mole at the corner of her eye. Can't stop staring. A tear mole, which meant the woman they were talking about was indeed the one in the photo. Yu Yuan's eyes slowly widened. Isn't this the woman? As if remembering something, he immediately pulled out the water bill from the wallet, looking at the residential address written on it, and finally revealed a relieved smile. With the address, he should be able to find this woman's home. Only a day had passed, so she should still be alive. Although he wasn't too sure whether this woman had been captured at home by the 3 men, having hope was better than having none. He immediately opened the virtual map, following the address on the water bill to start searching. In just 2 minutes, Yu Yuan found the residential location on the map. 68 Canchino Street. This was located on the west side of Block 11, adjacent to Block 12. As Yu Yuan crawled out of the sewer and slipped behind a utility pole under the cover of night, it was already 9 p.m. After a brief rest in the afternoon, his energy had restored, and he had familiarized himself with the Glock 17 pistol, ensuring he could fire at the first sign of danger. His gear, including a dogleg knife, an alloy folding crossbow, a double-shoulder backpack, and a messenger bag, had become standard equipment. Canchino Street was a typical residential area, with independent houses lined on both sides of the street, each equipped with a separate lawn, garage, and basement. However, now the street was littered with collapsed public signs, broken trees, overturned trash cans, and plastic bags everywhere. The lawns had also entered a wild growth mode, with half-meter-high weeds that made Yu Yuan quite satisfied. Following the virtual map, he quickly found the location of 68 Canchino Street. Chapter 21. Born as a Human. Only seeking clarity of thought due to the power outage in the city, Canchino Street was shrouded in darkness, with no light to be found. Yu Yuan arrived at the door of residence number 68, the door tightly shut, and not a sound could be heard from inside. However, in the Wasteland world, a locked door itself posed a problem. After listening carefully and confirming that there was no sound from within, he took out his lock-picking tools. In just 3 seconds, the door, which was not particularly advanced, was easily opened. His excellent lock-picking skills were already beginning to show their effects. He carefully closed the door behind him, holding a dog-legged knife, and began to search the room for any potential remaining vagrants. With the title of Block Rat strengthened, his dim vision could now roughly make out the outlines of objects in complete darkness. Although it wasn't very clear, it was much better than before, which had been quite blurry. However, after searching the room, he found not a single remaining vagrant, nor that woman with the teardrop mole. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and that woman wasn't he captured here? Yu Yuan frowned. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. But looking at the scattered furniture and household items in the room, he instinctively felt that something was off. A faint sound reached his ears, causing his ears to twitch slightly. This sound was so subtle that he would not have heard it if not for his enhanced hearing. He followed the direction of the sound cautiously. The noise became clearer. When Yu Yuan opened another locked door, he found himself in a garage, and the sound was coming from a basement on the other side. Haha, they still haven't come back. They must have run into tough resistance. Now all the supplies are mine. Damn woman, I've been craving you for a long time. Now all these supplies belong to me alone. With a push, he opened the basement door. Light filtered through the gap, and Yu Yuan saw a man with his back to him, bare-chested, wielding a whip in a fit of desire. He and T made a mistake. They were indeed here. Yu Yuan's heart leapt with joy. He raised his folding crossbow and aimed at the man's back. The bolt struck the man's back and lodged itself halfway in. The man turned around in disbelief, only to be met with the cold glint of the dog-legged knife. Yu Yuan quickly checked all corners of the basement to confirm there were no other enemies. Just as he was about to look at the woman, his movements suddenly halted. Even though he had experienced the darkness and distortion of humanity in the Wasteland world, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He raised the dog-legged knife and struck down hard at the man again. The reason was simple. He saw the family portrait from the pink wallet, which showed a family of 3 in the basement. The only difference was that the handsome man, the head of the family, was hanging by a rope around his neck, already dead, his body marred with cuts and wounds, a sight too gruesome to behold. The child was stuffed into a paint bucket, submerged in paint, their body floating and already swollen. The woman with the teardrop mole was the only survivor of the family of 3. But at that moment, she too was hanging in the air, her hands bound by ropes, her body covered in scratches, bites, and bruises of all sizes, with not a single inch of skin intact, almost unrecognizable as human. If not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might think she had already been tortured to death. Even so, Yu Yuan suspected that she was probably on the brink of death. He cut the ropes, binding the woman, and laid her on the ground. She was already unconscious. Looking at the wounds on her body, some of which were already festering, he then lowered the man down. That was all he could do. A man's wallet fell to the ground, containing his identification. Yu Yuan glanced at it. His name was Fedmon. He also found the woman's identification on the ground. Her name was Mona. The good news was that he had found the woman. The bad news was that Yu Yuan had no desire to complete the indulgence card task. If he had to choose, he would rather go catch a sheep. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan began to move around the room. With the threat eliminated, this residence was temporarily safe for him. He noticed many urgently needed supplies and had to collect them quickly. First, there was a complete toolbox on a shelf in the basement, which included screwdrivers of this model, wrenches, hex keys, needle nose pliers, slip joint pliers, pipe wrenches, and even a set of electric drill equipment. He packed everything up. Next, he found the stainless steel pipes and faucets needed for building a rainwater collector, as well as 2 PVC pipes, enough to construct a level 1 ventilation system. He then searched for electrical wires, copper wires, butane gas canisters, portable stoves, metal polishers, cleaning agents, electrician-esque pliers, pipe sealing tape, and sealants, common household items that were hard to find outside. Yu Yuan cherished these items like treasures. Small or lighter ones went into his backpack, while larger, heavier, and harder to carry items were all packed onto the shelf. Soon, the 25-item limit for the Tao Tao Cave was reached, and his backpack was filled with various tools and parts. He prepared to make another trip. For now, he had only taken the urgently needed supplies from the basement, and he still needed to collect items from the garage and the rest of the residence. By the time Yu Yuan returned, an hour had passed. The garage was sealed with a rolling shutter door, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered by light. He only needed to use a few towels to block the gap between the rolling shutter and the ground to safely turn on his flashlight and search. The cars in the garage had already been dismantled into parts, and various tools were scattered all over the place. He successfully obtained the vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan needed to build ventilation. The remaining items, including the vehicle battery, speakers, air conditioning compressor, spark plugs, vehicle computer, engine, turbocharger, and other supplies that might be useful were all packed onto the shelf. It was fine if there wasn't enough space in his hideout. There were plenty of places in the air defense passage. What pleased Yu Yuan the most was finding 2 tarpaulins for trucks in the garage. These tarpaulins were quite sturdy and had waterproof capabilities. Although Yu Yuan as hideout couldn't use them for now, selling them to players surviving in the wilderness would definitely be popular. All were packed onto the shelf. There was no way to take all the supplies from this residence. Even if he made a few more trips, he wouldn't be able to take all the construction materials and tools. Especially since it seemed the owner had been preparing to build something. There were several bags of quick-drying cement and similar materials piled up in the basement. Yu Yuan could only take the important and urgently needed supplies, leaving the rest to come back for later when needed. When he returned to the basement, he noticed that the woman with the teardrop mole had woken up at some point. She was awake, but it was a little different from being dead. Her gaze was blank, devoid of soul or thought, just staring vacantly at the male corpse not far away. She was nothing but a shell. Yu Yuan sighed deeply. He stepped forward and placed the pink wallet in front of her eyes. The smiles of the family of 3 in the family portrait were painfully glaring. At that moment, the woman's eyes moved. Her gaze, slightly dazed, fell upon the photo, staring blankly as a stream of blood tears flowed down her cheeks. Then she looked at Yu Yuan, her lips moving slightly. Kill me." Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Yu Yuan looked into her eyes and exhaled heavily. He placed the dagger and 2 packets of food he had taken from the vagrants in front of the woman. "I've killed the vagrants for you, including those 3 who went out. That is all I can do. I've taken some of your supplies. Consider it a reward for killing them. I don't advise you to die. Only by living can you send those you think should be killed to hell." Without waiting for the woman to reply, Yu Yuan turned and left. Although he told the woman with the teardrop mole to live on, it was easier said than done. Without antibiotics and medical assistance, given her injuries, she probably wouldn't survive the night. She was dying. Yu Yuan did not know that as he turned to leave, the woman with the tear mole deeply etched his figure into her memory. Leaving the residential area and returning to his hiding place, it was already 2 a.m. After 5 hours of back and forth, Yu Yuan felt somewhat exhausted, but the things he needed to do tonight were not yet finished. He followed his inner thoughts, but also pushed himself into a dead end. He did not regret his choice, because as a human being, he only sought clarity of thought. However, the indulgence card still needed to be eliminated. He did not want to die in such an unclear manner. Therefore, he had to do something. Chapter 22 Emergency Typhoon Warning. High Danger Level East City, Block 12, West Side Ecological Area of Hong'an Park. Yu Yuan looked at the flock of sheep nearby, curled up in a circle and resting, not daring to make a sound. In fact, the sheep were not hard to find. He had heard their bleating as soon as he arrived at the ecological area. However, this place was exceptionally remote, and since the park lacked living supplies, few people came here. As a result, the flock could stay here for a day without anyone noticing. The real headache for Yu Yuan was how to catch the sheep. The ecological area had long been abandoned due to lack of management, and all the plants had withered. Even so, the sheep still considered them a delicacy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed here. At least the plants in the ecological area, due to the glass roof, although yellowed, had not been eroded by acid rain. Looking at these yellowed plants, Yu Yuan quickly had an idea. Several new trading requests soon appeared in the Tao hole. 1 cigarette for 10 orders of 3 kilograms of fresh grass. Those players who were still up searching for supplies or had just woken up to go to the bathroom all received notifications from Tao hole about the items being listed. Were they listing firearms, cigarettes, or tools? Who is still listing items at this hour? Or is it the supplies I specifically set reminders for? Who is grinding away? Did they find liver protection pills? But when players saw the trading information, some immediately woke up. 3 kilograms of grass. Grass? A player in the grassland rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he joyfully grabbed his sickle and ran outside, afraid of being slow. The grassland may lack other things, but it is plenty of grass. 1 cigarette for 3 kilograms of grass. What's the difference from getting it for free? In just a minute, someone completed the trade. Holding the cigarettes they received, they all showed delighted expressions. Some couldn't wait to light the cigarettes, revealing a look of comfort. Others carefully smelled the tobacco aroma wafting from the cigarettes, savoring it. Of course, There were also those who didn't like smoking and directly listed the cigarette for 80 survival points. As soon as they listed it, it was gone in seconds, making them regret it immensely. Damn, I should have priced it higher. Yu Yuan, however, paid no attention to that, having harvested a total of 30 kilograms of grass. He threw 6 or 7 kilograms in the direction of a sheep. The flock was startled awake and was about to flee, but then caught a whiff of the grass aroma in the air and couldn't help but stop. The morning grass was still covered in dew, fragrant and sweet. For the flock, which had almost forgotten the taste of grass, it was an irresistible temptation. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, under Yu Yuan's watch. 8 Keshin sheep couldn't resist the temptation and approached the grass, eagerly chewing it. The more they ate, the more delicious it became, and the faster they ate. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chewing was so clear in the quiet Hong'an Park. 6 or 7 kilograms of grass couldn't withstand the feeding of 8 sheep, and soon it was all gone. But the aroma of grass in the air was still strong, and following the scent, the sheep looked toward Yu Yuan and the grass at his feet. One by one, they approached and continued to eat voraciously, showing no fear towards Yu Yuan, rather becoming accustomed to his presence. Yu Yuan was dumbfounded. He had forgotten. This flock of sheep originally escaped from a zoo, so how could they fear humans? Taking this opportunity, he quickly opened his flashlight and began selecting a target. Without giving the sheep any chance to react, he took out a rope, knocked down the chosen Keshin sheep, and tied its hooves. He slung it over his shoulder and ran towards the sewer. Little guys, wait for me to make a refrigerator, and then I'll come back for you. Don't wander too far. Ba ba. Yu Yuan had been staring into the eyes of the Keshin sheep for 10 minutes. Looking at this Keshin sheep, which resembled a giant panda, he ultimately backed down. Resigned, he tossed the freshly traded grass at the sheep's feet, slumped heavily into the office chair, and murmured in resignation, I can't do it. I really can't. My mind is filled with lamb skewers, grilled lamb chops, and lamb noodle soup. I want to eat them so badly. Desire, desire, damn it. Why can't desire be for food? Why does it have to be for lust? The time was approaching 6 in the morning. Although he was extremely tired, the threat of the indulgence card left him with no desire to sleep. Lighting a cigarette to relieve his fatigue, his restless thoughts gradually calmed down. There was still a day left, still a chance. If he worked hard today, perhaps he could find another woman? That's right. He remembered that the monkey had mentioned a woman. Should he go look for her? As time gradually approached 6 o'clock, he received another 140 survival points as a reward. And the old newsstand refreshed with today's newspaper, but unfortunately, no additional informational items were refreshed. He extinguished the cigarette and temporarily cleared his chaotic thoughts. First, let's take a look at today's news. Opening the newspaper, he immediately saw the bronze-colored news located in the center of the page. And Yu Yuan's somewhat dazed mind instantly became alert. It was actually a bronze-quality news report. However, when he saw the headline, the joy and excitement in his heart immediately turned into daze. The curve of his mouth had not yet reached his eyes when a chill crept up his spine. Emergency typhoon warning, bold and enlarged font quality, bronze danger level. High the meteorological department issued an orange warning. Typhoon Buqiuxing is approaching, and Green Forest City has activated its meteorological alert. Latest update. According to the Green Forest City Fate Meteorological Station, this year's No. 1. Typhoon Buqiuxing formed at 4:18 today in the Shattered Waves Sea with a maximum wind force of level 11, 28, 5 to 32, 6 meters second. Typhoon scale, small, diameter 300 kilometers, movement speed. Fast expected to make landfall in Green Forest City at 3:48 tomorrow morning, with an expected duration of 23 days. The maximum wind force is expected to reach level 13, with heavy rain expected in Green Forest City around midnight, possibly accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds. Residents living in low-lying areas should be cautious of storm surges and seawater backflow and may need to move to higher floors. Please reduce outdoor work. Regional living news, quality, rock danger level. Medium craftsman Mazir, residing at 7 Canchino Street, Block 11, East City, has recently been troubled. Her research has reached a critical stage, but the survival resources can only last less than a week. She urgently needs a batch of resources to sustain her research and survival. She is currently in a fully enclosed laboratory, busy with the final stages of her research. She won't leave the laboratory for 2 days to search for supplies. Please do not trespass. It is filled with traps and is highly dangerous. Oh my God. If a kind-hearted person could support my research, that would be perfect. Unfortunately, this world has turned into a wasteland. Why hasn't Fedmon brought me supplies yet? Mazir, high danger level. Yu Yuan swallowed hard, unable to calm down. An orange typhoon warning, tomorrow at 3:48, with the highest wind force of level 13. Yu Yuan had experienced a typhoon before when he went to his grandmother's house as a child. That was also when he first witnessed the terror of a typhoon. Can you imagine what it's like when, after a typhoon, an entire house is swept away by the wind, leaving only the foundation and some broken walls? Yu Yuan had seen it. That typhoon left a profound impact on him. And now this level of typhoon was just countdown, 21 hours, 44 minutes, 35 seconds, chapter 23. Yu Yuan. A man with exceptional execution power. Yu Yuan dropped the newspaper and rubbed his slightly numb cheeks hard. Calm down. The threat posed by the orange typhoon was definitely not to be taken lightly. The accompanying heavy rainfall was a disaster for Yu Yuan, who was hiding in the sewer. This was also a key issue he had considered when choosing a hide in the sewer. Although the unexpected discovery of a decades-old air raid shelter had temporarily resolved this issue, he did not have to worry about the safety of his hiding place before the rainwater filled the city's sewer system. But what if it did fill up? He had to consider waterproofing after the sewer was full. As for the suggestion in the warning to seek refuge in high-rise buildings, Yu Yuan thought about it, but quickly dismissed it. His hiding place was his lifeline, and he was unsure if abandoning it for a high-rise might have adverse consequences. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, he could not take that risk. If something went wrong with his hiding place, he would be unable to move an inch in this wasteland world. Opening the virtual map, Yu Yuan checked the structure of the air raid shelter. In the area he was in, there were 2 exits connected to the sewer. One was the ladder exit he often used, while the other was not far from his hiding place, about 70 to 80 meters away, to block the rainwater from entering the air raid shelter through the sewer. These 2 entrances had to be sealed. Other air raid shelters were not connected to this one, so he did not need to consider them for now. To be safe, Yu Yuan picked up a flashlight and left his hiding place to conduct a thorough inspection of the air raid shelter. He had to admit that although the air raid shelter from decades ago was old-fashioned and built with brick, its quality was unquestionable. Aside from the 2 exits, all the walls were intact. As long as he sealed those 2 exits, he could prevent rainwater from the sewer from entering the air raid shelter. The 2 exits had a diameter of about 1.2 meters. To completely seal them, he would need a sufficiently large cover to block the exits, and then waterproof materials for sealing. Additionally, there needed to be weight placed on top of the cover to resist the buoyant impact of the rainwater from the sewer. Yu Yuan quickly noted this down in his memo in the hiding place. He then returned to check the supplies he had. 2 truck tarps could be useful, as they were waterproof. As for the cover for sealing the exits, the bedboard should work, and for the weight. Yu Yuan suddenly thought of the sandbag walls in the Wudong apartment that were used as defensive structures, and there were quite a few of them. Plus, there was no shortage of bedboards there. With all these ideas connected, Yu Yuan could no longer sit still. He immediately showed exceptional execution power. After quickly supplementing his food and drink, he cleared all the items from the Tao Tao cave and then stocked it with 25 packs of cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. Armed with weapons, he ran towards the Wudong apartment, racing against time. By the time he arrived at the Wudong apartment, it was already close to 7:30 a.m. All 25 packs of cigarettes were sold out, bringing in 25,000 survival points. He directly upgraded the Tao Tao cave's permission level from level 2 to level 4, advancing 2 levels at once. He could now stock 50 items at a time. He opened the sewer manhole cover, confirmed it was safe, quickly climbed out, set up a warning trap, and then swiftly entered the Wudong apartment. As soon as he walked into the apartment, he noticed 2 additional corpses in the first-floor lobby, accompanied by an extremely strong foul smell. Holding back his nausea, he quickly went to the 4th floor. As expected, he saw 2 rows of sandbag walls acting as defensive structures. He didn't move them directly, but checked each room on the 4th floor to confirm there were no hidden enemies before coming to the sandbag walls and stocking them all. Each time he stocked 50 sandbags, it took 25 minutes for a round trip. Yu Yuan spent 2 hours clearing all the sandbags from the 4th and 5th floors, and unexpectedly found a set of outdoor gear on the balcony of a room on the 6th floor, which included a tent, thermal blanket, and a large rain tarp, making him extremely happy. By 10:30 a.m., the passage of the air raid shelter, which was not originally narrow, was already piled with many items, especially at the 2 exit locations, which were filled with explosive sandbags, as well as bedboards and truck tarps. In the passage outside the security door of the hiding place, there were also dozens of sandbags, forming the final line of defense for the hiding place. Yu Yuan tossed the cigarette, but he had in his hand to the ground, finally feeling a bit more energized. He remembered that there seemed to be a lot of quick-drying cement in the basement of the Tier Mole Woman's house. And if he was going to seal the air raid shelter, he would also need to build ventilation in the hiding place immediately. Right? Didn't the security optimize the waterproofing and anti-infiltration pathways? Yu Yuan immediately opened the management panel of the hiding place to check. Sure enough, in the Level 2 upgrade interface of security, an optimized pathway, waterproof door, appeared. This was unlocked after he obtained the optimization blueprint from the East City Waterworks Center. He only needed to build a Level 2 simple security door and gather materials like silicone waterproof strips, automatic water blocking strips, and waterproof glue to optimize the Level 2 simple security door into a Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door. And all these items could be found in the Tier Mole Woman's house, as her door had these things on it. He could just take them apart. However, before setting off, Yu Yuan needed to upgrade ventilation, water collector, and security. He had already gathered the construction materials at the Tier Mole Woman's house, but had been delayed until now due to the sheep capture and typhoon. Level 1 single pipe ventilation requires 2 PVC pipes, 1 sealing glue, and 1 vehicle air conditioning exhaust fan. Level 1 water collector faucet requires 3 stainless steel water pipes, 1 faucet, and 1 pipe sealing glue. Level 2 simple security door requires 1 security door lock, 10 steel pieces, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun. As the construction materials disappeared, a green light curtain once again enveloped the hiding place. 1 minute later, ventilation and water collector were completed. A ventilation hole had already appeared in the ceiling of the hiding place, and the vehicle exhaust fan was embedded in the wall, slowly rotating without wind. On the right-hand wall, there was also a new faucet that looked no different from a regular household washing machine water inlet faucet. The facility effects were also very straightforward. Level 1 single pipe ventilation, security level 1, indoor and outdoor air circulation speed 15, risk of air poisoning reduced by 20. Level 1 water collector faucet, security level 1, can obtain a maximum of 24 L of urban living water daily. After all, it was only a level 1 facility, so Yu Yuan did not expect too much. At least it resolved his concerns about air and water sources. As for the level 2 security, the upgrade time required 30 minutes, which Yu Yuan decided not to wait for. He returned to 68 Kinchino Street, and the door was still closed. When he arrived at the basement, the bodies of the Tier Mole woman, the man, and the child were already gone. The vagrant had become a bloody mess, having been stabbed with a dagger. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was better this way. He quickly found the quick-drying cement, surprisingly discovering 4 large bags. It seemed that this family had previously intended to build something, which he then stocked. Afterwards, he went to the basement door and began dismantling the waterproof strips, hinges, and other parts above, but there weren't enough in number. In the end, disregarding the danger, he directly went to the already abandoned neighboring residence to gather enough items needed to upgrade the waterproof door. Yu Yuan did not linger and returned to the hiding place to begin a new round of construction. Chapter 24. Completing the construction and heading to the land hotel as the quick-drying cement sealed the last gap at the exit, Yu Yuan showed a look of relief. Finally, he had blocked this exit. According to the instructions for using quick-drying cement, it would completely harden in no more than an hour. By then, he only needed to place the blast-proof sandbags on top of the cement and use the truck tarpaulin at the bottom of the exit cover as a waterproof barrier. There shouldn't be any problems. He took his tools and walked back. The only passageway outside the hiding place's main door had already been blocked by a 1-2-meter-high wall of blast-proof sandbags. The waterproof cloth found in the Wutong apartment was wrapped around the outer layer of the sandbags to provide waterproofing. The corners and floor gaps on both sides of the wall were filled with quick-drying cement, which not only reinforced the sandbag wall, but also completely eliminated the possibility of rainwater seepage. However, unlike the previous exit, the quick-drying cement here had already hardened. Yu Yuan kicked it twice with his foot. It was solid as a rock, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After carefully checking the gaps between the sandbag wall and the wall with a flashlight, and finding no issues, he climbed over the high sandbag wall and entered the hiding place. It was already 2 p.m. The high intensity running around without sleep for a day and a night since yesterday afternoon made Yu Yuan feel extremely tired, but it was all worth it. One of the 2 exits of the air defense shelter had been completely blocked by him. He just needed to wait for the quick-drying cement to harden and press the blast-proof sandbags on top. The other exit, which he frequently used, had all the blocking materials in place. If needed, he could complete the blocking in less than half an hour. This was just the first layer of waterproofing he had implemented to deal with the typhoon's attack. The second layer of waterproofing was naturally the high wall built with blast-proof sandbags in front of the passageway. Even if rainwater seeped into the 2 exits, this high wall would prevent the spread of water. The third layer of waterproofing was, of course, the optimized stainless steel waterproof door in front of him. Security level 2 stainless steel waterproof door, quality, excellent function. Safety level 4, capable of preventing water backflow, corrosion, seepage, sound insulation, impact resistance, and locking effects. This waterproof door not only had silicone waterproof strips on the door frame, but also had an automatic water blocking strip added to the bottom. The hinges and locks were completely transformed into stainless steel, making it impossible to tell what it looked like before. A waterproof slope was also made at the entrance, and the junction between the door frame and the wall was treated with waterproof adhesive. As long as the door was tightly closed, all the silicone seams would automatically seal, preventing any leakage and ensuring waterproofing was not an issue. Yu Yuan nodded slightly. The excellent quality of security could be considered the first optimized facility he had built. He had done his best with these 3 layers of waterproofing. If there was any deficiency, it was that the walls of the hiding place had not been treated for waterproofing, but it wasn't a big problem. Back in a hiding place, lying on the bedding, Yu Yuan felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. Even stretching his legs and feet made his joints crack. The facilities in a hiding place could be completed in one go as long as materials were provided. However, the blocking of the air defense shelter's exits and the construction of the second layer of waterproof wall were done by him personally, brick by brick. Moving hundreds of bags of blast-proof sandbags and applying quick-drying cement had already drained the last bit of energy from his body. He didn't even have time to eat, and, feeling the drowsiness hit him, quickly set the alarm on his positioning watch for 6 p.m. before falling into a deep sleep. Dingling, Yu Yuan felt an intense headache. He seemed to be trapped in endless darkness, longing to sink deeper. So tired, really so tired. Sleep. I want to sleep. But amidst the chaotic darkness, the ringing became clearer, and his consciousness was gradually awakened from the darkness. Struggling to open his eyes, he looked at the soft candlelight in the hiding place, still a bit dazed, until 3 seconds later when he gradually became alert. This is the alarm I set. He turned off the alarm, feeling that his strength had somewhat recovered. Although his body still felt hollow, he was already much better. He struggled to get up, slapped his cheeks to wake himself up more. After lighting a cigarette, the sharp stimulation in his lungs finally revived some of his spirits. It was already 6:05 p.m. Quickly replenishing some food and water, Yu Yuan took a hand-crank flashlight, cranked it for a while, then left the hiding place to check the status of the previously blocked exit. Clang, clang, clang. The back of the dogleg knife struck the cement, making a crisp sound. A smile appeared in Yu Yuan's eyes. After nearly 4 hours of setting, the cement had completely hardened. He immediately placed the prepared sandbags evenly on the cement board, completely finishing the blocking of this exit. Returning to the hiding place, he checked his gear, the dogleg knife, Glock 17 pistol, 20 rounds of ammunition, alloy folding crossbow, and backpack, all ready for action. There was about an hour left until the ambush at the Black Shield police station near the thug prison. His purpose this time was to fish in troubled waters and look for opportunities to take advantage. He was going in light and keeping everything simple. For this, he had cleared out the supplies stored in the Taotao cave and prepared a handful of grass to feed the caracal sheep. Rubbing the sheep's head, Yu Yuan murmured to himself, "This is the last chance. Wish me luck in capturing a woman in this operation. Then you could be free." Before leaving the hiding place, Yu Yuan suddenly stopped, opened the Taotao cave, and completed 2 transactions. He spent 75 survival points to purchase 10 stones, 5 woods, and added 5 long nails and 1 steel from the hiding place. He then began to construct. 30 seconds later, a 1-meter square fire pit appeared on the floor of the hiding place, surrounded by stones, with wood in the center and a stainless steel tripod standing above the wood. As long as he ignited the wood, he could use the tripod to boil water, make soup, or barbecue. This was the new facility Level 1 kitchen fire pit, unlocked after completing ventilation and water collector. Function: energy level 1, comfort level 1, hygiene level 1. When burning, the room temperature in the hiding place increases by 5, and within a 2-meter range, increases by 15. Unlocks food preparation. Reminder: fire should not be far from people, and people should not be far from fire. Joy appeared in Yu Yuan's eyes. 3 level 1 ratings are not easy to achieve. Finally, he could have a hot meal. Thinking this, he blew out the candle and left the hiding place. Jinxianglan Avenue in Zone 14 is a well-known commercial district in the East City, where countless luxury cars used to come and go before the Wasteland, especially the Land Hotel at the intersection of Jinxianglan Avenue and Shuyan Street, which was once one of the most luxurious hotels in Green Forest City. Countless wealthy individuals, politicians, tycoons, movie stars, socialites, royal family members, and gangsters frequented this place, making it a symbol of status and identity, as well as a threshold of class. It was once the most beautiful scenery in Green Forest City. Unfortunately, the current Land Hotel is just a relatively iconic building among the ruins of the city. At this moment, Yu Yuan was crouched on a ladder in a corner of the sewer on Jinxianglan Avenue, listening to the sounds outside. He strained to check the time, 7:15 p.m. There were still 15 minutes until the conflict was expected to break out, according to the intelligence. Chapter 25. The battle begins. The slave self-exploding suicide squad. Yu Yuan looked at the location of the Land Hotel on the virtual map. The sewer he was currently in was carefully chosen after much thought. It was perfectly positioned on the west side of the intersection of Jinxianglan Avenue and Shuyan Street, right across from the Land Hotel, with Shuyan Street directly in front of him. He had already unlocked the manhole cover, so he could open it at any time if needed. Perhaps due to the impending typhoon, although it was not yet 7:30, the sky was already extremely dark, giving a sense of an approaching storm. It's dark, that's good," Yu Yuan murmured to himself as he looked through the hole in the manhole cover. Soon, the sounds of car engines and tires grinding against the ground could be heard. Yu Yuan immediately made a judgment. Here they come, from the direction of Shuyan Street. He suppressed the urge to open the manhole cover and quietly waited for the battle to commence. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the cars grew closer, and perhaps due to their approach to the intersection, the vehicles began to slow down. Yu Yuan had already moved away from the manhole cover and returned to the sewer, covering his ears. Sure enough, as soon as his feet hit the ground, a series of explosions erupted above. Then came continuous gunfire and screams. Da-da-da. Boom. Da-da-da. The machine guns, accompanied by explosions, became the most terrifying harvesters of the night. Yu Yuan could even hear the sounds of cars exploding and rolling over. Da-da-da. Another machine gun began firing, and the sound was very close to the manhole opening. Yu Yuan guessed that the counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department had begun. Just a few rounds from a machine gun had been fired when a deafening gunshot rang out, and then it stopped. A sniper, feeling that the landmines must have been detonated, Yu Yuan climbed back up the ladder and quietly pushed open the manhole cover. What he saw was the dazzling gunfire and raging flames. In the middle of the street, several heavily modified Wasteland vehicles lay overturned, engulfed in flames. On the 3rd and 4th floors of the Land Hotel, 2 machine guns spat fire, suppressing the Black Shield Police Department personnel below. From time to time, someone would throw Molotov cocktails that smashed on the ground, splattering flames in a radius of 3 to 4 meters, causing some rioters to accidentally get splashed by the liquid, and the flames would immediately spread across their bodies. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the street, but before the rioters could take off their armor, they were struck by bullets coming from who knows where, piercing their bodies. The smell of gunpowder mixed with gasoline permeated the air, and bullets flew through the air, accompanied by the continuous explosions of grenades. Yu Yuan's eardrums felt like they couldn't take it anymore, faintly aching. Several stray bullets hit the wall near the manhole cover, and Yu Yuan quickly closed the manhole cover, but after a few seconds, he quietly opened it again, squinting to observe. This was already a dangerous level. It was too exaggerated. This place was essentially a small battlefield. It was obvious that the ambush by the rioters' prison was quite successful. The personnel of the Black Shield Police Department were now all hiding behind the reinforced armor of the vehicles, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Just a dozen meters in front of Yu Yuan, there were 7 or 8 fully armored rioters from the Black Shield Police Department, attacking the Land Hotel with their backs turned to him. Yet they were too suppressed by the machine guns to dare to stick their heads out. Just as Yu Yuan was scanning the battlefield, looking for a target to strike, he suddenly heard the rioters in front shout, "Grenade!" The next moment, the 7 or 8 rioters from the Black Shield Police Department abandoned their cover behind the cars and, after taking 2 quick steps, dove forward. Boom! A grenade exploded exactly where the rioters had just been hiding. The 7 or 8 rioters were blown away on the spot, and then the marauders from the rioters' prison began to take them out one by one. One of them was blown near the manhole cover where Yu Yuan was, and before he hit the ground, dozens of bullets had already pierced his body, causing him to fall to the ground and roll a few times before becoming motionless. Yu Yuan felt a sharp pain on his forehead. A piece of shrapnel had grazed his temple, but he paid it no mind, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quickly analyzing the situation. At this moment, Yu Yuan seemed like a hunter poised to strike, waiting for the best opportunity to act. And at this point, less than a minute had passed since the battle began. The counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department had started. Sizzle. Boom. Yu Yuan saw a flash of fire. The machine gun nest inside the Land Hotel was actually taken out, and flames erupted fiercely. Without the suppressive fire from the machine guns, the personnel of the Black Shield Police Department immediately launched a counterattack and began to shift towards Shuyan Street. At the same time, a signal flare, glowing red, shot into the sky. The Black Shield Police Department was calling for reinforcements. Bang! Flames erupted from the upper floors of the Land Hotel. It was a sniper. He had killed a rider from the Black Shield Police Department who had released the signal flare. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking, "Idiot! The signal flare has already been fired. Killing him has no effect. It will only expose himself." He now suspected that the sniper from the rioters' prison was not very professional. Sure enough, the sound he had heard earlier rang out again. Sizzle. This time Yu Yuan saw it very clearly. He saw a rocket-propelled grenade shooting a bright white flame towards the Land Hotel, drilling into the room where the sniper was located and causing a violent explosion, blowing a hole in the hotel's outer wall. At the same time, 2 mangled bodies were thrown out, falling to the ground like rags. But no one paid them any attention. They were actually RPGs. The firepower of the Black Shield Police Department was so fierce. The corner of Yu Yuan's eye twitched. The combat capabilities of both the rioters' prison and the Black Shield Police Department far exceeded his expectations. The ambush from the rioters' prison was definitely ruthless. But the counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department was also absolutely decisive. Importantly, the equipment of the Black Shield Police Department was clearly superior to that of the rioters' prison. Was this really the kind of military capability a street gang could possess? But Yu Yuan still felt something was off. As old rivals, the rioters' prison could not possibly be unaware of the strength of the Black Shield Police Department. Since the rioters' prison chose to ambush, how could they be so easily defeated? Quickly, Yu Yuan's doubts were answered. On Shuyan Street, several figures appeared above the rioters holding the RPG launchers, leaping down. Some of these people fell to the ground and died on the spot, while others landed among the vehicles of the Black Shield Police Department. Just as Yu Yuan was feeling puzzled, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. Boom, boom, boom. The few bodies exploded violently. They blew the Black Shield Police Department's vehicles into the air, creating several large craters in the ground. Flames engulfed the street, and the Black Shield Police Department, which had just organized a counterattack, fell into crisis once again as the attacks from the rioters' prison intensified. Yu Yuan gasped and instantly recalled a name mentioned in the information about the rioters' prison. The slave's self-exploding suicide squad. Chapter 26. Wealth and Danger. Unexpected, oh my goodness. Human bombs. The rebel prison is simply a den of madmen. Yu Yuan quickly analyzed the armed characteristics and power comparison of the two factions of rebels, preparing for the possible battles ahead. But soon, Yu Yuan realized something, his heart racing. The remaining combat strength of the Black Shield Police Department had all been transferred to Water's Edge Street, and the attention of the rebel prison was also focused on Water's Edge Street. Even the machine gunners and snipers he feared the most had all been killed. It seemed no one was paying attention to this side of Jin Xianglan Avenue. His gaze immediately shifted to the corpse just 2 meters away from him, his heart pounding violently. Isn't this the opportunity I've been waiting for? At this moment, the sky had turned pitch black, with only the flickering light from a burning vehicle nearby providing some illumination. Yu Yuan no longer hesitated. He pushed open the manhole cover and quickly climbed out, taking a few steps to reach the corpse, dragging it towards the manhole to dispose of it. Boom! The battle on Water's Edge Street was becoming increasingly intense, and the vehicles from the rebel prison had also been deployed, blocking the retreat of the Black Shield Police Department and launching a final assault. They had to end the battle and withdraw before the support from the Black Shield Police Department arrived. While observing the battle, Yu Yuan bent down and crawled to a few other rebel corpses, disregarding everything else, dragging the bodies towards the manhole. Then he began to throw all the scattered weapons and ammunition on the ground into the manhole, one by one. Just as Yu Yuan was about to return to the manhole, something caught his eye. A backpack. A large backpack, estimated to have at least a 60 L capacity, far exceeding the 30 L capacity of the backpack he was currently using. Next to it was a destroyed vehicle and several corpses lying on the ground. He had to grab that backpack. After 2 days of survival in the Wasteland, Yu Yuan deeply understood the importance of a large-capacity backpack. Getting this backpack became his only thought. However, the backpack was at least 20 meters away from him, already very close to the intersection. In 30 to 40 meters down Water's Edge Street was the combat zone between the rebel prison raiders and the Black Shield Police Department. Right now, no one would pay attention to the situation behind him, as long as he could return to the manhole before the enemy noticed. Even if the rebel prison did spot him, they wouldn't care, as the Black Shield Police Department was their true enemy. Yu Yuan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind and felt it was worth a try. Once he made the decision, he no longer hesitated. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he dashed towards the backpack, staying close to the dark shadow along the wall. When he was only 5 meters away from the backpack, the most dangerous moment arrived. The flames from the burning vehicles illuminated his figure, but he didn't pay any attention, taking a few steps to reach the backpack. Just as his left hand was about to grab it, he pivoted. In the instant he grasped the backpack strap, he pushed off the ground with all his strength. Like a black panther, he vanished back into the shadows in less than 2 seconds. A few seconds later, with the manhole cover closing and the internal locking bolt securing, Yu Yuan returned to the sewer. He felt his hands and feet had gone numb, and his heart was racing in his chest, as if it would leap out at any moment. He swallowed instinctively, gasping for air, covered in goosebumps, a characteristic of rapid adrenaline secretion. Exciting. It was truly exhilarating. This thrill of snatching something from the fire was unprecedented. He looked down at the backpack and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was of excellent quality. Outdoor Oxford cloth mountaineering backpack. Quality. Excellent description. This is a durable and highly functional outdoor backpack, suitable for various scenarios and better for long-distance carrying. Capacity. 60 L features. Waterproof. Wear-resistant. Lightweight movement speed impact. -4 turning speed impact. -2 the supplies inside the backpack were even more surprising, with 7 or 8 packs of military rations neatly stacked inside, followed by canned food and a medical bag. All of these were hard currency for survival in the Wasteland, especially the medical bag, as Yu Yuan currently had a vehicle first aid kit for external injuries, but lacked medication. With these medicines, Yu Yuan's risk mitigation factor could increase significantly. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out again. It was the sound of vehicles exploding. Yu Yuan no longer examined the backpack. He began to loot the corpses. He had disposed of 6 bodies, and regardless of what he retrieved, he stuffed all small items into his backpack and hung the larger items on his tactical vest. He worked quickly to categorize items: magazines, bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, military knives, masks. Yu Yuan's hands moved rapidly. But whether it was due to being too anxious, his hands wouldn't cooperate, shaking violently as if he had Parkinson's, almost blurring from the tremors. Smack! His left hand slapped down hard on his right hand. Damn it! Stop shaking, you dead hand! A voice of extreme suppression and anger erupted from Yu Yuan's throat, like a dragon's low growl. But the effect was evident. As he vented the pent-up frustration and tension, Yu Yuan's state quickly stabilized. In less than 3 minutes, he had thoroughly looted the corpses. His backpack was half full, and the Oxford outdoor bag was completely stuffed. The gunfire from Water's Edge Street had gradually ceased since the car explosion. Only sporadic shots could be heard, indicating that the Black Shield Police Department had likely been wiped out by the rebel prison forces. Sure enough, the sound of engines roared again and quickly faded away. The rebel prison personnel were leaving. Yu Yuan slung the Oxford bag on his back and the backpack on his chest, preparing to return to his hiding spot. The gains from this operation were already substantial. He couldn't be greedy. Staying here any longer would likely lead to an encounter with the Black Shield Police Department's reinforcements, making the risks outweigh the rewards. However, what he didn't expect was that just 2 meters after he stepped out, a beam of flashlight suddenly flashed from the sewer on Water's Edge Street. Yu Yuan's gaze shot out like a cold glare. He quickly removed his backpack and moved to the corner of the sewer. The flashlight approached quickly, and Yu Yuan also heard clear footsteps. There was only one person. He quickly made a judgment, pressing his body against the wall, gripping his knife tightly. Damn it! A furious roar echoed through the sewer. That bastard Carmen. When I get back, I'll make you pay for this. You want to see me die, huh? Fine, fine, fine. The voice grew closer, soon reaching the corner of the sewer, the flashlight shining on Yu Yuan's face, startling the person, who instinctively raised the handgun in his hand. But Yu Yuan was quick-witted. How about he give him a chance? The moment the gun was raised, his knife had already slashed across the man's wrist. A scream erupted but quickly cut off, because the knife was already pressed against his neck, accompanied by Yu Yuan's cold voice. Make another sound and you die. Chapter 27. Enforcer Carmen's the flashlight fell to the ground, illuminating the sewer, where blood flowed and the air was filled with the stench of urine. Yu Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze unfriendly. A dagger was pressed against the neck of the newcomer. This was a bald man in an enforcer uniform, with only a few sparse hairs on his head. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, pale-faced due to his right hand being severed. However, faced with the threat of death, he still struggled to show a forced smile. He was about to speak when Yu Yuan kicked him in the face. Blood, broken teeth, and saliva spilling from his mouth, his eyes flashing with intense resentment. But it was quickly hidden as he spat out the blood. The bald man knew that regardless of who the other person was, the fact that he hadn't been killed immediately meant there was still a chance to live. Yu Yuan stepped on a man's severed arm, the dagger cutting into the skin of his neck as he asked in a deep voice, "I ask, you answer." Understood? Without waiting for a reply, he had already asked the first question. Where's the Black Shield Police Department stronghold? The bald man was sweating profusely, forcing a smile at the corners of his mouth. If I answer, will you let me go? No, but I can make your death a bit easier. Yu Yuan replied truthfully, swinging the dagger again towards the bald man's left hand. My hand. The bald man's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, and the calmness he had before was gone. Yu Yuan gazed deeply into the bald man's eyes and asked word by word again now. Tell me, where's the Black Shield Police Department stronghold? The dagger was raised again. Tell me, I'll tell you it's my foot, no. The bald man's screams rang out again. This time, the dagger struck his left ankle, and it was clear that only a thin piece of flesh connected his foot to his calf, blood splattering onto Yu Yuan's face, making him appear incredibly ferocious. Devil. You are a devil, you devil. Yu Yuan curled his lips into a smirk, Delaying time counts as refusal, you know. Last chance. I ask, you answer. Where's the Black Shield Police Department stronghold? This time, the dagger aimed at the bald man's right ankle. Seeing Yu Yuan's ruthlessness, the bald man had no other thoughts, and even the fleeting resentment he had before dared not show. This was a demon. District 1. The bald man hurriedly said, the East City Police Headquarters in District 1. That is our headquarters. Where's the stronghold of the riot prison? Yu Yuan continued to ask without hesitation. Outside the eastern suburbs at Solon Prison. Which forces in Green Forest City are the most threatening? Before the bald man could finish, the next question was already asked. Due to excessive blood loss, the bald man was nearly fainting. But before he could finish, Yu Yuan suddenly looked up, showing a listening posture. It was the sound of cars. The Black Shield Police Department people had arrived. Yu Yuan understood it was time to leave. The dagger swung down, and the bald man's body twitched once before going still. Quickly stuffing the bald man's belongings into a backpack, he stripped off the equipment and fled toward his hiding spot. Not long after, 5 or 6 Wasteland war vehicles illuminated the battlefield on Water's Edge Street as if it were daylight, and people from the Black Shield Police Department were already cleaning up the battlefield. Carmen, dressed in an enforcer uniform, opened the car door, cigarette in mouth, standing on the smoke-filled battlefield. Feeling the moisture in the air and the increasingly strong wind, Carmen frowned slightly. Is a heavy rain coming? A rioter, seeing him get out of the car, immediately rushed over. Boss, the danger hasn't been completely eliminated. What if that bunch from the riot prison has an ambush? Before he could finish, Carmen waved his hand to interrupt. Less nonsense. Report the situation. Yes, we have occupied the high ground. The Fleece Enforcer team was attacked. Nearly wiped out, but we haven't found any trace of Fleece or his body. Carmen's expression stiffened. Fleece? After a moment of thought, he shook his head. That guy is quite cautious. If he encounters danger, he will definitely escape or hide immediately. He won't take risks. Boss, Fleece is Commander Loris's brother. If something really happened this time, the rioter's face showed concern, and before he could say anything more, he was interrupted by footsteps behind him. Carmen also noticed the newcomers and waved his hand. All right, that's not your concern. Have everyone search. We want to see the living or the dead. Yes. The rioter immediately left. 2 men, also dressed in enforcer uniforms, approached Carmen. Enforcer Goro looked at the battlefield situation, frowning. Carmen, is it Fleece? Carmen nodded slightly. Yes. We haven't found his trace yet. Hope nothing happened. Enforcer Soda, next to him, immediately showed dissatisfaction. What are we waiting for? Fleece is Commander Loris's brother. Everyone needs to search. Hurry up. The rioters who came with Soda and Goro immediately joined the search. Seeing this, Soda nodded in satisfaction. Carmen, don't you have the best nose? Hurry up and find him. Carmen, however, turned a deaf ear, and Soda instantly became annoyed. Carmen, don't push your luck. Among the 3 of us, you're the closest to here. If you can't find Fleece, I want to see how you explain it to Commander Loris. Saying this, he showed a gloating expression and spat heavily on the ground. Goro immediately smiled and tried to ease the tension. All right, let us not say that for now. If we can't find Fleece, we're all in trouble, so let us hurry up and look. Otherwise, it'll really be hard to explain. Soon, someone reported that Fleece's body had been found, and the 3 immediately went. However, when the 3 arrived at the sewer and saw Fleece's tragic state, they all fell silent. Carmen examined the wounds on Fleece's body, especially the fatal wound on his neck, his gaze sharpening. Goro's voice came from behind. This is troublesome. Carmen, your investigative skills are the best. Why don't you check it out? All right. Carmen called over the person who discovered Fleece's body for questioning. The discoverer was from Goro's enforcer team. How'd you find this place? Carmen, I noticed that a manhole cover was blown off by a self-exploding slave, revealing the sewer below, so I guessed whether Enforcer Fleece might have fallen down. Then I saw Fleece's body here, and afterward, you all came down. Any other discoveries? About 20 meters away, I also found 6 bodies, all members of Fleece's enforcer team. Their equipment and supplies were all missing. But the cause of death was gunshot wounds and explosions, not knife wounds. Carmen then checked the situation of those 6 bodies, and, after climbing out of the sewer, he arrived at Jinxianglan Avenue, examining the traces on the ground. looking at the bloodstains left by the drag bodies. The basic outline of the incident began to take shape in his mind. The first person he thought of was the mysterious figure who had killed those 3 vagrants at the East City Water Management Center yesterday. This person, a glimmer of surprise and curiosity, flashed in Carmen's eyes. What audacity! Chapter 28. Blocking the exit of the air defense shelter, the underground mine, is an incredibly mysterious and dangerous place. Before the Wasteland outbreak, it was crazily excavated, reaching depths of thousands of meters underground, with a labyrinthine interior filled with numerous forks. Once you enter, there's an 80% chance you will get lost. Not only are there safety hazards left by predecessors, but after the Wasteland outbreak, many plant traps and camouflaged underground predators have emerged. The underground hot springs and lava flows make it even more treacherous. A moment's carelessness could lead to certain death. The moss house hides here. Inside the hideout, glowing moss and luminescent mushrooms are carefully arranged in the room, providing illumination. A figure kneels on the floor, intently staring at the rough animal skin before him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. In the center of the animal skin is a box of golden fleece cigarettes, with the corpses of 4 unknown creatures placed at each corner: a fish without eyes, an oversized eared mouse, a long-legged spider, and a red-skinned bat. Each creature has a stream of blood converging towards the center of the leather, but it seems something is obstructing it. The blood twists and bends, eventually forming 2 blurred characters: Fish Abyss. At the moment these 2 characters appeared, the figure kneeling on the floor's eyes burst with brilliance, and the smile at the corner of his mouth reached his eyes. Indeed, it is Fish Abyss. I knew this guy was not simple. Xiao Wu licked his lips, revealing a hunter's smile upon discovering prey. This is the 3rd or 4th time now. In just 3 days, the total amount of cigarettes traded has reached over 40 boxes. The supplies he controls are definitely not a small number. Greed flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, but was quickly covered by reason, revealing a contemplative expression. No, this guy is a bit sinister. After entering the Wasteland for just 1 day, the ranking of the hideout has jumped 501 places, likely having opened a special path like I did. I need to be cautious. For safety, I should let others scout the way. Unfortunately, that cigar guy is being overly cautious and hasn't spoken up yet. Xiao Wu casually picked up the fish without eyes and tore into it with his teeth. The fish meat, with a taste comparable to that of a tuna belly, made Xiao Wu's eyes narrow in enjoyment. Fortunately, with those guys testing the waters, once the newbie protection period ends, I should be able to figure out the secrets of the Fish Abyss hideout. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed again. And then there's that angry whale guy, who has disrupted my plans several times. This slippery character is impossible to pin down. I need to come up with a plan. At 8:34 p.m., Yu Yuan took a long detour before finally returning to the hideout. He dropped his backpack and ran to the air defense shelter's ladder exit to begin blocking it. First, he placed a truck tarp over the exit, then fitted a pre-cut bedboard in place for sealing. With that, the exit was basically blocked. He then returned to the hideout to grab a bucket and collect water, quickly mixing quick-drying cement in the right proportion and making final seals and fillings for the exit gaps. The quick-drying cement sets rapidly, leaving Yu Yuan only 15 to 20 minutes to work. Fortunately, he had practiced this before, so this time went smoothly. After applying the last layer of cement and carefully checking all the gaps, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. This was all he could do. The rest was just to face whatever comes. The sandbags he had brought back from the Wudong apartment, aside from the 20 or so he planned to use to weigh down the exit bedboard, had several more bags, all placed in front of the security door. It was already past 9 p.m., and there were still 6 hours until the typhoon hit. I hope it holds up. Although he had made ample preparations, Yu Yuan still felt a bit uneasy. Having experienced the medium-level danger of the mob battlefield, he dared not underestimate this typhoon, which was rated high-level danger. No, the hideout's facilities need further reinforcement. Yu Yuan walked into the hideout, and the Cree Mountain sheep came over, bleating incessantly at him. Seeing the clean grass on the floor and the small round pellets, Yu Yuan felt overwhelmed. His side was still a mess, and now he had to tend to this ancestor. But he had no choice. With the exit blocked, this creature was his only hope for survival. He had originally thought that if he could capture an injured female captive at the land hotel, it would help eliminate his indulgence card. However, he hadn't encountered a woman at all. He had only met a bald man. He helplessly glanced at the fire pit he had built earlier. What a pity. In the end, he opened the Taodao hole and discovered that perhaps due to his continuous trades of grass for cigarettes, someone had set up a grass rack, still trading 3 kilograms for 1 cigarette. However, some had also set it up to trade for survival points. 3 kilograms of grass for 20, 10, or 5 survival points. And they had even rolled their own. After all, the cost of grass is almost non-existent. One can harvest a large bundle in just 2 minutes. So, selling it is pure profit. Seeing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite a sight. Naturally, he chose the cheapest trade, spending 100 survival points to get 45 kilograms and then stopping. This grass would be enough for the Cree Mountain sheep for a while. After tidying up the hideout a bit, Yu Yuan went to the fire pit, lit the wood, and used the stainless steel pot he had collected earlier to fetch half a pot of water from the water collector, placing it on the tripod to heat. He contemplated his next plans. The most pressing matter was to upgrade the hideout facilities. He would upgrade whatever he could before the typhoon arrived. Opening the virtual light screen, he checked the facility management log for construction requirements. Currently, he has completed 7 facilities: security level 2 stainless steel waterproof door, rest area level 1 sleeping area, bathroom level 1 washing area, ventilation level 1 single pipe ventilation, water collector level 1 faucet, lighting level 1 candle, kitchen level 1 fire pit. The information about the hideout has become much richer than at the beginning. Fish Abyss Hideout. Ranking, 94.99. Owner, Yu Yuan. Area, 60 safety level, 6 comfort level, for energy level, 1 defense level, 0 sanitation level. 2 facilities that could be built in the hideout, such as warehouse and recreation area, have also been unlocked, but these facilities wouldn't provide any substantial help against the impending typhoon disaster. Although he was very interested in the warehouse and really needed a place to store supplies, now was not the best time to build one. With the fire pit and faucet, the issues of heating food and sourcing water had been resolved. With 3 waterproof measures in place, he should be able to cope with the impact of the typhoon's heavy rains on the city's drainage system. But why do I always feel like I'm missing something? Yu Yuan felt restless. No, Weiqi. He suddenly froze. The drainage system? Chapter 29. Plugging the gaps, lured by temptation. The sewage system. Yu Yuan hurried to the bathroom, shining his flashlight on the floor drain. When he saw the dark, straight-down pipe, he finally understood what he had overlooked. Despite all his precautions, he had focused all his thoughts on how to prevent potential flooding from the outside, neglecting the fact that there was a sewage outlet inside the bathroom. Once the heavy rain filled the city's sewage system, it was likely that the rainwater would flow back into his hiding place through this outlet. Yu Yuan felt cold sweat soaking his back. While he was scared, he was also immensely relieved. Fortunately, he discovered this in time. Otherwise, it would have been too late when the typhoon hit and the rain poured down. However, his expression quickly turned grim, because he realized that it seemed to be too late now. The exit from the air raid shelter to the sewage system had already been blocked by him, and he could no longer go out to gather building materials. After replacing a candle in the hiding place, Yu Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Before entering the Wasteland, he didn't like smoking and even had some aversion to it. But it must be said that when one's thoughts are complicated, this is the best way to quickly clear the mind and stabilize emotions. Phew. Thankfully, things hadn't reached the worst level. Yu Yuan temporarily thought of 2 ways to solve the problem. One was the simplest and most brutal: to fill the bathroom's sewage pipe with quick-drying cement, physically sealing it off completely. However, the consequences could be severe. Yu Yuan was unsure what changes would occur in the bathroom facilities after blocking the sewage pipe. It shouldn't be completely abandoned, but the most likely outcome would be that it would need to be rebuilt or the cement removed. In any case, this option was placed at the bottom of Yu Yuan's list. The typhoon was expected to arrive at 3:48 a.m. If he hadn't solved the sewage backflow issue by then, he would have no choice but to take this route. The second option was, of course, to upgrade the bathroom facilities. Previously, at the East City Water Authority, he had unlocked optimization routes that included the bathroom upgrade path. Once the bathroom reached level 2, It could undergo facility optimization, just like the stainless steel waterproof door. The bathroom level 2 vanity required building materials: 1 ceramic wash basin, 2 corrugated hoses, 1 latex paint, 2 stainless steel pipes, and 1 faucet. The optimized level 2 bathroom facilities would then transform into a high-quality shower room. After constructing the bathroom level 2 vanity, it would only need an additional shower head, 1 PVC pipe, 2 check valves, 2 anti-overflow floor drains, and 1 waterproof coating to complete the upgrade. Previously, Yu Yuan had obtained a lot of home materials from the woman with the tier mole at 68 Kinchino Street, and he had considered upgrading the bathroom at that time. So he already had latex paint, stainless steel pipes, PVC pipes, waterproof coating, and a faucet. The remaining materials could only be traded through Tao Tao Cave. After rummaging through, he was lucky to find 2 corrugated hoses and a shower head, but there were no ceramic wash basins, check valves, or anti-overflow floor drains available for sale. He could only post a purchase request. He didn't trade with cigarettes like before. In the 3 days since entering the Wasteland world, he had already released nearly 40 boxes. Although the demand for cigarettes among players was still high, it was no longer as desperate as before. He had previously listed over 20 boxes to upgrade Tao Tao Cave, and many players completed trades only to relist those cigarettes for profit. Besides, he only had 2 boxes left and needed to save some for personal use. This time, he listed the supplies obtained from the thugs, starting with melee weapons: 4 Damascus daggers, 2 6H5 bayonets, a tactical axe, and military boots that didn't fit were all listed. In addition to the materials needed for upgrading the bathroom, he added some construction materials for other facilities in the hiding place, such as bicycles for building a level 1 generator, wires, rectifiers, copper wires for upgrading to level 2 lighting, and switches. These were all facilities Yu Yuan planned to complete within 3 days. Building a level 1 generator actually required an AC generator and batteries, as well as energy-saving lamps for upgrading, lighting. Yu Yuan had all of these, so he only needed to gather the missing materials to build it. The listing information he posted was quickly seen by other players. After upgrading Tao Tao Cave to level 3 or higher, although it remained anonymous, every time an item was listed, it would be pinned and refreshed at the top. When Yu Yuan listed the supplies he searched from the thugs in Tao Tao Cave, it caused quite a stir, as items like bullets, bulletproof vests, shotguns, rifles, grenades, and military boots were clearly unique to thugs, making it hard not to attract attention. Thus, when Yu Yuan's purchase request came out, those with intentions immediately noticed. They thought it was the same as before, using listings to transfer supplies, as this had become a common operation among players. But soon, someone noticed something was off. Although the newly listed items were all melee weapons, the demand for trading was pitifully low. Previously, a melee weapon would sell for anywhere from 3,000 to 8,000 survival points, depending on the type. For instance, weapons like daggers, which only had piercing functions, were basically around 3,000 survival points. Meanwhile, multi-purpose weapons like tactical axes, which could be used for combat and chopping, would sell for over 6,000 survival points. But now these weapons could be exchanged for some supplies, prompting those with intentions to spring into action. After all, urban and town areas were highly dangerous, but there were always some resource points located in the wilderness that players could discover. Abandoned cars in the wild, deserted camping sites, roadside service stations, countryside villas, farms, and abandoned houses, etc. Although they were scarce, they generally posed little danger. Some players were already exploring near these houses and immediately changed direction. Others who had prepared to rest recalled that they had items that met the exchange conditions in their collected supplies and immediately got up to search. Some even rushed out of their hiding places and began dismantling the abandoned RV by the roadside. Their only thought was to exchange for the weapons first. Even if they couldn't use the weapons themselves, reselling them could earn them hundreds or even thousands of survival points in profit. No one would refuse such a good deal. This was also Yu Yuan's intention. Time was tight, and he needed to quickly acquire materials for upgrading the bathroom. So he could only use benefits to make others work hard. Limited quantity. The quick would get it, and the slow would miss out. It was that simple. Through the chat channel, seeing that all players already knew about the weapon trading and were discussing it passionately, Yu Yuan decided to ignore it. As long as there was discussion, there would always be someone collecting supplies for survival points. He just needed to wait. Yu Yuan suppressed his urgency and looked eagerly at the pile of spoils in the corner. Taking advantage of this gap, he decided to sort through his gains from this time. Chapter 30 Generator 1 Foot Pedal Generator 1 MP 5 Submachine Gun 2 Remington 870 Shotgun 1 FNFL Assault Rifle 2 Glock 17 Handgun 1 Glock 19 Handgun 2 Tactical Gloves 5 Tactical Boots 2 Composite Bulletproof Helmets 3 M67 Grenades 7 Stun Grenades 2 Chest Rig 6 Pieces Level 3 Police Bulletproof Vest 6. With dozens to hundreds of rounds for 9mm 7. 6,250 1mm and 1270 buckshot. Yu Yuan looked at the sorted spoils. The smile in his eyes could not fade away. With this batch of equipment, once the novice period ends, he would have a fighting chance against the old players invading. This was the reason why Yu Yuan was willing to take risks and fight hard. For him, the invasion of old players in 27 days was the biggest threat. Relying solely on the folding crossbow and handgun in his hands to confront the old players was simply a fantasy. However, with these new weapons, the situation would be different. Yet, his greatest gain was not the items mentioned above. Yu Yuan looked at the all-black enforcer gear at his feet and smiled. He silently thanked the bald man again for giving him a set of excellent quality equipment before leaving. Enforcer Bulletproof Vest Level 4, Enforcer Tactical Gloves, Enforcer Tactical Boots, Enforcer Goggles, all 4 pieces of equipment were of excellent quality. They not only provided outstanding protection, but also had special effects. The tactical gloves enhanced grip and stab resistance, while the tactical boots provided foot protection and had fatigue relief effects. The goggles offered anti-flash, anti-glare, anti-UV, and increased color contrast effects. Yu Yuan speculated that the Enforcer set should also include a tactical helmet, but he didn't know where the bald man had left it. To be fair, the bald man was quite well off. The melee weapon he was equipped with was a tactical sword, but Yu Yuan still preferred the dogleg knife a bit more. It was easier to swing. Of course, the biggest gain was the slightly oversized handgun on the bald man. SW Model 500 Revolver Quality. Excellent description. This gun is designed for hunting large, dangerous animals, such as bears, bison, and extreme shooting enthusiasts. Caliber: 500 SW Magnum, 12, 741mm. Capacity: 5 effective range. 100 to 200 meters. Yu Yuan was unable to take his eyes off this handgun at first sight. He kept fiddling with it in his hands. Unfortunately, although this gun had great power, its weight of at least 2 kilograms was also a considerable challenge for him. The recoil was nothing to joke about, definitely exaggerated, and with only 15 rounds of 500 ammunition found, it was destined to be used only in specific situations. At least in Yu Yuan's perception, he wouldn't use this weapon for combat. The rest were just various odds and ends, such as little trinkets collected from the bodies of thugs. The only thing that caught Yu Yuan's attention was a keychain with 3 keys found on the bald man. The bald man's status was not low, and Yu Yuan didn't believe that someone with such standing in the thug faction would have no personal stash. Unfortunately, he didn't know the locations of the rooms corresponding to these keys. Otherwise, he could have thought of a way to steal something. Once the loot was sorted, a prompt sound from a trading system in the Tao cave indicated that the transaction was complete. Under the temptation of the survival point, players' potential was indeed immense. All listed items had been traded one after another. After retrieving the supplies from the Tao cave, Yu Yuan smiled. This group of people was quite determined. The ceramic sink looked like it had just been removed, with clear signs of disassembly still visible. Wires, check valves, and anti-overflow floor drains still bore traces of violent dismantling. With the bathroom upgraded to level 2 and all the optimized materials in place, Yu Yuan immediately opened the virtual light curtain to select upgrade and optimization for construction. As the bathroom was enveloped by the green light curtain, it would take 30 minutes to complete the construction this time. The most important issue of the drainage system was resolved. Yu Yuan also listed those temporarily in use supplies for trade, exchanging them for materials needed to construct other facilities. Equipment like gloves and chest rigs were all traded, but Yu Yuan kept the firearms and armor. He didn't want the players invading him after the novice period to be wielding weapons he had sold. Half an hour later, with the materials for level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator collected, they also joined the upgrade construction queue. Bathroom, however, underwent a significant transformation as the green light curtain disappeared. The small washing area that was originally 1 square meter expanded to a 2 square meter shower room, and it was no longer empty. The sink and shower head were installed on either side of the bathroom. Of course, the anti-backflow function of the drainage system that Yu Yuan was most concerned about did not disappoint him. Both floor drains in the bathroom featured a floating ball barrier design, and the connection point between the sink and the drainage pipe was also fitted with a check valve. Bathroom Level 2 shower room, quality, excellent function, sanitation Level 2. Comfort Level 2, reduces the probability of illness by 15, reduces the risk of wound infection by 10, reduces the risk of mental breakdown by 15, equipped with anti-dampness, anti-sewage backflow, anti-odor, and anti-insect effects, provides 24 L of domestic water daily. It was only at this moment that Yu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unsure whether the anti-backflow effect of Level 2 bathroom could withstand the impact of heavy rain, he could only trust his hideout now. Taking advantage of the fact that the typhoon had not yet arrived, Yu Yuan immediately took off his clothes and stepped into the shower room, washing away the first bath since entering the Wasteland. The cold, stimulating water was refreshing, but he was shocked to see the black water all over the floor. Although he really wanted to wash thoroughly, the 24L water quota made him dare not be extravagant. He could only apply a bit of shampoo and body wash, hurriedly scrubbing a few times before coming out. Even so, it made him feel as if he had been reborn, completely refreshed. At this moment, he understood the meaning of no pain, no gain. After leaving the shower room, Level 2 ventilation and Level 1 generator were also completed. Ventilation Level 2 dual pipeline ventilation, function, safety Level 2, indoor and outdoor air circulation speed 25, reduced risk of air poisoning, slightly dust-proof. Generator Level 1 foot pedal generator, function, energy 3, pedaling for 60 minutes can produce 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, maximum storage capacity of 8 kilowatt-hours. Yu Yuan approached the foot pedal generator. It was quite simple and crude, a modified bicycle combined with a battery and an onboard generator, cleverly integrated by the system's black technology and reinforced. Yu Yuan sat on the bicycle's seat and pedaled hard. He could feel a noticeable resistance, but it was manageable. On the handlebars, the modified control panel lit up with a red light, generating. Currently in standard gear, 60 minutes and 48 seconds remaining until fully charged. Chapter 31, Commander Loris, Burning Fortress. Wow. A new curiosity flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. He realized that the power generation gear could be adjusted, divided into 3 modes: strong, standard, and leisure. He immediately twisted the regulator. Click. The power generation gear was set to strong mode. Damn. Yu Yuan's eyes bulged and the veins in his arms, gripping the handle, stood out. His butt lifted off the seat, and he stood up to pedal. Goodness. This resistance was as exhilarating as riding up a 35-degree slope. It was impossible to sit down and pedal. However, the power generation efficiency greatly increased, with the time to fully charge reduced to 30 minutes, directly halving it. But after less than a minute of pedaling, Yu Yuan gave up. Without a gear shift, using the strong mode for power generation was unrealistic. Perhaps he would only use this mode in emergencies. The leisure mode was much easier, requiring almost no effort, but the time to fully charge correspondingly doubled. Overall, Yu Yuan was quite satisfied with the pedal generator. As the Level 1 generator was completed, other power-dependent facilities were successively unlocked. However, he had only gathered all the upgrade materials for the Level 2 energy-saving light. He immediately chose to upgrade, and as the wires, switches, and energy-saving lamps disappeared, the ceiling of the hideout was covered with a green light curtain. While generating power, Yu Yuan checked the trading information of the Tao Tao cave. All the melee weapons he had previously listed were exchanged, and there was only 1 pair of tactical gloves left, while there were still 2 pairs of military boots. It was probably still a size issue, but Yu Yuan didn't mind. With 10,000 players, boots only came in a few sizes, so someone would always need them. East City District 1, East City Police Station. Quick, move the obstacles, the enforcement team is back. A tall and strong thug looked at the armored vehicle approaching in the distance and immediately instructed his subordinates to make way. Swoosh. A dozen armored vehicles that had just returned from Waterside Street stopped in front of the police station. 3 enforcers got out first and looked at the figure standing at the police station's gate. Behind them was a body bag carried by 2 people. Commander Loris, Carmen Glow, and Soda saluted the approaching Loris. Loris appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, not particularly tall, but somewhat thin. However, the moment the 3 saw Loris, they all tensed up, as if even their breathing had slowed. Loris ignored the 3 and approached the body bag. Swoosh! The body bag was opened, and looking at the bloodied face inside, Loris's gaze was cold and terrifying, devoid of any warmth, like a bottomless black well. He then turned his gaze to the 3, and beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Soda felt a tightness in his throat and couldn't help but swallow. It felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, and his blood was freezing. Carmen and Glow also dared not breathe, standing at attention with their eyes straight ahead. Finally, Loris's gaze fell on Soda. Are you nervous? And no. Soda immediately showed a slightly stiff smile. Then tell me, how did Freeze die? His voice was like a venomous snake waiting to strike, cold and slippery. Soda quickly nodded, his body slightly bent. Commander Loris, based on the situation at the scene, Freeze was attacked by enemies hiding in the sewers during the assault on the thug prison, and he was severed at the right hand, left hand, and ankle, with the fatal wound being the carotid artery. Before he could finish, he saw Loris's calm eyes. Do you think I can't figure this out? I'm asking you how Freeze died. This. Soda swallowed hard, feeling as if the air was solidifying. Just as he was about to suffocate, Loris's gaze shifted to Carmen. You speak. Clap. Carmen stood at attention, chest out, head held high. Report, Commander Loris. Enforcer Freeze was killed by an enemy who had previously hidden in the sewers. Based on the scene, several Enforcer team members' bodies were found, and it is currently suspected that the murderer who attacked Enforcer Freeze may be someone lying in wait in the sewers from the thug prison. How so? Based on the wound analysis on Enforcer Freeze, the weapon used by the murderer should be a cookery knife, which is very suitable for slashing. The wounds on Freeze's wrist and ankle were caused by this weapon. As far as I know, the cookery knife is a homemade weapon from the thug prison and is currently only equipped on raiders. Additionally, I suspect the Burning Fortress was involved in this attack. Burning Fortress? What evidence do you have? Loris frowned. Report, no evidence. But I've heard that Black Lung Victor urgently needs a healthy pair of lungs, and the thug prison controls the largest slave resources in Green Forest City. Moreover, many traces of Molotov cocktails exploding were found at the scene. The resources controlled by the Burning Fortress are indeed fuel. Carmen's words were left unfinished, but everyone present understood his meaning. Loris showed a contemplative expression, patted Carmen on the shoulder, and turned to leave. I heard you caught someone from the thug prison. Send them to me. Yes. It wasn't until Commander Loris's figure completely disappeared that Carmen and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Especially Soda, who felt as if he had just been pulled out of water, shot a fierce glare at Carmen, shoved past him, and left. Glow could only smile helplessly and also left. A thug approached, took out a lighter, and lit the cigarette at Carmen's mouth. Boss, that prisoner has been sent to the commander, but the thug prison is full of lunatics. Can we get them talk? Ugh. Carmen glanced at his subordinate. Just do your job. How dare you question Commander Loris? You must be tired of living. I wouldn't dare. The thug looked around and whispered, Boss. Was the one who attacked Enforcer Freeze really from the thug prison? Yesterday at the water center. Before he could finish, Carmen shot him a glare. Shut up. Not a word about yesterday. If you don't want to die, don't meddle. If you want to die, I'll help you. I know, boss. The thug hurriedly replied. All right, old ghost, you keep an eye on this place. I'm going to take a look. Carmen said as he handed the remaining half of the cigarette to the other person and walked toward the police station. Just as he walked halfway, a drop of rain fell on his face and a breeze brought a chill. He looked up, but. The rain was falling more heavily, and the wind was noticeably stronger. This rain wouldn't be small. Listening to the noisy voices of the thugs behind him, Carmen quickened his pace, a slight smile tugging at his lips, thinking, I didn't expect that guy to take out Freeze. What a pleasant surprise. Perhaps I can take advantage of this later. Like that fool Soda. But was he really from the thug prison? The weapon was indeed a cookery knife. Chapter 32, Rare Treasure Baba Snap. As the lighting switch was turned off, 3 energy-saving lamps began to emit a cold white light, illuminating the room. Yu Yuan extinguished the candle, and at that moment, it felt as if he had returned to the civilized world, even temporarily casting aside the looming threat of the approaching typhoon. These 3 energy-saving lamps were all 10W, capable of providing light for about 33 hours with an hour of cycling. Quite good. However, Yu Yuan knew that once other electrical facilities were constructed, this amount of stored electricity would not be enough to meet daily needs. But for now, he was very satisfied. As the lighting leveled up to 2, the time reached 1 a.m. Ba, looking at the Krishan, sheep tied in the corner. Glancing at him from time to time, Yu Yuan sighed heavily. Since returning to the hideout, he had been constantly finding things to do, wanting to escape, wanting to procrastinate. But now the construction of the hideout's facilities could reach a conclusion. There were less than 5 hours left until 6 o'clock. He knew that what was coming would eventually arrive. Taking out the small square package he had left before from his pocket, with a determination akin to facing death, he walked toward the corner of the hideout. Ba, as the exotic yet intensely mysterious BGM echoed in Yu Yuan's ears once more. The earthy yellow card appeared before him, vibrating continuously, and at the moment when the music's beat grew faster and more urgent, reaching a critical point of explosion. Crack! The indulgence card shattered. Yu Yuan's mind went blank, and it seemed he heard the eerie laughter of a woman in his ears. It took him several seconds to gradually regain consciousness. The fate card had disappeared, and what he heard was a cold mechanical prompt. Fate card rock level indulgence, card removal successful. Fate point 1, detected that the indulgence target has conversion value. Do you want to convert? Requires 1 fate point. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. Convert. Fate point -1. Obtained rare treasure. Ba, wait. What is a rare treasure? Just as Yu Yuan was pondering, he felt darkness enveloping his vision, and then his pupils shook violently, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He involuntarily took 2 steps back to steady himself. Ba, what appeared before Yu Yuan was no longer the previous Krishan sheep, but a strange giant sheep. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, it had exaggerated, spiral-shaped horns like a ram, and its entire body was covered in thick, fine, and smooth wool that shimmered under the light. It resembled the legendary golden fleece. It was the real golden fleece, not a cigarette, Yu Yuan swore. Immediately checking the so-called rare treasure information, Yu Yuan's mouth grew wider. Ba, quality, rare treasure owner. Yu Yuan load capacity, 500 kilogram speed, 60 kilometers H equipment effect, increases load capacity by 100 kilograms, endurance by 80, running speed by 40. Combat method, horn charge rare treasure building. Ba's feeding trough function can produce 20 kilograms of high-quality wool, excellent, every 7 days. Can produce 300 milliliters of high-energy goat milk, rare, every day. Rare treasure. This is a rare treasure. A rare treasure has 3 different states. Equipment, regular, rare treasure building. The regular state is like it is now, appearing in the form of a sheep, which can be ridden, can fight, and can produce resources. The equipment state is in the form of a tattoo, equipped on Yu Yuan's body, allowing him to gain the attributes of the Ba rare treasure. The 2 states, equipment and riding, can be freely switched. The rare treasure building is a special hideout facility specifically built for Ba. Once constructed, Ba cannot leave the rare treasure building and naturally cannot be equipped or ridden. However, it will unlock the function of the rare treasure building, Ba's feeding trough. Every 7 days, a precious food collected by Ba can be obtained from the feeding trough. 3 states, 3 effects. This was unexpected for Yu Yuan. He never thought that his desperate choice would lead to such a huge twist and surprise. Although he wasn't sure why the Yu had horns, it didn't affect Yu Yuan's fondness for it. Yu Yuan placed his right hand on its forehead, silently thinking of equipping it. Yu Yuan felt a flash in front of him, and Ba disappeared, but his body underwent significant changes. Originally standing at 1.78 meters, he suddenly grew taller, feeling that he was much closer to the ceiling. He hurriedly took out the measuring tape he had collected earlier and measured against the wall. 1.88 meters. He had gained a full 10 centimeters. His physique also underwent considerable changes, with distinctly defined muscles, strong yet not bulky like a bodybuilder, but more proportionate and elongated. Yu Yuan speculated that this might be due to the attribute boost affecting his endurance, speed, and load capacity. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly, and his stamina was incredibly abundant, as if there was an endless source of energy within him. He took off his shirt. His chest was occupied by a black-as-ink sheep head tattoo, with two prominent points on his chest being bright red eyes. The massive spiral horns extended from Yu Yuan's shoulders down to his arms, combining with his well-defined muscle lines. A whole aesthetic of violent beauty. Looking at his nearly perfect body, if he had to find a word to describe his current state, it would only be powerful. Only power could match this body. When Baba left the equipped state, Yu Yuan felt a return of weakness in his body. The first thought that popped into his mind was a sense of reluctance. He forcibly suppressed this thought with reason. The feeling of equipping Baba was indeed powerful, but Yu Yuan knew clearly that the attributes brought by the rare treasure were mere bubbles. If he truly took the equipped state as his daily norm, one day when he had to rely solely on himself in battle, it would be his death warrant. Ultimately, his own body was the foundation of strength. He fed Baba some grass and took out today's goat milk. High-energy goat milk, quality, rare description, has certain healing effects, especially excellent recovery effects for specific injuries. Has a calming effect and can provide the body with extremely rich energy. Long-term consumption can strengthen physique. Function accelerates injury healing, especially has extremely significant healing effects on fractures. Has a calming effect, reduces the probability of mental breakdown, and additionally restores 5 stamina and physical function while resting. After drinking, quickly replenishes body energy, restores stamina. And long-term consumption can slowly enhance bone and physical strength. After 7 consecutive days of consumption, gain buff, sufficient kidney chi, gain 15 stamina, slight cold resistance. Chapter 33, Intelligence Card Insider. A massive spiral-shaped dark cloud slowly descended upon Green Forest City from the shattered wave strait. It came down like a millstone, pressing down from the sky, accompanied by howling sea winds and torrential rain like a flood being unleashed. Abandoned billboards swayed and broke in the gale, large trees snapped, and cars flipped over. It seemed as if the sea would engulf the area at any moment. And indeed, this was the case. The coastline of South City and Green Forest City had already been swallowed by a tsunami that reached 7 to 8 meters high. And with the landfall of Typhoon Bu Qiuxing, an even denser storm surge was approaching Green Forest City. Inside the city sewer system of Green Forest City, with the arrival of the heavy rain and storm surge, a large amount of rainwater surged into the sewer, rapidly raising the water level inside. In a dark corner of the sewer on 10th Street in the East City District, as rainwater flowed back, a slender figure quickly emerged from a sewer pipe about a meter in diameter, shook off its wet black fur, and its fist-sized eyes glowed with a ghostly green light in the dark. After twitching its nose a few times, it darted off in a certain direction. Not long after, it appeared in a narrow passage where 2 faint voices and weak flashlight beams were heard ahead. "Uncle, we have to get out of here. The rain is getting heavier. Staying here will only get us drowned." In this situation, the rioters and refugees 1T come out. "We must escape to the upper floors." "Oh no, our supplies. They're all gone." "Uncle, we can find more supplies later. If we don't leave now, we really 1T make it." "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Hey, what is that?" "No." "Ah." The shadow lunged at the man, biting into his neck. Blood gushing out. "No, a rat. Such a big rat. Help, help." The boy cried out. But the blood had already stirred the shadow's ferocity, and its ghostly green eyes quickly turned crimson as it turned and pounced toward the boy's location. Squeak, squeak. Clink, clink, clink. Yu Yuan was awakened by the alarm on his positioning watch. He opened his eyes to find it was 6:30 in the morning. A few hours earlier, after eliminating the death threat of the indulgence card and experiencing the joy of obtaining the rare item, Mei, he could no longer suppress his overwhelming drowsiness. After setting an alarm to ring every 2 hours, he fell into a deep sleep. He knew that only by ensuring he had enough energy and stamina could he cope with any potential emergencies that might arise later. Therefore, appropriate rest was more important than staying up to guard. This was his second awakening. He had woken up once at 4:30 and checked every corner of the air raid shelter, which gave him a slight sense of reassurance. Although he could clearly hear the rushing sound of water in the sewer, the most feared seepage had not occurred. This time, he picked up his flashlight and entered the air raid shelter to check the situation. However, as soon as he opened the waterproof door, Yu Yuan immediately frowned. The smell and humidity in the air were off. His slightly dazed mind quickly cleared. He ran a couple of steps to the high wall of sandbags, placed his left hand on the sandbags, jumped with his legs, and using his left hand for support, he leaped over the sandbag wall and ran toward the two exit locations. First, he headed to the earliest blocked exit. It was dry, with no traces of water leaking from the gaps. After confirming there was no problem, Yu Yuan immediately ran toward the exit he frequently used. However, as soon as he stepped into the passage, he heard a splash under his feet, and his heart skipped a beat. Looking down, he saw a thin layer of water already covering the ground, slowly spreading outward. He hurried to the exit, where he saw water continuously bubbling up from a corner of the sandbag wall. He immediately moved aside 2 bags of sandbags, revealing a gap in front of him. This gap was located at the corner of the exit wall, about the size of a brick. When a flashlight shone on it, he could see rainwater rushing underneath, completely flooding the sewer. The rainwater was constantly hitting this gap, as a stone brick outside the air raid shelter had been washed away, causing the inner bricks to also be washed out, which exposed the gap. While quick-drying cement could block the inner gaps, it could not reach the outer bricks of the exit. Yu Yuan's expression turned ugly. He understood that this was his oversight. It must have been his constant comings and goings over the past few days that loosened the outer bricks. But he had only focused on checking the situation inside the air raid shelter and hadn't thought about potential issues with the outer bricks. That is how the current situation arose. Regret was of no use now. He had to find a way to stop it. He immediately carried the dozen or so bags of sandbags that were outside his hiding place to the exit, tearing open the outdoor tent he had previously collected to use as a waterproof cover, blocking it at the gap. Now that the water was rushing violently, he couldn't repair it, so he could only use this method to stop the water from spreading. Fortunately, the effect was good, with the sandbags blocking it. The rainwater in the sewer struck the sandbags and no longer flowed into the air raid shelter, temporarily alleviating the crisis. It was fortunate that he discovered it in time, which allowed him to contain it at the nascent stage of the crisis. He could only hope that the gap wouldn't expand further. Yu Yuan returned to his hiding place and checked the remaining half-bag of quick-drying cement. This was his hope for the future. As long as the heavy rain could pause for a while, giving him time to repair the gap, there would still be a chance. There was no use in being anxious now. He could only wait. Yu Yuan also lost his sleepiness, lit the fire pit, boiled a pot of water, and checked the virtual light screen, which already had several prompt messages. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. The survival assessment of your hiding place has earned you 220 survival points. Click for details. Hiding place ranking bonus assessment ends today as settlement. A total of 220 survival points. Keep up the good work. 220 points? Not bad. The water in the pot boiled, and Yu Yuan opened a can of beef and poured it in, then added a pack of instant noodles. Soon, a rich aroma filled the hiding place. The Mei lying nearby sniffed and looked over. Seeing this, Yu Yuan waved his hand. Mei immediately walked over, clearly showing that its intelligence was not low. Rubbing its soft fur, Yu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "So your name is Mei? I'll just call you that from now on." Mei tilted its head to look at Yu Yuan and then nodded. At this moment, the noodles were ready. The steaming hot air was sucked away by the ventilation duct, bringing a hint of coolness. After finishing breakfast, Yu Yuan approached the old newspaper rack to check the newspapers that had been refreshed today. When he saw a card next to the newspaper, a flash of surprise crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. An additional intelligence resource has refreshed, but this card is a Rock Quality Insider card. Intelligence Card Rock Quality Insider card. Intelligence Card Insider Quality. Rock Quality function. Using this card will grant you insider information related to a specified event. Rock Quality. Chapter 34, The Book of Destiny. Repairing the gap, Yu Yuan looked at the earthy yellow card in his hand, which was extremely similar to the fate cards. With the words Insider written on it, his eyes slightly narrowed. The appearance of the Insider card surprised him. An information item for a specified event was of great significance to Yu Yuan. There were too many things he wanted to figure out. The division of the gang forces, the differences in their strengths, their hostile relationships, the locations of the rooms corresponding to the bald man's 3 keys, and the location of the hotel room card on Biaogu, among others. However, Yu Yuan also understood that there was only one Insider card at the moment, and he had to save it for a crucial time to maximize its effectiveness. At that moment, the virtual light screen displaying the fate card page revealed a book that Yu Yuan initially thought was just a background decoration beneath the wooden box containing the fate cards. The book had unfolded, and a page with 4 card slots appeared. The Insider card disappeared from Yu Yuan's hand and was tightly embedded in the first card slot of that page. The book then closed, returning to its previous appearance. But Yu Yuan could feel that he could open the book at any time to retrieve the Insider card, which calmed him down a bit. On the book that originally had no name, a line of text slowly revealed itself. The Book of Destiny. Clearly, the Insider card, as a derivative of Fate's gifts, had an inevitable connection with the Fate cards. Yu Yuan no longer dwelled on these matters. It was meaningless. He needed to get through the current difficulties first. Moreover, obtaining the Insider card was not cheap. It cost a full 500 survival points, due to being trapped in his hiding place. Yu Yuan had not checked the new Fate gifts and planned to wait until the typhoon was over to make a choice. After all, choosing a Fate gift meant completing a Fate card task, which was akin to seeking death in the current situation. He picked up the newspaper that had refreshed today, still showing 2 stable rock-quality news articles. Green Forest City Daily Date, Day 4 of the Wasteland calendar weather. Typhoon Baekyu is approaching land. The Eyewall storm is currently making landfall, with a maximum wind speed expected to reach level 13. The eye of the typhoon will arrive around 11:40 a.m., lasting for 4 hours. Temperature, 22-28. Publisher, Wasteland Destiny Press. Neighborhood Life Section, Quality, Rock Level Danger Level. Low. All law enforcement officers at the Black Shield Police Station are filled with fear of Commander Loris, fearing his interrogation methods and his cruelty towards enemies and traitors. Under this fear, Law Enforcement Officer Soda secretly expressed his intention to ally with Commander Loris while using the death of Freeze to incite tension between Loris and Carmen. However, he did not know that Loris had long suspected that Law Enforcement Officer Carmen deliberately did not support Water's Edge Street in time, which led to his brother being killed by the enemy in the sewer. He wants Carmen and the people in the gang prison to pay for his brother's death. And that guy who killed Freeze must also die. Yu Yuan was slightly surprised. He had only killed one person in the sewer, and that was the bald man. He did not expect that he had an older brother who was a commander. No wonder he was so arrogant. This Loris was also a threat. If he knew I was in the sewer, he would definitely turn over all the sewers, adding another problem. He recorded this information in his memo. Additionally, the first piece of typhoon information was something Yu Yuan took very seriously. By noon, Green Forest City would enter the eye of the typhoon, lasting for 4 hours. This news was incredibly important to Yu Yuan. He knew that no matter how fierce the previous winds and rains were, once entering the eye of the typhoon, there would be immediate calm, and it might even be sunny, in a maximum of an hour. The rainwater in the sewer would drain, and the water level would drop. That would be his opportunity to repair the gap. However, the actual situation was far worse than Yu Yuan had anticipated. 5 hours later, Yu Yuan looked at the water level, which had risen to his knees, feeling a bit powerless. The second waterproof high wall outside had completely collapsed. An hour ago, he had just found some bricks from elsewhere to temporarily block the gap. But that gap had expanded again, and this time even sandbags could not completely stop the water from flowing in. In just 1 hour, the water level had risen to his knees. The rapid rise of the water level made Yu Yuan somewhat frightened. He looked at the time, 11:50. It should have already entered the eye of the typhoon. There was still time. Half an hour later, looking at the water level that had dropped to his calves, Yu Yuan let out a long breath. Finally, it went down, but he knew that now was the real busy time. He arrived at the exit location, bending down to move the sandbags blocking the gap. As the gap expanded, The rainwater flooding into the air raid shelter quickly poured through the gap. Yu Yuan saw that the previous gap had now more than quadrupled in size. No wonder the sandbags could not completely stop the water flow. The water level in the sewer had also dropped to half, allowing the remaining rainwater to pour. While he quickly took out the bricks he had previously found from the hole and set them aside. Returning to his hiding place, he filled a bucket with quick-drying cement and returned to the exit location. During these few hours, he had not been idle. He had taken a tactical sword from the bald man's body and exchanged it for 2 bags of quick-drying cement and some construction materials. After all the rainwater in the air raid shelter was cleared, there were less than 3 hours left for the eye of the typhoon to stay in Green Forest City. Yu Yuan did not dare to waste time, quickly mixing the cement according to the ratio. This time Yu Yuan was smarter. He did not directly block the exit, but lay down on the ground, extending his arms through the gap. And after applying a layer to the outer wall of the air raid shelter, which is the top of the sewer, he then picked up the bricks to block the gap. Once that layer of quick-drying cement hardened, it would become a protective layer. Although it would not last long under the impact of rainwater, even if it held for an hour or two, Yu Yuan would be very satisfied. In less than 30 minutes, the gap was completely blocked, and Yu Yuan temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. This should not be a problem anymore. Yu Yuan's hiding place resource management log date. Day 6 of the Wasteland calendar location. East City District 13, Green Forest City food. 8 cans of beef. 3 cans of fruit, 6 packs of military rations, 3 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 28 pieces of chocolate, 8 packs of Camel cigarettes, 9 packs of Marlboro cigarettes. Medical. 1 car-mounted first aid kit, 1 medical backpack supplies. 1 car engine, 1 spark plug, car air conditioning compressor. Weapons. 1 dog leg knife. 2 Glock 17 pistols. 919mm Luger FMJ, 48 rounds. SW model, 500 revolver. Tools. 1 multifunctional tool pliers. 1 multifunctional toolbox. Containers. 1 outdoor Oxford cloth backpack, 60L. 1 backpack. 1 canvas crossbody bag, damaged. Chapter 35. The 6th day, crisis and gifts on the 6th day in the Wasteland. Bang bang echo. As Yu Yuan smashed the quick-drying cement, the sewer outlet was revealed again. He threw the huge stone he was holding onto the ground. It was a miscalculation. At first, he only thought about how to block the exit more securely. But he never considered getting a hammer. This realization only hit him when he was about to break the seal. The only melee weapon he had left was a dogleg knife. The rest were firearms, a folding crossbow, or a bow and arrow. He had no tools to destroy the quick-drying cement. Although he had a wrench and a pipe wrench, those tools were too small. After a few attempts, his hands were numb, and the cement only suffered superficial damage. In the end, he had no choice but to use 2 large stones to finish the job. After clearing the exit, he noticed that although the typhoon had passed, the sewer still had a strong current. However, it seemed that in a few hours, once the water drained, it would be safe for people to enter. A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Yuan's mouth, just as he was about to return to his hiding place when his gaze suddenly froze, as if he had seen something. A few seconds later, a corpse, swollen and pale from the rain, floated down the stream. The body was incomplete. Its head had been bitten off halfway by something, and the brain inside was either missing or eaten away, leaving it empty. The neck and shoulder blades were also partially gnawed, and the arms and thighs were all mutilated. Yu Yuan squinted at the slowly disappearing corpse, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. This corpse clearly did not fall into the sewer from above, but rather belonged to those scavengers or survivors hiding in the sewer. Yu Yuan had suspected this all along. From the state of the body, it seemed to have been dead for only 2 or 3 days. But what could have gnawed it like this? The first thing that came to Yu Yuan's mind was the investigation report he had seen at the East City Waterworks Center. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to his hiding place and pulled out that report to read it again. Mimi approached Yu Yuan, glanced a few times, then walked over to the corner he had prepared for her, made of hay, and lay down. A few minutes later, Yu Yuan exhaled deeply, his gaze flickering. The direction from which the corpse floated had many forks, but they were all close to Block 15. Block 15 was adjacent to Block 10, where the giant rat mentioned in the investigation report was found. Could that rat really still be alive, even moving from Block 10 into Block 15, or even Block 13? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Although Yu Yuan was very unwilling to think that way, the reality was laid out before him, and his personality did not allow him to evade it. Regardless of whether that creature was a giant rat or not, it posed a significant threat to his safety. The sewer was the main passage and battlefield for him to reach other blocks in the future. With such an unstable factor present, he felt restless. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He glanced again at Mimi lying on the ground, then stood up and walked to a door. Inside was a small room of about 2 square meters, neatly arranged with all his supplies. This was a level 1 warehouse he had built in the 2 days he had been hiding from the typhoon. Although it was only 2 square meters, this area was an additional space that did not occupy the original area of his hiding place. Although the area was small, it provided a place to store all his supplies. He scanned the row of weapons in the corner and decided to take out the FN-FEL assault rifle along with its magazines and bullets. The caliber was the truth. This was a principle Yu Yuan adhered to, which was why he did not choose the MP5. Although the MP5 had a fast firing rate as a submachine gun, Yu Yuan was not sure if the 9mm pistol rounds could penetrate the fur of his opponents, especially in this wasteland world, where even slight mutations in creatures were not uncommon. While he did not know how huge that rat was, under a large caliber, all creatures were equal. Under the 7.62 by 51mm bullets, as long as it was a carbon-based organism, there was no way it could survive. He had carefully cleaned and maintained all the guns in the warehouse over the past 2 days, with the only cost being a bottle of gun oil for 1,000 survival points. He just didn't expect that the weapons he had just maintained would be needed so soon. He loaded all the bullets into the magazines, a total of 3 magazines, each with a capacity of 20 rounds, totaling 60 rounds, which should be enough. If these 60 rounds could not take down that rat, Yu Yuan figured he would probably be done for. Afterward, he also prepared 3 M64 grenades, just in case. He took out the M500 revolver as well. The 500 caliber bullets would be his last line of defense. After half a day passed, he could finally see the bottom of the sewer, with a layer of mud and sand covering the ground, emitting a foul smell. Although the ground was still quite damp after trying it out, Yu Yuan found that it did not affect his movement. He was also prepared to go out, check the situation after the typhoon, and search for supplies to upgrade his hiding place. Due to the typhoon, the construction of his hiding place had been delayed by 2 days. In another 24 days, the novice protection period would end, and he had to make up for the lost time. Back at the hiding place, Yu Yuan opened the virtual panel for the fate cards. Since he could leave, it was time to choose his fate gift. Yu Yuan looked at the fate card page, his eyes shining with desire. Over the past 2 days, he had thought about what items might appear in this fate gift, and now he could finally uncover the mystery. As soon as the thought of drawing a fate card arose in Yu Yuan's mind, the familiar text reappeared. Maxim, all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. This line of text quickly transformed into 3 options. Choose one of the 3 fate gift below as a gift from fate. Yu Yuan took a deep breath. Here it comes. 1. Stylish floor coat rack function. Randomly produces 1 piece of clothing that fits every day, with a chance of high-quality clothing appearing. 2. Resource recycling trash bin function. Transforms the garbage in the bin into random resources every day, with a chance of producing double or special resources. 3. A basket full of fresh vegetables and fruits function. Randomly produces 1 kind of fresh vegetable or fruit every day, with a chance of producing high-quality food. Yu Yuan looked at the 3 fate gift options, suddenly experiencing a dilemma. It was too hard to choose. He wanted all of them. The clothes he was wearing were almost worn out. Although he had collected some clothes before, they were either the wrong size or the wrong style. He couldn't possibly wear a trendy trench coat to crawl through the sewer. The problem was that the season was also wrong. Resources. What he needed most right now were resources. He was going crazy just thinking about it. He desperately needed vegetables. It had been 6 days since he entered the wasteland. While he had plenty of food, either canned beef, military rations, or biscuits, and he even had a cup of high-energy goat's milk every day, he was lacking in vegetables. He hadn't gone to the bathroom in days and was constipated. A mask of pain appeared on Yu Yuan's face as he irritably scratched his hair, wishing he could have them all. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan suppressed his frustration and forced himself to regain his composure. His gaze shifted back and forth between the three options, dismissing his personal preferences and desires from his mind, considering entirely from the perspective of current survival and development. In the end, his gaze locked onto Chapter 36. The luxury card of fate. Yu Yuan's gaze finally locked onto the resource recycling bin. Although he didn't want to admit it, this choice was indeed the best solution at the moment. His clothes were worn, but still wearable. He could just wash them anyway, since no one was watching and no one cared. Without vegetables, if he got constipated, he could just drink more water to soften his stool, or buy wild fruits or vegetables from other players using survival points. Wild grass could also solve this problem. However, resources were truly hard to come by. What Yu Yuan was most concerned about was actually the 4 characters, resource recycling. Since he already had a goal in mind, Yu Yuan no longer hesitated and chose the resource recycling bin. Resource recycling bin has been placed in the hideout. Please check it yourself. A very ordinary white trash bin appeared at Yu Yuan's feet, with the resource recycling logo printed on both sides. As the choice of the fate gift was completed, the wooden box of the fate card began to shake. 3 seconds later, a long strip card with a yellow-brown color and mysterious patterns appeared before Yu Yuan. This fate card, luxury card, rock level luxury card, quality rock level. The player must complete 1 non-survival related luxury act within 2 days, consuming 50,000 survival points. Otherwise, the player dies. Reminder, please remember luxury, not consumption, or you can consume 150,000 survival points to expand the area of your hideout. Luxury. Looking at the friendly reminder below, Yu Yuan's heart sank. Although he was very willing to expand his hideout, he simply couldn't come up with 150,000 survival points. Even if he sold all the resources he had, it was impossible to meet the requirement. Since that's the case, he could only find a way to consume those 50,000 survival points on something unrelated to survival. 150,000 was too much, but for 50,000, he could think of a way, and he already had a rough idea in his mind. However, Yu Yuan's heart ached slightly. After all, it was 50,000 survival points. He didn't even know if all his resources, excluding firearms, totaled to 50,000 survival points. 2 days' time, and it felt like he was risking his life. He returned to the newsstand and browsed the newspapers from the past few days. In total, there were 4 pieces of rock-level information in yesterday's and today's newspapers. Besides 1 report about the typhoon leaving and the weather recovering, the remaining 3 were neighborhood news. Neighborhood news section, quality, rock danger level, medium after discussions. The thug prison decided to complete a resource transaction with the burning fortress at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the Black Stone Canyon in the northern wilderness. In response to the retaliation from the Black Shield Police Department, they dispatched 2 raider teams to transport 20 slaves in exchange for 1 truck of fuel, some survival supplies, and explosives from the burning fortress. Neighborhood news section, quality, rock danger level, low due to the impact of the typhoon and heavy rain. Many areas in Green Forest City experienced flooding disasters, especially in the East District where several subway tunnels were submerged by sudden floods. Among them, the Freeman organization in Block 5 and the Ghost Head Gang in Block 9 suffered heavy losses in this flood disaster. Only the Bloodhand Gang, a group of wild raiders hiding in Block 10, led by their leader Mahata, managed to occupy the Green Forest Light supermarket in time. Only 3 were missing, and 4 were injured. They had no plans to leave until their injuries healed. Neighborhood news section, quality, rock danger level. Medium Commander Lao Ku of the Black Shield Police Department successfully completed the arms suppression mission in the central area and returned to the East District this morning, bringing back news of the transaction between the thug prison and the burning fortress at 1 p.m. tomorrow. He ordered the Cayman enforcers to take charge, with the Soda enforcers assisting to ambush the returning raider team in the Carlisle Underground Tunnel in East District Block 9 tomorrow afternoon and seize all transaction materials. However, the Soda enforcers received secret instructions from Commander Laulis to eliminate Cayman. Yu Yuan took out a pen and paper to start jotting down notes. The first 2 pieces of news were refreshed yesterday morning, while the news about the Black Shield Police Department ambushing the thug prison appeared this morning. Originally, Yu Yuan had no intention of getting involved, but the situation had changed. To eliminate the luxury card, at least 50,000 survival points were needed, and it was impossible to obtain that amount through normal channels within just 2 days. The only hope lay in the materials from the transaction at the thug prison. He opened the virtual map to check the location of the Carlisle underground tunnel in Block 9, which was located northeast of Block 13 and was already at the edge of Greenford City. The fastest route from the eastern suburbs to the northern suburbs was through Block 9, and the Carlisle underground tunnel was part of that route. On the virtual map, he planned the sewer route from the hideout to Block 9, Carlisle underground tunnel, and Yu Yuan frowned slightly at the map. This distance was indeed not short. If he had to walk there himself, it would take nearly 2 hours one way, and he would have to cross Block 11 to enter Block 9. Thinking about possibly encountering that strange giant rat made Yu Yuan's head hurt. After marking the relevant information he needed to pay attention to for tomorrow's operation in the hideout memo, Yu Yuan finally turned his attention back to the trash bin at his feet. It looked like an ordinary 14L capacity trash bin from everyday life, complete with a flip lid. He had accumulated quite a bit of trash over the past few days and had piled it up in the passage outside the hideout, originally planning to clean it out today. Now, it counted as recycling waste. There was a lot of trash, and even filling the bin only consumed half of it. However, Yu Yuan was already very satisfied with this, and now he was just waiting to see what kind of surprise this trash bin would bring him tomorrow. He then entered the hideout and began to equip his Enforcer tactical suit. Enforcer tactical armor, Enforcer tactical gloves, Enforcer tactical boots, Enforcer goggles. He fully equipped himself. He stored the spare magazines and grenades for the FN-FAL assault rifle in his tactical harness, and completed equipping the dogleg knife, Glock 17, and M500 revolver. Yu Yuan clearly felt the weight on his body increase. He looked at Mie and silently thought, equip. The next moment, Mie, who was lying on the ground, disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming force that Yu Yuan felt throughout his body, making the once heavy equipment feel incredibly light in his hands. His face showed excitement as he picked up the FN-FAL assault rifle and walked out of the hideout. It was time for him to seek opportunities to eliminate the luxury card. Chapter 37. The Craftsman Marcel entering the sewer. Yu Yuan removed his gear from Mie and then mounted it, running through the damp tunnels. He found that Mie's back was broader and more stable than he had imagined, and he hardly felt any jolting. Canchino Street. This wasn't Yu Yuan's first time here. But this time he wasn't going to the house of the woman with the tear mole. His target was number 7 Canchino Street. Due to the armor and gear he was wearing, it was somewhat strenuous for Yu Yuan to climb out of the sewer, but it wasn't a big problem. Canchino Street had been ravaged by a typhoon, leaving it in disarray with bent trees, destroyed houses, and debris everywhere. However, it had also indirectly cleared away hidden threats. Since it was still daytime, Yu Yuan didn't plan to linger in the middle of the street, but rather slipped into an abandoned house nearby, making his way to the second floor. Directly across from him was the residence at number 7 Canchino Street. Unlike other obviously abandoned houses, this one, although seemingly unremarkable and a bit shabby, had no issues with its main structural integrity upon closer inspection. The so-called damage was merely at the corners and edges of the eaves. These imperfections wouldn't affect the house, but rather served as a form of camouflage. Craftsman Marcel Yu Yuan looked at the house across and recalled the intelligence information. The newspaper had reported on the third day that he would leave the residence today to search for supplies. The typhoon had just passed, and the best time to explore after leaving the house would be at night. After organizing his thoughts and mentally going through the possible scenarios that could occur, Yu Yuan patiently waited. He wouldn't make any moves until he saw Marcel. The sky remained gray after the typhoon, and although it was only 7 in the evening, it was already darkening. As Yu Yuan kept observing, he suddenly pressed his head against the corner of the window. He saw the door of the residence at No. 7 Canchino Street open, and a shadow peered outside before leaving the house and stealthily moving away into the night. As soon as the figure left the confines of the residence, Yu Yuan softly called out, "Is that you, Marcel? I'm a friend of Fedmon." The moment his voice left his mouth, the figure rolled to the side as if startled, quickly hiding behind a nearby telephone pole. A dark gun barrel emerged from behind the pole, pointing at Yu Yuan's position. However, Yu Yuan had anticipated this reaction and was already concealed behind a wall. not revealing even a hint of himself. He called out again, "Marcel, don't shoot. I'm a friend of Fedmon." But before he could finish, bang, a bullet struck the wall, though the sound was surprisingly muted, indicating it was a silenced weapon. A crisp yet cold voice followed. "Who are you?" "Fedmon, doesn't he have friends? How do you know about me and our relationship?" Marcel was actually a woman? Yu Yuan was slightly taken aback, quickly recalling that during the conversation at the Wudong apartment entrance among the trio, besides the woman named Mona, they had indeed mentioned another woman. Could it be her? Bang, a dull gunshot interrupted Yu Yuan's thoughts, causing him to frown slightly. This woman has quite a temper, but since her life was tied to his own, he could only explain immediately, "Don't shoot. Don't attract enemies. Fedmon is dead, and his child has also died. Only his wife survived, and I saved her." "What?" Marcel exclaimed, her voice noticeably urgent. "Explain what happened." Yu Yuan quickly recounted the events at number 68 Kinshino Street, highlighting the key points. When she heard that it was Yu Yuan who killed the vagrant and saved the woman with the tear mole, although she remained cautious, her demeanor improved significantly. Yu Yuan noted that the combat page of the virtual light screen showed the persuasion skill emitting a faint glow. "So how did you know about me?" "I saw a notebook in the room, which revealed Fedman's connection to you and that you were a craftsman responsible for delivering supplies." As he spoke, Yu Yuan felt quite nervous. He was lying. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he knew her information. He just hoped the persuasion skill would prove effective. Marcel didn't question him, but asked the next question. "What do you want from me?" Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "She believes me?" But there was no time to think. He quickly replied, "I think you have great potential, and I want to invest in you." What? Marcel seemed to hear something unbelievable, her voice slightly rising. But then she quickly reacted, lowering her voice and urgently asking, "What did you just say? Invest in me? Invest in what?" She and T even realized that her gun had unconsciously lowered, her wariness shifting to a mix of shock, joy, and surprise. "I'm very interested in your craftsmanship. I can provide you with a batch of supplies, food, materials, living resources, anything you need. In return, I just want you to share your findings with me once your research is complete." "That's it?" "Yes, it's that simple." Yu Yuan could sense her astonishment and joy. Clearly, his proposal was hitting the mark with Marcel. But he still felt something was off. What was off? Yu Yuan quickly realized. It was too smooth. Marcel didn't seem like someone who should be living in the Wasteland. However, Yu Yuan dismissed this thought. His real goal wasn't her so-called research, but to expend resources. As long as she accepted his investment and met the conditions for the luxury card to be eliminated, that was enough. It seemed Marcel truly accepted Yu Yuan's proposal. After a quick negotiation, they agreed that Yu Yuan would deliver the supplies the following night. After finalizing everything, Yu Yuan left 3 bags of military rations in the corner of the wall. "Use these 3 bags of military rations for now. Don't go out for the time being. The Black Shield Police Department just had a clash with a riot prison, and there's a risk of large-scale conflicts. The neighborhood isn't safe. Just wait for me to bring the supplies tomorrow night." After saying this, Yu Yuan carefully retreated from Marcel. "All right, I understand." Marcel watched Yu Yuan's disappearing shadow, her momentary joy replaced by unprecedented vigilance and seriousness. She took out a mobile phone and a fist-sized drone from her pocket. Under her remote control, the drone immediately took off, flying towards the spot where Yu Yuan had just been. Chapter 38, The Thug Prison. Hable and Baku in Mazir's phone screen, the originally dark street became incredibly clear. The drone, equipped with a night vision camera, meticulously scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no ambushes, and finally saw Yu Yuan's retreating figure. Only then did Mazir retract the drone, quickly walk to the corner, pick up 3 packs of military rations, and return to number 7 Canchino. Without any visible movement, the door opened, and Mazir slipped inside. "Who is that?" A somewhat weak voice rang out in the room. Mazir quickly approached a screen on the living room wall, performed a few simple operations, and then said softly, "I think I saw the person who was going to save you." "You mean that person just now?" A wheelchair rolled up in front of Mazir, its voice slightly trembling. If Yu Yuan were here, he would recognize that the person in the wheelchair was none other than the long-missing woman with a tear mole, Mona. Although her body was still weak, Her wounds had clearly been carefully treated and bandaged. The most noticeable difference was the slight madness and coldness in her eyes. Mazir's expression showed some worry. Sister Na, he somehow found out about me and even lied saying he learned about me from Fedman's notes. I didn't expose him. He wants to invest in my research and will send supplies tomorrow. Is he really trustworthy? Mona looked at Mazir with a hint of softness in her gaze. Mazir, don't let my situation affect your decision. I can't turn back now. Once my injuries heal a bit, I will leave here in a day or two. At that time, you will be you, and I will be me. As for whether to trust him, you decide for yourself. Sister Na, you want to leave here? Mazir became anxious. It's too dangerous outside now. You just suffered such a severe injury. Before she could finish, she saw the coldness in Mona's eyes instantly freeze her words. That person is right. The beasts. There has to be someone to send them to hell. After saying this, the wheelchair retreated into the darkness again. Soren High Security Prison is located in the eastern suburbs of Green Forest City. Originally, it was a high-security prison with strict supervision and complete facilities, not only having a robust logistical support capability, but also surrounded by armed squads responsible for military suppression. However, at this moment, the prison had turned into a real thug prison, with even the armed forces and ammunition depots outside being occupied by thugs, completely armed to the teeth. The prison's walls were reinforced with barbed wire and shards of glass, and watchtowers were equipped with snipers and machine gunners, creating a chilling atmosphere. Yet, inside the public area of the prison, it was brightly lit. The raiders surrounded the playground, shouting and cheering excitedly. It had been transformed into a gladiatorial arena. Inside the arena, 5 slaves, weapons in hand, rushed fearfully yet frantically toward the robust figure in the center. Bang! The robust figure merely grinned savagely, effortlessly dodging a dagger thrust from one of them. His palm, like a fan, grasped the top of that slave's head and effortlessly lifted him up like a chick. The slave let out a painful wail, and the surrounding raiders became even more excited. Some even stood on top of an apocalyptic war vehicle, shouting enthusiastically, Hammer! Hammer Hable! Invincible! Hammer Hable is invincible! Ha! Hable, hearing this, revealed a bloodthirsty smile, grabbing the slave's head and tossing it towards the other 4 slaves. Bang, 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 bang. All 4 were knocked over and rolled on the ground. Then, Hable's gaze turned to the slave in his hand, and he swung a fist towards the slave's head. Clap! Amidst the cheers of everyone, Hable threw the corpse in his hand away like garbage. The other 4 slaves had surprisingly fainted already. Hable took a towel handed to him by a subordinate, wiped his face, and tossed the towel on the ground. Someone handed him a pre-cut cigar. Hable sat in a huge recliner. Those 4 guys will be sent to Victor tomorrow. After saying this, he took a deep puff from the cigar, the spicy and stimulating sensation rushing to his head, and closed his eyes to savor it. Behind him, a man who had been quietly watching the gladiatorial match from the beginning nodded slightly. It's already arranged, Warden. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 fainted slaves were dragged away, and then someone began to clean the arena for new gladiatorial opponents to enter, amidst screams and cheers, leading to bloody battles. After watching for a while, Hable glanced sideways at the man standing behind him, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a deep voice, Baku, is everything good for tomorrow? Hearing this, Baku's eyes curved into crescents, his right middle finger resting on the frame, adjusting it slightly, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, everything has been arranged, and as long as the Black Shield Police Department dares to come, we will definitely give them a surprise. Ha! Hable burst into laughter, his large palm heavily patting Baku's shoulder. I knew there would be no problem handing these things to you. Saying this, he looked around and then leaned close to Baku's ear. Hey, I told you to be the warden, and I could be the muscle. These brainy tasks are just annoying to think about. At this moment, Hable's demeanor was nowhere near that of a thug prison leader. He looked more like a hapless guy, forced into a situation. However, Baku shook his head slightly, looking at Hable seriously. No, the warden can only be you. The outside world can only see you as the leader of the thug prison. As for other matters, with me here, it won't be chaotic. All right, I'm going to exercise. Hable seemed to have long anticipated this outcome, waving his hand dismissively as he left. As soon as Hable left, the once boisterous playground fell silent. All eyes turned towards the straight figure, their expressions filled with awe, obedience, and madness, unlike the excitement they had shown towards Habel. At that moment, a person on a dog leash was dragged out. Upon seeing Baku, he scrambled on all fours, panting with excitement as he approached Baku, rubbing his face against Baku's leather shoes. Baku looked at his creation with satisfaction, raising his foot to step on the man's head. Have the intel for tomorrow's transaction been leaked? Master, it has been leaked exactly as you commanded, word for word. Baku chuckled lightly, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cold glint flashing as he looked into the void ahead. Heh, I can't wait to see it. Chapter 39. Ideology Card. Fear of the superior Yu Yuan stopped running only when the buzzing behind him completely disappeared and turned around to look. Drones. Marcel really wasn't as simple as he appeared. Although the sound of the drone was very faint, perhaps normal people wouldn't hear it. After the enhancement from the Street Mouse title, Yu Yuan could hear it clearly. Indeed, anyone who has survived in the Wasteland until now is not a fool who would easily trust others. However, Yu Yuan was quite satisfied with this. If there was anything Yu Yuan was interested in, it was the kind of rewards he would receive after completing this fate card task. Compared to the possible rewards, the 50,000 survival points consumed didn't hurt as much. Let's consider it an exchange. Regaining his focus, Yu Yuan no longer thought about Marcel, but turned to walk towards the residential building in front of him, which was clearly in better condition. With a lead on the luxury card mission, he couldn't neglect the construction of his hideout either. He needed to make up for the progress delayed by the typhoon as soon as possible. The next day, Yu Yuan was awakened by the sound of bawling. He had returned to his hideout at 3 a.m. after running through no less than 10 residential buildings. Although many of those residences had been visited multiple times, Yu Yuan's goal was not those ordinary supplies, but rather large items like toilets and bathtubs. Last night, he successfully gathered the materials needed to upgrade the rest area, bathroom, and kitchen, completing the upgrades. Rest area level 2 single bed, function. Comfort level 3, restores an additional 10 stamina per hour, body function recovery speed 10. Rest time 4 hours, increases emotional stability. Bathroom level 3 toilet room, function. Hygiene level 3, comfort level 3, reduces illness probability by 15, reduces wound infection risk by 10. Reduces mental breakdown risk by 15, constipation probability minus 15, hemorrhoid induction probability minus 10. Equipped with moisture-proof, sewage backflow prevention, odor prevention, and pest prevention effects. Provides 48 L of domestic water daily. Unlocks hygiene product crafting. Kitchen level 2 camping firewood stove, function. Energy level 2, comfort level 2, hygiene level 2, when burning. The indoor temperature of the hideout increases by 5, increases by 15 within a 2-meter range. Fuel duration 40, burning effect 30, adjustable. Food crafting list has been updated. This was Yu Yuan's masterpiece from a long night of hard work. Of course, many of the materials were traded from the Tao Tao cave, such as the barbecue rack and stainless steel needed to upgrade the camping firewood stove, but these were not important. He could finally use the toilet inside the hideout and didn't have to go outside to bury landmines anymore. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan felt a sudden pressure in his stomach and hurried to the bathroom to take care of personal issues, feeling much more comfortable afterward. After washing up, he picked up the spray gun, lit a piece of wood, and tossed it into the stove to start making breakfast. The camping stove was designed very cleverly, with a stainless steel body in the middle for burning wood and a space above the stove for boiling water or making soup. Below the stove was a shelf for placing utensils or miscellaneous items, and the ashtray could also be used to cook some simple food. The stove's chimney connected directly to the ventilation duct, completely avoiding the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. This camping stove made Yu Yuan extremely happy. After gulping down a cup of high-energy goat milk and feeling full, it was already 7 a.m. Although he had only had less than 4 hours of rest, Yu Yuan felt unusually energized, thanks to the excellent recovery effect of the single bed. Gathering all the household trash, he went to the recycling bin and lifted the lid, his eyes lighting up. Plastic 2. Scissors 1. Yu Yuan looked at the 2 pieces of plastic and a brand new pair of scissors in his hand. Then at the recycling bin with the eyes of a child looking at a new toy, showing a hint of contemplation. The refreshed items seemed to be related to the trash he had thrown into the bin. Yesterday, he had thrown in a lot of plastic packaging and metal cans. Yu Yuan immediately thought of trying again. This time, he didn't put his household trash into the recycling bin. Instead, he went to a corner where the sheep droppings were piled up, put them into a bag, and then placed it in the recycling bin. After sealing the lid, he had some expectations for what would appear tomorrow. If the materials coming from a recycling bin were really related to the trash collected, then the potential for operation would be significantly increased. Everything depended on tomorrow's verification. Returning to the hideout, he checked today's newsstand situation. To his surprise, next to the refreshed newspaper, there was actually a yellowish card. Today, there was an additional informational item. Could this also be an information card? Yu Yuan hurriedly picked it up. Ideology card. Fear of the superior quality. Rock level function. Using this card on a target can awaken their fear of a specific person and plant the seeds for overcoming the fear later. Yu Yuan looked at the card in his hand, frowning. Awaken the fear of specific individuals and plant the seeds for overcoming that fear later. Yu Yuan understood the meaning of the card. When a person becomes extremely fearful of something, generally, two situations arise. One is complete collapse and escape, and the other is a no-breaking, no-standing, a desperate rebound. Due to intense fear, they develop a strong rebellious psychology and destroy the thing that terrifies them. The effect of this card should be to plant the seeds of resistance. On the virtual light screen, the Book of Fate unfolded just as before, with ideology card, fear of the superior, entering the slot. Closing the light screen, he looked at today's newspaper, which surprisingly contained only one news item. Street news section, quality, rock danger level, medium, at 4:25 a.m. today. 30 flame knights from the burning fortress stealthily entered Sploro Park in the 9th District with a large amount of goods traded with the thug prison. They successfully made contact with representatives from the thug prison, marking a tentative cooperation between the burning fortress and the thug prison. What? Yu Yuan stared incredulously at the content in the newspaper. Wasn't the transaction between the thug prison and the burning fortress supposed to take place this afternoon? And wasn't the location in the Black Market Canyon? How could it be in the 9th District? The time had also been moved up from 1 p.m. to 3 hours ago. Yu Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Something big had happened. If the supplies from the burning fortress had already entered the 9th District, why didn't they head directly to the thug prison? And what about the ambush from the Black Shield Police Department on the thug prison? What was the situation with the cooperation between the thug prison and the burning fortress? Was it related to today's operation? A series of questions flooded Yu Yuan's mind. He needed to figure this out. He quickly opened the virtual map and searched for Sploro Park in the 9th District, as he seemed to have seen the name of this park before. Soon, he found Sploro Park, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 40. Shocking Insider News. The Flame Priest Yu Yuan enlarged the map, and when he saw the location of Sploro Park, it seemed like he understood the thoughts behind the burning fortress and the thug prison. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Without hesitation, Yu Yuan immediately opened the virtual light screen of the Book of Fate. He used the intelligence card Insider, targeting the cooperation between the burning fortress and the thug prison. The next moment, the intelligence card Insider disappeared from the Book of Fate, and the text near the intelligence about the burning fortress on the newspaper in Yu Yuan's hand began to become clear. 2 seconds later, the newspaper had changed dramatically, and a brand new news report appeared before Yu Yuan. Just seeing the headline of the news, which was filled with sensationalism, made the corners of Yu Yuan's eyes twitch. Shocking insider news. The burning fortress and the thug prison, under broad daylight, actually. Quality. Rock danger level. Medium according to our undercover reporter's life-risking investigation. It was learned today that the burning fortress and the thug prison have reached a secret agreement. They plan to launch a frenzied ambush on the Black Shield police station this afternoon. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Please see our detailed report. According to the reporter's investigation, the burning fortress and the thug prison are about to conduct a supply transaction, with the thug prison exchanging 20 slaves for supplies provided by the burning fortress, including a truckload of fuel, some survival supplies, and explosives. In fact, these 20 slaves are just a cover. What they are really trading is a donor suitable for organ transplantation, whose purpose is to replace the lung organs of the burning fortress's leader, Black Lung Victor. To this end, The burning fortress needs to deliver the supplies in advance to the Sploro Park Forest viewing area in the 9th District, and then assist the Thug Prison in completing the ambush on the Black Shield police station. This transaction is also the basis for the subsequent cooperation between the Burning Fortress and the Thug Prison. There are only two goals for this cooperation. The Burning Fortress will assist the Thug Prison in eliminating the Black Shield police station as stronghold in East City, completing its control over East City. In turn, the Thug Prison will help the Burning Fortress seize the #1 offshore oil field located in the Green Forest Sea. To ensure the smooth development of this cooperation, the Thug Prison dispatched 1 guard, 40 raiders, and 10 slave suicide squad members. This will be the beginning of the encirclement of the Black Shield police station. The Burning Fortress sent 30 Flame Knights to ambush the Black Shield police station. According to the plan, apart from 5 Flame Knights guarding the transaction supplies and the organ donor, the remaining 25 Flame Knights will directly participate in the battle. However, a Flame Priest joined the guard team at the last minute, and his arrival seems to carry other intentions. This point is still under investigation by our newspaper. After reading all the content, Yu Yuan felt cold sweat streaming down his forehead. It was too dangerous. If he had followed his previous plan and foolishly waited in the Carlisle Tunnel for a cheap score, he might not even know how he would die. This transaction was essentially a trap set by the Thug Prison and the Burning Fortress targeting the Black Shield police station. He felt a strong sense of dread in his heart. However, his face soon revealed an even more excited expression. The Burning Fortress left only 5 Flame Knights and a Flame Priest to guard the supplies, which meant there were only 6 people, right? Yu Yuan's mind began to race. If it was just 6 people with his current weaponry, perhaps he could take them down, as long as he eliminated all 6. Wouldn't he be able to take the supplies before the other enemies returned? It was already 8 a.m., and Yu Yuan could no longer sit still. He quickly equipped all his gear, making sure to bring the M64 grenades. The 9th District wasn't very close, and given the sudden situation, he had to scout Sploro Park to plan his escape route. This opportunity was rare, and he had to seize it. He quickly waved at Miemia. Miemia, come and gear up. Seeing Yu Yuan's signal, Miemia immediately transformed into a stream of light and surged into Yu Yuan's body. Yu Yuan then left his hiding place, climbed down the ladder to the sewer, and removed his equipment with Mia before climbing onto Miemia's back. Adjusting his direction, he pointed forward and said, "Let us go, Miemia." Miemia immediately started moving, effortlessly carrying Yu Yuan forward. In the 9th District, Sploro Park. This was a forest viewing area, surrounded by dense trees, making it hard to see what was happening inside unless one got close. Originally deserted, the forest was unusually crowded today. 30 modified Wasteland motorcycles were neatly parked on one side, followed by 5 modified Doomsday pickups. However, the vehicles of the Burning Fortress were very different from those of other factions. Whether motorcycles or Doomsday pickups, the exhaust pipes were raised high, resembling chimneys. At this moment, a man dressed in a red robe stood in front of a pickup. The man's shiny head was completely bald, covered instead with flame tattoos, and both earlobes hung with earrings made of fiery red crystals. Hualuo looked with satisfaction at the man locked in a cage on the pickup truck bed, nodding slightly. This donor's strength is far more perfect than what we required. Hearing this, one of Hualuo's companions laughed and spoke up. Our leader places great importance on this cooperation. This donor was only captured yesterday, and after confirming he met the requirements for Leader Victor's donor needs, the exchange was made immediately. Hualuo nodded with satisfaction. I represent our leader in thanking Chief Haber for his dedication. Rest assured, this ambush will not let a single person from the Black Shield police station escape. Thank you, Priest Hualuo. After sending off the Thug Prison personnel, Hualuo's smile faded, and he looked at a nearby Flame Knight. The other immediately stepped forward. Lord Hualuo, rest assured, the entire park has been searched by us. Everything is safe. But why did you come personally? Weren't you supposed to handle that matter? Hualuo nodded slightly. Originally, I didn't plan to come, but there was a problem with the previous operation. Someone actually took advantage of our inattention to steal something. I received news from Hans that they traced the tire tracks to the target, which is already hidden in the Green Forest City. My goal this time is them. What? The Flame Knight exclaimed but quickly reacted, lowering his voice. My lord, I'll send someone to search right away. Hualuo waved his hand. No, this cooperation with the thug prison is equally crucial and cannot be compromised. Let's finish what's in front of us first. This matter must not be known to the thug prison personnel, nor can they detect our abnormality. Understand? Yes, Lord Hualuo. Hualuo looked at the flame knight in front of him and smiled, patting the other's shoulder. Gaina, after completing this task, you should be promoted to flame priest, right? I'll vote for you then. Make sure to complete this task beautifully. It's all thanks to Lord Hualuo. If it weren't for you, I would have died in disaster long ago. All right. Once you become a flame priest, you'll have the right to know many things. At that time, your perspective on this world will change dramatically. For the verification period, there will be 2 chapters temporarily, and after the debut, there will be 3 chapters daily. Please add to your bookshelf, urge updates, and support. Thank you. Chapter 41, Stealing Home, Total Annihilation, Loot Creek. The manhole cover was gently pushed up by Yu Yuan, who cautiously looked outside. Estimating the time in his heart, he found himself near the music fountain in the center of Sploro Park. The sewer here directly connected to the sewer beneath the Carlisle Tunnel, and the distance wasn't too far. Moreover, from this manhole position, less than 200 meters to the north was the dense forest area, allowing for direct observation of the situation over there. Yu Yuan had arrived in this area around 10 a.m., thoroughly exploring the underground of Sploro Park and even detouring to check the situation at the Carlisle Tunnel. He had also planned out the escape route after obtaining supplies. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. Considering that the thug prison was likely putting on a complete show, they should be returning soon, Yu Yuan estimated. In fact, it wasn't far off. A little over 10 minutes later, boom! Tot. Intense gunfire erupted from outside the manhole, followed by the roaring sound of dozens of motorcycles. Yu Yuan lifted a corner of the manhole cover and looked in the direction of the sound. Whoosh! Over 20 motorcycles spewing flames burst out from the dense forest, charging towards the sound of battle with astonishing momentum. Yu Yuan couldn't believe his eyes, but he wasn't mistaken. Each motorcycle had a pipe resembling an exhaust pipe standing upright in front, with bursts of surging flames shooting into the sky, accompanied by thick black smoke. Whoa! Ooh! Accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the riders, the convoy disappeared, leaving only the faint sound of motorcycle engines. Yu Yuan's mind immediately conjured up a classic movie. So this is the Flame Riders. No wonder they are called that, and all of them are bald. Isn't it a bit risky for bald heads to shoot flames? He slightly sighed, but quickly realized he needed to get back to business. After taking another look in the direction the Flame Riders had left, he pushed the manhole cover aside, supported himself with both hands, and climbed to the ground, covering the manhole, as usual, to leave a warning trap. Lifting his already loaded FN/FAL assault rifle, he stealthily made his way towards the dense forest. Despite wearing dozens of pounds of gear, Yu Yuan still felt light as a swallow, moving with ease in every action. He had a 60L Oxford cloth backpack on his back, which was empty except for a pair of shoulder bags and a bundle of rope. He quickly reached the dense forest and spotted several doomsday pickups parked in the middle area. They were less than 100 meters from his position, and using the trees for cover, Yu Yuan slowly approached. Soon, he was able to see the situation inside clearly. 5 bald flame riders stood neatly around a bald man dressed in a fire-red robe. Next to this middle-aged bald man stood someone clearly from another faction. Yu Yuan guessed this person was the representative sent by the thug prison, as he was the only one among the 7 with hair. Though there was an extra person, it didn't affect Yu Yuan much. The 7 were all looking towards the direction of the battle, while the suspected flame priest and the thug prison representative were discussing something. Yu Yuan carefully lowered his FN/FAL assault rifle, took an M64 grenade from his pouch, pulled out the safety pin, and crouched down, slowly approaching. He kept an eye on the ground below, not wanting to make the foolish mistake of stepping on a twig. In reality, things went even smoother than Yu Yuan had anticipated. With the distant sounds of battle providing cover, he easily reached a position less than 20 meters behind the group, right at the spot where the doomsday pickups were parked. This is it. No closer. Yu Yuan crouched behind the pickup truck, moving to the side to prepare to throw the grenade. Just as he stood up, he made eye contact with someone, and they both froze. Yu Yuan's mind immediately went blank. Damn, How did I forget about the organ donor mentioned in the intel? But why does this guy's face look so familiar? However, he quickly realized that the organ donor didn't make a sound, and he remembered who this person was. This was a guy who stole my mill powder that day. How did he end up in the hands of the thug prison? The other person clearly recognized Yu Yuan too. His surprised eyes quickly calmed down. Locking onto the grenade in Yu Yuan's hand, he immediately crouched down, trying to curl up within the protective range of the pickup. Although he moved carefully, he couldn't avoid making some noise. Yu Yuan noticed one of the flame riders starting to turn his shoulder, realizing he couldn't wait any longer. He threw the grenade towards the center of the flame riders, then immediately shrank back behind the pickup's wheel, pulling out another grenade. The grenade. He heard a startled shout, followed by the sound of the grenade rolling on the ground. 1 second later, boom! The moment the explosion went off, Yu Yuan had already pulled the pin on the second grenade and, without looking up, estimated the position and threw it over the pickup. 3 seconds later, another explosion rang out. This time, Yu Yuan was ready. As the explosion sounded, he rolled out from behind the tire, laying on the ground. With his FN-FAL assault rifle aimed at the few figures lying on the ground ahead, uncertain if they were dead or alive. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. He started firing at the bodies, but soon he sensed something was off. Wait, there were only 5 corpses. Yu Yuan instinctively rolled his body. Bang, bang. Just as he rolled, gunfire erupted, and 2 bullet holes appeared in the spot he had just been lying in. Taking advantage of this moment, Yu Yuan spotted where the enemy was located and heard the sounds of muffled cries of pain coming from ahead. He narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding that although the previous 2 grenades had left 2 survivors, they were definitely injured. In that case, if you're sick, I'll take your life. If the enemy hadn't been injured, Yu Yuan might have hesitated, but now that he knew they were hurt, he had nothing to fear. He pulled out a grenade from his chest and threw it in the direction of the sounds. Sure enough, at the moment the grenade was thrown, the sounds of rolling and wailing erupted. Yu Yuan let out a cold snort. Boom! Another explosion went off. This time, Yu Yuan didn't give the enemy any chance and charged out, firing his FN-FAL assault rifle towards the direction where the previous sounds had come from. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the ground, creating holes as Yu Yuan calculated his remaining ammo while quickly advancing. Sure enough, he saw 2 figures hiding behind a tree. One of them seemed to have heard Yu Yuan's footsteps and raised the AK in his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 42, Bountiful Harvest. Retreat. Yu Yuan continued firing the FN-FAL assault rifle until the magazine was empty. Then he stopped. He replaced the last magazine, and the 2 men were already lying in a pool of blood. He had seen clearly just moments ago that each one had been hit by multiple bullets. Approaching the 2, he was not surprised to find that one of them was the Flame Priest, while the other was the Flame Knight. What he didn't expect was that the Flame Priest was still alive, and even his red robe showed no signs of being pierced by bullets. If it weren't for the wound on his neck that was bleeding profusely, he might not have been able to take him down. Yu Yuan looked at the red robe with a gleam in his eye. This outfit is a good thing. You. The Flame Priest looked at Yu Yuan, pointing with his hand, wanting to say something, but Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Bang! The world instantly fell silent. With all enemies dead and time pressing, Yu Yuan took off his backpack and began to loot the supplies from the 7 men, throwing everything directly into the backpack without caring what it was. The battle had been so intense that the Carlisle tunnel must have heard it. The Flame Knight could return at any moment, and he had to hurry. During this time, a system notification sound rang out, and Yu Yuan knew something good had dropped. But he had no time to check. After emptying the items from the 7 men, he stripped the Flame Priest of all his gear and merely collected some bullets and selected a few of the best weapons from the others. He then approached the parked Doomsday pickup trucks, which had been specially modified for large cargo space. They looked more like trucks than pickups. First, he found a whole truckload of fuel, consisting of neatly stacked 20 steel barrels, each with a 100L capacity. Yu Yuan was not polite and directly loaded all of them onto the Taodao hole. He then moved to the pickup truck filled with survival supplies. Unzipping the package, he checked one by one, looking for the supplies he needed. There were 2 large bags of canned food, with nearly 100 cans of various types. One bag contained assorted food, including sausages, biscuits, and military rations. Another bag held dried seafood, such as fish and shrimp. There was also a bag of jerky made from unknown creatures, a bag of various mechanical parts, and the rest was a box of homemade explosives, about 20 bundles. Seeing so many supplies, Yu Yuan sprang into action. He grabbed the supplies and ran toward the manhole cover. The short distance of a few hundred meters was nothing to him. In just a few minutes, he tossed all the supplies into the sewer, storing the explosives in the Taotao hole, since having them on his person was too dangerous. He then emptied the driver's cabin before preparing to leave. However, before he left, Yu Yuan saw a person tied in a cage. The other party looked at him calmly, neither begging nor struggling, even when Yu Yuan was moving the supplies. The person had not made a sound. Yu Yuan frowned, his finger on the trigger, the gun barrel raised. But looking into the calm eyes of the other, and glancing at the distant flame priest, a new thought crossed his mind. Bang bang! The chains of the cage were shattered. And facing the surprised gaze of the other, Yu Yuan nodded slightly before quickly leaving. He could faintly hear the roar of motorcycle engines. If he didn't run now, it would really be too late, and the sounds of fighting in the distance had gradually ceased. Quickly diving into the sewer, he locked the manhole cover and exited his equipment status with Mimi. Mimi appeared before Yu Yuan, who quickly wrapped 6 backpacks together with a rope, then patted Mimi's head. Good. Use your horns to lift the things. Mimi's large horns hooked onto the rope, and Yu Yuan dragged it from below as the 6 packages were slowly lifted and moved onto Mimi's back. Yu Yuan reinforced the packages with more rope, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he could already hear the sound of motorcycle engines outside. Time to go. He raised his head again, glancing at the manhole cover above. A slight smile appeared on Yu Yuan's face as he hurried with Mimi toward their hiding place. Splo Park's forest area. Ghana knelt on the ground, closing the eyes of the flame priest with his hands, his anger boiling over. Haven't we found any traces of the enemy? Boss, it's strange. Normally, with all our fuel and supplies missing, the enemy must have driven in, and there shouldn't be too few of them. But we haven't seen any tire tracks or signs of a large number of people appearing. This is completely illogical. Hearing this, Ghana furrowed his brow. No tire tracks or signs. How could that be possible? But after personally inspecting the area and indeed finding no other tire marks, he was dumbfounded. However, he quickly realized that the missing supplies and fuel were secondary. The disappearance of the donor was the real problem. The reason the leader took so much fuel and supplies was to exchange for this donor, but now the fuel, supplies, and donor had all vanished. And the only ones who knew about this were the thug prison. Wait, Ghana seemed to understand something. Leaving the supplies here was an arrangement by the thug prison, and having them assist in ambushing the Black Shield Police Department was also their request, which led to the current lack of combat power here. Now, with the supplies gone, the donor missing, and the 2 enforcers from the Black Shield Police Department having escaped under the thug prison's nose, a fierce and murderous look flashed in Ghana's eyes as he said slowly, "Good. Very good. Thug prison, you really are something." Looking at the thug prison representative who had been killed by grenades at his feet, he snorted coldly, grabbed the AK-74 from one of his subordinates, and began to spray bullets at the corpse, turning it into mush. Tossing the gun back to his subordinate, Ghana approached the body of the flame priest, gently lifting it as he walked toward the doomsday pickup. Everyone returned to the fortress immediately. His voice carried a chilling and relentless tone. Carlisle Tunnel. The thug prison's people were clearing the battlefield, with Black Shield Police Department corpses scattered everywhere. A jailer looked at the scene with a heavy heart. What? Haven't we found the traces of those 2 enforcers yet? His voice held a hint of suppressed anger. Tuss prison, we haven't found their whereabouts yet. Bang. Before he could finish, he was kicked out by Tuss. A bunch of useless fools. Bah. Leader Haber specifically set this trap for the Black Shield Police Department, yet the 2 most important fish have slipped away. At this point, Tuss seemed to think of something and immediately turned to another person. What about the people from the burning fortress? Why did they suddenly leave? What's the reason? The pillaged individual fell silent under Tuss's gaze. 2. Tuss prison. The ones who went to check haven't returned yet. Tuss was about to explode with anger when suddenly a battle vehicle rushed in, so fast that it caught everyone's attention. The vehicle skidded to a halt in front of Tuss, and a raider hurriedly jumped out, exclaiming, "Not good." The burning fortress personnel left behind in Splo Park have been killed, all trading supplies and the donor are missing, and one of the flame priests is dead. The burning fortress people seemed to suspect it was us. After killing the 5 brothers we sent to inquire, they left. What? Tuss was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that big trouble had arrived. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, return to the prison at once now." Chapter 43. Understanding Tactics. Diverting Disaster. Excellent. Ding. Congratulations. You have understood the tactic Diverting Disaster. Excellent. Reward 200 survival points. Yu Yuan, who was moving through the sewer, paused for a moment, first stunned, then seemed to understand something, a look of surprise appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems to have worked. But what is a tactic? ISNT to skill. Opening the virtual light screen on the combat page. A tactic column appeared under the skills section. The first slot prominently displayed a tactic named Diverting Disaster. Diverting Disaster. Quality. Excellent function. When conflicts arise between oneself and other forces or individuals that could lead to disaster through intentional inducement, design, and layout, there's a 60% chance to pin the disaster on a third-party force or individual. Yu Yuan looked at the function description of Diverting Disaster, and he couldn't help but grin widely, laughing so hard he slapped his thigh. He was truly impressed with his earlier decision. Everything happened just as Yu Yuan was about to leave. He had considered taking out the guy who was snatching baby formula, since that guy was too dangerous. However, he suddenly thought that perhaps letting him go would have a better effect than killing him directly, as long as he could shift the hatred of the burning fortress onto other forces. Although it was just a fleeting thought, he tried it out, not expecting it to actually succeed. Yu Yuan found it somewhat incredible. Moreover, he had unlocked a new function in combat, and even now, he wasn't clear about what other functions of the virtual light screen had not yet been activated. It seemed that only when he triggered certain special conditions would corresponding functions be unlocked. The unlocking of skills was like this back then, and now the unlocking of tactics was the same. The virtual light screen resembled an eternal enigma that would surprise you with something new at any moment. He shook his head lightly, closed the light screen, and the joy in his eyes faded, replaced by caution and vigilance. After removing the equipment state, Yu Yuan felt heavy-footed. Every step was quite burdensome, with over 10 to 20 kilograms of gear on him, plus 2 backpacks full of supplies. He didn't know when he would manage to get back to Area 13. Of course, his destination wasn't Area 13, but Canchino Street in Area 11, as he had to complete the task of eliminating the extravagance card with all these supplies first. Interestingly, Mama didn't seem to react much to the massive amount of supplies on its back, only occasionally glancing at Yu Yuan, seemingly puzzled by why he was moving so slowly. Yu Yuan also kept an eye on the supplies on Mai's back, making sure they didn't fall off, otherwise he would have to rebundle them, wasting time. The pair quickly reached the sewer near the Carlisle Tunnel, which was the only way for Yu Yuan to get to Area 11. Bang! Just as he approached, he was startled by a sudden gunshot. He immediately turned off his flashlight and raised his gun, cautiously looking towards the opposite direction of the sewer, where he could hear someone shouting. The voice was not far away, at most 100 meters, possibly just around the corner. Without hesitation, Yu Yuan dropped his backpack and looked at Mai. Equipment. Mai transformed into a stream of light and fused with Yu Yuan. Bang! Several large bags of supplies fell to the ground, but the sound was drowned out by the shouting. Yu Yuan swiftly made his way towards the corner of Carlisle Street. "Ha, came and run. Aren't you supposed to be fast?" A boisterous voice echoed from around the corner. "Soda, you idiot. If you kill me, do you think Commander Oldco will let you off when we get back?" A cold voice followed, accompanied by a cough and heavy breathing. "Oldco? Bah, I'm now with Louilis, so Louilis will protect me." "Oldco, haha. Do you really think he would turn against you for me and Louilis?" Yu Yuan's footsteps became lighter, and he gently peeked around the corner of the sewer. About 30 meters away, a flashlight lay on the ground. 2 figures were in a standoff, or rather, an execution. One was standing with a gun looking down, while the other was lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was them. Upon hearing their conversation, Yu Yuan immediately recognized them. The enforcer came in and Soda, along with Commander Old Ku and Louilis. They were the people mentioned in the newspaper reports about the Black Shield Police Department. A hint of surprise flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect the two to escape alive from the ambush of the mob prison and the burning fortress. Truly impressive. It seems one cannot underestimate these street thugs. Yu Yuan believed that if he were to be plotted against by two forces like that, it would be hard to escape unless he had thought of an escape route in advance. But was that even possible? Yu Yuan's gaze swept over the two, quickly recalling information about them in his mind. Soda had secretly allied with Lawili's. Was that Cayman a man of old Ko? Lawili's was the brother of that bald guy, which is why he wanted to take out Cayman. Of course, the person Lawili's wanted to eliminate the most was me. Commander. Yu Yuan's gaze finally settled on the one called Cayman, and a new thought emerged. It seemed that the threat from Lawili's could be eliminated in another way. Bang! The gunshot rang out again. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you so arrogant? Aren't you so cocky? Try being arrogant again. Soda's arrogant laughter filled the sewer. Cayman, however, had already sustained another injury, unable to suppress a cold grunt. Soda stepped hard on Cayman's wound, twisting it, relishing the sight of Cayman's pain. Only when Cayman slumped to the ground did he begin to lose interest. Fine. Don't say I didn't let you die in peace. Remember, it was Lawili's who ordered me to kill you, no choice. Who told you to not go support that idiot Freeze when he was attacked, but instead chased after the mob prison, which led to Freeze getting killed by that sewer rat. TSK. Dying in the sewer was Freeze's fate, of course. It was also yours. Soda felt particularly elated at that moment. Looking at Cayman, he shook his head slightly. All right, you know what you need to know. I'm sending you on your way. Ha ha. Soda laughed wildly, his handgun already aimed at Cayman's head. But just as he raised the gun, still laughing, Cayman's previously dazed eyes suddenly sharpened, and his right hand produced a claw blade from who knows where. In an instant, the claw blade sliced through Soda's wrist where he was holding the gun, severing both the artery and tendons, causing the handgun to drop. At the same time, a gunshot rang out from the corner of the sewer. Bang! The bullet pierced Soda's skull, exploding into a spray of blood. Cayman, upon hearing the gunshot, was shocked to discover that there was actually someone hiding nearby and was about to dodge. However, his injuries were too severe, and the counterattack against Soda had already drained his last bit of strength. He could only crash heavily to the ground, wanting to reach for the handgun that Soda had dropped, but just as he was about to touch the gun, bang! A bullet hit the ground. A stray bullet grazed his scalp. This was a warning for him not to move. Cayman's actions instantly halted, and as he slowly withdrew his arm, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Chapter 44. Activate the thought card. Target. Carmen lay on the ground, gasping in pain. His wounds too severe to bear. Were they from the prison thugs? They chased him down quickly. As he thought this, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure rapidly approaching from the corner of the sewer. A familiar figure? Carmen paused slightly, straining to turn his head. When the figure reached him and kicked the handgun away, he finally saw clearly. It was not a familiar figure, but rather someone wearing the same law enforcement gear as he was. Looking at the unfamiliar face that was sometimes blurred and sometimes clear in the darkness and flashlight beam, Carmen seemed to understand who this person was. A thought flashed through his mind. So that sewer rat is so young. Hey, he's a bit handsome too. Dying at his hands wouldn't be so bad. However, his right hand was already discreetly hidden beneath him. A soft chuckle sounded, followed by an extremely calm and indifferent voice. Carmen, if I were you, I wouldn't make such dangerous and misleading moves like the weapon in your right hand. Carmen stiffened slightly, forced a bitter smile, and relaxed his body completely. Thud! He dropped the claw blade to the ground. His hands were fully exposed, kept within view, signaling to Yu Yuan. He was too injured to resist any longer. Seeing this, Yu Yuan nodded slightly, slung his assault rifle behind him, pulled out a Glock 17, kept one hand vigilant, and quickly searched Carmen's body, tossing any weapons he found 2 meters away. Only then did he stop and look at Carmen. Carmen was a bit confused by Yu Yuan's actions, watching as the other checked him. You're not going to kill me? Yu Yuan had already stood up, quickly gathering the weapons on the ground. Kill you? Why would I do that? Don't we have a common enemy? Besides, do you and I have a grudge? Saying this, he approached Soda and began to strip him of his supplies and equipment. Soda only had the handgun and tactical sword that had fallen earlier. His gear was the same as Yu Yuan's. But the only thing that satisfied Yu Yuan was finally obtaining a law enforcement helmet. He had said the law enforcement suit couldn't be without a helmet. Taking the helmet off Soda's head, despite it being stained with blood, Yu Yuan didn't mind. However, he glanced at the helmet that Carmen had dropped on the ground. With a sense of satisfaction, he placed Soda's helmet on Carmen's head amidst Carmen's shocked expression. Then donned Carmen's helmet, adjusting the size before nodding in satisfaction. Soda's law enforcement suit was piled aside as Yu Yuan turned to Carmen. Laurel has already taken you as a thorn in his side. Soda's attack is just the beginning, not the end. I think you should seriously consider how to deal with the threat Laurel poses. Yu Yuan gently patted Carmen's shoulder, observing his confused expression. He didn't explain because, just as he had patted Carmen, nobody knew. The Book of Fate had already been opened. Thought card, Fear of the Dominator, transformed into a faint light and merged into Carmen's body. Thought card activation successful. Thought target, Carmen, fear target, Laurel. Watching the words appear on the virtual screen, a mysterious smile crept across his lips. The matter had been settled, and Yu Yuan had to leave quickly. The rest would be left to time. If I were you, I wouldn't let anyone know of my existence. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Yuan dropped this line and, without waiting for Carmen's response, tossed the signal flare he had found on Soda. Of course, if you think telling Laurel about me will make him let you go. You want to try? Yu Yuan said indifferently before picking up the gear and turning to leave, but after just a couple of steps, he stopped again. Returning to Carmen, he asked a question that surprised Carmen. By the way, do you know where that bald guy, Freeze, has a safe house? Safe house. Freeze. Carmen's mind briefly stalled but quickly recalled something, weakly saying, I don't know the safe house. But I know he has a lover in Block 14, the leader of a homeless organization. Because of Freeze, we've been turning a blind eye to that organization. She might know something. Homeless organization? What is the name? And do you know the location? The organization is called Nightingale, and it seems to be near the Opera House. I don't know anything else. No one wants to inquire about Freeze. Yu Yuan noted down this information, needing to verify its accuracy. What about Soda? Does he have any lovers or a safe house? No. Carmen shook his head. Soda's only hobby is torturing prisoners. He generally stays at the police station, except when patrolling. Having obtained the information he wanted, Yu Yuan smiled. Standing up again, he picked up the gear. All right. To be honest, you really are impressive for escaping from the thug prison and the burning fortress traps. So let me give you a piece of news. The target of the thug prison is the entire East City, and the Black Shield police station has clearly become an obstacle to their rule over East City. So, get ready to welcome your war. Also, I told you not to make any small moves, yet your feet are still restless. This time I'll let it slide, but I hope you don't do these easily misunderstood things again next time. Good luck, Carmen the Enforcer, respect. Watching the figure disappear around the corner of the sewer, a cold sweat broke out on Carmen's forehead. He knows everything. He looked down at his tactical boots. These shoes were specially modified with a 5-centimeter blade that could pop out from inside. This was his last chance for a counterattack, but unfortunately, the other party was too cautious, and he couldn't find an opportunity. In that moment, he felt a pressure from the young man similar to that of facing Laurel, but even more elusive. He firmly remembered the other S words. Regardless, he had survived, and now he needed to consider how to leave the sewer and return to the police station. All right, there was also the message left by that person. Was the thug prison preparing for full-scale war? If that's the case, after painfully bandaging his wounds, Carmen used his teeth to bite out a thin syringe from his collar and jabbed it into his neck. As the hormones surged into his body, the pain quickly lessened, and a surge of strength filled him. Struggling to get up, Carmen staggered toward the nearest sewer manhole cover. Chapter 45. Baku's Speculation and Response. Mazir's gift, east suburb of Green Forest City, thug prison. Haber's expression was dark, as if he could drip water from it. So, you came back just to tell me that not only did 2 law enforcers escape right under your noses, but the supplies and organ donor for the Burning Fortress deal were also taken away, and 1 flame priest was killed? He approached Tuss, who was responsible for this operation, and slapped him on the head. The skull was immediately crushed into the chest cavity, blood spraying out. Kicking the corpse several meters away, Haber looked at Baku. But he saw Baku slightly shake his head, stand up, and push his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his middle finger. Everything else can be discussed, But the most troublesome thing is that donor. This matter must be explained to Victor. Go find someone to bring that donor back. Prepare to go to the burning fortress. Haber frowned. Baku, you can't go. Not to mention that the deal has already been completed. Our slaves and donors have already been handed over to them. And the guards of the supplies are still from the burning fortress. It has nothing to do with us anymore. Besides, we not only lost the slaves and donors, but the supplies were also taken. Logically, it should be us causing them trouble. Who knows if those from the burning fortress are playing black against black? After signaling his subordinates to follow his orders, Baku said in a deep voice, "We have indeed suffered a significant loss, but this is not the time to discuss it. A deal and cooperation that has clearly been completed. Victor would not be so short-sighted as to play black against black, especially since they also lost a flame priest. This does not conform to reason. The real danger now lies with us." Haber looked at Baku in disbelief. "What do you mean, Baku?" Baku narrowed his eyes towards the direction of the Black Shield Police Department. "Haber, you must understand that this time it was us who requested the burning fortress to assist in ambushing the Black Shield Police Department. And it was also us who proposed changing the transaction location to Sploro Park. Now, all supplies and donors at Sploro Park have gone missing. The Flame Priest has been killed, and the law enforcers from the Black Shield Police Department escaped under our ambush." Baku turned to Haber, his tone heavy. "If you were from the burning fortress, what would you think?" Haber's expression changed drastically. He simply didn't like to think about these things, but was not foolish. He immediately understood Baku's meaning. "Are you saying the burning fortress will think it was us who acted? How could that be? What benefit would that bring us? But from Victor's perspective, we are indeed the biggest beneficiaries. So I must personally go and explain this matter to Victor. Fortunately, we still have a donor that meets Victor's requirements, so there is room for recovery. Otherwise, we may face a situation of being attacked by both the Black Shield Police Department and the burning fortress." Haber was left speechless, only looking at Baku with a serious expression. "But who took our supplies, and how did the enemy know about Sploro Park?" Upon hearing this, Baku snorted coldly. "Isn't that simple? In such a situation, who benefits the most? Of course, it's the Black Shield Police Department." His gaze swept over the many looters outside, filled with coldness. "I just didn't expect there were still rats at home that I hadn't caught out. Once I calm Victor down, I must treat this Mr. Rat, who has done a good deed, properly." Block 11, 7, Canchino Street, 8 p.m. When Mazir heard the invasion alarm and checked the surveillance, what she saw were several large packages of supplies outside the residence. Her eyes nearly popped out. How is this possible? If it weren't for the familiar figure behind the wall, she might have thought she was dreaming. Immediately donning her gear, grabbing her weapon, she opened the door and hid behind the surrounding wall. At this moment, the several packages of supplies were only 2 meters away from Mazir, within reach. All 4 large packages were open, and she could see the items inside: mechanical parts, electronic components, food, dried fish, and canned goods. Mazir's heart trembled slightly. A man's voice came from the other side. "Mazir, these supplies are my investment in you. Take them." Mazir still found it hard to believe. They were still strangers. Anyone who could produce so many supplies was definitely not an ordinary person. But what was his motive? Mazir could never believe that someone would hand over such a large amount of supplies for a research outcome of unknown value. This is the Wasteland. But the fact was right in front of her. "Are you sure all of this is for me?" "No, I already said before, these supplies are my investment in you, not a gift. You can think of me as an angel investor. When you produce research results, it will also be my time to reap the rewards." Listening to the other party seriously and solemnly correct her wording, Mazir felt no different. It was just a change of wording. However, she was still very happy that her research was recognized by someone. "Mazir, don't you accept my investment?" Yu Yuan looked at her without a reply, his brow slightly furrowing. "Why is it so difficult to give something away? Is this person an idiot? Hurry up and accept it." He couldn't help but complain internally. Then he heard the other side say, "Wait a moment," and actually ran back into the room. "Yu Yuan, Nanny, what are you doing? Are you coming back? What about those 4 packages of supplies? Just leaving them there?" Yu Yuan was really starting to lose it. Could it be that these supplies couldn't be delivered? With less than 10 hours left until the luxury car mission time, if there was a problem on Mazir's side, where would he find the next opportunity to eliminate the luxury card? Would he really have to liquidate all the firearms to gather that 150,000 survival points? Fortunately, Mazir didn't keep him waiting too long and quickly reappeared. Yu Yuan saw her carefully placing a long strip-shaped object on the ground outside the courtyard. This is the finished product I made earlier. Consider it a gift for our meeting. I accept your investment, especially since these parts and electronic components are a great help to me. Then should I move everything inside? Mazir was still a little uneasy. Yu Yuan's gaze turned to the long strip-shaped object, guessing what it was while answering Mazir. You move it. After you're done, I'll go over. By the way, in the package containing the canned goods, there's a pattern. Can you help me see what Hotel S logo that is? Hotel? Mazir was slightly taken aback, but still looked at the package. Sure enough, she saw a piece of paper with a purple flower pattern. This is... After a moment of thought, Mazir quickly recognized it and looked at Yu Yuan, saying, this should be the logo of the Olai's Hotel, which is not far from here. However, I wouldn't recommend you go. Chapter 46. The Rare Treasure Reacquired. The Mirror of the Starry Sky. Ambushed Yu Yuan was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Is there danger? Well, the area where the All's Hotel is located is controlled by an armed group. They occupy the John Keats Zoo, which is near the All's Hotel. If you go there, it will be easy for those armed personnel to spot you. Yu Yuan understood that Marcel was referring to the thugs from the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. However, he had finally learned the location of the hotel associated with Brother Biao's room card. He still wanted to explore that place when he had the chance. Marcel took several minutes to carry 4 large bags of supplies back to the room, then looked towards Yu Yuan. So how do I contact you if I make any progress? You don't need to contact me. I will come by periodically. If you have any research results, just draw a circle on the outer wall, and I will get in touch with you when I see it. Okay, I understand, Marcel said as he closed the door. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Yu Yuan quickly slipped away from his hiding spot, took a few quick steps to the long, strip-shaped object, grabbed it, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The exotic BGM and mechanical prompt sounds echoed in his ears. Destiny card, rock-level luxurious card removal successful. Destiny point 1, detected convertible item. Do you want to convert? Requires 1 destiny point. Of course, convert immediately. Destiny point -1. Obtained rare treasure. Mirror of the Starry Sky. Yu Yuan could hear his own deep breaths. Another rare treasure. He was overjoyed, and if it weren't for the current situation, he would have started examining it right away. He quickly returned to the slightly ajar manhole cover, crawled into the sewer, and locked the latch. Only then did he turn on his flashlight and look at the long, strip-shaped object in his hand. It resembled a tripod backpack, about 1 meter long, and it contained quite a bit. When he laid the backpack on the ground and unzipped it, he was surprised to find a beautifully crafted medieval-style wooden astronomical telescope, complete with a dedicated tripod. Mirror of the Starry Sky, quality, rare owner, Yu Yuan rare building. Starry Sky Observatory. Looking at the extremely simple introduction information, Yu Yuan was a bit shocked. Both were rare items, but compared to Mirror of the Starry Sky, Mimi was lacking by a significant margin. Suppressing his disappointment, he clicked to check the detailed information of the rare building, and the shock on his face was soon replaced by joy. Rare building. Starry Sky Observatory function can obtain a highly valuable celestial phenomenon every 7 days. When constructed, can remove a luxurious card of no higher than bronze quality. Construction conditions: 50,000 survival points, 1 vacant room. It can actually remove a luxurious card. It can be no higher than bronze quality. Yu Yuan was truly delighted. He had expended so much effort today to acquire supplies worth 50,000 survival points, and he had only removed a rock quality luxurious card. Now, with the same 50,000 survival points, he had the chance to remove a bronze-quality, luxurious card. How could he not be happy? Yu Yuan had long suspected that there were higher-level cards in the Destiny card system, so he wasn't surprised. It seemed that the key to constructing this rare building wasn't the survival points, but rather that vacant room. Yu Yuan had already figured out where the difficulty lay. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have a luxurious card on hand, and he still had time to explore more of the rules behind the Destiny cards and find a so-called vacant room. Regardless, with the threat of the luxurious card gone, Yu Yuan's mood lightened significantly. He removed the gear from Mimi, had her carry the remaining 2 bags, and climbed on her back, starting to rush towards their hiding place. Despite carrying 2 bags and Yu Yuan, Mimi's steps remained light and quick. The duo soon left the sewer passage under Casino Street and turned towards the passage leading to Block 15. Block 15 is located directly south of Block 11 and directly east of Block 13. To return to Block 13, this route is the fastest sewer route. After entering Block 15, they only needed to turn left at the next corner to directly enter Block 13. This was a route Yu Yuan had taken many times before. However, just after leaving Block 11 and entering Block 15, Yu Yuan furrowed his brows. What does that smell? Due to the recent typhoon and heavy rain, the sewers have been emitting a damp, stuffy smell for the past few days. However, since it was just rainwater, the smell wasn't particularly foul. But now, there was a faintly nauseating odor in the air, which made Yu Yuan uneasy. When he passed through here yesterday, he and T noticed this stench. Since he hadn't come this way today on his way to Block 9, this smell must have appeared after he left last night. Yu Yuan's heart sank. He recognized that the foul smell was similar to that of decaying corpses. Damn it, could it be that I've really encountered that thing? The only thing Yu Yuan could think of was that giant rat. He raised his FAL assault rifle, cautiously observing the surroundings. He pressed his legs against Mimi's abdomen, and her pace quickened slightly. They needed to leave this place quickly. Hopefully, it was just his imagination, Yu Yuan thought. Ahead was the corner of the sewer. Once they turned right, they would soon enter Block 13. Mimi sensed the tense atmosphere, quickening her steps and preparing for battle. As they moved quickly, the stench in the air grew stronger, and Yu Yuan's nerves became taut. His title, Block Rat, enhanced his hearing, allowing him to catch every abnormal sound. Gurgle. Yu Yuan couldn't help but swallow, feeling beads of sweat forming in his palms, but his fingers dared not leave the trigger. Squeak. Just then, a clear mouse squeak came from the left front. Bang! A bullet shot out in the direction of the sound. However, after pulling the trigger, Yu Yuan realized that the source of the sound was just a fist-sized black rat, which was clearly startled by the gunshot and hurriedly fell into the water channel. Soaking wet, its black fur matted together, making it look quite pitiful. So it was just a little rat. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had been too tense. It was no wonder he was anxious. He had a natural aversion to snakes and rats, and it was not a mild one. He even disliked touching pet rats like the fancy mice, which resembled regular rats. Quickly adjusting his breathing, Yu Yuan returned to a state of vigilance. In the tense atmosphere, Mimi had already turned the corner, and the virtual map indicated that they were approaching Block 13. The foul smell in the air was also fading. Yu Yuan's tension eased as the stench diminished. Phew! Yu Yuan let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was just an animal carcass from somewhere, he thought. But just then, a chilling sensation shot through his body from the top of his head, and Yu Yuan felt a sudden illusion of being targeted by a predator. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, sending him frantic warnings of impending death. Danger was above him. Please support with bookcases, chasing updates, and positive reviews. Mwah! Chapter 47. Fierce battle with a mutant rat. Expulsion and return behind him. Yu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and the moment he judged the direction of the attack, he had already fallen forward. At the same time, he completed the equipment with Mie beneath him. A gust of wind brushed past the back of Yu Yuan's head, carrying an intensely foul odor. Rip! The sound of the enforcer helmet being scraped by a sharp object made Yu Yuan's scalp tingle, as if something was about to slice open his head. Fortunately, he reacted decisively. With Mie's disappearance, he performed a forward roll and was already kneeling on one knee, aiming his gun at the position behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The 6,251 millimeters bullets shot like a storm towards the shadow that suddenly appeared in the sewer. Yu Yuan finally saw the attacker's appearance and felt a chill run down his spine. What is this thing? Over 2 meters long, with wet, sticky fur clinging to its body, black as thick tar, emanating an overwhelmingly foul stench. Its wedge-shaped, triangular rat head had whiskers 50 to 60 centimeters long, paired with eerie green eyes, exuding a cunning, bloody, and venomous aura. A pair of massive, chisel-like incisors glistened orange-yellow under the flashlight, showing clear signs of wear, but still sharp enough to send shivers down one's spine. Behind it was a tail almost twice the length of its body, resembling a long whip that cracked against the sewer walls, creating a popping sound. Under the illumination of the flashlight and gunfire, one could see the rough and hard flesh-colored ring scales on its tail, making it exceedingly creepy and causing hairs to stand on end. Yu Yuan gasped. Who can tell him this is a rat? A black giant rat that could reach a height of 2 meters while lying down? Puff, puff, puff. The bullets struck the giant rat, but they made a sound like resilient leather being whipped. Blood appeared on its fur, but the bullets did not fully penetrate. Instead, they were embedded in its skin like rivets. This scene shattered Yu Yuan's understanding. 6,251 millimeters bullets. In fact, the mutated giant rat was also suffering. Although the bullets could not fully penetrate its already mutated fur, the immense impact from the bullets caused significant damage to its internal organs, making it emit painful screeches. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Within just a few seconds, an entire magazine was emptied, and at the moment the bullets ran out without giving Yu Yuan a chance to react. The mutant giant rat, clearly enraged, pushed off with its hind legs and lunged at Yu Yuan, its chisel-like incisors bared. A frenzy flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes as he raised the FN-FEL assault rifle over his head, pressing it firmly against the giant rat's incisors. The enforcer armor on his chest quickly showed scratches under the giant rat's claws. Even so, under the impact of the giant rat, Yu Yuan was inevitably knocked to the ground, the immense force nearly causing him to spit out blood. He could only brace his feet against the rat's abdomen, with the assault rifle pressed against its incisors, desperately holding on. Fortunately, he was currently in an equipped state with Mie, which greatly enhanced his physical strength, allowing him to barely withstand the giant rat's impact. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The extremely foul-smelling slime from the giant rat's mouth surged toward Yu Yuan, enveloping him in the stench and immediately causing a feeling of suffocation and dizziness. Damn it, there's even a biochemical attack. His eyes were stinging from the fumes, and he felt intensely nauseous. Realizing he couldn't continue like this, a decisive glint flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. His eyes bulged as he summoned the last of his strength, kicking the giant rat upward. As the rat slightly lifted off the ground, the pressure on Yu Yuan's hands suddenly lightened. Now's the time. Mie and Yu Yuan exited their equipped state, appearing 3 meters above Yu Yuan. Mie, charge at it! Yu Yuan shouted with all his might. But the giant rat was already bearing down on him again. Without the equipment attributes from Mie, Yu Yuan's strength was simply unable to withstand the giant rat's massive size. He watched as the giant rat opened its mouth wide, its huge incisors about to crack his skull. But Mie charged forward with tremendous force. Bang! The giant ram's horns collided with the giant rat's incisors, producing sparks. The giant rat was knocked over by Mie's charge, landing on its back. In terms of size, Mie was not smaller than the giant rat. In fact, its height far exceeded that of the rat, and its strength was far greater as well. Previously, it was because the giant rat had ambushed them that Yu Yuan had barely escaped with his life. Now, under Mie's full force charge, the disparity was immediately apparent. Yu Yuan finally seized the opportunity, rolling to the right and tumbling into a nearby sewage ditch. He drew the M500 revolver from his waist and aimed at the giant rat, which was struggling to get up. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, 2 hitting its skull and tearing away a patch of fur, while the last shot penetrated the giant rat's right eye, causing a foul liquid to spray out as its eye exploded. Squeak! The giant rat threw its head back and let out a deafening roar in the sewer. Yu Yuan felt dizzy, his brain spinning as if he couldn't distinguish directions, and he instinctively covered his ears, letting out a painful wail, his consciousness fading. When Yu Yuan regained consciousness, it felt as if his head had been hammered with a heavy mallet, and he was incredibly dizzy. He lay on the ground. The giant rat and Mie both vanished. Mie, Yu Yuan called softly, pulling out his Glock 17 with his left hand. Mie quickly ran around the corner of the sewer, still covered in blood from the giant rat. It was clear that Mie had been chasing the giant rat, but returned immediately after driving it away, worried about Yu Yuan's condition. Mie came before Yu Yuan, rubbing its horns against his chest, seemingly inquiring about his state. Yu Yuan forced a smile, reaching out to comfort Mie. But his right hand was burning with pain, and his wrist and palm felt as if they were tearing apart. The M500 revolver had already fallen to the ground. This was the reason he had only fired 3 shots. The consequence of hastily firing 3 shots with one hand was that his right hand was nearly ruined. The recoil from the 500 caliber handgun was simply beyond what he could bear. Looking at his trembling hand, Yu Yuan gritted his teeth. With Mie's help, he stood up, then placed the bag of supplies on Mie's back before picking up the FNFEL assault rifle, which had been bitten and deformed by the giant rat, and climbed on. He lay flat on Mie's back, patting it gently, and said, "Quick, let's go home." Mie no longer restrained its speed and quickly ran toward their hiding place. The rest of the journey was without incident. Along the way, Yu Yuan felt as if his body was about to fall apart, his head heavy, desperately wanting to pass out, relying solely on willpower to maintain his last bit of consciousness. Upon returning to the entrance of the air defense shelter, Yu Yuan forced himself to muster his final energy. Equipped with Mie to bring the supplies up to the air defense shelter, he had no strength left to carry them back to their hiding place, and simply left them in the outer corridor. He barely made it back to the hiding place, staggering and collapsing onto the bed in the rest area, using his last bit of consciousness to disengage from the equipment state with Mie. Just as Mie appeared, a thought flashed through Yu Yuan's mind, and he completely passed out. Damn it, next time I must have a gas mask. Chapter 48, Black Shield Police Station, Director Hog Ding Ding Ding. Yu Yuan felt as if his head was splitting. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and he was sore all over. Yet, he was gradually awakened by the alarm clock. Opening his eyes, he looked at the ceiling of the hideout and the energy-saving lamp emitting a soft glow. His hazy consciousness slowly returned. Where am I? In the hideout. The previous experiences flashed through his mind in an instant. Mutant giant rats, battles, escapes, all replaying vividly. He glanced at the positioning watch on his wrist, which was still vibrating and ringing persistently. This was the alarm I set. The purpose was... Yu Yuan's tired eyes suddenly became alert as he immediately looked at the time. It was 3:18 a.m. Not good. There are only 5 minutes left to put the supplies on Tao Tao Cave, or it would exceed the 12-hour limit. Yu Yuan panicked and immediately struggled to get up. The supplies he put on Tao Tao Cave had a price tag of 1 million survival points for each item to prevent others from trading them away. If he exceeded the time, there would be a 5 storage fee, which was an astronomical amount. Fortunately, he had set the alarm in advance to wake him up. Otherwise, it would have been game over. Just as he was about to push himself up with his right hand, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Frowning slightly, he looked at his right wrist and found it slightly swollen. The injury was more serious than he had expected, but he didn't have time to think about his injuries now. Mie came over as Yu Yuan was waking up. He grabbed Mie's horns with his left hand and finally stood up. Enduring the soreness all over his body, he went to the air raid shelter outside the hideout and quickly took down all the supplies he had put on Tao Tao Cave, managing to take down the last barrel of fuel in the final 30 seconds. Yu Yuan looked at the 20 barrels of fuel, weapons, equipment, and explosives, and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he dragged the supplies that had been placed near the ladder exit back to the hideout with Mie's help, removed his gear, and took out a vehicle first aid kit and a medical backpack. After treating the wound on his wrist and applying some bruising ointment, he prepared to continue resting. However, upon seeing Mie, he suddenly remembered that Mie's high-energy goat milk seemed to be effective for healing injuries, especially fractures. Although his wrist wasn't broken, there should be slight hairline fractures and contusions. He immediately took out today's portion of high-energy goat milk and drank it, then succumbed to his body's protests and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the Black Shield police station, Carmen was locked in a separate room, waiting for the final results. He estimated the time silently in his heart. It had been almost 10 hours since he was brought in. The investigator should be back by now. Looking at the light on the ceiling, a figure kept flashing in Carmen's mind. Creak! The door was pushed open, and an extremely burly figure walked into the room and sat in a slightly small chair. This was a dark-skinned, sharp-eyed bald man, wearing a Commander-S outfit weighing dozens of pounds, yet it didn't seem heavy at all. He appeared to handle it with ease. He looked at Carmen and got straight to the point. Carmen, The people sent to investigate have returned. They indeed found traces of the burning fortress. And our people saw the inmates from the riot prison heading towards the burning fortress a few hours ago. You were released. Carmen was not surprised by this. He looked at the burly man. Commander Lao Ku, this time the burning fortress and the riot prison working together against us is definitely not simple. I suspect this is just the beginning. The earlier ambush by the riot prison at the Land Hotel was likely just bait, intended to lure us to attack their trading team. The informant who leaked information to us may have already been discovered by the riot prison. I understand that. Well, we can discuss this later. The director wants to see you. Come with me. Carmen finally showed a hint of surprise on his face. You mean Director Hogg? Hurry up. Don't keep the director waiting too long. Lauco urged. Yes. The two made their way to the 5th floor of the police station and entered an extremely luxurious room. Inside, someone was already waiting, facing away from the door, looking out at the night sky through the window, the ember of a cigar glowing at his fingertips. Lauco brought Carmen into the room and stood at attention, saluting the figure. Director, Carmen is here. 2 seconds later, the figure slowly turned around, glanced at Carmen with indifference, and then turned back. You may leave. The emotionless voice echoed in the room. Yes. Lauco immediately led Carmen out of the room. It was only then that Carmen noticed beads of sweat forming on Lauco's nose, and he felt a shock in his heart. Lauco, as the head of the 3 commanders of the Black Shield police station, was practically the second in command after the director, yet he was so fearful of the director. All right, you can go back. The war with the riot prison and the burning fortress will probably break out soon, but Lauco looked at Carmen with the eyes of a predator. Don't let anyone else know about this for now. Do you understand what I mean? Carmen understood. I understand, Commander Lauco. Go. Carmen immediately walked out, but just as he was about to go down the stairs, he encountered a figure coming up. Carmen stopped and looked, feeling a chill in his heart as a wave of terrifying fear surged within him. He quickly composed himself and saluted. Commander Loris. Loris was obviously surprised to see Carmen here. His steps paused slightly. After giving Carmen a deep look, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips as he brushed past Carmen. Watching Loris's figure disappear, the inexplicable fear in Carmen's heart slowly dissipated. Feeling the change in his heart and recalling what Soda had said in the sewers, he looked at Loris with slightly altered eyes. He pursed his lips and turned to walk downstairs. When Yu Yuan woke up again, it was already 4 p.m. He had actually slept for a full 12 hours, but his condition had also recovered. With a single bed's restorative effects and the healing properties of high-energy goat milk, he felt much better. Aside from a slight pain in his right wrist, he no longer felt soreness elsewhere, and his previously drowsy mind became clear again. Lighting a cigarette to refresh himself, Yu Yuan sat on the bed, leaning against the wall, starting to check the virtual panel. Many players were actively discussing something in the chat channel. The messages were refreshing quickly, and Yu Yuan curiously looked over, only to realize that during his deep sleep, something significant had happened. Chapter 49, The Wind God's Hiding Place Elimination Information. Wasteland Battle Royale Elimination Information. Wind God's Hiding Place, rank 243, was eliminated in the Wasteland Battle Royale by the Destruction Dragon Train. Time, 1549, 12 hours later. New players entering. Yu Yuan looked at this top message that had appeared just over 10 minutes ago, his heart shaken. A high-ranked player ranked in the top 300 had actually been eliminated. This was definitely the highest-ranked player to be eliminated since Yu Yuan entered the game. Moreover, Yu Yuan looked at the elimination information with confusion. What on earth is the Wasteland Battle Royale? And what is the situation with the Destruction Dragon Train? Having had previous experience purchasing information, this time Yu Yuan directly searched the keywords Wasteland Battle Royale and Destruction Dragon Train in Tao Tao Cave. However, he couldn't retrieve even a single piece of information. Frowning, he looked at the chat channel, hoping to find some answers. Hive hiding place. I didn't expect even the Wind God to be eliminated. It seems I was right not to participate. It's too terrifying. Stag hiding place. It shouldn't be. 4 big shots ranked in the top 1,000. Survival should be quite simple. Could it be that the Destruction Dragon Train is a regional overlord? Babel Tower hiding place. What are you thinking? It's not that simple. Not just us, but even many big shots in the top 100 are unwilling to participate. Those big shots hiding places have long been built to rival small fortresses. How could they fight to the death with others? Pagoda hiding place. Exactly, they are big shots here. If they rank up, they become the lowest tier existence. The fat meat in others' mouths. Give me. I wouldn't rank up either. Isn't it better to be a comfortable local emperor in my own world? Dragon King hiding place. What are you big shots talking about? Why is there a mosaic blocking the information on screen? Hive hiding place. Ha, newbie. Some content is not public information, so the system automatically blocks keywords. You'll be fine once you pass the newbie protection period. Pagoda hiding place. Let's not talk about that. Changing the topic, the brother who put up fuel before, come out and say something. I'm in urgent need of fuel. Price is negotiable, private chat is fine. Watching the chat channel in the topic, Yu Yuan repeatedly reviewed the records, summarizing the information and making deductions. 1. The Wasteland Battle Royale should be the information that was blocked. It is extremely dangerous, and even many high-ranked players choose not to participate. 2. This content is controlled at the current stage, and only after meeting certain conditions will players gain access to this information. Perhaps this is also the reason why he couldn't find related intelligence trading information in Tao Tao Cave. Only after high-ranked players die will the system issue a notification. 3. The chat channel he is currently in seems to be a specific chat group of a certain tier, such as a newbie group, whiteboard group, low-tier group, with even higher-tier groups above. Therefore, many high-ranked players choose not to rank up, directly lying flat in this tier, preferring to be ahead of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. However, there are still many questions unanswered, such as what the Destruction Dragon Train is, as its name and the naming style of hiding places are quite similar. Could also be a player? And why did Hive Hiding Place say that they will know this information once they pass the newbie protection period? How do they know, and in what way? These are all questions that cannot be answered for now. Yu Yuan recorded all these questions in the memo of his hiding place for future reference. By the way, there is also a private chat function. According to Pagoda Hiding Place, social clearly indicates that there is a private chat function. Yet he doesn't have this function at all. Could it also require specific permissions to unlock? He attempted to search for the keyword private chat in Tao Tao Cave, and this time he directly obtained an answer, the old rule, 50 survival points for one piece of information. It was still an old piece of paper, and after Yu Yuan looked at it, he completely confirmed his guess. During the newbie protection period, there is no private chat function. Only after he ends the protection period and completes a task called Wasteland Trial will he unlock functions such as adding friends, private chat, and group chat. Yu Yuan continued to search for related intelligence trading about the Wasteland Trial in Tao Tao Cave, but again found no trading options, which clearly also belonged to controlled content. He casually listed this newly acquired paper for 50 survival points in Tao Tao Cave, waiting for the next fated person. Yu Yuan exhaled, uncovering another layer of the mystery of the Wasteland world, with the key point still being the end of the newbie protection period. The newbie protection period is the real protection period. Once the protection period ends, crises from all directions will come rushing in. There are players, there are world mechanisms. TSK. Temporarily pushing these thoughts aside, he would plan for the future later. He still needed to focus on completing his current tasks. After a simple meal, he prepared some grass for Meow Meow. Watching Meow Meow eat heartily, Yu Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. He really owed a lot to Meow Meow yesterday. If it weren't for that charge, it was uncertain whether he could survive the attack of the mutated giant rat, let alone rely on Meow Meow to bring him back and then guard him safely. Even the injuries on his body healed so quickly thanks to the high-energy sheep milk. Saying that Meow Meow is his life-saving sheep would not be an exaggeration. Gently patting Meow Meow, Yu Yuan began to assess the losses from yesterday. Looking at the severely deformed FL assault rifle bitten by the giant rat on the ground, Yu Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. It was quite exaggerated. This is a firearm. The tactical vest he wore yesterday also announced it was a total loss, having been torn into strips by the giant rat's sharp claws, exposing the bulletproof plates inside. Even the plates were covered with scratches, almost penetrated, making Yu Yuan feel his scalp tingle. If he hadn't had this armor yesterday, his stomach would have likely been ripped open. The same fate befell the law enforcement helmet he had just obtained yesterday. Looking at the clear scratch on the back of the helmet, Yu Yuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had just gotten this helmet for less than a day, and it was already completely ruined. However, even though the equipment was ruined, they had all played their role. So he temporarily piled these 3 pieces of equipment in a corner of the hiding place. Fortunately, Yu Yuan had received another set of law enforcement tactical vests from Soda yesterday, so he wouldn't have to run around without armor like before. That could be forgiven previously, but after experiencing the attack of the mutated giant rat, Yu Yuan didn't want to face the giant rat with just his body next time. He still needed to find a way to get a helmet back. Otherwise, it would feel too insecure. Yu Yuan wasn't sure how strong the revenge mentality of the mutated giant rat was, but from the previous sneak attack by the giant rat, its intelligence shouldn't be low. Although Yu Yuan shot out one of its eyes, based on the mutated giant rat being able to escape Meow Meow's pursuit, it was presumed that although it was heavily injured, it wouldn't be fatal. Yu Yuan frowned and thought, now is definitely the weakest moment for the mutated giant rat, and it is also the best opportunity to take it down. No, he must find a way to eliminate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will ultimately be a hidden danger. The direction the mutated giant rat fled was Block 15, and Yu Yuan planned to go there in a day or two to take a look. Chapter 50 Escape Route, Defense System, Flamethrowers. Yesterday's haul was significant. Just those 20 barrels of 100L fuel were worth a fortune. This is a rare and precious resource, scarcer than cigarettes, comparable to firearms and ammunition, and no one has a stable supply channel. Of course, he does not rule out the possibility that other players might have access to such resources, but hoard them for personal use. Just like he does with these 20 barrels of fuel that he won't easily put on the market. 2,000L of fuel can be considered a lot, but not so much that it can be wasted. After hiding, he will inevitably need a large amount of electricity, and in the future, if he obtains a vehicle, the fuel consumption will be significant. Selling it now is easy, but obtaining it later will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Aside from the fuel, the biggest gain was 25 bundles of homemade explosives, each with a mechanical timer. Homemade timed explosive quality, ordinary weight, 2 kilograms status, extremely stable timer time, 130 minutes destruction radius damage radius, 0. 3 meters severe injury damage radius, 3 to 10 meters kill impact radius. 10 to 30 meters. Yu Yuan carefully packed these 25 bundles of timed explosives into a storage box, sealed it, and placed it in a corner of a passage far from the fuel barrels. The items are valuable, but their danger also increases exponentially. Yu Yuan's mind kept flashing with bad thoughts, but fortunately, the stability of the explosives allowed him to breathe a little easier. After dealing with the 2 most valuable and dangerous types of materials, the rest consisted of the firearms and ammunition he had seized from the burning fortress, which were also what he desperately needed now. Unlike the equipment from the Black Shield Police Department, the equipment from the burning fortress was mostly AK series weapons, 2 AK-74S, 1 AK-74U, 1 AKM, and finally, 1 AK-12. There were quite a few bullets with hundreds of rounds in both 7.62 by 39 millimeters and 5.45 by 39 millimeters calibers. Enough for Yu Yuan to use for a while. The remaining items were the throwing weapons Yu Yuan specifically left behind. 8 F1 grenades, 5 flashbangs, and 3 explosives equipped with detonators. This temporarily made up for Yu Yuan's shortage of throwing weapons. From the equipment on the flame night of the burning fortress, Yu Yuan only brought back a military binoculars because he couldn't carry more at the time. His backpack was already stuffed full, and it took a lot of effort to bring these back. However, the most precious loot he brought back was the full set of equipment and items from the Flame Priest. Yu Yuan would not forget that when he was about to consume the Flame Priest, he heard more than one mechanical prompt. Items that trigger prompts are definitely high-value materials. With an excited heart, Yu Yuan dumped the contents of his Oxford backpack onto the ground, and just at that moment, consecutive prompt sounds appeared in his ears. It sounded like the most wonderful sound in the world. Ding! High-value materials detected. Special construction path for hideout facilities detected. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Special construction path for hideout facilities detected. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Optimization path for hideout facilities detected. Would you like to add this optimization path to the security and wall construction list? Ding. High-value materials detected. Rare quality equipment. Flame priest robe damaged. The corners of Yu Yuan's mouth almost reach his eyes. He had unexpectedly found 3 construction blueprints for the hideout, and 2 of them were special construction paths that the hideout did not have. He immediately added them all to the hideout facility management log. As the blueprints disappeared, 2 new construction path lists and 2 optimization paths appeared in the hideout facility management log. Ding! Defense facility construction path detected and unlocked. Hideout defense system management log unlocked. Within the survival interface, in addition to the hideout facility management log and hideout resource management log pages, there is a new page titled Hideout Defense System Management Log. Yu Yuan could not wait to check the newly appeared facilities. Escape route, special, quality, unknown description. This is a magical construction blueprint that can build a special escape route, connecting the hideout with safe houses for easy escape or safe transfer in emergencies. It can connect to up to 3 safe houses, but it seems that there are still necessary conditions missing to construct this facility. Construction requirements. Escape key 1, safe house 1 to 3, locked door 1 defense flamethrower, quality, rare description. Within a 100-meter range of the hideout, up to 20 flamethrower devices can be constructed to protect the safety of the hideout. Please note that this facility will burn the surrounding area when activated, so ensure a safe distance from the hideout and prepare for protection during construction. Construction requirements. 4-1 set essential materials. Fuel 10L, high-pressure cylinder 1, pressure relief valve 1, steel 1, spring 1, 9B battery 2, resistance wire 1, metal water pipe 1, metal nozzle 1. Auxiliary materials. Rubber gasket 2, metal pin 1. This. Yu Yuan didn't know what to say anymore. Strong. It's really too strong. The escape route is incredibly reassuring for him, because once this facility is truly used, the hideout may already be in a very critical situation, and having a chance to escape is always better than nothing. As for the things listed in the construction requirements, he had no clue about the other 2 items besides the locked door. However, the construction path had already been added, at least giving him a direction and goal to search for. As for the defense flamethrower, it satisfied Yu Yuan's previous speculation about the hideout's defense level. He has already built quite a few facilities in the hideout. The safety level, comfort level, sanitation level, and energy level have all increased, but the defense level has always been 0. Previously, he had speculated whether he needed to upgrade the level of the walls. Now he has the answer. Moreover, the defense facilities are actually constructed around the hideout, which made Yu Yuan ecstatic. His biggest concern was that after the novice protection period ended, if other players invaded and discovered the hideout, they would directly destroy it. Now this problem has been directly solved. This is a flamethrower. The construction range is also within 100 meters around the hideout, giving Yu Yuan a lot of operational space. Let us not forget that Yu Yuan's hideout is built in the air defense shelter passage. As long as he designs the location of the flamethrowers cleverly, these passages can become a fiery hell from which intruders cannot escape. In an instant, more than 5 suitable locations for constructing flamethrowers popped into Yu Yuan's mind. This blueprint has come at the right time, with more than 20 days until player invasions. There is enough time for me to turn the air defense shelter into a death furnace. A trace of ruthlessness and coldness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 51. Flame Priest Robe, Crafting Table. Note the security and wall facilities have also added an optimized path. Level 3 Fireproof Security Door, excellent. Level 2 Heat-Resistant Firewall, excellent. Yu Yuan was not surprised by this. The burning fortress could provide such a large amount of fuel, and the intelligence mentioned their interest in the offshore oil fields of Green Forest City. The resources controlled by the burning fortress, if not an oil refinery, must be oil field mines. Only by mastering these 2 places could they have abundant fuel resources. Moreover, the Flame Knights had modified their motorcycles with flamethrowers, and even single-person vehicles like flames so much, even the name of their faction was related to flames. It was reasonable to obtain the flame defense blueprints and fireproof facility blueprints from that obviously high-ranking flame priest. The materials needed to upgrade these 2 facilities were not difficult to find. Many were common items, but gathering them all would require some effort. Fortunately, their construction priority was not high, so it could be done gradually. Finally, there was the Flame Priest's Fire Red Robe. This was the first time Yu Yuan saw equipment that could be indicated as high-value material, and it was rare grade, which seemed really rare. Flame Priest Robe, damage, description. This is a rare piece of equipment meticulously crafted from the mutated creature's flame wolf skin, but unfortunately, it is already damaged. Quality, rare weight. 1. 8 kilograms function. Can withstand 800 flames for 3 seconds, resist 4,000 joules of kinetic piercing, but cannot prevent bullet impact damage from kinetic energy. Can resist temperature differences of -6,550, keeping the wearer in a constant temperature state. Flame wolf skin? Yu Yuan realized in his heart that this might also be a mutated creature similar to that giant mutated rat. Until now, the scene of the mutated giant rat being able to withstand FN/FAL assault rifles with a full magazine of bullets without taking damage was still vivid in his mind. It seemed that mutated creatures were not uncommon. It was just that he had not encountered them yet. The danger level of this world needed to be raised. He looked at the red robe, pondering, is this equipment strong? Strong, but it was not suitable for Yu Yuan. Whether it was the style of the robe or its exaggerated and bright color, it did not meet his needs. Yu Yuan flipped through the robe, looking for the damaged spot, and indeed found it. The thread at the seam of the fur had broken, resulting in a nearly 20-centimeter gash. Upon seeing this, Yu Yuan's mind began to race. The reason this equipment had such high quality was fundamentally due to that flame wolf skin. So why not modify this robe? The robe was quite large, and with proper tailoring, it could be made into 1 or even 2 pieces of leather armor. Not only could it isolate hot and cold temperatures, keeping the body in an absolute constant temperature state, but it also had super strong bulletproof effects, making it the best material for making inner armor. If there were scraps, tactical gloves, tactical boots, and hats could also be made. In case of encountering extremely cold weather in the future, this outfit would be a lifesaver. In an instant, various ideas for modifying the robe flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. However, to realize the above ideas, he still needed a tailor. Yu Yuan did not have tailoring skills. Or, he looked towards the facility management log, crafting table hidden in the stash. Level 1 dilapidated workbench, construction materials. 1 screwdriver, 1 multifunctional pliers, 20 wood, 5 screws. 5 nuts construction time, 1 minute. This might also be a solution. In the Wasteland world, finding a reliable tailor was as difficult as climbing to the sky. The daily refreshed newspapers might contain information about tailors, but the appearance of such information was random, and the probability of encountering a tailor was nearly 0. Upgrading the crafting table would also be useful in the future. As for the tailor, he could ask Marcel next time he had the chance. She was a craftsman, and even if she did not have tailoring skills, she might know someone in that field. Yu Yuan thought to himself. Once he made a decision, he was not a person who hesitated. Except for wood, he had already gathered the other construction materials. So he directly spent 100 survival points in the TOTO cave to purchase 20 units of wood and began constructing the level 1 crafting table. 1 minute quickly passed, and a square table measuring 600 by 400 millimeters appeared in front of Yu Yuan. Under the table was a small drawer, somewhat resembling the wooden desk from school, and there was a small stool placed underneath the table. Seeing this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but smile. To be honest, at first glance, it did give that feeling. He opened the drawer, and inside were a screwdriver, pliers, screws, and nuts, but they could no longer be taken out of the drawer, making reuse impossible. Yu Yuan did not have high expectations for this. The virtual light curtain of the stash facility management log crafting table displayed a synthesis list of items that could be made. Wires 8, power cables 4, circuit boards, flathead screwdriver 1, DVD 1, couplers. At a glance, there were several crafting projects, but none of them were urgently needed by Yu Yuan, let alone recipes for making clothing. Clearly, modifying that red robe at the crafting table was unrealistic, and he could only ask Marcel later. However, Yu Yuan saw that the construction requirements for upgrading to level 2 crafting table had been met, so he immediately chose to upgrade. Multi-functional toolbox, tape measure, nail gun, adhesive, long nails, jack, small electronic scale, all disappeared. The crafting table also displayed a 30-minute upgrade countdown. Hopefully, the level 2 crafting table will bring me some surprises. Yu Yuan then looked at the remaining items on the ground. These were all the miscellaneous items searched from the Flame Priest. A relatively exquisite dagger with red patterns. But Yu Yuan was not interested. A Zippo lighter, showing that the Flame Priest cherished it very much, had a vintage charm, and was very clean and tidy. There was also a pure titanium outdoor survival whistle. Then there was a folded note, and Yu Yuan let out a soft-o. He picked up the note and read it carefully. Dear Priest, we tracked the tire march from the broken bridge outside the motel, crossing the loading area and warehouse, to the eastern district of Green Forest City, but due to the typhoon, all vehicle traces have disappeared. Today we found the vehicles washed away by the flood. It is speculated that the group of raiders who infiltrated the main guest rooms and stole our loot should be within the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 15th blocks of the East City, and I will continue to search. Yu Yuan looked at the note with flickering eyes. The information on this note was quite substantial. To be honest, he felt a bit anxious. He and T slept well that night. And the original plan was still for 2 chapters today. After all, he and T completed the 7-day verification, which made him apprehensive. But last night, Yu Yuan and Niemya had a dream and told him, brothers come, they should be well fed. Therefore, he enlightened. Today, he presents 3 chapters, asking everyone to love me. Tomorrow's debut on the first day, still updating 4 chapters in a row, not letting the brothers go hungry. For those who read this, please support with a bookshelf, follow-up. Urge updates and positive reviews, freely power up with love. Your support is my motivation. If there are flaws, please be gentle in your criticism. Moi. Chapter 52. The 8th day in the Wasteland. 2 bloody news. Yuan did not expect that someone would dare to steal something from the burning fortress. Not only did they succeed, but they also escaped to Green Forest City. No wonder there was no mention of a Flame Priest being involved in the deal with the thug prison in the previous intelligence reports. The Flame Priest must have been tracking down the group of raiders and happened to encounter the deal with the thug prison, which is why they came to lend a hand. Yuan mentally pieced together the sequence of events, although he was also curious about what the group had stolen from the burning fortress. He wasn't desperate enough to search through the vast city blocks for a few hiding individuals. Yuan neatly stored all the firearms and equipment in the warehouse, especially the Flame Priest's robe, which he carefully wrapped in a long piece of cloth. He then looked at the neatly arranged firearms. The FN-FEL assault rifle was damaged. Although he still had 1 left, he had run out of 7. 6,251 millimeters ammunition during the battle with the mutated giant rat, so he needed to find another weapon. His gaze swept over the MP5 submachine gun and the Remington 870 shotgun, finally locking onto the AK-12. His biggest enemy now was that mutated giant rat. Unlike the fragile human body, to deal with the threat of the mutated giant rat, the power and penetration of the bullets were Yuan's top priority. While the MP5 submachine gun fired 9mm rounds, which were larger than the AK-12-5. For 1,539mm, there was a significant difference in the amount of gunpowder used. The penetrating power of the bullet upon firing was also not comparable. Of course, the most important thing was, Yuan picked up a 4,539mm bullet, looking at the purple-green color of the bullet tip, narrowing his eyes. 4,539mm 7 and 10 PP bullet. Description: although this is a reloaded bullet, don't underestimate it. Type: bullet ricochet rate, 38 penetration, medium probability of jam, low probability of misfire. Low? Is it just 7 in 10? It's not even 7 in 10M. Yuan muttered to himself. Although 7 in 10 is an enhanced penetration rifle round, its performance is still inferior compared to the second-generation bullet developed later, which is 7 in 10M, not to mention later versions. Even so, 7 in 10, as an enhanced version of the standard steel core bullet, had the strongest penetrating power among all the ammunition he currently had. Even the penetration power of the FN-FEL assault rifle bullets was far inferior to the PP bullets. After all, comparing FMJ bullets with PP bullets was somewhat unfair. FMJ bullets couldn't penetrate the mutated giant rat's fur, so Yuan could only try the 7 in 10 bullet. However, he was a bit worried. While 7 in 10 has strong penetration against high-hardness armor like ballistic plates, its effectiveness against the soft fur of the mutated giant rat was uncertain. But now there were no other choices. Loading the 4,539 millimeters, 7 in 10 bullet into the magazine. Yuan took the AK-12 to the air defense shelter, walking into a passage where a steel plate awaited at the end. This was where Yuan previously practiced shooting. He raised his gun, took a brief breath, and then bang, 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 klang, klang, klang. Gunfire echoed in the passage, accompanied by the sound of the steel plate being struck. But the noise quickly stopped, and Yuan grimaced and shook his head. No, he had to find a way to get some noise-canceling headphones. He had noticed this issue when shooting in the sewer before. In the passageway, the gunfire was amplified greatly, loud enough to hurt his eardrums. Approaching the steel plate and observing the noticeable dents from the bullets, Yuan laughed. Not bad. Returning to his hiding place, Yuan prepared the AK-12, spare magazines, and ammunition. The Level 2 crafting table had also completed its upgrade. On the now twice-as-large tabletop, a reloading press appeared, alongside an electronic scale. Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the reloading press, manipulating the lever with excitement. This is for reloading bullets? Indeed, the crafting list on the crafting table now included a bullet-making directory. As long as he had gunpowder, casings, or materials like brass and steel, he could craft the corresponding bullets, although the production speed of 1 bullet per minute was indeed a bit slow. Perhaps the upgrade of the crafting table would improve that. However, there was still plenty of ammunition in reserve, so there was no rush to craft more. Additionally, the list showed an option for leather tanning, which delighted Yuan. Thus, he had finished organizing all the spoils from yesterday's operation. To be honest, it was really tiring. Organizing the spoils was indeed satisfying, but it was also quite exhausting. Still, he counted himself as tired yet happy. Looking at the time, it was already close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and night would fall in about 2 hours. Yuan walked to the old newsstand to check today's refreshed newspapers, but seeing no additional intelligence items, he felt a slight disappointment. However, the news on the paper caught his attention. Neighborhood news section, quality, rock danger level, medium this morning. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association in Block 11 received reports of a homeless gang capturing and killing 2 wolves near Newson Avenue in Block 12. As per the president's request, tonight, a beast tamer, a veterinarian, and 30 armed caretakers will cooperate to conduct a sweep of all homeless individuals and scavengers near Newson Avenue in Block 12. This is a death notice from the Aurora Animal Assistance Association to all homeless people and survivors in the East District. Every animal in the East District is their private property, and any act of harm, capture, confinement, or raising of animals will be met with absolute punishment from the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Community life news quality, rock danger level. Low at 2:13 a.m. today, a homeless person was brutally murdered in a residence at 78 Splendid Street in Block 11. According to our reporter's investigation, this homeless person had killed 7 survivors, raped 8, 3 women and 5 men, and tortured 3 people with numerous crimes. When the homeless person died, their tendons in the hands and feet were severed, and the 5th limb was cut off with their hands bound behind their back, kneeling in a posture of confession. The murderer severed the homeless person's carotid artery and stabbed the weapon into their heart with a strong sense of ritualism. On the floor in front of the homeless person, an arrow drawn in blood pointed to a line of text. Sinner, go to hell and repent. Goodness. Both news articles were filled with a bloody scent. Opening the virtual map, he quickly located 78 Splendid Street in Block 11. It was a very remote street, but not far from Cancino Avenue. Block 11 was indeed not peaceful. Chapter 53. Exploring the Oli's Hotel. Encountering the safe regardless. The person who killed the vagrants is a safety hazard. Fortunately, from the last message left by the other party, it seems their target should be the vagrants. However, I still need to be cautious when heading to Block 11 in the future. He scratched his head in frustration. No wonder other players are filled with fear whenever the urban area is mentioned. This place is truly troublesome. The various gangs are deeply entrenched, dividing up the city blocks. And beneath them, there are numerous vagrant organizations banding together, looting, and committing crimes. At the very bottom are the scavengers and survivors, the lucky few. They are merely reserved members of the vagrants or even thugs who could turn dark at any moment. Or perhaps, in this wasteland world, There's simply no good people. Purely good people don't survive to this day. Bringing his thoughts back, Yu Yuan looked at the first piece of content. He had unconsciously pulled out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, trying to organize his thoughts. As the smoke curled up, Yu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he checked the time. It was 5:13 p.m. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society would be cleaning Block 12 tonight and would take away more than 30 thugs. Which means tonight would definitely be the time when the number of thugs in the Jonk Zoo is at its lowest. It is also the best time to explore the Oli's Hotel. The only thing to be careful about is not to expose Mia's presence, not even letting others see her. Thankfully, Mia didn't expose herself in front of Carmen yesterday. Yu Yuan felt a little relieved. The Black Shield police station controls the entire East District, yet the Aurora Animal Assistance Society can securely occupy Block 11's Jonk Zoo. Yu Yuan absolutely could not believe there was no connection between the two. In any case, for tonight's exploration of the Oli's Hotel, he had to be prepared for a fight. As for the fate cards, Yu Yuan decided to draw them tomorrow. His right wrist needed more time to recover. At 7:30 p.m., Yu Yuan appeared on the streets near the Jonk Zoo in Block 11, this time avoiding Block 15 and entering Block 11 through Block 12. The exploration task tonight was very important, and since his wrist still needed to recover, he decided not to get entangled with the mutated rats. In the dark sewer passage, the virtual map was being adjusted, enlarging or shrinking under Yu Yuan's control. He had already unlocked the manholes closest to the Oli's Hotel, 3 in total, located on the east, north, and west sides of the hotel, while the south was a cluster of buildings. He kept confirming the route for his upcoming actions and the escape route in case of unexpected situations. Looking through the manhole cover, he saw the sun had already dipped low in the west, and the sky was starting to turn yellow. His position was a necessary route from the zoo to Block 12. As soon as the people from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society left the zoo, he would know immediately. Yu Yuan also understood why Marcial had previously advised him against exploring this area. It was indeed too dangerous. The Oli's Hotel was located on the west side of the Jonk Zoo, separated by only one street, with a straight line distance of no more than 300 meters. If there was any commotion at the Oli's Hotel, the zoo would definitely notice. Correspondingly, it would also be easy to observe the situation at the zoo from within the Oli's Hotel. When the time reached 7:45 p.m., Yu Yuan heard the roar of car engines coming from the direction of the zoo through the manhole cover. Not long after, he heard the sound of cars passing overhead and quickly driving away, heading towards Block 12. After waiting in place for another 2 minutes and confirming there were no other issues, Yu Yuan then ran towards the Oli's Hotel. By the time Yu Yuan entered the Oli's Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. After finding the staircase, he headed towards the 8th floor. When he passed the front desk, he noticed the hotel logo on the background wall was identical to the one on the room card that Biaoge had. Since he had not gone to the wrong place, Yu Yuan began to look forward to room 0813. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Soon, Yu Yuan arrived at the 8th floor, where furniture was overturned, doors were broken, scattered luggage lay everywhere, and there were even a few skeletal remains, accompanied by a faint, foul smell. Yu Yuan glanced over these and quietly hid in a corner just inside the floor, curling his body into the shadows. He carefully observed those hidden corners, his ears not missing any faint sounds. After a minute, he slowly took a step forward, moving deeper into the corridor. 08370839, wrong direction. It should be this way. Following the door numbers, Yu Yuan found room 0813, but when he saw the door that had been violently broken, although he had anticipated this situation, he was not particularly disappointed. Still, he felt a bit displeased. With the mindset of having come this far, Yu Yuan unwillingly stepped into the room and began to explore cautiously. As usual, he first pulled the curtains shut, then took out a flashlight adjusted to low light mode, and started to observe the entire room. However, looking at the empty wardrobe, the open suitcase, and the littered garbage and black footprints on the floor, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be no need to search this place anymore. What is that? Yu Yuan was suddenly attracted by something behind the bedside table. Shining the flashlight over, his eyes lit up. How could there be a safe here? A black safe embedded in the wall appeared before Yu Yuan. looking at the scuffed scratches and the pockmarked dents on the safe. It was evident that it had been discovered by others, but those people simply couldn't open it, and they couldn't even take it away. In the end, it was left unresolved. Yu Yuan thought of the key that had been with Biao Gu along with the room card. He carefully took the key from his backpack and inserted it into the safe. As the key gradually entered and began to engage, the corner of Yu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He wondered what could be inside this safe. He was excited. Click! With the safe key. Unlocking it became incredibly simple. The door opened to reveal its contents, and Yu Yuan frowned slightly. Inside were a laptop, a USB drive, a mobile phone, and a file folder. Is that all? Although the laptop could be considered quite valuable, none of these 4 items triggered any alerts, which left Yu Yuan feeling somewhat disappointed. However, anything that could be placed in a safe should have some value. He propped the laptop up to check. After so long, the battery might be drained, and he would have to wait until it was charged to see what was inside. The phone and USB drive were placed into his backpack. His gaze turned to the file folder. Wow! Yu Yuan looked at the sealed strip on the back of the file folder, his eyes narrowing instantly. Without hesitation, he tore open the seal and took out the contents. However, the moment he saw what was inside, Yu Yuan's pupils constricted, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Holy crap! Chapter 54 Evaluation Report, ranked 9349. Oh my god! Yu Yuan almost exclaimed, looking at the photo of the ferocious black rat. He nearly dropped what he was holding. It was indeed a bit of psychological stress. Once he calmed down, he realized his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his heart was racing. No, he had to get rid of that thing as soon as possible, otherwise he would be restless. It was too disturbing. As he composed himself, his gaze at the file bag in his hand became incredibly sharp. There were a total of 17 photos, all of a large black rat. The photos were all taken from a hidden angle, most of them somewhat blurry, but 7 were relatively clear. The background of the photos was a section of the sewer, and the black rat appeared to be smaller than it was now, only about 1 meter long. A dozen people in police uniforms surrounded the black rat, poised to act. Each held a handgun, and scattered bullet casings could be seen on the ground. There were also specks of blood on the black rat's fur. But it was evident that the rat already possessed considerable bulletproof capabilities at that time. The last photo captured the scene of a mutated giant rat escaping into a narrow sewer entrance. The expressions on the faces of the officers watching the fleeing mutated beast were quite vivid. Fear, terror, pallor, relief. Among them, Yu Yuan also spotted a familiar face, the bald-headed Friss. He didn't expect Friss to have already been a police officer before the Wasteland. As for why he was certain the photos were taken before the Wasteland, it was because Friss's demeanor and appearance in the photo showed none of the caution, indifference, and vigilance typical of survivors in the Wasteland. Not just him, the other officers looked the same. Their uniforms were also quite clean. Although they had gotten dirty from catching the mutated giant rat in the sewer, their quality was evident at a glance. Finally, their skin was in good condition, with some clearly in their 20s, probably just having passed the police exam, and even a hint of shyness could be seen on one of them. All of this proved that the background of the photos was indeed before the Wasteland. Below the photos was an investigative report, and perhaps because of the mutated giant rat, Yu Yuan was very interested in this report. Preliminary Assessment Report on Abnormal Phenomena at John Kirk Zoo Assessment Unit. Zoo Qualification Review Committee Security Observation Group Assessor. Ningzhu Assessment Target. John Kirk Zoo Assessment Reason. Surrounding residents continuously report abnormal animal howls and ground vibrations. After 92 days of covert observation and infiltration investigation, we confirm that the John Kirk Zoo appears to operate normally on the surface, but in fact conducts animal modification experiments in its underground facilities and closed exhibition halls. The core objectives of the experiment are animal gigantism, mutation induction, and behavior controllability. Currently, the experiment has achieved phased results, posing extremely high biological safety risks. Moreover, behind the animal experiments, we discovered the existence of a mysterious organization called the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, which is financially powerful and operates covertly. It is suspected that the John Kirk Zoo has been infiltrated and controlled by this organization. We found that the animal experiments are mainly divided into 3 directions: gigantism, Animals suspected of being injected with some hormonal catalyst continue to secrete growth factors, becoming huge and uncontrollable. Mutation induction. Investigations show that after being injected with a hormonal catalyst, animals have a chance of causing mutations in their bodily organs. Controllability. The John Kirk Zoo attempts to control the behavior of mutated animals by implanting brain chips into them. Additionally, we have clarified the layout of the zoo's facilities, with the ground camouflage area pretending to operate as a normal zoo. The underground testing area, B1-B3, is the live animal experimentation zone, controlled by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. This experimental area has a very high risk factor, with risks of experimental subjects escaping, ecological pollution, and militarization of biological weapons. We recommend the Security Committee isolate and destroy the John Kirk Zoo and the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Detailed investigation materials and backups have been stored on a USB drive, which can only be accessed with the observer's computer key. We also thank Mr. Laws, the senior police inspector from the East City Police Department, for providing crucial evidence. Just as Yu Yuan finished reading the entire assessment report, ding. Triggered keynote. The secrets hidden behind Green Forest City. Achievement unlocked. Echoes of history. Achievement points gained, 200 points. Hiding place ranking updated. Current ranking 9349, up 150 places. Looking at the leaderboard, which had jumped 150 places again. Yu Yuan did not feel the excitement and thrill he usually did, because this time the promotion was quite inexplicable. He could not see the enhancement value of this investigative report for him. As for the achievement echoes of history, he was also baffled. Yet it directly rewarded him with 200 achievement points. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes at the report and photos in his hand. One thing was certain, an achievement that could cause a ranking leap was definitely not simple. Last time he obtained all the sewer network blueprints of the East City. He only received 200 achievement points. The fact that this achievement, Echoes of History, could also reward 200 achievement points said a lot. He couldn't figure out the reason now. There was only one possibility, which was that he had not yet reached the point of being able to engage with these things. In other words, this investigative report was too advanced for him. Furthermore, in the previous investigation report from the Water Management Center, it was said that the appearance of the mutated giant rat was related to a religious ceremony in a room in Block 9. How to get tied to the zoo? The secrets hidden behind Green Forest City, animal experiments, religious ceremonies, hormonal catalysts, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, mutated giant rats, lost. His mind was constantly recalling all the information he had obtained since entering the Wasteland, and a vague thread began to take shape in Yu Yuan's mind. But no matter how he tried to grasp it, he could not catch hold of this line. However, Yu Yuan had a premonition that this line might have an indescribable relationship with how Green Forest City became what it is now. If that were the case, then earning 200 achievement points would make sense. Now what he needed to do was to find information that could piece together all the clues. The appearance of that mutated black rat was probably not as simple as it seemed. Even the fact that the Black Shield Police Department could coexist peacefully with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society in the East District might also hold unknown secrets. He put the report and photos back into the file bag and then into his backpack. In any case, this exploration of the Olais Hotel was not a wasted effort. Yu Yuan's level of concern for the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had also risen to the same level as that of the Black Shield Police Department. He had always thought this organization posed little threat. After all, they only stayed near the zoo. But now it seemed that what they were doing was truly dangerous. Just thinking about the possibility of dozens of mutated rats scurrying through the sewers in the future sent chills down his spine. Temporarily pushing these chaotic thoughts aside, Yu Yuan began to search in other rooms. Since room 0813 had a safe, what about the other rooms? Yu Yuan couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Chapter 55. The Sacrificial Ceremony, Night Raid of the Ravens, Evacuation after Yu Yuan thoroughly explored the entire 8th floor. He had to admit that safes were not a standard feature in every room. There were only 5 in total on the entire floor. 3 were open, and aside from room 0813, the last safe, which Yu Yuan unlocked with his excellent lock-picking skills, was empty. Yu Yuan's mood crumbled instantly. Fortunately, it wasn't completely fruitless. Although the supplies in the hotel had been completely looted, The hotel facilities remained intact. Among them were the supplies that Yu Yuan urgently needed. For example, the 20th one. Phew, finally enough? Yu Yuan let out a long breath, counting the neatly arranged 20 fire extinguishers in the Wasteland tunnel. A smile appearing on his face. He had only realized this when he accidentally spotted the fire extinguishers in the hallway. Aren't fire extinguishers just high-pressure gas cylinders? They could serve as building materials for the defensive facilities of his hideout's flamethrower. So he immediately started collecting them in the hotel. Clearly, no one needed the fire extinguishers, which was a stroke of luck for Yu Yuan. With the experience from the fire extinguishers, Yu Yuan's mind was completely opened. The Olai's hotel was large and luxurious, with complete functional facilities. Perhaps he could find many construction materials that are usually hard to find. He opened the virtual light screen to start checking the construction materials for the hideout facilities. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of orderly gunshots rang out from outside the hotel. Yu Yuan immediately closed the virtual light screen and moved to the window to look outside, only to notice that a bonfire had been lit in the zoo at an unknown time. A group of people was gathered around the bonfire, seemingly doing something. The zoo. Thinking back to the assessment report he had seen earlier, Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, took out his binoculars from his backpack, and pressed against the wall corner, looking towards the bonfire. Just one glance, and the corners of Yu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. A man was tied to a wooden stake in front of the bonfire, resembling the classic figure of Hong Xiuquan's brother. He was surrounded by a circle of candles, and on the ground in the middle of the candles, strange symbols were drawn with an unknown red or black liquid, bizarre and unusual. The man's bare body was also marked with patterns resembling a black sun. From the crowd emerged a person dressed in a long black hooded robe. Yu Yuan noticed that the robe also had the black sun pattern, and the person held an oddly shaped dagger, slowly approaching the bowman. Yu Yuan quickly adjusted the magnification of the binoculars. As he got closer, he saw the terror, helplessness, and pleading expression on the man's face. But it was all in vain. As the robed figure slowly plunged the dagger into the man's chest, the man's body began to convulse rapidly. Meanwhile, another robed figure handed a syringe to the one holding the dagger. The man took the syringe and approached the man's temple, stabbing it straight in. As he did, the previously convulsing man suddenly lifted his head, looking up at the sky, his mouth wide open as if letting out a wail. The robed figure extracted a strand of glowing liquid from the man's brain with the syringe. As the glowing liquid was drawn out, the man immediately fell silent, his face quickly turning black. The robed figure placed the syringe into a prepared thermos box, and Yu Yuan could even see the cold air rising from the box. Watching the scene in the zoo, Yu Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air and murmured softly, "A religious ceremony." So that's it. The previously vague clues in his mind became clearer. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association seemed to be the ones conducting the religious ceremonies in the 9th District. Everything made sense now, but just as he was about to continue observing, he saw the robed figure suddenly look up in his direction. Through the binoculars, although he couldn't see the person's face, Yu Yuan felt a chilling illusion that the other party had already seen him, sending shivers down his spine. This was a dangerous feeling. Damn it. With no time to think, Yu Yuan quickly put away the binoculars and turned to leave. At the same time, a rough, deep, hoarse voice came from the darkness outside the hotel window. Quack! A huge shadow swooped towards the window of the room where Yu Yuan was. Crash! The tempered glass shattered under the impact of the shadow, firing shards into the room. As soon as the sound rang out, Yu Yuan had already leaped forward, rolling out of the room, and then slid into the corridor. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of the shadow's form. It was a black monster bird with a wingspan of 35 meters. With no time to think, Yu Yuan knew he had been exposed. He quickly rushed to the stairs and jumped down. In less than 30 seconds, he had reached the first floor, but just as he was about to leave the hotel, he suddenly heard that low, hoarse call again from outside the main door. Quack! The huge shadow passed by outside the hotel entrance, and Yu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The scruffy bird was trying to buy time for me. It was not safe to stay here. I must escape quickly. The zoo was very close, and the enemy would probably surround this place soon. He had to leave as soon as possible. With that in mind, he took a stun grenade from his gear, pulled the safety pin, and charged out of the hotel. Sure enough, The giant bird dove down again, just as he left the hotel. This time, with the moonlight, Yu Yuan could see its form clearly. It was indeed a giant raven. As soon as Yu Yuan saw the raven, he threw the stun grenade in its direction, then immediately turned, closed his eyes, bent down, and covered his ears in one smooth motion. Bang! Quack, quack, quack. The detonation time of the stun grenade was already short, and since Yu Yuan had thrown it with a lead time, even though the raven had altered its flying trajectory when it saw something thrown at it, the grenade still exploded right in its face, accompanied by a deafening explosion and an extremely bright, blinding white flash that illuminated the area for dozens of meters as if it were daylight. Even though Yu Yuan had prepared in advance, he was still momentarily dazzled by the white light. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard a loud thud behind him as a massive object hit the ground. It was the giant raven that had lost its ability to move after the stun grenade exploded right in its face. It fell to the ground, flapping its wings and still struggling. Quack! Yu Yuan turned to look at the raven, which was now only a dozen meters away, his eyes flashing with a fierce expression. Damn you! 2 F1 small lemons were thrown directly at the raven, and he turned and ran towards the nearest manhole cover. Boom! Boom! Amidst 2 deafening explosions and the sound of shrapnel and debris flying, Yu Yuan had already squeezed into the sewer, tightened the latch, and the roar of vehicle engines echoed above. He jumped down the ladder, exhaling deeply. Without looking back, he ran towards the direction of the 12th district. After this, at least 3 chapters every day, at least 3 chapters, at least 3 chapters. The update time is every day at noon, punctually updated. Please add to your bookshelf, follow updates, urge updates, give good reviews, and support freely with love. Chapter 56, Green Forest Financial Center Tower Architectural Structure Blueprint. Draw fate cards. Wasteland Day 9, 7 a.m. Yu Yuan was about to be awakened by the alarm clock, and he went to the bathroom to pick up a mirror. The wound on his face from last night's glass cut had already started to scab. He couldn't help but wonder if that bird from last night had been blown up. This thought flashed through his mind. Yu Yuan felt that the possibility of it being blown up was quite high. The 2 F1 grenades he left under the raven's feet had an error margin of only 2 or 3 meters. At such a close distance, it was definitely within the lethal range of the explosion. Even if its feathers could withstand shrapnel damage, could they withstand the shock wave from the explosion? However, this question quickly faded from his mind. After last night's battle, he had raised the threat level of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society to the highest. After quickly washing up, eating, and feeding Mai, he came outside his hideout and looked at the resource recycling bin. A smile appeared on his face when he saw a bag of light blue liquid and a small packet of white granules inside. Hey, sure enough, the resources that appeared in the recycling were related to the garbage collected. He took the plant nutrient solution and compound fertilizer from the recycling bin and returned to the storage room of the hideout, where he already had a bag of nutrient solution and fertilizer. Those are the resources he exchanged for yesterday, and with today's 2 bags, Yu Yuan now had 2 bags of plant nutrient solution and 2 packets of compound fertilizer. Although he couldn't use them right now, as a citizen of Huaxia, the seed-planting genes in his body were already stirring. However, for now, this idea remained just an idea, mainly because he didn't know how to do it. He scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed he needed to look for some books on planting. But Yu Yuan had already searched the virtual map last night and found that there were no agricultural schools, planting schools, or research institutes in the East District. However, there were many bookstores. He decided that whenever he had time or passed by, he would go to the bookstore to look for relevant books. As for seeds, for now, Yu Yuan could only think of asking other players to purchase them. But for now, he still had time to look for these things. After putting today's garbage into the recycling bin, Yu Yuan went to the old newspaper rack to check today's newspaper. He was met with an unexpected surprise. A neatly arranged stack of blueprints was placed next to the newspaper. Would you like to spend 250 survival points to purchase this information item? Yes. As the survival points were deducted, the blueprint in his hand became clearer. There were some familiar patterns on the blueprint, and his expression froze. This is an architectural structure design blueprint? Green Forest Financial Center Tower Architectural Structure Blueprint, Quality, Rock Description. This blueprint records the detailed architectural structure of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower located on Philin Avenue in the 6th District of Green Forest City. The Green Forest Financial Center Tower? It's in the 6th District. He immediately purchased the blueprint and scanned it into his positioning watch, with relevant information appearing before him. The height of the Financial Center Tower reached 530 meters, a height that could rival the Little Waste. Looking at the towering 3D architectural structure on the virtual blueprint, Yu Yuan's mind became lively. Could he directly observe the police station in the 1st District from here? He temporarily noted this idea and then looked at today's newspaper, which still had 2 news articles, but the content was somewhat interesting. District Life News Quality, Rock Danger Level. Lone Nick, a member of the Blood Hand Gang located at the Green Forest Light Supermarket in the 10th District, is currently very troubled. A few days ago, under the leadership of the 2 leaders from Mahada, they took advantage of the opportunity when 2 groups of thugs were fighting to steal all the items from a motel room, and since then, they have had continuous bad luck. First, they encountered a typhoon, and 1 car was washed away by the flood, with 3 people missing. Then, while avoiding the typhoon, 4 more were injured. Now, they have been hiding here for 3 days, but the leader seems to be avoiding something and insists on not letting them leave the supermarket even a step. He is almost going crazy. Woman, I want a woman. Ching Ching, wait for me at Nightingale. Nick looked at the Heavenly Eyes tattoo on his forearm and secretly decided that he must find a way to go to Nightingale tonight to find his Ching Ching. District Life News Quality, Rock Danger Level. Medium. According to public reports, there have been consecutive disappearances in the wild dog community located in the 15th District for 2 days, with a total of 7 people missing so far, according to our reporters' visits to surrounding communities. Not only the wild dog community, but also the 2 neighboring communities have had cases of missing persons. There were also disappearances a few days ago, but since yesterday, the number has surged, with a total of 17 people missing. The large number of disappearances in a short time has caused extreme fear and unease among the surrounding survivors, with many survivors starting to flee the area around the wild dog community from early morning. A concerned citizen claimed to have heard devil-like howls coming from underground last night, saying it was the curse of a demon. Citizens in the surrounding districts are advised not to go to the 15th District in the short term. Yu Yuan looked at the 2 news articles. The richness of the content and the complexity of the information were quite mind-boggling. He took out the note with the information from the spoils of the Flame Priest and suddenly realized. It turned out that the items stolen from the Burning Fortress were taken by the Blood Hand Gang. And what could make the Burning Fortress pursue so relentlessly must be significant. Additionally, Yu Yuan did not expect that the Blood Hand Gang members were actually familiar with Nightingale. He speculated that Nightingale might be a place of pleasure established in the Wasteland after the establishment of Green Forest City. Previously, with the protection of the Black Shield police station's Fries, it indeed had the qualifications and reasons to exist. It was even possible that Fries, or the labor force behind him, was the mastermind behind Nightingale. After all, it had been 4 or 5 days since Fries was taken down, and there had been no news about Nightingale, which was unusual in the Wasteland. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Nightingale had been taken down by other forces. Everything still needed him to investigate further to find out. As for the second piece of news, Yu Yuan immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly the work of the mutated giant rat. To restore its body, it would definitely require a lot of energy and food, which led it to continuously attack the refugees or survivors. However, from the information on the newspaper, it seemed that the injuries of the mutated giant rat were not as serious as imagined. The wild dog community, huh? Yu Yuan silently noted this information. After reading the news, Yu Yuan opened the virtual light screen for the fate cards. After a day and night of rest, aided by high-energy goat milk and the rest area, the injury on his right wrist had basically healed. Now it was time to choose new fate gifts and fate cards. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the dark. 3 seconds later, 3 fate gifts appeared before Yu Yuan. Chapter 57. The Magician's Hat. Battle with the mutated giant rat. Choose one of the 3 fate gifts below as a gift from fate. Magician's Hat function. The hat has a space of 1 cubic meter, allowing free access to items, and can transform into different hat forms. Arms Dealer's Weapon Rack function. A weapon will randomly refresh on the rack every day: firearms, bows, cold weapons, with a chance of appearing as high-quality weapons. 3-star host steam pot function. After heating for 10 minutes, the steam pot will randomly produce a dish of steamed food, with a chance of high-quality food appearing. After Yu Yuan reviewed all 3 options, he hesitated for a moment because he wanted all 3. The first option goes without saying. For the second option, the weapon rack. While he doesn't lack weapons, he does need high-quality ones, especially after the battle with the mutated giant rat, as his current firearms are no longer sufficient to deal with the threat. The third option for food is also quite good, with no limit on usage, just needing to be heated to refresh. However, considering the current situation, Yu Yuan ultimately chose the first one. The magician's hat has been placed in the hiding spot. Please check it. Following that, there was a long wooden box shaking again. This time's fate card Conquest. Conquest card quality rock level. The player must conquer a powerful creature or an organization with more than 10 people within 2 days, or the player will die. Kind reminder, ants. If you cannot submit spiritually, then perish physically. If one cannot submit spiritually, then perish physically? Yu Yuan murmured. The first thing that came to his mind was that mutated giant rat. From any angle, the mutated giant rat definitely fits the definition of a powerful creature. If the mutated giant rat isn't considered powerful, then Yu Yuan really doesn't know which creature could be. Even a tiger or a brown bear wouldn't be able to ignore firearms, but that mutated giant rat maneuvered with ease. A glint flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. Just right. I was planning to go look for it in District 15 today. This Conquest card came at just the right time. The threat of the mutated giant rat kept Yu Yuan restless. He couldn't maintain peak condition all the time. If you were to get injured and encounter this guy ambushing him, it would truly be a dead end. Now that the mutated giant rat is severely injured, it is the best time to take it down. Striking while it is weak is a principle Yu Yuan has always upheld. Looking at the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. He immediately donned his gear. Enforcer body armor, tactical gloves, tactical boots, AK-12, dogleg knife, F1 grenade, and flashbangs all fully equipped. Finally, he transformed the magician's hat into a ring and wore it on his right middle finger, with the name changing to magician's ring. With a positioning watch on his left hand and the magician's ring on his right, he was all set. He loaded 5 45 39mm 7 and 10 rounds into spare magazines and stuffed them into his ring, even putting an AK-74 inside as a backup for good measure. He was armed to the teeth. But before leaving, Yu Yuan still rummaged through the pile of scrap equipment and pulled out the enforcer helmet that had been slashed by the mutated beast. Without a helmet, he still felt insecure. After making all the preparations, he left the hiding spot and rode Mie towards District 15 at full speed. When he returned to the place where he fought the mutated beast last time, the battle scars were still evident. The walls and floors were riddled with bullet holes and scratches from the mutated giant rat's attacks. Looking at the gruesome walls and the dried blood on the ground, one could imagine the intensity of the battle. As the protagonist of the fight, Yu Yuan still felt a pang of anxiety. Touching the deep scratches in the wall, Yu Yuan took a deep breath. This time, the giant rat must die. He also saw the place where the mutated giant rat had ambushed him. It turned out that above the sewer here, there was also an air raid shelter layer. And the place where the mutated giant rat had ambushed him was not a proper exit. At some unknown time, a small breach had formed in the air raid shelter. The breach was not large, and it happened to be in a blind spot, which is why Yu Yuan had not noticed it. Following the guidance of the virtual map, as he approached the sewers leading to the wild dog community in District 15, he could already smell a strong stench. Yu Yuan knew he was in the right place. He immediately finished equipping Mie, and with his enhanced physical condition, he cautiously walked towards a sewer leading to the wild dog community, holding the AK-12. Having learned from the previous experience, Yu Yuan paid close attention to the area above him, even every corner that might hide a figure. As he moved closer to the wild dog community, the stench in the air grew stronger. Yu Yuan couldn't help but frown, but fortunately, he was prepared and put on a disposable mask he had ready from his medical backpack. He hadn't expected to use it this time. Before setting out, he had fixed the flashlight to the handguard of the AK-12 with tape, making a simple tactical flashlight. So the light moved in sync with his vision and was set to low light mode. His enhanced hearing was constantly tuned to the sound around him, and just as he was about to enter the wild dog community, Yu Yuan's movements suddenly halted. Tilting his head slightly, he listened towards the right front. He seemed to hear something. Shump, 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 shump. Yu Yuan's eyes brightened. He wasn't mistaken. It was the sound of something gnawing. His breathing began to slow, becoming more attentive to his movements, inching forward. As he got closer, the sound became clearer, combined with the almost solid, nauseating odor in the air. Yu Yuan concluded that the mutated giant rat was right in front of him at the source of the sound. The mutated giant rat was also quite cautious, stopping to observe its surroundings every few minutes while gnawing. At this time, Yu Yuan would stop and wait quietly. He would only move closer again when he heard the sound of gnawing resume. It seemed that the damage he had inflicted on the mutated giant rat had significantly reduced its perception. Yu Yuan thought to himself, under normal circumstances, the mutated giant rat's perception would definitely surpass Yu Yuan's, but now that he had gotten this close, and it still hadn't noticed him, that spoke volumes. When he had exploded one of its eyeballs, it likely also affected its auditory nerves. Now that it hadn't recovered, this was Yu Yuan's opportunity. With visual impairment and auditory impairment, Yu Yuan was confident he could take it down. Yu Yuan chose not to turn off the flashlight, but instead lowered the gun. Turning off the flashlight would produce a slight click sound, and he was now very close to the target. Even the slightest noise could raise suspicion. He could see the target's position, about 20 meters away, in a sewer pipe with a diameter of no more than 1 meter and 30 or 40 centimeters. He could already see the mutated giant rat's half-body and its extremely ugly tail. At the junction of that sewer pipe and the drainage channel, there were several corpses that had been completely gnawed away. The giant rat seemed to be enjoying its meal, occasionally flicking its tail. Yu Yuan was positioned perfectly on the same side as that sewer pipe, and the mutated giant rat, having already burrowed into the pipe, couldn't see him at all. Yu Yuan did not move closer. The AK-12 disappeared from his hands, replaced by an F1 grenade. Looking towards the direction of the mutated giant rat, a glint flashed in his eyes. The moment the safety pin was pulled out, the F1 grenade was thrown towards the location of the mutated giant rat. Chapter 58. The Escaping Giant Rat. New target. Yu Yuan moved quickly. As soon as he threw out one grenade, the second one was already in his hand, continuing to throw it towards the location of the mutated giant rat. At the same time he threw the second grenade, he was already making a motion to dive backward. Squeak, squeak. Although the mutated giant rat's perception was greatly affected, the sound of the pin being pulled and the grenade springing out was very clear in the quiet sewer. Therefore, as the grenade was thrown, the mutated giant rat immediately stopped gnawing and pricked up its ears to listen. Then came the sound of the grenade landing and Yu Yuan hitting the ground. It immediately tried to exit the sewer to check the situation, but just then, the grenade exploded. Boom, boom. Following the two explosions were the sounds of debris and shrapnel scattering, mixed with the mutated giant rat's howling. Taking two grenades at close range was not an easy feat for the mutated giant rat. The sewer was instantly filled with smoke and dust from the explosion. But Yu Yuan was the first to get up after the explosion, disengaging his equipment from Yemia and grabbing his AK-12 again, turning the flashlight tied to the handguard to its brightest setting and continuously firing towards the sewer. He emptied a magazine, but still saw no movement. Quickly changing the magazine, he remained on high alert. The cold flashlight beam illuminated the smoke and dust, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Yemia was also on standby, ready to provide support at any moment, which Yu Yuan had specifically instructed her to do on their way to Block 15. Yemia was clever. As soon as they appeared, she maintained a charging stance, always facing the direction of the smoke, positioned just behind Yu Yuan. Sure enough, just as Yu Yuan was pondering whether to throw another grenade in, a shadow darted through the smoke and dust, followed by the sight of the mutated giant rat's wedge-shaped head. Under the flashlight's illumination, its right eye had turned into a black hole, and its ear was even partially missing. Its fur had become mottled, with flames burning on it, looking increasingly hideous and terrifying. At this moment, it opened its wide mouth, its large front teeth covered in an orange-yellow enamel layer, lunging at Yu Yuan. Upon seeing that the intruder was the enemy from 2 days ago, the mutated giant rat's remaining left eye instantly turned blood red. Squeak, squeak. Hot, tot, tot. But Yu Yuan, well prepared, had already pulled the trigger the moment he saw the mutated giant rat or the shadow flash through the smoke. The bullets rained down like a storm, striking the mutated giant rat and producing continuous puff-puff sounds, prompting the mutated giant rat to emit a squeak in response. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. The 7 in 10 bullets were effective. However, the mutated giant rat's fur was indeed quite resilient. After an entire magazine of 7 in 10 bullets had been expended, the attack was effective. But the mutated giant rat still charged right in front of Yu Yuan. Yet Yu Yuan seemed not to notice the giant rat that had pounced at him. Instead, he took 2 steps back. A figure had already charged towards him, colliding directly with the mutated giant rat. Bang! Quick! At that moment, it felt as if time rewound, back to that night 2 days ago, as the mutated giant rat was once again knocked back by Mia. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan had reloaded the magazine, and the AK-12 spat fire once more. However, the mutated giant rat had clearly learned from its previous encounter. The moment it was knocked back by Mia, it had already turned in midair, and upon landing, it ran towards the sewer. The entire battle lasted less than 5 seconds, but was exceptionally thrilling and intense. The bullets chased after the mutated giant rat, but they couldn't inflict the slightest injury. Watching the mutated giant rat escape, Yu Yuan immediately reacted. Mia, let's chase. It tried to escape. As soon as he spoke, Mia had already charged ahead, with Yu Yuan following closely behind. But it was too late. When Yu Yuan reached the sewer, he only saw a thick, long tail flash past at the end of the pipe. Looking at the sewer pipe, which was only about 3 to 1, for meters in diameter, Yu Yuan's face darkened with anger. Such a great opportunity, and it still managed to escape. But he couldn't enter such a pipe to pursue the mutated giant rat. In an open area, he could rely on Mia to maneuver around the mutated giant rat. In such a narrow pipe, if attacked by the mutated giant rat, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. This was troublesome. After this attack, that creature would definitely be harder to locate, but there was nothing he could do. The advantage of the mutated giant rat in the sewer pipe was beyond Yu Yuan's capabilities. Just as he was considering how to find the mutated giant rat next, his gaze suddenly fell on a spot on the ground. He crouched down, looking at a fresh pool of blood on the ground, and thought of something. He immediately got up and returned to the place where he had fought the mutated giant rat. Sure enough, there was also a pool of blood here. However, the penetration effect of the 7 in 10 bullets during the previous attack didn't seem sufficient to inflict fatal damage on the mutated giant rat. Replaying the battle fragments in his mind, his gaze finally landed on the 2 explosion marks near the sewer. Those were the marks left by the 2 F1 grenades that had exploded earlier, and he also recalled the flames that had been burning on the mutated giant rat when it first appeared. Yu Yuan's eyes brightened, then he showed a look of regret. Right, how could I not think of that? I fell into a cognitive trap, only thinking about using guns to confront such a fur-covered creature. What attack could compare to flames? These bloodstains were clearly caused by the mutated giant rat taking the full brunt of 2 grenade explosions, resulting in burns from the explosion's flames on its fur. Having unexpectedly discovered the mutated giant rat's weakness, the frustration from its earlier escape dissipated. Since the mutated giant rat had already escaped, Yu Yuan didn't plan to stay here any longer. After just a little while, he felt like he was being pickled in a stench. He quickly mounted Mia and returned. In their hiding place, Yu Yuan rifled through the newspaper in his hand, searching for any opportunity to eliminate the Conquest card. Originally, he had planned to take down the mutated giant rat to complete the Conquest card task, but the creature's unusual caution and care had led to the failure of his hunting plan. Now he needed to quickly find another way to complete the task. Finally, his gaze landed on 2 news articles about the Bloodhand Gang. There were 2 ways to complete the Conquest card task. Either eliminate a powerful creature or eliminate an organization with more than 10 members. After thinking it over, the Bloodhand Gang was currently his most suitable target. However, Yu Yuan still needed to confirm one thing, whether the Bloodhand Gang had more than 10 members, which was not specified in the news. This required him to investigate personally. Chapter 59 Capture, Bloodhand Gang. Nick late at night, Block 14, Watergate Street. Nick was sneaking down the street, tightening his grip on the handgun in his hand, his mind wandering to the scene of seeing Ching soon, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. After being away for more than half a month, he wondered if Ching missed him. He touched the hard object bulging in his pocket, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This was the gift he prepared for Ching. Then, a hint of confusion and disdain flashed across his face. The boss really was something. After finally getting a big haul, he ended up hiding in the supermarket, unable to go out, and they couldn't casually move the spoils. He really didn't understand what they were afraid of. Thinking this, he shook his head in disbelief. Whatever. Anyway, tonight I'm going to find my Ching. No one can stop me. She will definitely like this silver bracelet. He didn't notice that a shadow had already taken note of his presence. Until, bang, whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot into Nick's right arm, piercing straight through. Ah! His scream had just begun when a hand covered his mouth. A sharp blade pressed against his neck, and a clear, cold voice came from behind him. Don't move, otherwise you'll die. Feeling the coldness and pain on his neck, Nick endured the agony, no longer struggling or shouting. In the sewer, the flashlight beam illuminated Nick's face, and Yu Yuan looked at the heavenly eyes tattoo on his arm, squinting his eyes. Nick? Nick? No, I'm not Nick. You must have the wrong person. Hearing this, Yu Yuan furrowed his brow, raising the crossbow bolt in his hand. Oh, I see. I'm looking for Nick. Since you're not Nick, then die. No, big brother, don't do it. I am Nick. I was wrong. I am Nick. Looking at the flustered Nick in front of him, Yu Yuan's gaze turned cold. You're Nick. How can you prove it? What if you're just talking nonsense? Big brother, what do you want from me? What I need to say to prove it? Nick looked anxiously at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan sneered. What's the matter? You stole our stuff and ran away. What do you mean, what's the matter? At these words, Nick's face turned pale, then flushed red, looking at Yu Yuan. He spoke excitedly. Big brother, we just stole some supplies from the unloading area. It's not that serious. Before he could finish, the crossbow bolt in Yu Yuan's hand was already shot out. Nick looked at the crossbow bolt in his thigh, the pain making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Yu Yuan kicked him in the face, visibly swelling, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Still trying to play dumb with me, making me chase you from the motel all the way here. Hearing the words motel, Nick's last bit of luck shattered, and he immediately looked at Yu Yuan. Big brother, about the motel, it really wasn't my idea. It was our leader Mahada who insisted on stealing. I was just waiting outside to pick them up. I really didn't know anything else. Let me go. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just let me go. It was all Mahada's idea. I advised them not to do it, but they wouldn't listen. Big brother, they are at Sophie Cathedral now. All of your things are there. I really didn't lie to you this time. Just as Yu Yuan reloaded the crossbow. Hearing this, he shot again without hesitation, this time aiming for Nick's other leg. Nick looked at Yu Yuan in disbelief, veins bulging on his face. A devil. This guy is a devil. Yu Yuan bent down to grab the crossbow bolt, twisting it hard, listening to Nick's continuous wails. After a few seconds, he finally let go, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Say it again. Where are they hiding now? Are you sure it's Sophie Cathedral? Nick slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Yu Yuan. How'd he know? How did he know everything? Watching him reload the crossbow again, this time aiming at his groin, when he heard the next sentence from Yu Yuan, Nick's pupils constricted. Right, you said if I shoot you there, will your Ching still look at you? The smile on Yu Yuan's face turned into the most malicious devil's grin in Nick's eyes. His nonchalant words became the devil's whispers. He completely collapsed. Green Force Light, they're at Green Force Light. I swear, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just stop torturing me. Nick shouted, instinctively covering his groin with his intact left hand. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yu Yuan stopped the torment, his expression turning cold. Tell me, how many of you are there in total? What is your daily routine? How are the sentry positions distributed? What weapons do you have? What are the characteristics of the Mahada brothers? This is your last chance. If you mess up again, say goodbye to your Ching. There are a total of 16 of us, but 3 went missing during the typhoon a few days ago. Among the remaining, 4 are injured. We have been on a normal routine these past few days, which is why I could come out now. The others are all asleep. Nick gasped for breath, but quickly continued. Usually there are only 3 people on night watch, 1 on the 1st floor, 2 on the 4th floor. The weapons are only 4 AK, 74 us, and 3 handguns. The rest are bows and homemade short knives. Our leader is one fat and one thin. The thin one is the boss. The fat one is the second in command. They both have a bloody handprint tattoo on their arms, which is also the origin of our Blood Hand Gang's name. I see. By the way, say again, how many of you are there? Yu Yuan suddenly asked. A total of 16 people. What weapons do we have again? There are. The fat one is the boss. The thin one is the second in command, right? No. Ah, I forgot again. How many people were there for missing, 3 injured? Big brother. After 10 minutes, Yu Yuan pulled the dog leg knife from Nick, having basically figured out the situation of the Blood Hand Gang through continuous interspersing and repeated questioning. He also confirmed that the credibility of these answers was quite high, especially towards the end, as Nick's consciousness began to blur due to the significant loss of blood, making it unlikely for him to lie. The memo in his hiding place also recorded dense information. Blood Hand Gang, number of people, 16, currently 3 missing. 4 injured, weapon configuration, 4 AK, 74 US, 3 handguns, and 1 homemade shotgun, 3 bows, and more than 10 cold weapons. Routine, generally starts resting at 11 p.m. Sentry, 6 people during the day, 3 at night. Daytime sentry positions are on the 3rd floor, 4th floor, and roof, while at night, they are at the entrance on the 1st floor and 4th floor. Mahata brothers, 1 fat and 1 thin, with bloody handprint tattoos on their arms. Yu Yuan checked the time. It was already 1 a.m. There should still be time. Chapter 60, Green Forest Light Supermarket, Infiltration, Hunt-da-da-da. Mie carried Yu Yuan through the sewer, easily jumping over sewage ditches when needed, effortlessly overcoming obstacles. The man and the sheep quickly crossed 15 blocks and entered the 10th block. Yu Yuan looked at the virtual map, frowning slightly at the surrounding streets of Green Forest Light Supermarket. The good news was that the supermarket was surrounded by 2 main roads, allowing him to go directly through the sewer, and the number of Blood Hand members met the requirements of the Conquest car mission. However, the bad news was equally apparent. The supermarket was massive, and if even one person escaped, his Conquest mission would not be considered complete. This was also the reason Yu Yuan had killed Nick. The Conquest card required complete dominance over an organization with no emissions. Considering this, he had prioritized the mutated giant rats during the day. What a hassle. The Green Forest Light Supermarket had 4 floors, functioning as a comprehensive lifestyle supermarket, with the 1st floor dedicated to groceries and the 4th floor for high-end electronics and office areas. According to Nick's intel, the Blood Hand members were mainly concentrated in the 4th floor office area, with the Mahata brothers in the general manager's office, while others were in the finance room or the purchasing office. However, Yu Yuan only had the street map outside the supermarket and no internal layout, which was the most troublesome part. Moreover, he only had tonight to act. He had to deal with a Blood Hand before dawn. Otherwise, if they noticed Nick hadn't returned, they would likely relocate, leaving Yu Yuan with no way out. He glanced at the magician's ring, feeling a flicker of relief. Fortunately, he had been cautious before setting out. He had brought the right tools. Before long, Yu Yuan arrived near the Green Forest Light Supermarket. The supermarket's facade faced Qing Shui Avenue, which served as a parking area, and the main entrance was located here. The 2 guards on the 4th floor were responsible for monitoring this area. One was focused on the main entrance on the 1st floor, while the other was watching the escalator leading to the 4th floor, which also provided a view of the main entrance. The west side of the supermarket was Fengwu Street, the very street Yu Yuan was on now, which was the side entrance to the supermarket where the delivery and employee passages were located, with a 3rd night guard station there. Yu Yuan equipped Mie, holding a crossbow, and stealthily approached the employee passage along the supermarket's wall. Nick had left through here, and the guard on the 1st floor tonight was a childhood brother, which allowed him to leave smoothly. As Yu Yuan quietly approached, he heard a faint snoring sound. He paused, glancing at the time. It was 3 a.m., and he suddenly realized. Following the sound, he got closer to the guard's position. Sure enough, a figure was curled up in the corner of the employee passage, and the sound was coming from there. The entrance to the employee passage had already been damaged, with some supermarket carts stacked there as obstacles, leaving only a narrow gap for entry and exit. Yu Yuan reached the gap, held his breath, and tiptoed over to the guard, swiftly taking him down without making a sound. Once the guard was silent, he gently laid him on the ground and continued to move deeper inside. He needed to hurry. It was already 3 a.m., and dawn would come around 5 or 6 a.m. He had less than 3 hours. Entering the employee passage and turning left for about 20 meters led him to the staircase passage, allowing direct access to the 4th floor without being detected by the guard at the escalator. Yu Yuan recalled Nick's description of the supermarket's layout and turned left. Soon, he saw the staircase passage described, moving upward and reaching the 4th floor. He passed through a corridor where there were 2 junctions. On the right was the location of the escalator with a guard, while the left led to the office area where all the raiders were resting, including the guard watching the parking lot. Yu Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided it was best to deal with the guard at the escalator first. He immediately turned into the right corridor and quickly spotted the escalator's location. But it didn't specify where the guard was. It only mentioned that he was near this corridor and the escalator. Yu Yuan frowned. He was now hidden in the shadows at the corner, watching the direction of the escalator. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see any suspicious figures. Just as Yu Yuan was considering other methods, suddenly, a red dot flashed nearby, catching his attention. He immediately looked over, and sure enough, a few seconds later, the red dot appeared again. He also heard a long exhale. The position was behind a pillar between the escalator and the corridor, and Yu Yuan quickly realized that someone was hiding behind the pillar. No wonder. He understood what the red dot was now. It was a lit cigarette. The guard was evidently using this method to combat the drowsiness and fatigue of night watch. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing the guard's position made everything easier. He gripped the folded crossbow tightly, crouching low as he approached the pillar. Damn, guarding this broken place every day with no idea when it would end. The cigarette was flicked away, followed by a soft voice of complaint. Yu Yuan slowed his movements further. The crossbow aimed at the direction of the pillar, now only 5 or 6 meters away. He slowly shifted to the left, keeping his body in the best position for cover behind the pillar. As footsteps sounded, a figure stepped out from behind the pillar and into Yu Yuan's view. But the guard's attention was entirely focused on the escalator and the main entrance on the 1st floor, completely unprepared for the office area behind him. Yu Yuan smoothly crept along the pillar, reaching the guard's back. With a flick of his wrist, the crossbow vanished, and a combat knife appeared in his hand, a fierce glint in his eyes. Taking a step forward, his left foot wedged between the guard's legs. He covered the guard's mouth and nose with his left hand while the combat knife slashed down at his neck with his right hand. Ugh! A low, muffled groan escaped, blood flowing from the raider's mouth and nose as his body struggled and convulsed. Yu Yuan gritted his teeth, his left arm's muscles bulged. The strength of his current body was simply not something the raider could resist. Within seconds, everything fell silent, and the raider no longer moved. After a few more seconds, Yu Yuan carefully laid the corpse flat on the ground, rubbed his left hand over the raider's body to wipe the blood from his gloves. He placed the raider's gun and equipment in the magician's ring. Then, he moved the body behind the pillar and immediately headed toward the office area. Now, only the last guard remained. Chapter 61, Bloodhand Gang Must Die Tonight. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, the human body is in deep sleep, and it is also the time when the vigilance of the on-duty personnel is at its weakest and they feel the most fatigued. Yu Yuan walked along the corridor of the office area, confirming his location through the door signs. Here is Human Resources, Operations Department. Procurement Department. Found it. Yu Yuan looked at the room labeled Procurement Department, crouched down by the door, and indeed, faint snoring could be heard from inside. After confirming the location of the Procurement Department, he quickly found the Finance Department, followed by the General Manager's office. These 3 rooms contained all the members of the Bloodhand Gang. However, to be safe, Yu Yuan checked the other department rooms as well. Most apartment doors were wide open, and he basically confirmed that no one was inside, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Since the rooms had been confirmed, he could take action. He went to the innermost room in the corridor, the supermarket meeting room. According to Nick, the last lookout would usually be inside. However, the meeting room door was tightly closed, and Yu Yuan crouched by the door, not hearing any noise. After thinking for a moment, he decided that since this lookout could not be taken out and the door would prevent him from being easily discovered, there was no need to alarm the other party at this time. Yu Yuan produced 2 bundles of timed explosives and placed them in the corner of the corridor next to the meeting room. After checking the time, he set the timer for a countdown of 5 minutes. He then placed timed explosives in the corners of the corridor outside the general manager's office, finance room, and procurement room, with each room containing 2 bundles of explosives, the countdown decreasing sequentially, with the final explosion time set to be exactly the same. After setting the last bomb in the procurement room, the countdown showed just 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Just as he was about to leave, the finance room suddenly made a sound as the door opened, and Yu Yuan immediately looked up. What he saw was a similarly shocked figure, who was holding a flashlight and had also spotted Yu Yuan crouching in the corner of the procurement room. In the moment their eyes met, Yu Yuan had already drawn his hand crossbow, aimed at the person, and pulled the trigger. However, the other party, realizing what was happening as soon as they saw the crossbow, quickly dodged back behind the door, and the bolt struck and pinned into the door frame, hitting their cheek. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the floor. "There are enemies! Damn it!" Yu Yuan cursed silently, realizing that someone had come out at this moment. But he had no choice. With only 1 minute left until the bombs exploded, he had to hold off the Bloodhand gang members at all costs. He threw a flashbang directly at the door of the finance room, taking advantage of the opportunity to turn and run towards the corridor behind him. That was the only escape route in the office area. As long as he could hold it, he could withstand the last minute and achieve victory. With that scream, the other members of the Bloodhand gang who were still asleep instantly woke up, grabbing their weapons and preparing for battle. But the next moment, the flashbang exploded in front of the finance room. Boom! As a dazzling white light flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar. The member of the Bloodhand gang who first spotted Yu Yuan was caught off guard, covering their eyes and falling to the ground in pain. The others in the finance room, alerted by their companion's shout, all turned their attention towards the corridor. As a result, the sudden bright flash in the darkness caused everyone to collapse to the ground, writhing and twisting in agony. Screams echoed one after another. The doors of the general manager's office and meeting room also opened simultaneously. Tap, tap, tap. The procurement department was even more direct, without even opening the door. Bullets penetrated through, creating bullet holes in the corridor walls. "Damn, what's going on? Where's the enemy?" Came an angry shout from the general manager's office. A fat man wearing a bulletproof vest with a chain of bullets across his chest burst out, holding a machine gun, and the next moment, he spotted Yu Yuan, who had just reached the corner of the corridor. "Damn it, over there! Talp, 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 talp." The machine gun spat flames as a storm of bullets completely engulfed the spot where Yu Yuan had just been, creating deep craters in the wall around the corner. The edges of the wall ground down by the bullets. In a critical moment, Yu Yuan dodged behind the corner wall, watching the bullet storm that was just a step away from him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it! He felt a wave of fear. Checking the time, there were still 53 seconds left on the countdown. He had already produced another flashbang in his hand. It was impossible to go out with the machine gun firing. Since that was the case, he could only rely on throwing weapons to buy time. He pulled the safety pin from the flashbang and tossed it towards the wall of the corridor. Thanks to the wall's impact, the flashbang rebounded and rolled towards the office area, finally stopping in front of the procurement department's door, which had been shot to pieces. The fat man noticed the flashbang immediately and rushed towards the nearby office, his eyes wide open. Grenade! In fact, due to the fat man's machine gun fire, the members of the procurement room did not dare to show their faces. Now, hearing the warning about the grenade, they hesitated no longer and all dropped to the ground. As a result, when the roar and flash of the flashbang appeared again in the corridor, everyone was caught off guard. In an indoor environment, the power of the flashbang increased geometrically. Naturally, the members of the procurement department were the first to be affected. Previously, the flashbang had at least the door as a barrier, but now they received it all without any protection. One by one, they covered their heads and fell to the ground, their combat effectiveness completely lost. The lookout in the meeting room, however, was undoubtedly the least affected. So after the flashbang exploded, he was the first to peek out, aiming his AK-74U towards the corridor to shoot. But he could not be quicker than Yu Yuan. As soon as he poked his body out, Yu Yuan noticed his movement and immediately locked onto him with his gun. Bang, 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 bang. After 3 consecutive shots, the lookout was hit in the thigh and arm, collapsing to the ground. Yu Yuan's gaze, however, was fixed on the virtual screen, watching the time change. There are 5 seconds left, time to withdraw, with just 5 seconds remaining until the timed explosives detonated. Yu Yuan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately retracted his gun and ran towards the staircase corridor behind him. Just as he reached the staircase corridor, explosions erupted behind him one after another, followed by a tremor that felt like the ground was shaking. Yu Yuan then felt a wave of scorching air hit his back. Wow! He was flying. He was engulfed in thick smoke and dust, or rather, the entire corridor was shrouded in smoke. Cough, cough! Yu Yuan forcefully waved away the thick smoke in front of him and opened a virtual screen to check the status of the Conquer card mission. However, he did not see the completion notification for the mission, and he silently sighed. Holding the AK-12 in his hand, he resolutely charged again towards the office area. His gaze cold. The Bloodhand Gang must die tonight. Chapter 62. Killing Mahata and evacuation. Thick smoke and flames fill the office area. In order to eliminate the Bloodhand Gang, Yu Yuan had deployed a total of 7 bundles of custom-timed explosives, resulting in unparalleled destruction. The floor was scattered with chunks of walls and bricks as Yu Yuan searched for survivors with sharp, focused eyes. He had little time left. The explosion was massive and would certainly attract attention from Block 10 and possibly other areas. Moreover, dawn was approaching, and the nearby Riot prison in the eastern suburbs would likely have noticed the commotion. What worried Yu Yuan the most was the burning fortress members. They had been tracking the Bloodhand Gang for several days, and if they had traced them to this vicinity, they were probably already on their way here. Time was running out for Yu Yuan. He needed to make quick decisions, which was why he had returned immediately. He could not afford the risks of failure and delay. Moving quickly over the gravel, he soon arrived at the procurement room, where the original walls had vanished, revealing several corpses covered by bricks. Bang bang! Yu Yuan had no time to check if they were alive or dead. He shot each corpse in the head, counting as he went. There were 3 bodies in the procurement department. He then moved to the finance department, where he found another 3 corpses. Just as he was about to leave after finishing off the last one, he heard a faint groan from beneath a pile of bricks and debris. Yu Yuan quickly cleared the rubble, revealing a bloodied figure. Though the sight was gruesome, he confirmed that there were still vital signs. The person saw Yu Yuan's silhouette. Under the beam of his flashlight, he looked at Yu Yuan with his only remaining left eye and weakly called for help. Save, save. But what awaited him was the dark muzzle of a gun. Bang! The 7th one. Yu Yuan's gaze turned towards the general manager's office and the conference room. There were a total of 16 members of the Bloodhand Gang. Excluding the 3 who were missing or dead and the one he had killed, Nick, there were 12 people left in the building. After accounting for the 2 guards he had killed, only 10 remained. Yet, even now, the notification for the completion of the fake card task had not appeared. It seemed that the variables lay among the remaining 3. Upon entering the general manager's office, the first thing that caught his eye was the corpse of a fat man, his hand still gripping a submachine gun. After finishing off the corpse, Yu Yuan collected the submachine gun, the bullet belt, and all the items on him into his magician's ring. However, he did not see the thin man's trace anywhere, scanning the whole room. There were no signs of anyone else except for the broken bricks. Yu Yuan frowned and turned to the conference room. After finishing off the last night watchman, he confirmed his fears. The leader of the Mahata brothers, the thin man, was indeed missing. The worst-case scenario had come true. Yu Yuan returned to the general manager's office to search again, but still found no trace of the thin man. However, he noticed a package half buried in concrete in the corner. This was the backpack of the Mahata brothers, which Nick had mentioned. All the items stolen from the motel were inside this bag. After putting the package into his magician-s ring, Yu Yuan fired several shots at the ground in frustration. Cursing, damn it. You managed to escape. You're something else. He cast one last unwilling glance at the smoke and flames of the office area before quickly heading towards the stairway. Meanwhile, the explosion and gunfire at the Green Forest Light supermarket indeed attracted the attention of all nearby thugs, vagrants, scavengers, and survivors, just as Yu Yuan had anticipated. They were all drawn in by the commotion and the ever-burning flames. Among them was Hans, who had been searching for the Bloodhand Gang. He stood on the rooftop of a tall building, watching the flames in the distance. Boss Hans, that S in the direction of Block 10. We came from there yesterday. One of his men explained behind him. Do we go into that building? Hans asked. No, we passed through the side street, came the reply. Hans pulled out a map detailing the route he had tracked the raiders, glanced at the direction of the flames, and compared it with the route again, making a decision in his mind. He folded the map, looked at the others, and said in a deep voice, "Let us go check it out." Yes. 3 minutes after Yu Yuan left the Green Forest Lights supermarket, a slender figure climbed in through the window of the general manager's office, covered in wounds and blood, but indifferent to the injuries. He quickly approached the fat man's corpse. Looking at the bullet hole in his head, his eyes filled with hatred, anger, resentment, and sorrow. Especially when he saw that his backpack had also disappeared, his gaze turned icy. But these emotions flickered away, replaced by caution and shrewdness. Mahada knew he had to leave quickly. The supermarket was now a torch in the night, soon to be surrounded by many moths and mosquitoes. He needed to escape the encirclement before that happened, especially from those relentless pursuers who had been hounding them like rabid dogs for days. They would not miss this opportunity and would definitely come to investigate. Drawing his pistol from his waist, he immediately ran towards the stairway. Upon reaching the stairway, he cautiously peeked into the passage, confirming no one was there. A glint of pride flashed in Mahada's eyes. This was expected, with such a loud commotion. That guy wouldn't stick around, especially with the riot prison not far away. Clearly, he had already left. This was also the reason Mahada had chosen to hide in Block 10. Just as he thought this, Mahada suddenly heard the sound of an engine. Oh no! Someone was coming. Without hesitation, he dashed down the stairway. However, as he reached the corner of the stairs, he tripped over something, followed by a crisp sound. What? How was this possible? Mahada looked in disbelief towards the source of the sound, his expression horrified. Without caring for anything else, he leaped down the stairs. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted at the corner of the stairway. Boom! Shrapnel from the grenade flew everywhere as Mahada curled up, covering his head with his hands. As the explosion ceased, Mahada quickly got up, only to find himself staring down the dark muzzle of a gun and a pair of extremely cold eyes. There was no time to react. The gunshot rang out. Bang! Blood intertwined with flames and darkness, creating a brilliant bloom. Boom! Mahada's body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Yu Yuan heard the long-awaited mechanical notification sound in his ears. Fate card. Yu Yuan ignored it, quickly collecting everything from Mahada's body into his magician's ring, not even sparing his clothes. After checking his hair, armpits, groin, and calves, he turned and ran down the stairs. He had to flee. The enemy was coming. During his escape, a black armband snagged on a piece of wire. Chapter 63, Black Shield Emblem, Undercurrents Buzzing. As the fire motorcycle slowly stopped in front of the Green Forest Light supermarket, Hans looked at the scattered glass shards beneath his feet and the thick smoke billowing from the 4th floor, his gaze flickering. Other knights soon gathered around him. 2 stayed behind to guard, while the others went inside to check the situation, moving quickly to leave before the rioters and the Black Shield police station arrived. Following Hans's arrangements, the Fire Knights swiftly took action. They split up, some taking the escalator directly to the 4th floor, while others used the stairway, all fully armed. However, as the rioters reached the 4th floor via the escalator, they were met with an explosion and fell to the ground, lifeless. Careful, it's a tripwire, someone warned. Hans's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he ignored his subordinate's advice and continued up the escalator. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he saw a corpse with a slit throat. He then entered the office area, observing the horrific aftermath of the explosion. Yet, amidst the chaos, Hans caught a familiar scent, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Boss, this is our time bomb," a Fire Knight exclaimed, holding up a piece of explosive debris for Hans to see. Hans recognized it immediately as the timer device from the Burning Fortress's bomb, coupled with the distinctive smell in the air. He recalled the incident that had occurred in the 9th District, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "Everyone, search carefully. This was done by the group that attacked Priest Waluo. Don't overlook any trace." All the Fire Knights were startled by his words and immediately displayed murderous intent. "Understood, boss." The search progressed quickly, and soon they discovered the body of the fat man Mahada. Hans hurried over to inspect it, noting the bullet hole in his head and the obvious signs of looting, realizing that their enemies were quite formidable this time. Cautious, careful, decisive. He stepped to the window, where the glass had been shattered by the explosion, allowing a clear view of the parking lot of the Green Forest Light supermarket. His attention was drawn to a half-blood handprint at the edge of the window. He touched it, feeling it was still fresh. Suddenly, he looked up. It was just left. A figure flashed in his mind, someone hanging from the window edge, avoiding enemy searches. Good technique, Hans murmured. Just then, someone reported finding a corpse in the stairway. Upon comparison, it was indeed the leader of the Bloodhand gang they had been tracking. Hans arrived at the stairway, with a lingering smell of smoke from a recently exploded grenade filled the air. Mahada's blood was still flowing. He had died just before they arrived. Boss, we've checked the surrounding exits and found another body at the staff passage exit, but it's already cold and has likely been dead for some time. No sign of the enemy yet. A fire knight had just finished speaking when another approached Hans with something in hand. Boss, we found something. Hans looked over, raising an eyebrow. It was a badge, still stained with torn fabric and blood. Recognizing the Black Shield emblem, Hans realized it belonged to the Black Shield police station. Having touched the blood on the fabric, his fingers instantly became red and wet, still fresh. Where was this found? At the corner of the staff passage, on a protruding wire, possibly snagged while fleeing. Black Shield police station. Hans contemplated the badge, then headed to the parking lot, pulling a whistle from his chest and blowing it into the sky. With the sound of the whistle, a hawk swiftly descended from the sky, landing on Hans's outstretched arm. A note and the badge were tied to the hawk's foot, and he pulled out a piece of jerky from his waist pouch, feeding it to the hawk and patting its head. Go on, sweetheart. The hawk soared high into the air, accompanied by a cry, disappearing into the slightly cooling sky. As the hawk vanished, a manhole cover on the roadside, 100 meters from the parking lot, slowly closed. Yu Yuan put away his binoculars, still recalling the scene he had just witnessed. He hadn't expected that whistle could summon that hawk. Remembering the pure titanium outdoor whistle he had found on the fire priest, he suddenly understood. Yu Yuan looked at the slightly glowing tactical option, diverting disaster. A smile creeping onto his lips. I wonder if they've noticed. TSK. Never mind, let's leave here first. Returning to the sewer, he summoned Momo, and together they dashed toward their hiding place. After Yu Yuan left, the burning fortress members also quickly departed, but the situation in the Eastern District became increasingly turbulent. East Suburb, Riot Prison. Baku was reporting to Habarl about the incident with Black Lung Victor when a prison guard entered. Warden, Deputy Warden, an hour ago there was a violent explosion in the 10th District. Our people went to check, and 12 people were confirmed dead, suspected to be members of the Bloodhand Gang, a raider group that often roams the wilderness. All of their leader Mahada's brothers were killed, and Habarl glanced over, somewhat impatient. And what? Hurry up. And it seems there are traces of the fire knights at the scene. Upon hearing this, both Habarl and Baku were taken aback, exchanging glances before Baku turned to the guard. Are you sure it was the fire knights? What happened? The guard replied immediately. We found a large number of motorcycle tracks at the scene. The tire marks indicate there were about 15 to 20 vehicles. And there were also signs of someone rummaging through the area after the explosion. Lastly, there's this. The guard produced a bag containing some charred remnants. These are remnants of the explosives found at the scene, consistent with the materials provided to us by the burning fortress. So this explosion and their appearance there might be closely related. Baku's eyes narrowed slightly. Burning fortress? The batch of supplies that was stolen from us a few days ago also contained explosives, right? The guard hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. Among our supplies were 25 bundles of time bombs. He hesitated again, then looked at Baku. Deputy Warden, are you suggesting that this explosion was also carried out by that group? Baku lightly pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression thoughtful. We'll discuss that later. Right now, the priority is to track down those fire knights. I want to know their purpose for being here. Yes. As the guard left, Habarl turned to Baku. What's going on? Baku gestured for Habarl to remain silent. Seeing this, Habarl immediately complied, knowing Baku was deep in thought. Minutes later, Baku's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Habarl. I understand. No wonder a fire priest suddenly appeared during our transaction with the burning fortress last time. It seems these fire knights are the true reason the fire priest came here today. Chapter 64. Conquering Card Elimination. Free mode unlocked. The hiding place of Yu Yuan. After confirming that the traps set at the sewer ladder exit were safe, Yu Yuan finally returned to his hiding place. He immediately removed the gear from Mie and fed her some grass, which she devoured eagerly, clearly very hungry. After taking off his armor, he lit some wood and put it in the fireplace to boil a kettle of water. The time was already 6:10 a.m. on the 10th day of the Wasteland. First, he recycled the resources from the trash bin, which included a bundle of wires and tape. Then he put new trash into the bin and covered it. After laying out the loot from that night on the floor from the magician's ring, he walked into the bathroom for a quick shower. After a night of battles, he was covered in smoke and dust. Under the cleansing of shampoo and body wash, all of it turned into black water flowing down the drain. When he stepped out of the bathroom, the fatigue throughout his body seemed to have dissipated significantly, the only downside being the lack of hot water. However, Yu Yuan was quite satisfied, and at that moment, the water in the fireplace had boiled. After making himself a packet of soy milk powder and pairing it with some biscuits for breakfast, Yu Yuan began to get down to business. He opened the virtual panel for Destiny cards, and a prompt appeared. Destiny card conquering card elimination successful. Destiny points -1. Detected valuable options from the conquering target. Do you wish to plunder? Consume 1 Destiny point. 3 blood red options also appear below. More valuable options. Yu Yuan looked at the screen with excitement. The last time valuable options appeared was when he eliminated the killing card, and the unlocking skill had helped him immensely afterward. He wondered what options would be available this time. 1. Vacant room. Excellent. 2. Follower token. Excellent. 3. Black market entry permit. Excellent. As soon as the 3 options appeared, Yu Yuan's gaze was immediately locked onto the first option, and he couldn't help but sit up slightly. A vacant room. Yu Yuan was somewhat surprised. He quickly skimmed over the latter 2 options and directly chose the first one. Destiny points -1 obtained. Vacant room. Excellent. With the deduction of destiny points, a land deed appeared in Yu Yuan's hand. Vacant room. Quality. Rock description. Can build a safe house outside of the hiding place. A safe house. Now Yu Yuan was really excited. He immediately went into the warehouse and took out the rare item, Starry Sky Mirror. The Starry Sky Mirror can be used to build a rare building, with the conditions being 50,000 survival points and a vacant room. Since the vacant room can be used to build a safe house, it means that the rare building constructed with the Starry Sky Mirror can also be used as a safe house. On his virtual screen, he had already brought up the construction requirements for the escape passage of the hiding place. Escape key 1, safe house 13, locked door 1. Now that he had a safe house, finding a locked door would also be easy. He just needed to find the last escape key to build this escape passage. Yu Yuan's gaze turned to the pile of supplies collected from the Bloodhand gang. However, just as he was about to check the supplies, the Destiny card page underwent another change, surprising Yu Yuan. What is going on? Didn't it already end? I didn't choose a new Destiny gift. Under Yu Yuan's gaze, the wooden box containing the Destiny cards began to shake, and the lid slightly opened, with streams of light appearing from the void and entering the box. These streams of light came in 4 colors: gold, silver, bronze, and earth yellow. When the streams of light disappeared, the box closed again. A line of text then appeared on the screen. Killing, Lust, Extravagance, and Conquest cards have all been eliminated once. The beginner tutorial has ended. Free mode unlocked. Gulp. Yu Yuan looked at the subtitles on the screen and couldn't help but swallow. Does this mean that the Destiny card tasks I experienced before were just part of the beginner tutorial mode? No way. The elimination tasks for the 4 Destiny cards, aside from killing being somewhat easier, the other 3 were all completed with great anxiety and fear. To complete the tasks, he had been risking his life between the Black Shield police station, Storm Prison, and Burning Fortress, doing everything possible to obtain supplies and weapons. Whether it was fighting mutated giant rats or forcibly dismantling the Bloodhand gang, now he was being told that everything before was just beginner tutorial tasks. Yu Yuan's heart instantly became unsettled. If the beginner tutorial is this outrageous, then what is the so-called free mode like? Overthinking is futile. Yu Yuan quickly analyzed the potential impact of the Destiny cards on him. For Colors of Light had entered the wooden box earlier, which meant that the levels of the Destiny cards were likely these four, the lowest level being rock, and then bronze, silver, and gold. Yu Yuan tried to recall the images of the streams of light that had flashed by. Fortunately, the ratio of the gold and silver streams was not high. The highest ratio was still the earth yellow, which is the rock card. This discovery slightly eased Yu Yuan's emotions. Now, only 20 days remained until the end of the beginner protection period. After 20 days, he would face invasions from veteran players, which was his greatest crisis at the moment. Additionally, there was the Wasteland Battle Royale that could make even the top 100 players turn pale, which was also a crisis. Although Yu Yuan couldn't obtain detailed information about it, from the snippets of conversation from veteran players, it was clear that it was extremely dangerous. And it was very likely that right after the beginner protection period ended, he would be exposed to the Wasteland Battle Royale. These crises made it essential for Yu Yuan to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength, and he absolutely couldn't miss the assistance brought by the Destiny gifts, including the rewards after completing the Destiny cards. Yu Yuan took a long breath, trying to expel the unease and restlessness from his mind. In the end, he lit a Marlboro cigarette, and under the influence of nicotine, his emotions gradually calmed down. Mia curiously looked at Yu Yuan, not understanding why he suddenly had a serious expression. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan's thoughts returned to rationality and calmness. He understood that the enhancement of the Destiny cards was a good thing for him. The Destiny gifts he had previously obtained and the rewards after completing the Destiny cards were all of rock-level quality. Now that the difficulty had increased, it meant he had the chance to obtain higher quality rewards. The thought of possibly receiving bronze quality or even silver or gold quality rewards made Yu Yuan feel a hint of anticipation. All gifts of Destiny are already marked with a price in the dark. The saying about the Destiny cards flashed through his mind, since he had already chosen to accept the gifts of Destiny. The principle of you get what you pay for was something Yu Yuan understood very well. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since he was already on the road, he would just continue walking down it. With that thought, Yu Yuan's gaze became incredibly sharp and resolute. He now only hoped that he wouldn't be so unlucky as to draw a high-level Destiny card right away, and that he would be given some time to develop. Everything would depend on the next time he drew a Destiny card. Chapter 65. Opening the Artifact, Long Ladder Title Route. Achievement Reward. Yu Yuan closed the virtual light screen and looked at the pile of loot on the ground, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. This time, due to time constraints, Yu Yuan didn't gather much material. Only 2 AK-74s, a few dozen rounds of ammunition, a PKM machine gun, and over 300 rounds of 7.62x50 MMR ammunition. But just the machine gun alone made Yu Yuan very happy. He had a bit of a collecting habit when it came to firearms. Perhaps it was a man's nature. After joyfully examining the items, he neatly arranged the weapons and ammunition in the warehouse. The warehouse definitely needed an upgrade. Looking at the nearly full warehouse of firearms and ammunition, Yu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. These were all his spoils of war. It would be a lie to say he wasn't proud. Then his gaze turned to the backpack he found in the general manager's office. As well as the items, he searched from the thin Mahada. One small wooden box caught Yu Yuan's attention. The box was about 8 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and less than 2 centimeters thick. It was found in the pocket of Mahada's underwear, tucked away closest to his chest. The only thing that could be treasured so carefully by Mahada, other than what the burning fortress had been pursuing all along, was something Yu Yuan couldn't think of. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Yu Yuan slowly opened the wooden box. A seemingly ordinary brass key appeared before Yu Yuan, and it had a door tag from a motel attached to it. A key? A secret key? Yu Yuan immediately thought of the escape key mentioned in the construction requirements for the escape passage. Just as he touched the key, an extremely pleasant yet cold notification sound echoed in Yu Yuan's ears, causing his soul to tremble. Ding! Detected player Yu Yuan, hideout ID, Fish Yuan. Obtained artifact, escape key, rank 4968. Hidden conditions triggered. Obtained an artifact ranked 5000 or higher. Have hideout management permissions. Title route opener. Player has not exited the novice protection period. Conditions met. Opened artifact, long ladder title route. Reward, 5,000 survival points. Congratulations, Fish Yuan's hideout has opened artifact leaderboard permissions. Obtained title. Eye of the Seer, rare. Achievement unlocked. Artifact collector, rare. Achievement points gained. 500 points. Fish Yuan's hideout leaderboard information has changed. Opening ranking evaluation. Development potential. Risk resistance coefficient. Achievement bonus. Title scarcity. Current hideout ranking. 8,599th, 750 places gained. Hiss. Yu Yuan looked at the lines of notification information that appeared on the virtual light screen, his heart racing. The ranking actually jumped directly. 750 places. This. He looked at the ordinary key in his hand, unable to believe that it had such tremendous power. He knew that since entering the Wasteland world, his total ranking increase had only been 751 places. Yet just because of this key, his ranking soared by 750 places. This was no longer a surprise, but a shock. This was no longer the time when he was ranked 10,000. The higher the rank, the more difficult it became to improve. The resources and achievement points required for each subsequent rank increase were exponentially more challenging. Taking several deep breaths to calm his excitement, Yu Yuan looked again at the light screen. He knew that the reason for such a significant increase this time had little to do with achievement points. After all, 500 achievement points were not enough to jump so many ranks. The key factor was still that newly opened artifact, long ladder title route, and the Eye of the Seer title. The scarcity of this title route and its bonus to the development potential of the hideout even surpassed the City Shadow title route. He eagerly looked at the newly acquired title. Eye of the Seer. Title: Eye of the Seer quality. Rare path ownership. Artifact: Long ladder effect. Unlocks spiritual vision. Mental resistance 15. Mental trauma recovery speed 20. When gazing at a target creature, there's a chance to see through its weaknesses. Hideout facility. Crafting table. Adds optimization path for artifact workshop. Spiritual vision? What is this artifact workshop? Yu Yuan stared at the information on the light screen, his gaze profound. Another artifact, another gaze. And now there was a spiritual vision and artifact workshop. A scene suddenly flashed in his mind, recalling what he saw at the Olai's Hotel. The sacrificial ceremony held by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association at the John K. Zoo. The threat of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association had been underestimated after all. The only good news now was that the Eye of the Seer title effect was quite powerful, offering both mental resistance and recovery speed bonuses. Then Yu Yuan looked at the achievement, Artifact Collector, he had just obtained, which also came with unexpected rewards. A crafting blueprint for a spiritual collector. The achievement, Artifact Collector, not only provided Yu Yuan with 500 achievement points, but also rewarded him with an item crafting blueprint. Yu Yuan opened the Hideout Facility Management log. In the crafting table facilities, there indeed appeared a new optimization path for Artifact Workshop, which only required building a level 3 crafting table to optimize. In the item crafting list, a crafting page for the spiritual collector emitted a red glow. The red glow indicated that the item crafting conditions were not met. And Yu Yuan checked the crafting conditions. Level 3 crafting table, 100 milliliters of fresh spiritual creature blood, 100 grams of spiritual creature drops, 2 CPUs, 1 portable electronic device, and 3 white crystals, purity above 99.5. Good heavens! Yu Yuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. He hadn't even figured out the previous items. Now another spiritual creature had appeared. Where was he supposed to find a spiritual creature? He was in the Wasteland world, but soon he noticed something unusual, as there were actually 2 items in the crafting list for this spiritual collector that were showing a white state. The white state indicated that he already possessed these items. And these 2 items were 100 grams of spiritual creature drops and a portable electronic device. Yu Yuan clicked for details. And there were 3 options that fulfilled the condition for the portable electronic device: a laptop, a mobile phone, and a positioning watch. The laptop was the one he found at the Olai's Hotel. However, he had several mobile phones that all met the conditions. The positioning watch surprised Yu Yuan. He hadn't expected that the items gifted by fate would also count as crafting materials. When he saw what the spiritual creature drops were, a thought of as expected arose in his mind. The flame priest robe. That's right. The flame priest robe was what was referred to as the spiritual creature drops. But Yu Yuan knew the key was the flame wolf skin needed to craft the rope. Since the flame wolf skin was a spiritual creature drop, then the flame wolf was indeed the so-called spiritual creature. If that was the case, Yu Yuan instantly thought of the mutated giant rat. Chapter 66: The commotion caused by the hideout, ranking minus 8,599 in the underground mine area, inside the moss hut hideout. After a distortion of space, Xiao Wu appeared inside the hideout. Congratulations, you have successfully invaded the Blood Wolf hideout area. Battle performance assessment in progress. Resources consumed by our side. Resources consumed by the enemy. Amount of plundered supplies. Casualties on our side. Casualties on the enemy's side. This invasion-s battle performance settlement. Bronze. Congratulations. The Moss Hut hideout has received 1 bronze chest, ignoring the bronze chest that appeared before him. Xiao Wu looked at his injured calf and slightly curled his lips. The blood-colored badge on his chest also turned to ashes and vanished the moment the notification ended. Xiao Wu had long since grown accustomed to this. He expected that Blood Wolf would set jungle traps. If I hadn't been careful, I could have fallen for his trick and let him escape. However, a smile soon appeared on his face. No wonder he ranked 8,478. The supplies in his area are indeed rich. With this supply, I should be able to rise in rank again. He opened the bronze chest, which contained only a bow, 30 arrows, 5 apples, 3 cans, 5 bottles of water, and a rocket stove blueprint. Xiao Wu casually glanced at the rocket stove blueprint and tossed it aside. It was just a basic kitchen facility, still at level 2, which was outdated for him. Grabbing an apple and taking a bite, he lay on a sofa covered with bare skin and opened a virtual light screen to look for the next suitable target. However, the next moment, his body, which had just lain down, sat up straight. In an instant. The apple was thrown to the ground, and the virtual light screen quickly switched to the hideout ranking page. When he saw the name on rank 8599, his eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Fish Abyss Hideout impossible. It crossed 750 ranks directly. How is that possible? What the hell happened? Why did he suddenly rise so many ranks? Xiao Wu seemed enchanted, murmuring softly. He looked at the Fish Abyss Hideout with flashing eyes. Countless thoughts flashing through his mind as he searched for the most suitable explanation. But Xiao Wu failed. He couldn't think of anything that could allow a newcomer who had just entered the Wasteland world for 10 days to rise directly to the 8,599 position. Could be the title path? But the title paths available to newcomers can't be that strong. Wasteland Battle Royale achievements? No, he hasn't passed the newbie protection period, so he doesn't meet the entry requirements. Golden chest? That is not right either. It's still the same problem. He is in the newbie protection period, and he hasn't activated invasion permissions. What is it? What could it be? At this moment, Xiao Wu's mood felt like countless ants gnawing at him, making him restless. The Fish Abyss Hideout had long been regarded by him as his hunting target. The series of unusual actions taken by the other player after entering the game had ignited Xiao Wu's strong desire to explore and destroy. His expression became somewhat frenzied and pathological as he thought. What is it? What could possibly allow a newcomer to suddenly rise so many ranks? It's so frustrating. I really want to know the answer. Xiao Wu's eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. Could it be a rare item? His eyes inadvertently glanced at the blood-colored pendant on his chest, but he quickly shook his head, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his lips. What a joke. The appearance of every rare item would trigger a scramble and slaughter from the Marauder forces. Not to mention him as a newcomer. Even players ranked in the top 5,000 wouldn't dare to participate. It's not something a newcomer can get involved with. But what could it be? In the end, he could no longer hold back, opened the chat channel, and with an exaggerated smile, quickly typed, Moss Hut Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, Big Boss. Have you developed a new title path or mastered rare resources? I'll pay 1,000 survival points for this information. How about it? Moss Hut Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, Big Boss. If you have any questions for me, we can share information. Also, after your newbie protection period ends, someone will definitely invade your area, and I can help provide protection. Moss Hut Hideout, Fish Abyss. Several messages were sent, but Xiao Wu didn't receive any response. His face first turned extremely ugly, but soon it quickly returned to calm. Only his eyes grew dark. Damn it, this guy is really unusually cautious. Since entering the game, the number of times he has spoken can be counted on one hand. His gaze flickered as he opened his friend list and sent messages to a few people, quickly receiving their replies. Yes, master. Seeing their replies, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed within the hideout. What should I do? I'm a bit impatient. Just wait a bit longer. Haha. Just wait a little longer. Ha. Inside the fish abyss hideout. It seems I still need to find the mutated giant rat to verify if it's a spiritual creature. Yu Yuan closed the hideout facility management log and opened the chat channel to see how other players reacted to his ranking increase. As expected, the significant rise in the ranking of the fish abyss hideout exploded the entire chat channel. There were exclamations, envy, congratulations, jealousy, malicious speculation, and a desire to be a sidekick, along with a couple of female players flirting. Yu Yuan smiled at all of this. How could he care about these people's remarks? He quietly noted down the IDs of those who were jealous of him, maliciously speculating about him, and morally binding him. However, when he saw a few comments, his actions paused and his expression slightly changed. Moss Hut, seeing the other party, offered to help him deal with player invasions. Yu Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. Is he really that foolish, or just pretending to be foolish? Yu Yuan ignored the from the Moss Hut, continuing to disregard it as usual. However, he soon noticed that a few more people began to echo the Moss Hut-esque comments, some of whom were familiar IDs that he had long noted down. Just as Yu Yuan was about to close the virtual light screen, a new ID made him frown slightly. Blood Wolf Hideout. Fish Abyss Hideout. Yes, big boss. Let us do a resource information exchange together. I have a lot of tropical fruits here. What do you think? After the message from the Blood Wolf Hideout, those few players who had previously echoed the Moss Hut also chimed in with the Blood Wolf Hideout. This scene seemed very normal, and the message from Blood Wolf Hideout wasn't wrong. But how could Yu Yuan not see the underlying tricks? After thinking for a moment, he also noted down the name of the Blood Wolf Hideout. After observing for a while longer, Yu Yuan closed the chat channel. He knew he might be overly cautious and paranoid, but he had no choice. He firmly believed in one thing. Compared to the street marauders, high-ranking players pose a greater threat. If he couldn't nip the threat in the bud, at least he had to see what direction the threat was coming from. Chapter 67, Oddity Ranking 4968, Escape Key. Escape Key, Quality. Oddity Rank, 4968 Description. The birth of this item was an accident, but it does not affect its power. Function. Any door opened with this key will lead to the main guest room of the Northern Wilderness Motel, with a cumulative stay time of 3 hours per day. Upon leaving the room, you will return to the position you were in before entering. After constructing an escape passage, you can freely travel between the safe house and the hiding place using the escape key. Taboo. Please be mindful of the time spent in the motel's main guest room. If you exceed the stay time without leaving, you will be permanently trapped in the room. Yu Yuan looked at the unremarkable brass key in his hand, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is this an oddity? In front of him, a virtual screen displayed an alternative ranking list of oddities. This was the second list to appear on a ranking page, similar to the hiding place ranking. Each row listed the name of an oddity along with its rank. The oddities covered a wide variety, leaving Yu Yuan somewhat dazzled. Medical, tools, construction, household items, furniture, weapons, vehicles, valuables. There was nothing that couldn't be found. Any item could potentially become an oddity, and once it does, it possesses incredible abilities. The escape key ranked 4968, being one of the lowest ranked items. The total number of oddities on the ranking list is only 5,000, which is different from the hiding place ranking. The ranking only displayed the names of the oddities, without showing the owner's name or specific functions. One could only guess based on the names of the oddities. For example, a plant named Breathing Pot Hose led Yu Yuan to speculate that it likely had abilities related to air, such as purifying the air. As he thought this, Yu Yuan had already walked to the door of the hiding place. As the stainless steel waterproof door closed, he took out the escape key and inserted it into the lock of the waterproof door. Click! The security door opened. But what appeared before Yu Yuan was not his hiding place, but a relatively spacious and tidy room. The room was about 20 to 30 square meters, with a double bed and 2 bedside tables right at the entrance, as well as a double sofa and a coffee table. A 27-inch LCD TV and a wall clock hung on the wall. The clock showed the time as 9 o'clock sharp. Yu Yuan stepped into the room. The warm-colored lights illuminated the space, making it quite cozy. The windows were covered with white curtains, blocking the view outside and unable to be lifted. There was an independent bathroom, fully equipped with a toilet, shower, and sink, along with toiletries, towels, soap, shampoo. At that moment, Yu Yuan felt somewhat dazed, as if everything in the wasteland was just a dream. He was still living in a civilized world. Yu Yuan tentatively reached out to touch the bedspread of the double bed, soft and comfortable, carefully sitting down on the bed and then slowly lying back. His entire body was enveloped in thick white bedding. He could still smell the scent of laundry detergent from the freshly washed and dried bedding. How nostalgic! Yu Yuan gazed at the slightly yellowing ceiling, lost in thought. Unknowingly, he had been in the wasteland for 10 days. Although only 10 days had passed, he felt as if he had been away from the civilized world for a long time. He raised his left hand, set a 5-minute alarm for himself, and then closed his eyes. Didn't he think about anything or do anything? He just lay there quietly. His mind was blank, a void. Let this be a little vacation for himself. This was his last thought. Ding, ding, ding. As the alarm rang, Yu Yuan's eyes shot open, and after taking a deep breath, he sat up, tossing the bedding into disarray. He went to the bathroom, picked up the toiletries, and tossed them into the magician's ring before leaving the room. As the door closed behind him, he found himself back outside the security door of the hiding place. However, all the toiletries he had put into the ring had disappeared without a trace. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Items can't be taken out? He pondered thoughtfully. He inserted the escape key back into the security door, and as it opened, he re-entered the motel's main guest room. But the bedding he had messed up was back to its original state. The entire room was as clean and tidy as when he first entered. As long as he left the room, everything returned to normal. His gaze turned to the bathroom. What if I wash up here? Although he had just taken a shower, Yu Yuan didn't mind doing it again. He immediately walked into the bathroom. Thus, after continuous testing, he once again stood in front of the security door of the hiding place, a smile on his lips. He had summarized the hidden rules of the room. Aside from the taboo, 1. To enter the motel's main guest room, one must open a locked door with the escape key for the effect to take place. 2. The door is a stable two-way passage, so if someone follows in before the door closes, they will also enter the motel's main guest room together. Furthermore, even if someone enters the room early and closes the door, as long as there is someone guarding outside, they can open the main guest room door from the inside again, allowing the person outside to see the main guest room. 3. As long as a person leaves the room and closes the door, all items belonging to the room will return to their original positions, and any used items will be replenished. However, items that do not belong to the room will completely disappear. 4. The size of the door restricts the dimensions of objects that can pass through. Only objects small enough to fit through the door can enter the room. Now that he had the escape key and an empty room, the construction of the safe house could be put on the agenda. Once the safe house was built, the construction of the escape passage would follow. Yu Yuan quickly formulated his next plan in his mind. The first step in building the safe house was to construct the oddity, the Celestial Mirror, a special building known as the Celestial Observatory. However, building the Celestial Observatory required 50,000 survival points and an empty room, and could also eliminate a luxury card of no higher than bronze quality. Yu Yuan would not miss this opportunity. He also needed to think of ways to gather the 50,000 survival points, but there was still plenty of time. Yu Yuan had also set a target for resources. He recalled the 3 keys he had found on the Enforcer Freeze, the bald man. It seemed it was time to head to Block 14 to check on Nightingale's situation. Of course, his gaze fell on the Mahata backpack at his feet, filled with anticipation. There is still a loot here. Hopefully, there are good items inside. Please, everyone, support the updates. Add to your shelves, urge for updates, and support for free with love. Moi. Chapter 68. Rare Level Optimization Path. Running Generator Room. Generator Level 2 Running Generator Room. Quality. Rare Ownership Path. Generator Level 2 Function. Energy 8. Maximum Power Generation 6 kilowatt-hour. Maximum Storage Capacity 100 kilowatt-hour Room Area. 8 square meters Number of treadmills. 3 Construction Requirements. Generator Level 2 Car energy battery pack 1, onboard charger 3, motor controller 3, motor 3, roller 3, running belt 3, control mainboard 3, control console 3, hydraulic rod 6, fuse 6, wires 20, steel 30. Insulation tape 5. Construction time 3 hours. Yu Yuan looked at the newly added optimization path for the generator. A rare quality optimization path. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in his backpack. This was the second time he had seen a rare level shelter facility optimization path. The last one was for ventilation, level 3, so he naturally understood the rarity of rare level paths. Upgrading the generator facility level was already Yu Yuan's next plan. Because most of the subsequent construction facilities in the shelter rely on electricity to operate, including level 3 kitchens, level 2 water collectors, level 4 bathrooms, etc. All require electricity, which is an unavoidable issue. The generator level 2 running generator room came at just the right time, and what Yu Yuan valued most was naturally the storage capacity, which could reach a maximum of 100 kilowatt hours. A storage capacity of 100 kilowatt hours would allow him to do many things. While a normal level 2 generator only has a storage capacity of around 10 kilowatt hours. This was simply an irresistible temptation for him. Currently, the storage capacity of the level 1 generator was only 8 kilowatt hours, which could barely meet the demands of the lighting facilities. However, before that, he needed to upgrade the generator to level 2. The car energy battery pack could be found as long as there were electric cars. And then the onboard charger and motor controller could also be sorted out together. The motor and running belt were also easy to find, as they were basically parts from treadmills, which could be found in gyms and star-rated hotels. Yu Yuan frowned in thought and opened the virtual map to search. After his gaze swept across a building in Block 14, he paused slightly, then his eyes brightened as he had an idea. After choosing the next location to search for construction materials, his gaze shifted to a small painting tube in front of him. The painting tube was found in Mahada's backpack, and it was the only valuable item in the whole backpack. The rest were just some gold and silver jewelry and other valuables. Yu Yuan speculated that the painting tube might also be something found in a motel, but that was just his guess. This was because the rare generator room was found inside this painting tube, and besides that, there was also a piece, or rather half a blueprint. He looked at the unclear symbols and lines on the blueprint in front of him, frowning slightly. After flipping it over several times without gaining any information, he instinctively felt that this blueprint was somewhat unusual. After pondering without result, he put the half blueprint back into the painting tube and carefully stored it away. Anything that could be kept with a rare level blueprint would definitely not be ordinary. Since there was currently no information, it might be related to the half blueprint. If he had the opportunity to find the other half of the blueprint in the future, perhaps there would be some discoveries. Of course, this could only be considered a thought of Yu Yuan's. Better than nothing. After digesting all the spoils, Yu Yuan felt a bit drowsy. Because testing the escape key took a lot of time, it was already 9 a.m. on the 10th day in the Wasteland. He steeled himself and approached the dilapidated newsstand, ready to see if there was anything worth paying attention to before resting. As expected, there were still only 2 rock-level news items today, but the content made the corners of Yu Yuan's mouth lift slightly. Block news section, quality, rock danger level, medium exclusive news from our newspaper. Deputy Warden Baku of the Thug Prison returned to the Thug Prison from the Northern Wilderness at 1:12 a.m. today. He was not satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations with the Burning Fortress, although he promptly handed over the backup donor to Black Lung Victor, proving the sincerity of cooperation between the Thug Prison and the Burning Fortress and expressing condolences for the murder of Priest Walaw. He also promptly indicated his suspicions about the Black Shield Police Department, but evidently, Victor did not fully accept his explanation, because the murder of Priest Walaw had already stirred the resentment of the Flame Knights against the Thug Prison, and no traces of the Black Shield Police Department were found at the scene. Baku's words could not be verified. Therefore, he had to find a way to prove that the Black Shield Police Department was the mastermind behind the attack on Priest Walaw. But little did he know, after he left, Victor also notified the Flame Knights hidden in Green Forest City to investigate the situation of the Black Shield Police Department while chasing the mouse. Block news section, quality, rock danger level, Low last night at dawn, a shocking extermination incident occurred at the Green Forest Lights supermarket in Block 10. The Wasteland Raider organization Bloodhand Gang was attacked, and both sides engaged in a fierce gunfight lasting a full minute, with fierce firepower and several powerful explosives used for targeted demolition. In the end, all members of the Bloodhand Gang were exterminated. The methods of the killers were extremely cruel, ruthless, yet decisive, and most importantly, they were far more cautious than ordinary people. The battle also attracted the attention of many forces, including the Burning Fortress, Thug Prison, and Black Shield Police Department. The Burning Fortress found a blood-stained arm badge of the Black Shield Police Department at the scene and sent the badge back to the Burning Fortress. Unexpectedly, the Thug Prison actually had an organ transplant donor, which resolved their misunderstanding with the Burning Fortress. The badge I left in the supermarket was found by someone from the Burning Fortress. Yu Yuan looked at the newspaper articles, reviewing the reactions from the two actions and the three thug forces. He concluded that due to the Thug Prison's quick and decisive response, along with the discovered badge, it was highly likely that the two forces would direct all their hostility toward the Black Shield Police Department. Although this was somewhat different from his previous imagination of mutual suspicion and infighting among the three forces, it was not entirely in vain. However, Yu Yuan still felt that after the incident of Priest Huolua's murder, the rift between the Thug Prison and the Burning Fortress had already been sown. Especially among the lower and middle-level thugs, these rifts would not be easily resolved. This could be seen from the attitude of the Flame Knights of the Burning Fortress toward the Thug Prison in the news. Even if the leader of the Burning Fortress cooperated with the Thug Prison again, it would ultimately be those Flame Knights executing the plan. And as long as there was a rift and suspicion between them, the final result would be hard to say. Yu Yuan recorded all his thoughts, closed the virtual light curtain, and lay down on the single bed. He stretched lazily, feeling a bit regretful that the newsstand did not refresh any additional information items today. He could only wait until later to check again. Hopefully, next time he could draw a bronze-quality luxury card, which would allow him to build a Starry Sky Observatory, and the generator, and the Nightingale, and the mutated giant rat. With thoughts and plans for the future of the shelter, Yu Yuan, who had been busy all night, finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 69. Crazy Planning Trays. Collapsing Yu Yuan. When Yu Yuan woke up again, he felt incredibly refreshed and full of energy. Stretching comfortably, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 4 p.m. He quickly got up to wash up, heated a can of sardines and some high-energy goat milk, and ate while checking the virtual screen. During the few hours he had been resting, another player had been killed by others, something Yu Yuan had become accustomed to. After briefly browsing the Taodao cave and finding nothing worth buying, he opened the fate card page. It was time to see what changes had occurred in the fate cards in free mode. However, the page looked no different from before, still showing the familiar proverbs and the three-choice fate gift segment. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yuan decided not to think too much about it. After all, what was meant to come would come sooner or later, so he focused on this round's fate gift selection. This time, the 3 fate gifts were quite interesting. Crazy Planning Tray function greatly accelerates the growth rate of plants in the planting tray and has a chance to produce optimized varieties. But sufficient water and nutrients must be provided. Occasionally interfered headphones function continuously plays soothing music but may occasionally pick up conversations from others. Fashionable shoe cabinet function produces a pair of shoes that fit every day with a chance of high-quality shoes appearing. To be honest, Yu Yuan was more interested in the second option. He felt that amidst those occasional conversations, there was a high chance of hearing some unknown secrets. It was his intuition. However, the Crazy Planning Tray also tempted him, as he was severely lacking dietary fiber and various vitamins, even though he had bought some fruits from other players on Taodao Cave in the past few days. But as a seasoned survival enthusiast with a serious collecting obsession and hoarding desire, this unstable and unsecured survival mode left him feeling no sense of security. He had long considered the idea of planting, which was also why he had been so pleased when he discovered that the resource recycling bin could convert waste into fertilizer and nutrient solutions. Now, this Crazy Planning Tray was simply a perfect match for him. After a few seconds of contemplation, considering he already had a dilapidated newsstand and his need for information was no longer as urgent, Yu Yuan decisively chose the Crazy Planning Tray. In the hidden corner, a rectangular carbonized solid wood planting tray measuring 1205050 cm immediately appeared. At the same time, the fate card wooden box completed its shaking. But when Yu Yuan saw the name of the drawn fate card, his mouth involuntarily twitched. He silently screamed in his heart. What a sin! How could it be this again? Why not a bronze luxury card instead? This fate card, indulgence card, quality. Rock level, player must indulge in primal desires once within 2 days. Otherwise, the player will die. Note, the same target cannot be indulged in twice. Slap. Yu Yuan slapped his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. He glanced at Mia, who happened to be looking this way, and awkwardly turned his head aside. Damn it, do they really want to kill me? Yu Yuan swore he would have preferred to draw a Conquest card or a luxury card. After all, those 2 cards either consumed resources or involved combat, which he didn't mind. But the indulgence card was different. This thing was pure torture, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. He realized that thinking about it was useless now. He should focus on how to complete the task. The same target cannot be indulged in twice. Although he had no intention of doing anything to Mia, this reminder did alert Yu Yuan. Fortunately, he was no longer that newbie who had just entered the Wasteland, completely clueless about Green Forest City. He finished the last bite of sardines and gulped down the high-energy goat milk. He planned to head to Block 14 tonight, and it seemed he had to investigate that nightingale. The task of the indulgence card depended on it. Just as he made this decision, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have consumed high-energy goat milk for 7 consecutive days, gaining the sufficient kidney chibi UFF, stamina 15, gaining slight cold resistance. Originally, this was something to celebrate, but Yu Yuan almost spat out blood. Damn it, why did it have to be this moment? At 8:11 p.m., at the intersection of Jinxie Anglin Avenue and Water's Edge Street in Block 14, outside the Land Hotel, Yu Yuan cautiously lifted the manhole cover and looked outside. The moon was dark and the wind was high, the surroundings pitch black. On the street, he could still see the wreckage of Wasteland battle vehicles destroyed by rioters a few days ago and traces of the battle. It seemed everything was safe. The sewer entrance Yu Yuan was at was where he had stolen a corpse before, but the bodies of the rioters in the sewer had disappeared. He didn't know if the Black Shield Police Department took them away or if they were washed away by rainwater during that typhoon. Yu Yuan didn't care about any of that. After confirming that there was no one outside, he quickly climbed up to the street and stealthily made his way to the Land Hotel under the cover of darkness. It had been 6 or 7 days since the last conflict, and after the Black Shield Police Department's search here and the subsequent typhoon cleansing, it was very safe. No one would come here looking for supplies. Of course, part of the reason might be that the Land Hotel itself had already been visited by countless refugees, scavengers, and survivors. Yu Yuan had long suspected this, but his purpose for coming here was not for ordinary supplies. He was after a car and a treadmill. Entering the hotel, Yu Yuan quickly found the stairway and made his way to the underground parking lot. The stairway was separated from the parking lot by a glass wall, but the glass wall had long been shattered. Yu Yuan carefully stepped over the scattered glass shards and entered the parking lot. Although he didn't think there would be any danger here, he still crouched in a corner, listening until he confirmed that everything was normal 2 minutes later before feeling slightly relieved. He turned on his flashlight, and what came into view was an extremely chaotic scene. Some cars were overturned, some collided with each other, and others crashed into the parking lot support columns. There were even human corpses, though they had long since lost flesh and blood. The air was heavy, carrying a foul stench. Very faint, but everything proved that a tragedy had occurred here when the Wasteland descended. Yu Yuan first set up a barrier using the broken glass at the stairway entrance, then quickly walked among the wreckage of vehicles. The flashlight continuously swept between the cars as he searched for his target. Soon, he arrived in front of a few cars that had minor dents. The windows were smashed to pieces, and the supplies inside had been looted clean. After examining these cars, Yu Yuan showed a joyful expression. This was it. He immediately took out the disassembly tools he had prepared from the magician's ring and began the process of dismantling the cars. Chapter 70. Disassembling Car Parts. A place of pleasure. Nightingale Yu Yuan was not skilled at disassembling cars, but he enjoyed watching second-hand car acquisition and inspection videos, so he knew some basic structures. Therefore, after some stumbles, he managed to disassemble a car and obtain a complete energy battery pack after 5 hours. This was thanks to the shelving function of Tao Tao Cave, which allowed him to directly shelve heavy or bulky parts without needing to figure out how to transport them. He just needed to disconnect them from other structures. This saved Yu Yuan a lot of time and effort. After successfully shelving the hard-earned car energy battery pack in Tao Tao Cave, Yu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had spent the entire evening on this task, but it was worth it. This car energy battery pack was the most crucial material for constructing the rare facility, treadmill generator room. And it was also key for the generator room to store 100 kilowatt hours of electricity, so spending a few hours on it was not a loss. After that, Yu Yuan disassembled additional onboard chargers and motor controllers from other cars. By the time he finished, it was nearly 4 a.m. Dawn was not far off. Yu Yuan packed up his disassembly tools and left the land hotel, diving back into the sewer to head towards the Opera House. The Opera House, where the homeless organization Nightingale was located, was actually not far from the land hotel. Both were on Golden Orchid Avenue, and Yu Yuan speculated that Baldy Frisk probably headed from Riverside Street to Golden Orchid Avenue to go to the Opera House. Soon, Yu Yuan arrived near the Opera House. He lifted the manhole cover to look at the building. Sure enough, it was different from others. While other places were pitch black at night, afraid to emit even a hint of light for fear of being discovered, there was a glimmer of light shining from within the building here. While there is something going on, anyone who claims there's no connection between this place and the criminal forces, Yu Yuan would never believe them. Yu Yuan took out his binoculars to observe the building. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He saw a shadow emerge from the Opera House. After cautiously looking around, it quickly slipped into the darkness and headed towards a side street. A homeless person? Several thoughts flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. He promptly closed the manhole cover, jumped down the ladder, summoned Mai Mai, and leaped onto its back. Quick, Mai Mai, go ahead. Mai Mai began to trot, and Yu Yuan summoned the virtual map, quickly pulling up the street map in the direction the homeless person had gone and the locations of the sewer manholes. Calculating the route while slightly squeezing Mai Mai's abdomen with his right leg. Mai Mai, turn right. Mai Mai immediately turned right at the next corner. A minute later, Yu Yuan reached a manhole location, quickly equipped himself with Mai Mai, climbed the ladder, and twisted the inner rotary bolt to unlock the manhole cover. As the manhole cover was slowly lifted by Yu Yuan, he immediately spotted the shadow not far down the street, carefully making its way towards him while sticking close to the roadside shadows. Seeing this, Yu Yuan jumped down the ladder again, summoned Mai Mai, and continued in the direction the homeless person was headed. Finally, when Yu Yuan opened the manhole cover once more, he saw the homeless person just a few meters away, moving cautiously towards him. He held his breath and waited quietly. When the homeless person was less than 2 meters from the manhole cover, Yu Yuan suddenly flung the cover open, pushed off with his legs, and flew out of the sewer. In the face of the homeless person's shock and confusion, he grabbed his collar and effortlessly dragged him to the manhole. Then, using both hands, he lifted the homeless person, and with Mai Mai's attributes boosting him, the homeless person felt no heavier than a chick. As he dropped him back down, the homeless person's lower body was already stuck in the manhole. At that moment, the homeless person reacted, grabbing onto the manhole cover with one hand while pulling out a dagger from somewhere with the other, angrily stabbing towards Yu Yuan. But before the dagger could reach him, a huge palm swung in. Slap! The homeless person felt a numbing sensation on half of his face and then fainted. Seeing the homeless person knocked out, Yu Yuan tossed him into the sewer, picked up the dagger, and quickly dove in, then locked the manhole cover. The entire process took only a few seconds, swift and decisive. The street immediately fell silent again. Yu Yuan summoned Mai Mai, tossed the person onto its back, and ran towards Golden Orchid Avenue. Slap, slap, slap. After 3 slaps, the homeless person groggily began to wake up. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Yu Yuan raised the dagger and stabbed it towards his thigh. A scream immediately echoed in the sewer. Are you awake now? Yu Yuan's indifferent voice rang out as he slowly twisted the dagger in his right hand, causing the homeless person's face to turn pale. Big bro, spare me. My face is swollen. The homeless person's speech was somewhat slurred, but his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan let go and looked at him. I ask, you answer, understood? Understood. Where did you just come from? Nightingale. I just came from Nightingale, oh. It's the Opera House. Good, I like cooperative people. I ask you, what does Nightingale do? Upon hearing this, the homeless person realized Yu Yuan's intentions and instantly felt he had hit rock bottom. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Nightingale was being targeted, and he was the one suffering for it. What kind of situation was this? There was no need for reservations. Yu Yuan asked whatever he wanted, and the homeless person would answer everything, even voluntarily providing information that Yu Yuan hadn't thought of. However, this person had only been to Nightingale a few times, so he had limited knowledge. After obtaining the information he needed, Yu Yuan didn't linger and swiftly ended the homeless person's life. He also got a rough idea of the situation at Nightingale. Nightingale, as Carmen had said, was indeed a homeless organization tacitly approved by the Black Shield Police Department, something all homeless organizations were aware of. Thus, no one would dare to cause trouble for Nightingale, knowing that powerful figures from the Black Shield Police Department stood behind it. Because of this, Nightingale became a special existence. The 14th District belonged to the Black Shield Police Department during the day, while at night, it belonged to Nightingale. Nightingale opened its doors at 9 p.m. and closed at 5 a.m. At this time, it was the place of pleasure for the entire East City, a safe haven for the homeless, scavengers, and looters, with safety inside guaranteed by Nightingale. Anyone causing trouble would be executed on the spot. The goods inside were abundant, catering to all ages and tastes, allowing for enjoyment of pleasures. Of course, the precondition was that one had to provide enough resources to enjoy these services. Killing, venting, and whipping services of different levels naturally corresponded to different prices. Nightingale was quite interesting. Yu Yuan became intrigued by Nightingale. This would save him from the indulgence card elimination task. However, Nightingale closed every morning at 5 a.m., and all guests had to leave before then, which was why the homeless were in such a hurry to leave. While they were safe inside Nightingale, nobody cared about their well-being once they left. Of course, no one would attack those leaving Nightingale, as everyone knew that anyone who left would not have any resources left on them. Today, time was insufficient. He could check it out tomorrow night, eliminate the indulgence card, and try to gather information about Friss's safe house at the same time. Yu Yuan had been thinking about the 3 keys left behind by Baldy Friss. This Nightingale had a connection to Friss, and he needed to go in and take a look. Most importantly, he suspected that the person backing Nightingale was likely not Friss, but his brother, Loris. Just like Loris wanted to kill him to avenge his brother, as long as there is a chance, Yu Yuan would also send the 2 brothers to reunite. A family should always be together, right? Chapter 71 Information Card, Insight Day 11 in the Wasteland, Fish Abyss Hideout. Yu Yuan carefully stored the car energy batteries, onboard chargers, motor controllers, and other supplies he retrieved from the Tao Tao Cave. Although he had only managed to collect these supplies after a busy night, he was quite satisfied. The most difficult materials for constructing the rare-level treadmill generator room had been secured, and he only needed to gather treadmill parts and wires for optimization and upgrading. However, before that, he needed to upgrade the generator from level 1 to level 2, which was a prerequisite for optimization. The upgrade materials had also been collected long ago, and Yu Yuan wasted no time in initiating the upgrade. The upgrade would take 30 minutes. After glancing at the generator enveloped in a green light, Yu Yuan moved to the old newspaper rack. A new day's newspapers had already arrived, and today an additional intelligence item had been refreshed. Information card, Insight Quality, Rock Function, after use, grants the effect of insight perception for 30 minutes, allowing the observation of hard-to-detect traces and increasing the probability of discovering traps, mechanisms, and secret facilities. Survival points cost, 500. Having experienced the effects of the information card, Yu Yuan immediately purchased it, and the insight card entered the slot of the Book of Fate. The insight card should be suitable for use in exploring certain specific scenarios. Yu Yuan pondered the usage of the insight card, although it was also an information card. To Yu Yuan, the insight card felt more like a skill. Picking up today's newspaper, he was pleasantly surprised to see 3 clearly written headlines. Today, there were actually 3 news items. This was the first time Yu Yuan encountered this. Previously, there were usually only 1 or 2 news items. Could this be a change in free mode? His gaze shifted to the news content, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. Neighborhood life news, quality, rock danger level. Low after the previous attack incident involving Soda, Carmen from the Black Shield Police Department secretly began to monitor Commander Lori's movements. After tracking for several days, it was confirmed that Lori's goes to Philin Avenue in Block 6 every night before 2 a.m. This discovery excited Carmen, as he remembered seeing Freeze go there before. Could Freeze's safe house be in Block 6? Ever since Freeze's death, Lori's had begun to Block 6 every day. Damn it, why am I growing more afraid of him? Perhaps I should look for the hyena. Neighborhood life news, quality, rock danger level. Lo Qingqing from Block 14 was very anxious. She had been dominated by fear for several days. Not only had she unintentionally seen something she shouldn't have, but the most critical issue was that an important client had not visited her for over half a month. If this continued, she would face elimination. Nick, where the hell have you gone? If you don't come back, I'm going to die. What should I do? Damn Nina. She has stolen several of my clients just because of her 2 assets. Qingqing. Block news section. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association in Block 11 was spied on by an unknown individual 3 days ago, leading to a thorough search of Block 11. As a result, a mutilated body of a homeless person, arranged in a heavily ritualistic manner, was found at 78 Splore Street. Missionary Miller greatly appreciated the ritualistic and solemn nature of the body. He considered it a rare piece of work. The creator of this piece is simply a genius. I see an intensely profound spiritual brilliance in him. He is a born saint, and I must find him. He can only become my student. Missionary Miller. Yu Yuan felt a mix of emotions as he read the 3 news reports. Naturally, he was most concerned about the safe house of Freeze, as he initially thought it was located at Nightingale's place. However, Carmen speculated it was in Block 6. But Block 6 indeed had a high possibility since it was adjacent to Block 1, where homeless people and scavengers dared not approach, making it suitable for a safe house. He just didn't know the specific location of the safe house, and this was merely Carmen's guess. This was a troublesome matter, and Yu Yuan decided to wait for further intelligence. He found the location of Philin Avenue on the virtual map and marked it, realizing it was indeed the main road where the Green Forest Financial Center Tower was located. Additionally, he could not overlook the clues from Nightingale. Since Nightingale continued to operate after Freeze's death, Yu Yuan always believed that Nightingale's situation was not so simple. The possibility of Freeze having a safe house at Nightingale's was still high. After all, he often spent the night there. Shifting his gaze back to the newspaper, he noticed the news about Qingqing, and his eyes narrowed. She saw something she shouldn't have. Perhaps Qingqing could be a good breakthrough point. As for the last news item, he tapped the newspaper with his fingers, his lips pursed. The sweep by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association in Block 11 would surely pose a threat to Marcel. It would be false to say he wasn't worried. It wasn't that he cared so much about Marcel. Rather, he had invested a significant amount of resources into it. Although it was a forced choice to complete the luxury card task, nevertheless, he still harbored a glimmer of hope for Marcel. If they developed some special items, it would definitely pay off. However, worrying about the other party now seemed a bit excessive. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association had already done their sweeping, and he couldn't risk going over to check. The giant raven from last time and the priest conducting the sacrificial ceremony had left Yu Yuan under significant pressure. Without certainty, he had no intention of provoking the Aurora Animal Assistance Association again. Given that Marcel had survived in Block 11 for so long, she must have some means of coping. He could only trust her now. Hopefully, she takes care of herself. After organizing today's newspaper and past issues, he went to the fireplace, eating reheated food while opening the Tao Tao cave to look for bargains. As a result, an item on the top of the trading page caught his attention, a mobile phone charger. Priced at 500 survival points, Yu Yuan frowned slightly. He had looked for phone chargers before, and he was curious about the content of the phone found in the safe. But it was frustrating. The ones he found were either broken or had bent plugs, and not a single one was intact. He had found several phones, but none of the chargers were usable. Just as he was about to buy it, he suddenly remembered that the crafting station seemed capable of making wires, circuit boards, sockets, and similar items. He hadn't checked it recently, so perhaps there was a charger available. Immediately, he went to the crafting station and checked the crafting list, and soon his eyes lit up. Hey, there really is. Chapter 72. The Secret Intelligence of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Mobile charger. Crafting requirements. 1 damaged charger plug. 2 power cables, 2 fuses, 1 primary filtering capacitor. Crafting time. 5 minutes. These materials are all here. Yu Yuan immediately chose to craft. Watching the crafting list display the words crafting in progress, he couldn't help but smile. As the old saying goes, what you save is what you earn. A few days before entering the Wasteland, he had indeed collected a lot of electronic waste, especially when he was at the Waterworks Center, where he gathered almost all of these material supplies. With the magician's ring, his backpack was completely removed from his combat readiness list, becoming a container for storing these scattered small items. The bag was full of small objects, everything you could think of. Even Yu Yuan only had a rough idea of what he had. He didn't expect that it would save him 500 survival points now. Transparent, his whole body felt transparent. The happiness Yu Yuan felt now was not the joy of gaining loot through battle, but rather the joy of hoarding. It was a kind of pleasure from casually collecting materials for the sake of being prepared, even forgetting about them himself. Yet, at the moment he needed them most, they appeared in front of him in another way, helping him solve problems, bringing surprise and a sense of achievement. This feeling was simply wonderful. When the mobile charger was completed and appeared on the crafting table, the level 2 generator also finished upgrading, with both power output and stored capacity enhanced. Several sockets appeared on the wall of his hiding place. Yu Yuan took out the phone he found in the safe at the Olai's hotel, plugged in the mobile charger, and began charging. Watching the charging icon light up on the screen, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Soon he would know the contents of the phone. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Yu Yuan woke up at 4 p.m. After a quick wash, he noticed that the phone was fully charged. He bought some grass to feed the sheep and took a pack of biscuits to sit in the boss's chair. The phone had powered on successfully, and the screen was not locked. A simple swipe opened it easily. There was only one software on the home screen, and when Yu Yuan opened it, there were only 3 segments of video content that had been automatically downloaded. It was clear that this phone had been intentionally left by its owner to retain relevant information. Yu Yuan clicked on the first video. Rapid breathing, running, footsteps dodging, and a faint alarm sound came from the phone. He paused his action of eating biscuits, and the sheep also stopped eating, looking curiously this way. The video continued, and with the sound of a door closing, a middle-aged man drenched in sweat appeared on screen. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a somewhat gaunt face, yet exuding a sense of competence. The man was breathing heavily, occasionally coughing violently. Although his eyes showed some panic, he still maintained his composure. "I am Ninja. Listen, it turns out we were all wrong. The problem at Jonki Zoo is far more serious than we imagined." The urgent voice echoed in the hiding place, causing Yu Yuan to sit up straight, narrowing his eyes slightly. What Jonki is conducting is not animal experiments at all. Or rather, animal experiments are merely their preliminary tests. Their real project is the spirituality program. The experimental target is humans. They're using homeless people, vagrants, and even volunteers lured by money to conduct live experiments. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden gunfire made Ninja pause slightly. I just saw an experimental subject injected with some serum, and it grew larger, becoming a grotesque creature that was neither human nor beast, with deformed bones and cracked skin. It was truly terrifying. In the end, that person went mad, unable to control himself, and was physically eliminated by the security forces with heavy firepower. They have discovered my whereabouts. If you can see this video, it means you have found the key I hid. Although I don't know who you are, after watching this video, please contact the Animal Qualification Review Committee immediately to report this matter. Also, do not contact the Green Forest Police Department. I suspect there are people from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society lurking within the police department. The entire Green Forest City is no longer safe. Be very careful. Black Sunday. Boom! With a sharp explosion, the screen went dark. 2 seconds later, the video automatically played the next segment, which was the human experimentation video mentioned by Ninja. Ninja must have been hiding somewhere, filming covertly. The angle was quite narrow and slightly shaky. But the process of the experiment was captured clearly. They saw a homeless man dressed in a white lab coat, lying on the bed of the experimental chamber. A syringe piercing his carotid artery a light blue liquid slowly pushing into his body. Just like that, a minute later, the previously unconscious homeless man began to shake violently. As his body trembled, the stainless steel bed, which was completely fixed to the ground, was pressed down, creating dents. Outside, the experimental chamber. More than a dozen experimenters in white coats were rapidly operating various instruments, while 3 figures in black robes, embroidered with the black sun pattern on their front and back, silently watched the changes in the homeless man inside the chamber. Around them, dozens of armed security forces were already on high alert, and the quality of their equipment made Yu Yuan gasp. These were even better than those of the Black Shield Police Department. Inside the experimental chamber, the homeless man's body was violently shaking, as if some monster wanted to burst out from within him. Bulges appeared all over his body, moving rapidly, and eventually, cracks began to appear in his skin, as if it was about to explode. Finally, before everyone's eyes, the homeless man's body began to grow rapidly. His previously frail body swelling grotesquely in a short time, with white bone spurs growing from his elbow and knee joints, which was quite horrifying. Bang! The now monstrous homeless man suddenly slammed against the glass of the experimental chamber, a huge spiderweb pattern appearing before everyone. The 3 figures in black robes stepped back slowly, one of them gesturing backward. The security forces immediately advanced, protecting the figures in black. Experiment No. 17 is out of control. The experiment has failed and is irreversible. Execute the elimination plan. With the announcement of one of the experimenters, the glass of the experimental chamber shattered instantly. At the moment the glass shattered, dozens of security forces opened fire. When the gunfire ceased, the monster lay on the ground, then reverted back to the previous homeless man, but his body had already turned to mush. The second video ended, and after 2 seconds, the third video began to play. This seemed to take place in a containment area, where numerous alloy and electric grid containment rooms housed many creatures: ravens, brown bears, king cobras, chimpanzees. All these creatures were exceptionally larger than normal, and each had some degree of mutation. For example, the brown bear's fur had hardened, as if it were wearing armor, looking incredibly tough and thick. The raven's eyes were exceptionally bright, and Yu Yuan recognized at a glance that this raven was the one that attacked him at the Olai's Hotel a couple of nights ago. However, in the video, the raven's body was not as large as it had been that night. As the 3 videos ended, Yu Yuan's gaze became solemn. The spirituality program, human experimentation, mutated creatures. This was the true strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Chapter 73. Collecting rare resources. High-quality Yu Yuan did not expect to see someone mention the word spirituality again just a day later. Nor did he expect that the Aurora Animal Assistance Association had developed the experiments on mutated creatures to such a profound level, with a diverse range of mutated species. The mutated giant rat from the sewer couldn't even be considered one of their works. It was merely an accidental product. The problem was that he couldn't even deal with a mutated giant rat right now. This was somewhat frustrating. He also understood why he suddenly received the Echoes of History achievement after seeing that evaluation report last time. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association was likely the deepest hidden boss in the Eastern District of Green Forest City. As for Ning's situation, that was not something Yu Yuan should worry about. Another point that concerned Yu Yuan was Ning's last sentence in the video. If the Aurora Animal Assistance Association had indeed arranged for people to enter the police system before the Wasteland arrived, the current peaceful coexistence between the two was not just an ordinary power collaboration. It was highly likely that the Black Shield Police Department was merely the public front for the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. If that were the case, the Riot Prison would become quite interesting. They were eager to occupy the Eastern District of Green Forest City. Did they know who the real boss of the Eastern District was? Moreover, the Black Shield Police Department had suffered significant losses in recent battles with the Riot Prison. Would the Aurora Animal Assistance Association directly intervene? All of this was full of uncertainties. Oh right, there was also the Burning Fortress. Since they were relentlessly pursuing the Bloodhand Gang, they must have known the value of the escape key. Additionally, the escape passage map dropped by the Flame Priest was also related to the escape key. Now that both items were lost, all fingers pointed to the Black Shield Police Department, but among the Flame Knights, there were clearly some who were more hostile toward the Riot prison. What choices would they make? These possibilities flashed through Yu Yuan's mind as he pondered whether he could grow stronger amidst the conflicts of these forces. After a long time, he let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair. There was still too little information. Much of it was ambiguous speculation and couldn't be relied upon. Since that was the case, it was better to watch and wait. In the end, what mattered was strength and intelligence. Fortunately, from the current situation, Carmen had not revealed his existence. The three major forces were unaware of him, which was his greatest reliance. Yu Yuan's mind was very clear. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. No matter how he planned, if his strength was lacking, he wouldn't be able to seize any opportunity that presented itself. After charging the laptop he had for Ninja, Yu Yuan prepared to set off. He still needed to go to Nightingale tonight. It was his last night to eliminate the Lust card. However, before that, he had to gather all the materials to create the running generator room. Right now, insufficient power reserves had become the main reason restricting the upgrade of his hideout. It was one thing not to choose before, but now the optimized blueprints were right in front of him. He had to gather all the optimization materials today. Tomorrow, he would complete the optimization of the generator. Entering the warehouse, he packed the funds he would use that night into the magician's ring. This time, he did not wear the enforcer suit, just a set of ordinary vagrant clothing. But just as he was about to equip Mai and leave the hideout, he glanced at the dense wool already covering Mai and was momentarily stunned. Then he slapped his forehead, revealing a look of regret. Oh no, how could I forget that Mai produces high-quality wool every 7 days? Today was the 11th day since entering the Wasteland. In fact, he could have collected the wool yesterday, but he completely forgot amidst his busyness. But now, the problem arose. He had never sheared the sheep. Hiss, how was this done again? Yu Yuan had already found the scissors, looking at Mai, who tilted her head in curiosity with a frown. It seemed he had seen a video before where they laid the sheep down, and with a push of the clippers, the wool would fall off in one whole piece. Without clippers, scissors should work too, right? As Yu Yuan recalled, he began to mimic the action with the scissors on Mai. In the end, he gritted his teeth, threw Mai a bundle of grass, and directly started shearing from the tail. Let's just shear first and see if it works. Mai did not react particularly to Yu Yuan's actions. She merely glanced curiously and continued eating the grass. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan was already sweating profusely. It had to be said that as a rare creature, Mai's wool was simply perfect, even without grooming and after carrying Yu Yuan around for a while. It was still clean and silky, and upon closer inspection, it had a slight golden sheen. The wool fibers were delicate and soft, about 15 centimeters long, with natural wavy curls. When he grabbed it, he could feel its fluffiness, warmth, and strong elasticity. At first, Yu Yuan's movements were quite clumsy, but as he sheared more, he gradually mastered the technique, speeding up his actions. The cut wool slowly peeled off Mai like a coat. An hour later, with the final snip, looking at the heavy wool in his hands, Yu Yuan let out a long sigh. Finally done, Mai, after losing her wool, looked significantly slimmer, completely bare, and with some uneven patches of fur, transformed from a beautiful sheep into an ugly one. Mai seemed to notice something as she first lowered her head to look at her front hooves, then turned to look at her body. After that, she stopped eating grass and stared blankly at Yu Yuan. Mai? Yu Yuan's mouth twitched, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. He pointed to the wool on the ground and the scissors in his hand, managing a slight, awkward smile. The scissors were a bit unwieldy this time. Next time I'll find an electric clipper, don't worry. No problem. 2 seconds later, Mai finally lowered her head to eat grass again, but she turned her back to him, clearly not wanting to see Yu Yuan for the time being. Yu Yuan smiled awkwardly. Next time, he really needed to find a clipper. These scissors were indeed not easy to handle. Mai could produce 20 kilograms of high-quality wool every 7 days, which was no small number, and coupled with the high quality of Mai's wool, Yu Yuan carefully collected all the scattered wool from the ground and packed it with a large wool blanket into a bag. This finally completed the task. The attributes of Mai's wool were also quite extraordinary, causing Yu Yuan to be unable to suppress a smile. High-quality wool, quality, excellent fiber fineness, premium, less than 15. 5 microns, fiber length, 1,416 centimeters elasticity, excellent fluffiness, excellent warmth, excellent strength, excellent collection quality, extremely poor evaluation. Is the collector's hand fighting against itself? Chapter 74, Unexpected Situation. Entering the Nightingale Dada. Mia was racing through the sewer with Yu Yuan. Perhaps due to the lack of wool cushioning, Yu Yuan felt that today's journey was a bit bumpy. By the time he arrived at the Land Hotel again, his buttocks were somewhat numb. It was now 7:35 p.m., and there was still some time before the Nightingale opened. He planned to first gather supplies at the Land Hotel. This time, his goal was clear: the 19th floor of the Land Hotel, which housed the fitness and entertainment center. Yu Yuan had intended to go there yesterday, but disassembling the car had taken too much time. When he pushed open the manhole cover, the sky had already fallen into darkness. Yu Yuan felt that it was getting darker earlier each day, and the weather seemed to be turning colder. Following the same path as yesterday, he quickly entered the Land Hotel and took the stairs to the 19th floor fitness and entertainment center. The fitness and entertainment center had clearly been looted. Flower pots, chairs, dumbbells, and barbells were strewn all over the ground, along with torn clothing and dried blood, making it easy to imagine how brutal the situation had been. Yu Yuan first conducted a rough inspection of the fitness and entertainment center. After confirming there was no danger in the gym, entertainment area, esports room, and gambling area, he arrived at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the gym. More than 20 treadmills were neatly arranged there. He realized that the view from the Land Hotel was indeed expansive. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the entire night scene of Xianglong Avenue. Although it was dark outside under the moonlight, one could still see how prosperous Xianglong Avenue had been before the Wasteland. Some of the treadmills had already been damaged, and because they were near the floor-to-ceiling windows, Yu Yuan did not turn on his flashlight. Instead, he quickly selected treadmills in good condition using the dim vision of the street rat title and some moonlight. He soon found 3 treadmills, but when he tried to directly upload them to the Taodao hole, it was as he expected. There was no way to upload them. There was nothing he could do but dismantle the treadmills first. Having gained experience from disassembling the car yesterday, Yu Yuan found it much smoother to dismantle the treadmill today. He first unscrewed the screws on the frame, removed the running board and running belt, and then got to the motor, drive screw, control panel, electronic controller, and display screen. With each component he removed, he uploaded it to the Taodao hole. The first treadmill took a long time to dismantle, taking over an hour due to the lack of light. However, the second one was much faster, taking just over 40 minutes. Just as Yu Yuan was preparing to forge ahead and dismantle the third treadmill, he suddenly noticed something on the street below in his peripheral vision. What is that? Yu Yuan turned his head to look and saw 3 cars approaching from the distant Xianglong Avenue. They were coming from the 4th District. The binoculars were already out, and as he zoomed in, he quickly saw the 3 cars turn into the Opera House. Hidden by the building, the cars disappeared. However, Yu Yuan's heart sank. He opened the virtual map and quickly traced the route of the 3 cars from the 14th District into the 4th District, then to the 5th District, and finally to the 1st District. The identity of the visitors was already clear: the Black Shield Police Department. Only they would dare to travel so boldly at night, especially since the 4th District was not far from the 1st District. But who could be visiting? The first person that came to Yu Yuan's mind was Loris. Checking the time, it was now 10:05 p.m. He hoped they would leave soon. Yu Yuan did not want any other factors to affect his carefully laid plans. With that thought, he worked even faster while occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Nightingale. By the time he finished dismantling the 3rd treadmill and uploaded it to the Taodao hole, it was already 10:30 p.m. He took out the binoculars to look towards the Nightingale, but still saw no sign of the 3 cars leaving. Yu Yuan hesitated. According to the plan, he should be preparing to head to the Nightingale now. But with people from the Black Shield Police Department around, he was reluctant to take risks. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yuan made a decision. He would wait for another hour. If those people had not left by then, he would have to go to the Nightingale to check the situation. With a plan in mind, Yu Yuan no longer hesitated. He left the gym and headed to the adjacent entertainment center. His target was the esports gaming room, as he still needed to collect some wires for optimizing the generator. And other electronic components would also be very useful, such as CPU chips, which would be materials for making the spiritual collector later. Collecting these supplies was quite simple. All the power cables in the esports area were collected, and the computer hosts were all dismantled, with the electronic components placed into the magician's ring. In less than an hour, Yu Yuan left the land hotel. However, this time he did not enter the sewer, but pretended to be an ordinary refugee carrying a messenger bag as he walked towards the Nightingale. When he got close to the opera house, he did not go directly inside, but hid around the corner. Yu Yuan took out his binoculars to observe the situation at the opera house, frowning slightly. Strange, where did they go? Did they enter the underground parking lot? From the outside, the situation at the Nightingale tonight seemed no different from yesterday. Just as Yu Yuan was about to bravely go in to take a look, a bright light suddenly appeared at a corner of the opera house. Yu Yuan immediately shrank back behind the wall and saw 3 heavily armed Wasteland war vehicles slowly driving out of the underground parking lot, leaving the opera house and quickly heading towards the 4th District on Jin Xianglan Avenue. They really had gone to the underground parking lot. Regardless, the departure of the Black Shield Police Department relieved Yu Yuan. Without further delay, and seeing that it was nearing midnight, he had to hurry to get down to business. He looked around, crouched down, and quickly walked toward the opera house. Just as he approached the opera house, light shone on him from the gap in the door, causing his body to tense slightly. He sensed a hint of threat, but continued forward nonchalantly, while his peripheral vision swept towards the nearby shadowy corners and the few windows on the 2nd floor, which should be the security personnel of the Nightingale. Yu Yuan pretended not to notice anything and walked straight to the door. Yesterday, he had already learned the details of entering the Nightingale from a refugee. So when he pushed open the slightly ajar door and saw 2 women in maid outfits, he intentionally displayed a bit of awkwardness and caution, while his gaze towards the 2 maids revealed unabashed desire. The maids were evidently already accustomed to this kind of situation. 2 burly men with weapons appeared behind Yu Yuan. One of them scrutinized Yu Yuan for a moment before raising an eyebrow and asking, "Hey, I've never seen you before. Who introduced you here?" Chapter 75, The Eastern City S Brothel. A different view, 10 o'clock. Ching Ching, hey, I've never seen you before. Who introduced you? Yu Yuan glanced at the weapon in the other person's hand, covering his crossbody bag and revealing an awkward smile. It's Nick introduced me. The burly man nodded slightly, looking at the crossbody bag in Yu Yuan's hand. Since that's the case, do you know the rules? I know a bit. 1 unit of food as an entrance ticket. Yu Yuan awkwardly smiled and took out a bag of instant noodles from his bag, handing it to the burly man. TSK. The burly man nodded slightly and then opened the passage, looking at one of the maids. Take him inside and properly introduce him to our projects here. Then, he looked at Yu Yuan, showing a warning expression. Since Nick introduced you, you should know the rules here. Don't cause trouble. Understand? Understood. Understood. All right, go. Yu Yuan immediately followed the maid forward, his gaze never leaving the maid's alluring figure, occasionally scratching his crotch, appearing impatient. Watching Yu Yuan leave, the burly man showed a disdainful expression and ignored him. The corners of Yu Yuan's mouth also slightly curved up, but soon, he continued to greedily look at the maid in front of him. The Nightingale organization is indeed impressive. Just this maid's figure is top-notch. No wonder it has become a place of pleasure in Block 14 and even the entire Eastern City. Do you want to go to the hall or the private room? How about I accompany you? The maid suddenly turned to look at Yu Yuan, a hint of provocation in her eyes. Yu Yuan's appearance was not bad, and with his height, he was far from being comparable to the scavengers in the Wasteland. Even if he had deliberately dressed up, he couldn't hide his looks. The maid, well experienced, naturally saw Yu Yuan's difference at a glance. The hall or the private room. Yu Yuan naturally knew the difference between the two, but he pretended not to understand too well. Can you introduce the difference? What are the prices? Is Ching Ching here? I want to find Ching Ching. The maid pouted upon hearing this, seemingly not surprised that Yu Yuan wanted to find Ching Ching. Shrugging, she said, "All right, if you want to find Ching Ching, then you can only go to the private room. You'll pass through the hall on the way to the private room, so you can see it for yourself." After finishing, she glanced at the crossbody bag in front of Yu Yuan, stopped talking, and turned to continue leading the way. The two quickly arrived at a redemption counter. The maid pointed at Yu Yuan and said, "Looking for Ching Ching, referred by Nick." Ching Ching? A man with a beard looked over. "Did you bring supplies? 3 pieces of gold jewelry or 10 portions of food or equivalent other supplies." Yu Yuan took out several smartphones from his bag, all of which he had collected earlier. "Are these smartphones enough?" The man took the phones and handed them to someone behind him. Yu Yuan then noticed that behind him was actually a workbench, and a young man began to disassemble the phones as soon as he received them. In no time, the phones were completely disassembled, revealing the internal motherboard structure. After carefully inspecting, the young man nodded slightly at the man. Worth 7 portions of food. The bearded man looked at Yu Yuan. You still need 3 portions of food or equivalent supplies. Yu Yuan thought for a moment and reached into the crossbody bag to take out 2 memory sticks. Is this enough? The young man inspected them and confirmed that the memory sticks were intact, but still shook his head. Not enough, still 1 portion short. Yu Yuan took out a hard drive and handed it over. Is this enough? Enough. The bearded man nodded and handed Yu Yuan a red token. Give me all the weapons on you. Weapons cannot be brought in. When you leave, use the token to claim them for me. Yu Yuan showed a slight hesitation. The man became a bit impatient. Hurry up, no one cares about your junk. If you're unwilling to hand over your weapons, you can't go in, and the supplies you brought 1T be returned. I'll hand them over. Yu Yuan took out a dagger from his waist and handed it over. The man took the dagger and checked Yu Yuan again. This time he nodded at the maid. Take him in. I'll notify Ching Ching on my side. Go. The maid said and walked inside, with Yu Yuan closely following. Then the two entered a hall. Despite Yu Yuan having seen countless scenes and been through many big occasions, being there in person was still captivating. Wow, what a big scene. The hall was divided into several areas, each with its own activities. Some were playing games, some were opening blind boxes, some were squeezing through holes in walls, and some were sitting in 1 square meter small boxes waiting for customers. Not only women, but there were also men. Various styles were present, simply exhilarating. When they saw the maid bringing someone in, they all showed eager looks, frequently glancing at the crossbody bag on Yu Yuan. The maid quickly led Yu Yuan across the hall to the private room area. The private rooms were actually small rooms, each only about 3 or 4 square meters, with just a single bed. Some rooms had already started to sound with combat, and it was quite intense. Finally, the maid pointed to a room and said, "Go in. Ching Ching will be here soon. She asked yours for tonight." After saying that, she turned and left. As the maid left, Yu Yuan's gaze greedily lingered on her alluring figure until she disappeared from sight. Then he closed the door. His expression turned clear as he listened to the intense sounds of conflict outside the room, deep in thought. Just along the way, he had seen at least 20 armed personnel ensuring the safety here, and the number of scavengers entering here far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the number of scavengers in Eastern City was much more than he had previously seen. It was more likely a result of the Black Shield Police Department's intentional actions. Only in this way could there be enough people entering the Nightingale, using supplies obtained at the risk of their lives to exchange for pleasure. In other words, under the deliberate creation of the Black Shield Police Department, the Nightingale had already become a den of iniquity in Eastern City, relying on the deterrent power of the Black Shield Police Department and sufficient internal armed protection, which was enough to dispel most people's concerns. Coupled with the numerous men and women providing sensual services, those scattered supplies in Eastern City and even other blocks would converge into the hands of the Nightingale in this way. What a good strategy. Yu Yuan sighed inwardly. A crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the private room. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a somewhat attractive woman, carrying a strong smell of cheap perfume, walked into the room and closed the door tightly. The woman wore a noticeably worn-out short skirt, the color having faded, yet she was still very alluring. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, looking somewhat anxious and furtive, but upon seeing Yu Yuan, her eyes brightened, and she quickly revealed a professional smile. "Big brother." A voice that sent shivers down Yu Yuan's spine came from the woman's mouth, making him shudder involuntarily. "Big brother, is this your first time here? How do you want to play? I'll accompany you tonight." Yu Yuan looked at the woman in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Are you Ching Ching?" The woman's expression stiffened slightly, but soon she revealed a professional smile again, already leaning against Yu Yuan like a soft snake. "Big brother, who accompanies you is still accompanying you, right? Tonight." But before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was suddenly pushed open. A petite woman entered the room, looking at the woman sitting next to Yu Yuan with a very bad expression, pointing her finger and directly cursing. "Stinky bitch." Chapter 76. Elimination of Indulgence Card Passion. Ching's secret, Nina. You filthy bitch, here you are again, stealing my clients. Get lost. Hearing this, the woman who had entered earlier froze for a moment, then revealed a mocking and indifferent expression, puffing out her ample chest as she looked over. TCH, Ching. Hear the clients decide who to choose. Don't you want to hear the client's opinion? Saying this, the woman once again shot a flirtatious glance at Yu Yuan. Ching also turned her gaze to Yu Yuan, her previously furious expression now somewhat anxious. Yu Yuan looked at the two women's gazes and smiled. Are you Ching? He asked, looking at her for confirmation. Yes, I am. Do you remember when Nick came last time? Yu Yuan's question clearly caught Ching off guard. Her expression froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, saying eagerly, I forgot the specifics, but it was about half a month ago. Getting the answer he wanted, Yu Yuan pointed at Ching and said, You stay. Oof. The flirtatious woman snorted coldly and walked toward the door, but just 2 steps in, Yu Yuan grabbed her arm. What are you doing? A cold glint flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes as he pointed to the woman's waist. You can leave, but leave my stuff behind. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed drastically. She shook off Yu Yuan's hand and tried to leave. However, she didn't expect that just as she turned around, she would be met with a slap. Smack! The loud sound of a slap echoed in the room as Ching slapped the woman across the face, then grabbed her hair and pulled it up while her other hand was already rummaging at the woman's waist. A memory stick appeared in her hand. You dirty bitch. Stealing from clients, you're finished. Ching's tone was filled with excitement. I didn't. Ching, you're finished. How dare you hit me? The woman's voice became frantic. Bang! The door was flung open with force, and 2 men with unfriendly expressions looked inside. What the hell is going on? Is someone causing trouble? One of them raised a weapon, aiming it at Yu Yuan. What the hell? Yu Yuan thought he had stumbled into a Wasteland version of a scam, as they came in aiming at him without asking anything. Fortunately, at that moment, Ching waved the memory stick in her hand and looked at the newcomers. 5th brother. Nina not only stole from my client, but was caught red-handed. Upon hearing this, the man called 5th brother took the memory stick from Ching, glanced at it, and then tossed it back to Yu Yuan. He then coldly glanced at Nina. Daring to break the rules, take her away. The men behind him immediately grabbed Nina and turned to leave, while Nina kept begging for mercy, until the voices faded away. Ching finally exhaled a breath of relief and looked at Yu Yuan. Her face clearly showed anxiety and fear, and after a moment of hesitation, she pulled out half a cigarette from her bra. Lighting it, she took a puff herself before reluctantly handing it to Yu Yuan. Here, this is to thank you for choosing me. If I don't get any more clients, I'll be in trouble. Yu Yuan looked at the half cigarette and shook his head slightly. I don't smoke. Then tonight, you'll be mine. Although surprised that Yu Yuan didn't smoke, which was rare for such a good thing, she still nodded gently. Yes, before closing time, I'm yours. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, I can play some exciting games with you, but it can't be too much since those are extra charge services that shouldn't be seen. Yu Yuan glanced at the time. There were only 4 hours left until closing at 5 o'clock. He thought it best to complete the indulgence card task first. He immediately looked at Ching and opened his right hand. Since that's the case, let us start. Show me your service level. You want to be disappointed for sure, Ching said as she began to get into character, giving flirtatious looks. As she lifted Yu Yuan's shirt, she instinctively took 2 steps back, pointing at the vividly depicted ram's head tattoo on his chest, her eyes filled with fear. What is this? Yu Yuan's mouth twitched, and his expression became somewhat stiff. Damn, I forgot about this. He immediately put his shirt down. It's fine, no need to take it off. Let us continue. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Ching quickly adopted her professional attitude and continued with the flirtation. I have to say, Ching's business skills were impressive, and Yu Yuan experienced a level of excitement he had never felt before. Once again, Yu Yuan heard that exotic BGM and the sound of the fate card snapping. The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Indulgence card rock level elimination successful. Fate points 1. Indulgence target passion 1 passion. What passion? When Yu Yuan opened his eyes, he directly opened the virtual screen to check the information. Passion description. The indulgence target is very satisfied with your performance and is very willing to have long-term communication with you. This is her invitation. Function. Indulgence targets favorability increased. Trust level increased. Desire for communication increased. This. Yu Yuan looked at the introduction on the screen, multiple thoughts flashing through his mind, his eyes slightly brightening. The indulgence target is very satisfied with your performance and is very willing to have long-term communication with you. This is her invitation. It can actually be like this. His mood was somewhat complex. Is there still a way to play like this? But Qingqing's two very statements were enough to explain the situation. He was also quite surprised by his performance tonight. It was already 2:30 in the morning. Hiss! I didn't even notice how much time had passed. A state name flashed through his mind. Sufficient kidney qi. So that's why. Terrifying. Yu Yuan could clearly feel that when Qingqing looked at him, her gaze had changed significantly, becoming much more affectionate. His excited emotions began to calm, and rationality and calmness regained control of his brain. He knew that Qingqing's change was due to the influence of passion. Everything was just a transaction. Yu Yuan glanced at Qingqing, his eyes narrowing slightly, thoughts swirling. Now that the indulgence card had been successfully eliminated, he should take advantage of the last time to complete the second purpose of this trip. Before long, he already had an idea. He got up and approached his bag, reaching into it for cover, pulling out a silver bracelet from the magician's ring. In the astonished gaze of Qingqing, the bracelet was already on her wrist. This. Yu Yuan covered Qingqing's mouth with his hand and said in a low voice, "When you came in just now, I sensed that your emotions were a bit off, seemingly very anxious and fearful, as if you were afraid of something. This bracelet is a gift for you." Qingqing looked at the bracelet, her brows slightly furrowed, and her gaze toward Yu Yuan held a hint of scrutiny. Yu Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't you tell me what is making you anxious and fearful? It might help, right?" The room fell silent. He no longer urged or spoke. The two just looked at each other. Suddenly, Qingqing let out a laugh. "Forget it. I knew you weren't that simple. Whatever your purpose or plan is, it has nothing to do with me. Since you helped me today." Qingqing's face showed a hint of hesitation. But in the end, with a sigh, she looked at Yu Yuan. "Hold me." Yu Yuan was confused but still walked over. Qingqing leaned her head close to Yu Yuan's neck and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Have you ever seen a snake that is 2 to 3 meters long?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan was greatly shocked. Chapter 77. The Mutated Giant Snake Lilith. The complex components of Nightingale. Have you ever seen a snake that is 20 to 30 meters long? Although Qingqing's voice was very soft, it sounded like thunder in Yu Yuan's ears. If this had been before today, he might not have felt anything about this statement. But he had just seen a more than 10-meter-long king cobra in a video on Ning's phone. Now, hearing Qingqing's words, he felt differently. He tightened his grip around Qingqing, and his head lowered. "Where did you see it?" Yu Yuan's voice remained steady and powerful. Qingqing didn't expect that the man in front of her actually didn't think she was talking nonsense. This feeling left her slightly stunned. She raised her head to look at Yu Yuan, and when she saw the serious yet slightly solemn expression in his eyes, she was also taken aback. The feeling of this man, now, was completely different from before, but for some reason, she felt a strange sense of reassurance in her heart. Since that's the case, Qingqing didn't know why, but the man in front of her gave her a sense of trust. After hesitating for a moment, she finally revealed the secret that had been weighing on her for days. "Right in this building. That day, when I went to the bathroom, I accidentally heard something crawling in the hallway outside. I peeked through the door crack and ended up." Her voice began to tremble. "I saw a very thick, giant snake crawling through the hallway. That snake was so long. I don't know exactly how long, but it was definitely at least 20 to 30 meters. At this point, Qingqing looked up at Yu Yuan, stroking his cheek. "I'm telling the truth. I was so scared at the time that I didn't dare to make sound. I stayed in the bathroom for a long time before I dared to go out. But there was nothing in the hallway. I originally thought it was just an illusion, but the hallway had a peculiar stench, and when I was about to go back, I saw a clear scratch mark on the wall. I absolutely wouldn't mistake it, because before I entered the bathroom, there were no scratches there." Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How can you be so sure that the scratch on the wall was left after you entered the bathroom?" "Because I have the habit of touching the wall while walking. As I walk, I look at the extension of the wall, which makes me feel alive." Qingqing's tone suddenly became serious. "So, I'm sure that scratch definitely wasn't there before I went into the bathroom." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan stopped speaking, and the two just held each other. After a long time, Yu Yuan gently spoke up. Have you seen a black sun pattern? Black sun? What is that? Qingqing asked in surprise. It's a black circle, but the first impression it gives is black sun, just like a solar eclipse. Have you ever seen this pattern on anyone else? This time, Qingqing thought for a while before gently shaking her head. No, I really didn't pay attention to that pattern. I usually stay confined to the dormitory and partitioned areas. I can't go anywhere else, and each area is guarded. Yu Yuan wasn't too disappointed by this. Discovering clues about mutated creatures was already a surprise. Then you can keep an eye out for that pattern. It might be related to the snake you mentioned. Qingqing slightly nodded at Yu Yuan's words. After understanding Qingqing's fear, Yu Yuan began to inquire about the matters he was most concerned about. Are you talking about the Friss enforcers? Qingqing looked at Yu Yuan curiously, seemingly not understanding why he was asking about them. Yes, and before I came here today, I saw people from the Black Shield Police Department coming over. Do you know who they are? Qingqing released Yu Yuan, her brows already furrowed. What are you trying to do? Aren't you a refugee? Why are you asking about this? Yu Yuan shook his head slightly. Some things can be very dangerous if you know them. Saying this, Yu Yuan took out a gold ring from his bag again. These were trophies he had found in Mahada's backpack, and he hadn't expected to use them here. He handed the ring to Qingqing. Consider a trade. You use the supplies to resolve your current situation, and I get the information. After that, you can act like you don't know anything. Looking at the gold ring in her hand, Qingqing pondered for a few seconds before biting her lip. She quickly grabbed the ring and tucked it into her lingerie. After giving Yu Yuan a glare, she leaned in close and gave him a hard squeeze. All right, what do you want to know? Hurry up and ask. Yu Yuan winced at the squeeze, thinking to himself, tough girl. However, knowing he had successfully handled Qingqing, he realized time was pressing and immediately asked, I heard Friss is close with your leader. Where do they usually go? And who are the people from the Black Shield Police Department that came tonight? Do you know? That's nonsense. Who said Friss is close with Lilith's mother? That's pure nonsense. Qingqing replied disdainfully. That bald guy, is he even worthy? He's just responsible for the safety here. But Mei Jie indeed has a thing with him. The people who came tonight seem to be important figures from the Black Shield Police Department, but I don't know. Mei Jie? Who is she? And who is Lilith? Yu Yuan pressed, sensing there seemed to be a significant misunderstanding here. Lilith's mother is our Nightingale's leader. Although we call her mother, she's only in her 30s. We rarely get to see her. Mei Jie is one of the sisters who helps Lilith's mother manage us. I've seen her getting cozy with that bald guy several times. Every time that guy sees us, he gets touchy. If it weren't for Lilith's mother keeping him in check, who knows what would happen? Yu Yuan instantly understood, but immediately asked the next question. So what do you mean by Friss being responsible for safety here? He is an enforcer from the Black Shield Police Department. This is just a refugee organization. How could he be responsible for your safety? Besides, isn't Nightingale secretly supported by the Black Shield Police Department? Why is the Lilith's mother you mentioned able to make Friss so wary? Qingqing looked at Yu Yuan in surprise. I'm getting more and more curious about your identity. But you're right. Knowing too much is dangerous. All right, this is the last question. Once I answer, you need to leave quickly and pretend these questions were never asked. Yu Yuan nodded. No problem. What you said is all information we deliberately spread. This isn't a refugee organization. The Black Shield Police Department is only responsible for our safety. We all fall under Lilith's mother's control. As for the rest, I don't know. All right, I've told you enough today. Don't say it was me who told you. Hurry and leave. I need to go back and rest, you troublemaker. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan also realized it was time for him to leave. Okay, you help me keep an eye on the identities of the people from the Black Shield Police Department tonight, and whether Friss has any residences nearby. Help me keep an eye on it. Next time I'll trade you supplies again, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. But after thinking for a moment, she slightly nodded. I can only do my best. No guarantees. Understood. You assess the situation as needed. When Yu Yuan picked up his weapon from the exchange point and returned to the opera house entrance, it was already nearly 4 o'clock. Someone was preparing to leave with him. The moment the other party saw Yu Yuan, they immediately became defensive and stopped in place. Clearly, they had no intention of leaving with Yu Yuan. In response, Yu Yuan merely glanced at the person lightly and left the opera house under the watchful gaze of the burly man. After discerning the direction slightly, he vanished into the darkness. What he didn't notice was that a gaze had locked onto him the moment he appeared, and even until his figure completely disappeared, it remained staring blankly, with deep eyes. It wasn't until a new figure walked out of the opera house that the gaze was finally withdrawn. Chapter 78. Organizing plans, upgrading the old newsstand magazine display rack at the hideout. Generator level 2, treadmill, generator room. Under construction, optimizing time, 3 hours. Yu Yuan looked at the rare generator that had finally started optimizing, a faint smile on his lips. It wasn't too easy. After 2 nights of effort, he had finally gathered all the materials. Only he had a positioning watch and a virtual map, which allowed him to directly locate the required resources on the map and go collect them beforehand. Otherwise, trying to find the necessary materials for construction in this vast neighborhood would have been a gamble on luck, with a geometric increase in danger. Opening the Tao cave, Yu Yuan spent 10 survival points to buy 6 kilograms of grass from Meow Meow, and then sat in front of the fireplace to make breakfast for himself. After a few days, the players had fluctuated between life and death, and now the price of grass in Tao cave had stabilized at 5 survival points for 3 kilograms. Everyone seemed to have accepted this price. Although he had been busy all night, his spirit and stamina were still good, and he didn't feel particularly tired. As he let the fireplace heat his food, he opened the virtual light screen to plan his next steps. First, he opened the facility's management log of the hideout. With the optimization and upgrade of the generator level 2 treadmill generator room, starting, other facilities in the hideout could also upgrade to electrical facilities. Kitchen, water collection, lighting, bathroom. Yu Yuan checked the construction materials for these facilities one by one and realized that many materials had been unknowingly collected, with the amount he already possessed accounting for nearly half of the total upgrade materials needed. This was undoubtedly good news. Yu Yuan estimated that if he focused on collecting materials, he could upgrade all existing facilities within a maximum of 23 days. Additionally, there was the construction of the defensive flamethrower. The high-pressure gas cylinders and metal nozzles needed for this defensive facility had already been collected during the exploration of the Olai's Hotel. Now, he just needed to gather 20 sets of pressure relief valves, springs, metal pipes, 9V batteries, and resistance wires to complete the construction. However, he only planned to build 10 flamethrowers for the anti-air shelter's defensive traps. 10 flamethrowers would be enough to turn the anti-air shelter into a deadly furnace, reserving the remaining 10 sets for backup. He also needed to select the locked doors for the escape passage in advance, which could be constructed directly once the Stargazer Observatory was completed. As for fire doors and firewalls, Yu Yuan looked at the construction list. Perlite boards, galvanized steel plates, fireproof ceiling strips, closers, rebar. He could also start collecting those. Yu Yuan listed all the materials needed for upgrading the facilities. This would be his main task moving forward. His gaze swept over the crazy planting slots placed in the corner, and his eyes brightened slightly. Right? He could also start planting vegetables. Although the quantity in the planting slots was small, if they grew quickly, he could ensure fresh vegetables every few days. Now that he had planting slots and fertilizer, he just needed to find suitable soil and vegetable seeds. When it came to vegetable seeds, Yu Yuan searched for them in Tao Cave. However, he found that none of the vegetable seeds were cheap. The prices were acceptable, but it would be better to search the city first. Yu Yuan continuously organized his plans in the hideout's memo and also recorded information about the nightingale. The large snake that Qing mentioned, which was about 20 to 30 meters long, could only be the one from the underground experimental base at the John Kazoo in Yu Yuan's mind. But that was a mutated creature controlled by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, and now it appeared in the nightingale. Although Yu Yuan couldn't be sure it was the same one, the likelihood of 2 giant snakes existing in one city was very low. Moreover, the complex relationship between Nightingale leader Lilith and the Black Shield Police Department made it hard for Yu Yuan not to connect Lilith with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Could it be that Nightingale was actually an organization established together with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society and the Black Shield Police Department? This thought flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He still had to wait for news from Qing. Speaking of Qing, Yu Yuan had also considered whether she might betray him. After all, the things he had inquired about before were clearly motivated. He admitted that it was a bit risky, but to understand the internal situation of Nightingale, Ching was the most suitable candidate. Plus, under the influence of passion, the risk factor remained within a controllable range. Of course, there was also the most important reliance, which was interest. Ching was not doing well in Nightingale, and he could provide her with resources and enhance her value. As long as she wasn't extremely foolish, she wouldn't choose to betray him. But anything could happen. Therefore, he didn't plan to take risks over there in the coming days. After eating, it was now 5:45 a.m., and Yu Yuan felt he still had energy. He opened the Destiny card and prepared to check the new Destiny gifts. With the strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society surfacing, Yu Yuan increasingly felt that the East City was unfathomable. A few gang forces were already troublesome. And now, there was another organization connected with both the Aurora Animal Assistance Society and the Black Shield Police Department, the Nightingale. He felt that East City was a den of dragons and tigers. The more he learned, the more terrifying it became. And he understood why those old players looked worried when they mentioned the urban area. If it weren't for the Destiny card, he might have died long ago. The Destiny gifts were undoubtedly the fastest way for him to enhance his strength. As the Destiny proverb appeared and then dissipated, 3 options emerged on the screen. Choose one of the 3 Destiny gifts below as a gift from Destiny upgrade. Old newsstand to magazine display rack function. Receive 13 free newspapers daily, which may contain some information and have a chance to provide additional items that require survival points to purchase. Choo-Choo's homemade earth spray function. Automatically load 2 rounds of ammunition daily when attacking from behind. The first bullet causes the enemy to become rigid and triggers a turnback effect, while the second bullet triggers a fatal attack effect. Protagonist's sound system function. A unique BGM appears daily. When the music plays, you will receive special status enhancement, lasting for 3 minutes and 24 seconds. The old newsstand could actually be upgraded. A look of surprise flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he ignored options 2 and 3 and directly chose the first option. Old newsstand upgraded to magazine display rack. Placed in the hideout, please check it yourself. As the prompt ended, Yu Yuan didn't even bother to check the Destiny card draw and directly looked towards the old newsstand. A 5-tier wooden display rack was already standing there. Chapter 79, Bronze Extravagance Card, Sniper Training Notebook. This is the magazine display rack. Yu Yuan looked at the walnut-colored magazine rack in front of him, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Intelligence? Yes, intelligence. He immediately glanced at the time. Still 10 minutes until 6 o'clock, but his heart was already impatient. I wonder what intelligence today will bring me. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his gaze to the virtual screen, having neglected to check the fate card he drew earlier. However, when he opened the fate card page again, a green hue caught his eye. This time's fate card, Extravagance card quality. Bronze level, the player must complete 1 non-survival related extravagant act within 7 days, consuming 150,000 resources. Otherwise, the player dies. Note, why not expand your hideout area? It only costs 450,000 survival points. The Bronze Extravagance card is here. Yu Yuan looked at the introduction of the fate card, feeling incredibly fortunate to have a third method to eliminate the Extravagance card. Is this the difficulty of a bronze-level fate card? It really wants me dead. If the task difficulty of the Bronze Extravagance card is this high, then the task difficulty of other cards must be astronomical. He silently cursed in his heart. Fortunately, he previously obtained a rare item, Starry Sky Mirror, which only requires collecting 50,000 survival points to build a Starry Sky Observatory, perfectly eliminating this Bronze Extravagance card. This time, the task time is 1 week. If that's the case, I still need to find free safe house, but I can also take 2 paths. With such a long time, I can gather 50,000 survival points just by scavenging. However, I need to carefully consider my choice of resources. While he was thinking, the time had already reached 6 o'clock in the morning. When Yu Yuan came back to his senses, 2 newspapers and a notebook had already appeared on the magazine display rack. New items have arrived. He got up and walked to the magazine display rack, first picking up the notebook, and a message popped up on the virtual screen. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to purchase this intelligence item? Yes. Even though Yu Yuan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. So expensive. But then he smiled. The more expensive, the better. The high price means high quality. After a few previous purchases, Yu Yuan had a lot of trust in the items gifted by fate. Whether it was the initial map of East City District, Green Forest City, or the later insider cards and thought cards, they had all greatly benefited him, with the value gained far exceeding the cost by several or even dozens of times. This notebook is a no-brainer purchase. He immediately chose to pay. As 1,000 survival points were deducted, a line of text appeared on the notebook in his hand. Sniper Training Notebook. Sniper Training Notebook Quality. Bronze Author. Mori Description. This is a sniper textbook published by the legendary sniper Mori, compiling his training notes over the years. Readers of this book can gain sniper shooting knowledge, with a small probability of comprehending the skill. Precise shot. Normal. And a very small probability of comprehending the skill. Deadly Sniper. Excellent. Wow, a skill book? It can work like this? Yu Yuan quickly flipped through the notebook in his hand, eager to see if he was the legendary protagonist and could directly comprehend an excellent level skill. Unfortunately, after flipping through it twice, there was no reaction, clearly a bit of wishful thinking. However, even so, Yu Yuan was very satisfied. 1,000 survival points. Even if he only learned some sniper techniques and methods through reading this notebook, it would be worth it. I knew it. The items gifted by fate are definitely worth their weight in gold. Closing the notebook, he turned his gaze to the two newspapers. One was still the Green Forest City Daily, and the other was a newspaper called Agricultural Knowledge Report. Yu Yuan picked up the Agricultural Knowledge Report. It contained only one news article titled, New Star of Protein Farms. Mealworm farming is quietly sparkling a green agricultural revolution. Quality, rockin' people's traditional impression, farms raise pigs, cows, and chickens. But in many modern agricultural bases today, rows of neat plastic trays contain thousands of golden larvae wriggling in bran. These are mealworms. They are a highly potential, super sustainable protein source, and their nutrition exceeds everyone's imagination. Little worms, big nutrition. Mealworms, scientifically known as yellow mealworms. Testing shows that their dry matter protein content is over 50, rich in. At the same time, they also contain abundant healthy fats, mainly unsaturated fatty acids, with a dry matter fat content of 25-35, various vitamins, such as B vitamins, and minerals like iron, zinc. The nutritional structure is comprehensive and balanced, comparable to a nutritional concentrate pack. The low-carbon model of animal husbandry. Mealworms produce almost no methane or other greenhouse gases during farming. They can produce a large amount of high-quality protein by feeding on agricultural waste, such as bran, vegetable peels, and dried leaves. They require very little space for farming, can be raised in a vertical rack system, consume almost no drinking water, and are highly cost-effective. The growth cycle of mealworms is relatively fast, generally. They can grow in a larvae ready for consumption in just 14 weeks, providing significant economic benefits. A new emerging food for humanity. Roasted or fried mealworms have a crispy texture. Alternatively, they can be ground in a powder, mealworm powder, and added to various food productions, greatly enhancing the nutritional value of the products. Famous agricultural scholar Professor Dale stated, "The mealworm revolution has painted a greener, more efficient, and nutritious future for us." Mealworms? Yu Yuan looked at the newspaper thoughtfully. If the hideout wants to develop, planting and breeding are necessary stages, just like he is now. Although he temporarily has no worries about food and clothing by plundering resources from thugs and refugees, he always feels a sense of crisis. He can survive like this for a month or two, but what about a year or two? Resources will eventually run out, and true self-sufficiency is the solution for survival. He had previously planned to try planting vegetables, precisely for this reason. As for animal husbandry, he originally planned to find a time to bring back that group of Kurdish sheep. As long as he allocated a space in the air raid shelter, it should not be a problem. But now, the emergence of this mealworm news has given him a new idea. Compared to sheep, mealworms are undoubtedly easier to raise. They consume less, grow quickly, require little space, and make almost no noise. Moreover, their nutritional value is far superior to that of lamb. They are simply the ideal breeding organism. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. Compared to lamb, the taste and psychological barriers of mealworms are not trivial. After pondering for a while, Yu Yuan put away the newspaper. This is interesting. Perhaps I could give a try, or a dual approach would also be good. Chapter 80 Regional Events. Mysterious religious ritual. The magazine display rack brought Yu Yuan a different surprise. Whether it was the sniper training journal or the agricultural knowledge report, both allowed him to touch upon new fields of intelligence acquisition. He set the agricultural knowledge report aside and upgraded the worn-out news rack. Upgrading was indeed the right choice. With a slight sense of emotion, he picked up the last newspaper, the Green Forest City Daily. He wondered what kind of surprise the upgraded City Daily would bring him. As he unfolded the newspaper, Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. There were actually 4 news articles with clear writing, which was a new historical high. Green Forest City Daily date, Wasteland calendar day, 12 weather, sunny to cloudy, wind force level 3 temperature, 1724 publisher, Wasteland Destiny newspaper agency. District news section, quality, rock level danger level. Medium at 1:13 a.m. today, a malicious attack occurred near the southern coastline of our city, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 serious injuries. According to our reporter's investigation, the victims were thugs from the Iron Anchor Shipping Company. The 7 of them had just completed a cargo ship escort mission and were preparing to return to base for rest when they were attacked by a monstrous fish that sprang from the sea. Survivors described the monster as huge, with a lantern-like organ on its head and sharp fangs. It possessed mimicry abilities in the ocean, and in an instant, it killed 2 of their companions. With the timely help of patrolling officers, they barely managed to drive the monster away. Other information about the monster is currently unconfirmed, and this newspaper will follow up on the situation. District Life News quality, rock level danger level, low at 4:14 a.m. today. A homeless person was brutally murdered at 34 Huashi Lane, 14th District, East City. According to our reporter's investigation, this homeless person had previously killed 3 survivors, captured and raped 4 women, selling them to the Nightingale organization, and betrayed companions 3 times, having a notorious record. This is the second incident of a homeless person being tortured to death recently. When the homeless person died, their tendons in hands and feet, as well as the 5th limb, were severed, with both hands bound behind their back, kneeling in a posture of repentance. The murderer cut the homeless person's carotid artery and inserted the weapon into their heart. A line of text was also written on the floor in front of the homeless person. Go to hell and repent. District Life News quality, rock level danger level, low at 2:41 a.m. today. 7 scavengers were brutally killed near the Moonpool Square, 8th District, East City. According to our reporter's investigation, the true identities of the 7 were actually members of a slave-catching team hidden in the thug prison, responsible for abducting survivors in the district and providing intelligence support to the thug prison. The identity and motive of the murderer are still under investigation, but the possibility of other forces being involved cannot be ruled out. Please stay tuned for follow-up news. Yu Yuan looked at the news content on the newspaper, his mouth twitching. This was hardly a city daily. It was almost a death note. And what was last night about? A death celebration? Upon careful calculation, there had been murders in the east, south, and west directions of the 13th District, almost as if they were circling around him. Was it really that terrifying? However, Yu Yuan glanced at the second news article. 14th District, Huashi Lane, 4:14 a.m. He opened the virtual map to check, and he seemed to have seen the name Huashi Lane before. Sure enough, among several alleys adjacent to Jingxianglan Avenue, he saw the name Huashi Lane. In 34, Huashi Lane was indeed towards the direction of Jingxianglan Avenue. But what caught Yu Yuan's attention the most was that Huashi Lane was less than 500 meters away from the Opera Building where the Nightingale was located. His mind flashed back to 2 hours ago when he left the Opera Building and encountered that homeless person. I left the Opera Building around 4 o'clock. That person was walking behind me, which means they left after 4 o'clock. Yu Yuan had a feeling that the homeless person who died in the newspaper was very likely the one who left after him. As this thought emerged, Yu Yuan's heart sank. However, this person actually came from the 11th District to the 14th District. Speaking of which, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society seemed very interested in him. This thought flashed through his mind. As for the other 2 news articles, the one Yu Yuan was most interested in was the news about the Iron Anchor Shipping Company on the West Coast. It mentioned an escort mission, which meant that the Iron Anchor Shipping Company should control the port and dock area of Green Forest City, as well as the southern coastline. This was unlocking a new city area. Could that monstrous fish also be related to the underground experiments of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society? Based on the existing information, Yu Yuan speculated. Today was only the first day of having the magazine display rack. He needed to observe for a few more days to summarize the patterns. However, even so, the gains had already exceeded Yu Yuan's expectations. He noted the intelligence in a memo at his hideout, and after putting away the newspaper, he took out the laptop. At this moment, the computer was fully charged, and with the startup sound, it quickly entered the control interface. A message appeared on the screen. Please verify your identity. Yu Yuan. What? Verify identity? How do I verify it? Ninja didn't say anything. Yu Yuan frowned at the laptop, his gaze finally locking onto the position at the bottom right corner of the keyboard, where there seemed to be a sensor. A sensor? Since Ninja left a backdoor, he wouldn't overlook this. Yu Yuan thought of something and immediately got up to fetch Ninja's phone. After removing the phone case, he indeed saw a chip the size of a fingernail on the back of the phone. As the chip approached the laptop sensor, the computer screen was unlocked, and a line of text appeared in the center of the screen. Welcome, Observer Ninja. The USB drive found in the safe was plugged in, and a new folder quickly appeared. As the file opened, a mechanical prompt sound rang in Yu Yuan's ears. Ding! High-value resources detected. Ding! Triggering key nodes. Read the John Keck Zoo evaluation report. Obtain underground experiment data from John Keck Zoo. Understand and witness human live experiments in the underground laboratory. Have fought or witnessed the religious ritual involving mutated animals. Meet the conditions to unlock regional event and obtain regional event. Mysterious religious ritual. Reward: 2,000 survival points. Unlock. Regional event permissions. Achievement unlocked. Special event trigger achievement points gained. 300 points. Hideout ranking updated. Current rank 8499, 100 ranked. Yu Yuan merely glanced over the hideout ranking improvement information and focused on the regional event information. Survival regional event lightly lit up, and Yu Yuan clicked to view as the event information unfolded before him. Chapter 81 Reward. Unknown title Route Area Event. Mysterious religious ceremony event level. Silver danger level. High introduction. Safety observer Ninja, while investigating John K. Zoo, realized that it was a cover for an underground laboratory conducting animal mutation experiments. All of this pointed to a mysterious organization, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Through his covert investigation, he gradually figured out the situation of the underground laboratory at John K. Zoo and organized the intelligence. But just as he was about to leave, he discovered that the underground laboratory was seemingly conducting not only animal mutation experiments, but also more shocking human live experiments, witnessing the entire process firsthand. During this process, Ninja also found that the Aurora Animal Assistance Society seemed to be associated with some kind of religious ceremony and planned to continue the investigation. However, his movements were detected by the security forces of the underground laboratory. Fortunately, Ninja was well prepared and had retained the intelligence in advance. Requirements: explore John K. Zoo and find the entrance to the underground laboratory. Explore the underground laboratory and find the samples of the agents used by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society for animal mutation experiments and human live experiments. Observe and master the process of the religious ceremony conducted by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Master the hidden clues behind the religious ceremony. Reward: unlock the title route. Yu Yuan stared blankly at the introduction information that appeared on the virtual light screen. It was actually a title route. As the initiator of 2 title routes, Yu Yuan naturally knew the value of this reward. Moreover, the unlocking of this title path required completing a regional event with a silver level and high danger level. Just from the difficulty of acquiring the title, Yu Yuan could already guess how powerful this title route was. But this regional event would not be easy to complete. Yu Yuan sighed deeply. None of the 4 requirements for the regional event were simple, and he didn't even have the qualifications to complete the first requirement, let alone entering John K. Zoo. He couldn't even get close to it. Last time at the Olais Hotel, he was about 300 meters away from the zoo and was discovered by that cloaked figure and the raven. At that time, More than 30 members of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had left the zoo. At least in the short term, Yu Yuan wouldn't approach John K. Zoo. Closing the virtual light screen, Yu Yuan turned his attention to the computer screen. He still needed to see what kind of intelligence Ninja had in the computer that could trigger the regional event. As a result, the more he looked, the more horrified he became. Although he already knew about the tricks inside John K. Zoo, he didn't expect it to be this insane. Almost the entire underground of the zoo had been hollowed out. On the surface, it was still a zoo, but underground it was filled with various precision instruments. What was even more surprising was Ninja himself. The computer not only had a detailed regional map of the surface area of John K. Zoo, but there was also a structural map of the underground laboratory. It was clear that Ninja had put a lot of effort into investigating this matter. All the maps were in 3D format, allowing for a comprehensive view of the building structure information. Each map also specifically annotated detailed information about various areas, such as holding area, testing area, dissection medical area, office area, armed security area. Looking at the map information on the screen, Yu Yuan checked while his positioning watch had already synchronized and scanned these maps. After reviewing the map information, the next thing was a large number of photos of experimental animals and the conditions of the experiments. The more Yu Yuan looked, the more he felt something was wrong. This doubt had actually existed for a long time, but now, looking at the intelligence in the computer, it only intensified. Who exactly was Ninja? And how did he manage to obtain so many highly classified experimental materials? Moreover, it seemed that he had entered the underground laboratory more than once. To gather this much classified information and to have access to the underground laboratory multiple times, it was impossible without being an internal staff member of a laboratory. Furthermore, this internal staff member's rank couldn't be too low. Doubts rose in Yu Yuan's heart. However, he could only suppress these questions for now and continue checking the data, among which the information about the experimental animals caught his attention. Experimental Subject X, 171. King Cobra, Spiritual Factor Level, Medium Mutated Characteristics, Gigantism, Scaled Armor Mutated Abilities, Venom Spitting, Thermal Vision Weakness. Internal organs are still fragile, can enhance internal organ reinforcement. Control Resistance, Low Spiritual Adaptation Candidates. Phase Bab, Iwa, Delhi, Lilith Med. Experimental Subject X, 124, Raven, Spiritual Factor Level, Low Mutated Characteristics, Gigantism, Claw Reinforcement Mutated Abilities, Observer Insight, Perception Sharing Weakness, Low Physical Strength, Weak Perception System. Control Resistance, Low Spiritual Adaptation Candidates, Green Clothes. Experimental Subject X, 078. The computer had information on about 5 or 6 experimental animals. These materials were likely taken secretly, and the photos were somewhat blurry, but it didn't affect the viewing. The reason Yu Yuan noticed this type of information was that he saw a familiar name on it. Lilith, the Nightingale leader, was also called Lilith. Recalling Ching Ching's experience of seeing a giant snake crawl by, all the clues connected together. The previous speculation was validated. It really was the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. As for the information about the raven below, Yu Yuan speculated that it should be the one that appeared that night at the Olai's hotel. This also resolved one of Yu Yuan's doubts, which was how that cloaked figure discovered him when he was over 300 meters away. Now it was all clear. It must have been that he was observed through a telescope and was detected by the raven, and the cloaked figure, sharing sensory perception with the raven, naturally discovered his presence immediately. This led to the subsequent Raven airstrike. He had simply underestimated Yu Yuan's adaptability at that time. No wonder a single stun grenade rendered the Raven immobile. Being sensitive in perception was both its strength and its fatal flaw. Yu Yuan recalled the battle at that time. Speaking of which, those 2 grenades should have caused considerable damage to the Raven. As for whether it was dead or not, that was hard to say. After thinking for a moment, although he felt that the possibility of killing the Raven was high, he still needed to consider it a threat until its death was confirmed, as the observer perception ability was somewhat too beyond the standard. Just as Yu Yuan was reviewing the data, the Generator Level 2 running generator room also completed its optimization upgrade. Chapter 82 Trading, High Explosive Shell Production Blueprint. Ding ding ding. The alarm on the positioning watch rang, waking Yu Yuan from his immersion in computer data. He suddenly realized that a considerable amount of time had passed. Turning off the alarm, he looked towards the direction of the generator and saw that a separate room had appeared away from his hiding place. This was the generator room. Upon arriving at the door of the generator room, he saw 3 treadmills neatly arranged inside. Although the room was small, it did not feel cramped. The neatly arranged wires connected the treadmills with the vehicle charger, car energy battery, motor controller, and battery in an orderly manner, and there were safety configurations in place. There was even a safety electricity use warning slogan on the wall. Beside the energy battery, there was a power display screen showing that the initial power left was only 0. For kilowatt hours, Yu Yuan immediately stepped onto a treadmill and began to jog slowly. Although the treadmill looked simple, he found that each treadmill was firmly fixed to the ground, and the body was specially reinforced, making it quite sturdy. Like the foot power generator, the treadmill could also control the charging speed by adjusting the running speed and incline. Since this was his first attempt, Yu Yuan chose the normal mode. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sound of running echoed in the room. Outside the generator room, Mimi had finished eating grass and was leisurely lying down. Hearing Yu Yuan's running sound, it slowly approached the door of the generator room. Mimi. When Yu Yuan heard the sound and turned around, he saw Mimi tilting its head to look at him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. He immediately waved. Mimi, come up and try. Thus, in the generator room, a person and a sheep began to run together. During this time, Yu Yuan occasionally encouraged, "That's it. Keep it up, Mimi." When Yu Yuan woke up from his sleep, it was already 6 in the afternoon. He closed his eyes and stretched out his limbs, feeling better than ever. He got out of bed and went to the generator room, only to find that Mimi was still running on the treadmill, frowning slightly. He clearly had told Mimi to leave the treadmill before sleeping. When did it come back to charge? He didn't want Mimi to exhaust all its energy here since he needed to go out to search for supplies tonight. It wasn't until he saw that Mimi was stable and not even panting that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, Mimi's physique exceeded his imagination, and he had worried unnecessarily. Looking at the reserve power that had reached 3 kilowatt hours, Yu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Mimi's physique was simply that of a divine power generator. There would be no shortage of power in the future. Mimi, the power is enough for now. Take a break and eat something. Hearing Yu Yuan's voice, Mimi stopped running, still in good condition, showing no signs of having run for several hours. After preparing some grass for Mimi, Yu Yuan began his routine check of the chat channel in Tao Tao Cave, but there was nothing noteworthy. Just as he was about to close the page, a suddenly pinned trading item caught Yu Yuan's attention, and he instinctively straightened his body. High explosive shell production blueprint quality, ordinary production requirements. Level 3 crafting table, high explosive powder, steel, brass damage type, chemical explosion, shockwave. Fragment kinetic energy main effect, large area damage, explosion, destruction carrier, cannon, tank, grenade launcher, 40 millimeters, rocket launcher, etc. Power level, lethal trading requirement, a complete set of fully automatic lethal weapons, in good condition, with spare magazines, and 200 rounds of ammunition or 3 lethal throwing weapons. Upon seeing the trading requirements, Yu Yuan did not hesitate at all. MP5 submachine gun 1, spare magazine 1, 200 rounds of 919mm bullets. He immediately selected to trade. The time from when the blueprint was listed to when it was taken down did not exceed 3 seconds. It was so fast that many players didn't even see the specific information before the trade was completed. Yu Yuan, however, paid no mind to that, took the high explosive shell production blueprint from his mailbox, and finally let out a sigh of relief. What a great item! This blueprint meant little to most players, and it was even less important than a piece of food. After all, to make use of this blueprint, you first needed to have weapons capable of carrying it and the materials for production. What did it say? Cannon, tank, grenade launcher, rocket launcher. Are these weapons something an average player can possess? Some people have never even seen these weapons, let alone buy them. The entry threshold is too high. This might also be why the other party was willing to trade this blueprint for a set of firearms. A blueprint that cannot be used in hand, no matter how precious, is just a piece of waste paper. Only high-ranking players would buy this blueprint, which was also Yu Yuan's reason for rushing to trade. Not to mention, at least the grenade launcher or rocket launcher could definitely be found at the Black Shield police station. It just depended on how he would get his hands on them. Yu Yuan added the blueprint to the crafting table list, and his action plan now had an additional task: to find a way to obtain a grenade launcher or rocket launcher. Yu Yuan thought of Carmen. He wondered how the thought card had affected him. But anyway, tonight's exploration mission still had to continue. After quickly replenishing some food and drink, Yu Yuan left the hiding place with Mimi. His task tonight was to collect supplies, not only for upgrading the facilities in the hiding place, but also any high-value supplies available at Tao Tao Cave. District 6, Faline Avenue. As the sun set, the sky began to darken. Yu Yuan slowly pushed up the manhole cover and checked the situation outside. After confirming everything was safe, he left the sewer and slipped into the Green Forest Financial Center Tower. The ground of the first-floor hall was littered with shattered glass and several corpses that had been dead for an unknown amount of time. Yu Yuan found the floor guide sign and quickly memorized the floor divisions. The 15th floor of the Financial Center Tower was the financial hall, while from the 6th floor upward, it could be considered an office building with various companies, high-end restaurants, medical beauty hospitals, and so on. The variety was quite rich, and the supplies that could be found here were also relatively abundant. Raising his positioning watch, the virtual map also displayed the internal architectural structure of the Financial Center Tower. The Sorame Samsung restaurant is located on the 12th floor. Let's go there first. The materials for upgrading the kitchen, bathroom, and water collector can all be found in this restaurant. If luck is on his side, he might even find leftover food. However, Yu Yuan did not have high expectations for finding food. Additionally, the restaurant kitchen was also an excellent resource point for obtaining metal hoses. Metal hoses are generally used at gas and water connection points, and the restaurant kitchen undoubtedly meets all these conditions. After confirming the direction, Yu Yuan ran upwards. Brothers, here are 3 chapters for today. Please add to your bookshelf, follow for updates, urge for updates, and give good reviews. Support with love for free. Moi. Chapter 83. Recipe. Rosemary grilled lamb chops. Refugee ambush. Stainless steel soup pot transaction completed. Survival points 300. Frying pan transaction completed. Survival points 200. Stainless steel basin transaction completed. Survival points 100. Fruit knife transaction completed. Survival points 1000. Cutting board transaction completed. Survival points. The notification of completed transactions kept ringing in Yu Yuan's ears, but he paid no attention to it. At this moment, he was crouched beside the toilet in the restaurant's restroom, struggling to twist the metal hose. After removing the metal hose, he finally sighed in relief. The 8th one, just 2 more, and I can meet my minimum requirement. This floor was indeed the right choice. After tidying up the metal hose and withdrawing all the survival points he had just earned, Yu Yuan almost laughed out loud when he saw that he had made 2,000 to 3,000 survival points in less than 2 hours. In the urban area, as long as one adapted to the pressure and environment here, making money was actually quite simple. It wasn't even necessary to search for high-value supplies. Just finding a random building, scraping some dirt, and picking up scrap was definitely worth it. Especially in buildings like this one, under the watchful eyes of the Black Shield Police, refugees and scavengers would only take the food they needed, leaving behind everything else that was inconvenient to carry. Just like him, after entering the 12th floor and finding this high-end restaurant, it was clear that it had already been looted. The high-end drinks in the restaurant were shattered or taken, and the liquor cabinet was completely empty. Even the kitchen was the same, with food supplies basically looted clean. But pots, bowls, and similar items were scattered everywhere. For players living in the wilderness, especially those who were somewhat new, these items could greatly improve their quality of life. Therefore, when these items were listed in Tao Tao Dong at a slightly lower price than usual, the response was quite good. Yu Yuan's goal was to quickly clear the inventory and gather survival points. He couldn't take everything from this restaurant, so quickly selling off the items he didn't need was the best way to maximize profit. After putting all the kitchen utensils that hadn't been listed before up for sale, he prepared to leave the restaurant. However, he discovered a slightly ajar door between the kitchen and the dining area, which was easy to overlook if not examined closely. Pushing open the door, he found it was actually a separate office area, divided into small spaces. Each area had a sign: finance, operations, kitchen management, store manager. But like the outside, this place had also been visited before, with various documents and reports scattered all over, mixed with broken cups and footprints. Yu Yuan walked into the room, carefully searching for any potentially useful supplies. Intact cups, staplers, paper clips. Just as he picked up one piece of paper, he saw unusual information. Recipe: rosemary grilled lamb chops, quality, excellent function. After use, gain a calming emotional effect, recover 10 stamina within 1 hour, and reduce physical consumption by half. Materials required: lamb meat 1, fresh rosemary 34 stems, garlic. Production steps. Would you like to learn this recipe? Note: this recipe can only be operated manually and cannot be directly made through kitchen. It can be done like this? Yu Yuan was a bit surprised, but looking at the detailed steps on the recipe, although he had never cooked before, the steps were so detailed that it was almost like feeding the food directly into his mouth. It should be quite simple. If it's to be done, then let us do it. After all, the effects of this recipe are quite good. Yes. As Yu Yuan confirmed his choice, the recipe in his hand disappeared. On the kitchen page, in addition to food production, a new page recipe appeared. Opening the recipe, the dish, rosemary grilled lamb chops, prominently appeared on it. After checking the entire office area and confirming there were no other valuable supplies, he proceeded to the next floor. Around 5 a.m., Yu Yuan, carrying a full load of supplies, rode back on his sheep, returning to his hiding place. This time was not bad. He earned 6,000 to 7,000 survival points just from selling supplies overnight, and he had also gathered all the materials needed to make a flamethrower. Once he returned, he could upgrade the level 3 kitchen, level 2 water collector, and level 2 warehouse. Finally, it wasn't in vain. Looking at the full list in Tao Dong, Yu Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment, and the Oxford backpack he carried on his back also gave him a sense of security. Just as he returned to the ladder exit, his gaze suddenly froze, and the smile on his face turned cold. His eyes were fixed on a corner of the ladder exit. The warning trap he had set earlier was gone. In the next moment, the sheep had completed its equipment with Yu Yuan, and he dropped the Oxford backpack on the ground, holding the AK-12 in his hands. As he turned off the flashlight, the entire sewer was engulfed in darkness. Silence, a deathly silence. In low-light vision, Yu Yuan could still see some vague scenes in the sewer, but there were no signs of intruders. He stealthily approached the vicinity of the ladder exit, directing his gaze toward the air raid shelter. A stun grenade was already in Yu Yuan's hand. After pulling out the safety pin, he threw it into the ladder exit. The moment the stun grenade was thrown, Yu Yuan immediately distanced himself from the exit, turned around, covered his head, closed his eyes, and covered his ears in one motion. He heard a startled shout from the air raid shelter. "Be careful." Then came the strong flash and explosion produced by the stun grenade. Boom! In a confined space, the power of the stun grenade increased geometrically, especially in a narrow passage of the air raid shelter. One could say that if the stun grenade exploded in close proximity, no matter what protective measures you took, it would be useless, not to mention a group of unprepared people. When Yu Yuan stood up, shaking his head, he couldn't help but grimace. Although he had hidden in the sewer and protected himself, avoiding the direct impact of the stun grenade, he still felt some effects, but fortunately, it wasn't significant. Yu Yuan climbed up the ladder, but did not go up directly. Instead, he peeked out and quickly withdrew. After several attempts without being attacked, he could see the situation inside clearly. Only then did he push off with his feet and leap onto the air raid shelter. As the flashlight turned on, he saw 2 refugees lying on the ground, blood flowing from their eyes, ears, and mouths, no longer breathing. The stun grenade had exploded right in their faces, and because of the enclosed environment of the air raid shelter, it amplified the effect of a shockwave. Their internal organs had ruptured under the strong impact, and their eardrums and retinas were all destroyed. They had been literally stunned to death. Further inside the passage, 3 refugees were also lying on the ground, twitching and shaking. Although they hadn't been killed by the shock, they were likely incapacitated. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Yuan only glanced at the 3 before helping them find peace. Continuing deeper, he heard faint groans. Turning around a corner, a refugee was slowly crawling, seemingly trying to escape. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Chapter 84. Building a flamethrower. The joy of hoarding rats after Yu Yuan thoroughly checked the entire air defense shelter layer. He finally confirmed that only 6 vagrants had invaded here, 5 of whom were dead, leaving only the one in front of him. He let out a slight sigh of relief and returned to the sewer, bringing back his Oxford backpack. The vagrant was still dry, heaving and dizzy. He had been far from the ladder exit at the time, and fortunately had hidden behind the corner wall, which saved his life. After binding the vagrant's hands, feet, and mouth, Yu Yuan dragged him to the vicinity of the hideout's main door and tossed him there. He needed to find out where these people came from and how they found this place. "Take off the gear," he said to Mai Mai. Mai Mai looked at him and replied, "If he doesn't cooperate, just kick him." After Mai Mai responded, Yu Yuan entered the hideout and took out all the supplies from the Oxford backpack and the materials on a shelf. Then he opened the hideout's facility management log, starting upgrades for the kitchen, warehouse, and water collector. After looting all the supplies from the 5 vagrant corpses, he threw them directly into the motel's main guest room to dispose of the bodies. Looking at the pool of blood in the air defense shelter corridor, Yu Yuan now felt that the situation was dire. He had carefully checked the hideout, and there were obvious signs of forced entry on the stainless steel waterproof door lock. But clearly, the defense of the stainless steel waterproof door was not something a few vagrants without firearms could handle. As the upgrades for the 3 facilities were nearing completion, the vagrant seemed to regain some consciousness, struggling continuously. The flashlight's beam shone on him, slightly calming his movements, but his body still curled up in the corner, trembling all over. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and pinned the vagrant down with his foot, observing him closely. Could it be shock? He extended his hand in front of the vagrant and moved it side to side. The vagrant looked at Yu Yuan in fear. "Can you hear me?" Yu Yuan asked. However, the vagrant showed no reaction, his gaze fearfully fixed on Yu Yuan. It seemed his hearing was severely impaired, but his eyesight was still fine. Turning back to the hideout, he took out paper and pen. "Can you see this?" After writing those words in the notebook, he placed it in front of the vagrant and pointed at it. The vagrant nodded immediately. "Can you hear me speak?" The vagrant shook his head in confusion. "Tell me, how did you find this place?" With his hands untied, the vagrant shakily began to write. After a while, Yu Yuan finally understood the situation. These 6 people were members of a vagrant organization called Iron Blood Gang, who had come from Block 15, but not through the sewer, rather through the subway tunnel. Recently, there had been rumors of monsters eating people, and the Iron Blood Gang had also suffered heavy losses, so these 6 were looking for a new gang base. Upon entering Block 13, they found a section of wall collapsed in the subway tunnel, exposing an opening connected to the sewer, so they entered to investigate. They unexpectedly discovered signs of human activity in the sewer and followed the traces to this ladder exit, entering the air defense shelter. When they found they couldn't open the hideout security door, they came up with the idea of waiting for someone to come. Yu Yuan, led by the vagrant, entered the sewer, turned a few corners, and found the collapsed section of the subway tunnel. The hole was actually not very large, with a diameter of less than a meter. It seemed the collapse had occurred recently, though he was uncertain of the cause leading to the current situation. However, he had to seal this potential hazard. After identifying the problem, Yu Yuan wasted no time. He brought the vagrant back to the hideout, entered the motel's main guest room, and dealt with him. Then he traded for several large stones to block the opening, took out the remaining quick-drying cement from the magician's ring, and quickly mixed it before pouring it into the seams between the stones and the wall. As the cement gradually filled the gaps, the opening was slowly sealed off. With everything completed, Yu Yuan felt a temporary sense of relief. Although the appearance of the vagrants was an accident, it served as a wake-up call for him. He needed to construct defensive facilities for the hideout as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan immediately returned to the air defense shelter and opened the virtual interface to select the construction of defense flamethrower. He had already gathered all the materials needed for the flamethrower. A mini-map centered on the hideout appeared on the virtual panel, and the areas within a 100-meter radius turned green. These areas were suitable for constructing flamethrowers. Yu Yuan had already considered the positions for the flamethrowers and set them up at 10 key locations on the mini-map of the air defense shelter. The construction of the flamethrowers was very similar to a tower defense game. Each flamethrower displayed its attack range and duration. One flamethrower could spray flames up to 20 meters long for 5 seconds, after which it required a 30-second cooldown before it could spray again. As he confirmed the construction by pressing the button, All 10 locations were enveloped in a green light. Among them was the position of the ladder exit. The air defense shelter had one advantage. All the corridors were relatively narrow. By placing flamethrowers at key positions, 2 flamethrowers could cover a long stretch of corridor. If the flames from 2 flamethrowers overlapped, it would definitely be double the joy. The construction would take 3 hours. By the time Yu Yuan returned to the hideout, it was already 8 a.m. The Level 3 kitchen, Level 2 water collector, and Level 2 warehouse had completed their upgrades. Level 3 kitchen, electric kitchen, function, comfort Level 4, sanitation Level 3, food heating time, -20, food production list, updated. Level 2 water collector, automatic purifier, function, safety Level 2, sanitation Level 2, comfort Level 2, water source can be consumed directly, purifying up to 20 L of pure water daily. Level 2 warehouse, multi-layer warehouse, function, storage space of 6 square meters with multi-layer shelves. Yu Yuan checked each of the 3 facilities one by one. The electric kitchen canceled the effect of increasing indoor temperature, but correspondingly eliminated the risks of carbon monoxide poisoning and fire, which was reasonable. Notably, besides an electric stove specifically for cooking, the electric kitchen also had a facility similar to a T-bar machine. This facility was connected to the water collector, allowing water to be added directly to the kettle through a button for heating, making it very convenient. As for the automatic purifier, although the daily output was significantly reduced, Yu Yuan could accept it as long as it was all pure water. If he needed water for daily use, the bathroom could meet the basic needs. The most surprising aspect for Yu Yuan was the Level 2 warehouse. When he entered the warehouse, not only had its area tripled, but it also featured multi-layer shelves, significantly increasing the available space. For someone like him, who enjoyed hoarding supplies, the size of the warehouse determined how much he could stockpile, and no survival enthusiast could resist the temptation of a large-capacity warehouse. Chapter 85, Low-Altitude Parachuting Operation Guide. After Yu Yuan finished organizing all the supplies in his hiding place within the warehouse, an hour had already passed. On the left side of the Level 2 warehouse was a whole row of firearms and ammunition, while the shelves directly opposite held all the food and medical supplies. And the right side was filled with various collected materials. Leaving the warehouse, he approached the magazine display rack. Today's newspaper had been printed, but there was only one copy, and next to it appeared a thin book. Yu Yuan smiled. After the upgrade, the probability of finding extra items is quite high. Picking up the book, he saw that it still required 1,000 survival points to view, and he immediately made the purchase. Low-Altitude Parachuting Operation Guide, Quality, Bronze Description. This is an operation manual compiled by the Extreme Sports Association to popularize low-altitude parachuting knowledge for extreme sports enthusiasts. Reading this book will grant you knowledge of low-altitude parachuting operations and has a small chance of understanding the skill, low-altitude parachuting basics, normal, and a very small chance of understanding the skill, low-altitude parachuting stunts, excellent. Good book. Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled. If he could comprehend the skills mentioned in it, it might prove to be incredibly effective at critical moments. He put the book away and looked at the newspaper. There were still 4 pieces of news, and aside from one that recorded the date, weather, and publisher's name at the header, the remaining 3 pieces of information were quite interesting. Block news section, quality, rock level, danger level, medium according to this report, at 10:30 a.m. yesterday. The Thug prison finally received a clear statement of cooperation from the burning fortress, but the other party demanded the priority elimination of the Black Shield Police Department, and they have the right to search for loot first. In response, Vice Warden Baku expressed that he had anticipated this because through the investigations over the past 2 days, it has been discovered that the team of Flame Knights left in the E-City seems to be searching for something. That item is suspected to have been seized by the Black Shield Police Department, and he is very interested in what the burning fortress is looking for. He also received a definite piece of news that one of the 3 commanders of the Black Shield Police Department, Rollies, has been leaving the first block alone every night, heading to a certain location in the 6th block from Fillon Avenue. Therefore, he decided to plan an attack on Rollies tomorrow night to eliminate this arm of the Black Shield Police Department. However, considering that this news might be a bait thrown by the Black Shield Police Department, Baku decided to team up with the burning fortress to take action. Block life news quality. Rock level, danger level. Low yesterday. The Dale shelter located between the Songshan station and the Luftong station subway tunnel was occupied by a group of refugees, who temporarily turned it into a gathering point and would rest there for a few days. The shelter's owner, Dale, was also captured by the refugees and was forced to join their organization, although he was reluctant to part with his research results and materials. Dale knew that joining the refugees would surely lead him into an irretrievable abyss, so he planned to find an opportunity to escape after the refugees fell asleep. Block life news quality. Rock level, danger level. Low. Carmen had been searching for the whereabouts of the sewer rat these past few days. He could clearly sense that Rollies' threat towards him was increasing, and his fear of Rollies was growing day by day. However, it seemed that because he was summoned by Director Hogg last time, Rollies dared not openly target him. But the taste of living in fear day and night made Carmen very uncomfortable. He understood that only by clarifying the source of his fear could he be at ease. He finally found out that Rollies goes to a place every night, which is the Spring Water Hot Spring Hotel. He didn't trust the people from the Black Shield Police Department, but he urgently needed help, and the only person he could think of was that individual. Since he couldn't find him, he would have to use other methods. The news that Rollies would pass through Philin Avenue in the 6th block alone every night should have been conveyed to the Thug prison through Hyena's channel. Hopefully, they will act soon. Looking at the information on the newspaper, Yu Yuan's eyes brightened. Carmen is quite resourceful. He didn't expect that thought card to take effect so quickly. And Carmen is quite brave. He actually had a channel to relay information to the Thug prison, if this matter were to be exposed, the consequences. But he doesn't seem like a reckless person. He should have his own backup plan. This means that tomorrow night, the Thug prison personnel will most likely attack Rollies on Philin Avenue in the 6th block. Yu Yuan opened the virtual map and located the 6th block. The image zoomed in, and with his markings, a red line showed the route from the 1st block to Philin Avenue in the 6th block. After pondering for a moment, he looked at another piece of news. This refugee organization should be the Iron Blood Gang that the previous refugees belonged to, and their stopping point was the same as the location he had learned from the refugees. What a coincidence! Since that's the case, it's time to eradicate the threat completely. At 3 p.m., Yu Yuan woke up from bed. This time, there was no alarm to remind him. He woke up on his own. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of the running generator could still be heard in the room, along with the sounds of Mai running around. Mai, take a break. Eat something. After shouting towards the generator room, Mai quickly came out, made its way to its feeding area, and began to munch on grass. Yu Yuan then entered the kitchen, brewed himself a cup of expired coffee, and mixed it with high-energy goat milk to drink. Opening the virtual display, Defense Flamethrower showed that construction had been completed. Defense Flamethrower quality, rare effective range, 20 meters burning temperature, 1100 to 1200 fuel status, 100 killing mechanism, asphyxiation, burning, psychological deterrence on the virtual map. The area covered by the flamethrowers had been marked as a danger zone. With these 10 flamethrowers, the air defense shelter finally had defensive power, and he no longer had to worry about being raided after leaving his hiding place. Finishing the coffee in his cup, he left the hiding place and began checking each flamethrower's trap area. Each flamethrower was camouflaged. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to find them. Only by careful observation could one see the metal nozzles hidden in the brick walls, which were very discreet and quite sinister. The triggering device was set up beneath, and as long as someone stepped on it, it would trigger the flamethrower. This trigger switch was directly connected to Yu Yuan's virtual display under the Hiding Place Defense System Management log. Yu Yuan could control whether the flamethrower traps would be activated through the virtual display. There was no need to worry about his safety when entering the passage. Finally, Yu Yuan checked the flamethrower located at the exit of the climbing ladder and was quite satisfied with the result. With the safety of the hiding place ensured, Yu Yuan entered the hiding place to eat and drink before preparing to leave with Mai. He needed to eliminate the potential threat posed by that group of refugees before dark, leaving no future trouble behind. Brothers, here are 3 chapters for you today. Love you all. Chapter 86, Assassination of the Refugees, Subway Tunnel Connection Passage, 15th block. Yu Yuan arrived at the nearest intersection to the Elsong subway station. After climbing out of the sewer, he quickly slipped into the subway station. As he ventured deeper into the station, it gradually became pitch black. Yu Yuan did not turn on his flashlight, but relied on his low-light vision to feel his way. Although it was his first time here, perhaps due to the block mouse effect, he felt a sense of familiarity. The virtual map unfolded before him, and Yu Yuan looked at the street routes on the map. The tunnel between Elsong Station and Songmu Station should be this one. He gazed at the deep, dark tunnel. According to the previous interrogation of the refugee, their organization had quite a few members, originally more than 20 people. However, 7 or 8 had been eaten by the mutated giant rat, leaving only 17 or 18. After accounting for the 6 he had dealt with, that meant there were only 11 or 12 refugees left in the shelter. As far as this number was concerned, Yu Yuan was indifferent, as among these refugees, only their leader had a revolver. As he approached, Yu Yuan became increasingly cautious and careful. With each step, he meticulously observed the ground to ensure he wouldn't step on anything or a trap that could make a loud noise. Sure enough, just as he was about to take the next step, he halted. His foot hovered in the air before slowly retracting. He crouched down, carefully extending his right hand forward, and felt a taut thin string about 10 centimeters from the ground. This thin string was connected to a bottle standing in the corner. One could imagine that stepping on this bottle would cause it to make a loud, clanging sound against the ground due to the pull of the string, instantly exposing his position. Confirming the presence of the warning trap, Yu Yuan became even more cautious in his subsequent movements. Every few steps, there was another trap. Clearly, this group of refugees had been frightened to death by the mutated giant rat, exhibiting more caution than any refugees Yu Yuan had encountered before. Just as he crossed the 7th trap, a faint yawn emerged from not far ahead. Yu Yuan looked toward that position, but saw no figures. After considering it, he slowly approached. As he got closer, he could hear breathing sounds. It was behind a cover. One person. Yu Yuan glanced at the slightly blurred vision of the tunnel ahead, and he understood. The distance was very close, no more than 2 meters. He slowed his breathing, and a dagger appeared in his right hand. With each step forward, he moved even more slowly and cautiously. Sigh. When will Alan and the others return? A barely audible mumble came from behind a protrusion on the wall, and Yu Yuan's eyes glinted with ferocity. He stepped out swiftly, arriving in front of that person, who was resting against the wall with his eyes closed, completely unaware of Yu Yuan's presence, feeling only a gust of wind sweep past his cheek. However, before the refugee could react, Yu Yuan's left hand was already covering the person's mouth and nose, pressing him against the tunnel wall, while the dagger stabbed down hard toward his heart, then twisted left and right. The muffled groan from the refugee was blocked in his mouth and could not escape, and within a few seconds, the refugee was gone, his body twitching slightly. Yu Yuan maintained his position without moving until after several seconds. He slowly placed the refugee's body on the ground, withdrew the dagger, wiped the blood clean on the refugee's clothing, and continued to advance. This refugee should have been the last line of defense. There would be no more warning traps ahead. Yu Yuan had only gone a few more meters when he discovered a closed iron door. Feeling along the wall and the iron door for what seemed to be scratches made by knives or axes, he opened the virtual map. Lacking detailed blueprints of the subway tunnel, he could only roughly confirm his location using the block map. Yu Yuan believed this should be the shelter mentioned in the newspaper. He checked the other side of the tunnel again, but found no other sentry refugees, only several arranged warning traps. He had basically confirmed that the remaining refugees were behind this iron door. There should still be 10 or 11 people inside. Gently pulling the iron door, it was smoother than he had imagined, making no particularly loud noise. Clearly, the owner of this shelter had maintained the iron door very well. Passing through the iron door, he entered a deeper passageway, with a sign hanging on the wall indicating it was a connection passage. He finally heard voices coming from deep within the passage, from a room that had a flickering firelight. He approached slowly. "Please don't burn my books. They are the result of my life's research." "Damn, old man, don't be so shameless. After this, you'll come with us and eat well. No need to keep these bugs. What good are these books? Don't disturb me while I'm trying to start a fire. Get out of the way." With the sound of something crashing, an old man was thrown out of the room, falling into a corner, only to turn and make eye contact with Yu Yuan, who was slowly approaching. Seeing the dark barrel of Yu Yuan's gun and the gesture for silence. The old man was startled at first, but quickly understood Yu Yuan's intention and realized this was his chance to escape the refugees. Especially when he saw the dark barrel turn toward him. He immediately stopped looking at Yu Yuan and slowly retreated, revealing the room's entrance. "Brothers, hurry up and eat. The second brother hasn't come back all night. After we finish eating, we'll go look for them. Big brother." The second brother and the others wooed have found a good place and forgotten about us, right? A sneer echoed in the room. "With those 2 broken knives he has. How do you think we got this food and drink? It was taken with the gun in my hand." Laughter erupted in the room. "All right, go bring that old guy back. That monster has eaten quite a few of our brothers. It's not easy to find someone to replace them. Old man, don't think about running. Get back in here." A refugee stepped out of the room, looking at the old man lying on the ground. But as he stepped out of the door, he instinctively noticed a dark shadow on the left side of the passageway. He looked over. As a result, swish, thud, the crossbow bolt had already pierced through the refugee's throat. The refugee clutched his neck, staring in disbelief at the shadow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his body fell. The old man, who had originally been on the ground, reacted quickly, swiftly rising to catch the falling body of the refugee. "Please, let me go," he cried as he dragged the refugee into the passage and reopened the door. Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan watched the old man's skilled movements, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Good guy, this old man has quick reflexes." And once again, sounds emerged from the room. Chapter 87. Resolving the refugees. Professor Dale, cultivation of mealworms mad. Why are you dragging an old man around for so long? Come on, go check on someone. Just as the words left his mouth, a round object was thrown into the room from the corridor, followed by a heavy bang. The door was slammed shut. "What's going on?" As the sound echoed in the room, it abruptly disappeared after an explosion. When the door was pushed open again, Yu Yuan walked into the room and saw the refugees lying on the ground. One by one, they were clutching their heads, foaming at the mouth, some rolling their eyes, while 2 others were still able to make some groaning sounds. But they all had their heads blown off by Yu Yuan. After everything was over, Yu Yuan counted the numbers, and, along with the refugees he had killed with his crossbow, there were a total of 11. He found the gun dropped by the refugee leader on the ground before returning to the corridor. The old man was still holding his head, groaning in pain. Although the explosion sound was mostly blocked by the closed door, he was still significantly affected by the surprise, which was precisely Yu Yuan's intention. "Can you hear me?" Yu Yuan maintained a safe distance, pressing his AK-12 against the old man. The old man looked at Yu Yuan, and it was obvious he was not in good condition. But he seemed to have suffered no serious harm, only showing a puzzled expression at Yu Yuan. "I said, can you hear what I'm saying?" "I can hear a bit, but it's not clear," the old man replied intermittently. Hearing this, Yu Yuan directly reached behind him and handed the old man a copy of the agricultural knowledge report from the magician's ring, shining a flashlight on the article. "Is it you?" The old man followed Yu Yuan's finger and, upon seeing the report, Yu Yuan could clearly sense his body tremble slightly. He took the newspaper, rubbing his right hand over the article. Yu Yuan did not rush him, just quietly watched while maintaining a distance of over a meter, his gun aimed at the old man. It was evident that the old man was reading the article with great seriousness. After a while, he finally looked up at Yu Yuan, his expression filled with emotion. "I never expected to see this report again. It feels like a dream." It was clear he had confirmed his identity. He was indeed Professor Dale mentioned in the report about mealworm cultivation. With the other party's identity confirmed, Yu Yuan's gaze towards him changed slightly. Seemingly sensing Yu Yuan's stare, Dale gave a wry smile, pulled out a security razor blade from his sleeve, and tossed it on the ground, the sharp edge glinting coldly under the flashlight. "I originally planned to find an opportunity to escape." After saying this, without waiting for Yu Yuan to respond, Dale voluntarily removed his clothing for Yu Yuan to inspect. Only after confirming that Dale had no weapons did Yu Yuan put away his weapon. "Professor Dale, I just heard your conversation. It seems you're still cultivating and researching mealworms?" "Yes, to be honest, it's precisely because of the mealworms that I have survived until now." Yu Yuan felt a surge of interest. It was rare to find a normal person, and he naturally wanted to know some questions. "By the way, what exactly happened in this city? Why has it become like this?" Dale shook his head slightly. "I don't know. At that time, I was in the lab conducting a critical experiment when I suddenly heard explosions, shouts, and gunfire outside. There was chaos everywhere, and I didn't dare to go out. Dale seemed to fall into memories. I originally thought that soon there would be military and police restoring order, so I stayed hidden in the lab. But even after a week, there was still no sign of order being restored. Instead, there were continuous sounds of fighting every day, and people acted as if they had gone mad, looting and killing everywhere. Realizing the situation was dire, I took advantage of the darkness to hide with supplies and eventually found this place. Later, I managed to return to the lab, but it had already been searched. However, I had taken all the food long ago, and I didn't pay attention to the experimental equipment, materials, and mealworms, which gave me a chance to bring them all out. Yu Yuan listened to Dale's account, analyzing the information within. Professor Dale, are you saying that initially there was very intense fighting in the city? Do you know what forces were fighting? Dale shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. I don't know. I only know that it was very intense, with machine guns and rocket launchers being used. About how many forces were involved? Probably. I only know there were many. I'm not clear on the specifics. Yu Yuan pondered Dale's words. What could have happened to trigger such battles? But it was clear that Dale couldn't provide more information, and Yu Yuan asked his most pressing question. Professor Dale, do you still have any mealworms now? No, all the larvae have been eaten by them. Dale pointed to the scattered golden worms on the floor. No, I mean mealworms that can be cultivated like eggs. Dale was clearly taken aback. What do you mean? I think the article you published makes a lot of sense, especially in the current environment. Mealworms are definitely a sustainable food source, so I want to cultivate some. Additionally, I would like to consult with you on how to cultivate mealworms. Upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, Dale's eyes were filled with suspicion. Are you saying you want to cultivate mealworms yourself and won't take me with you? Yu Yuan shook his head. I'm not interested in you. I'm only interested in mealworms and their cultivation methods. If you teach me how to cultivate mealworms, consider it my reward for saving you. How about that? Dale's eyes flashed with contemplation. Is it that simple? It really is that simple. This was the truth. Yu Yuan had no interest in Dale, and bringing him back to his hideout would only be an unstable factor. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, Dale sighed in relief, and his smile became much more sincere. All right, I'll teach you how to cultivate mealworms, but there are indeed no larvae left. And the next batch of larvae will take about 3 days to hatch. That's fine. You can first teach me how to hatch the larvae. That's also part of cultivating mealworms, right? Dale looked around the blood-stained room and nodded. He led Yu Yuan into another room in the corridor. These rooms were originally maintenance and equipment rooms in the subway station, but had been transformed by Dale into mealworm cultivation rooms and a makeshift shelter. Dale brought Yu Yuan to several cultivation boxes, looking at his creations with a smile. Cultivating mealworms is actually quite simple. Chapter 88, Mealworm Feed. Goodbye, Marcel. It had been 4 hours since Yu Yuan left Dale's place. The magician's ring had also produced a box of worm eggs and a complete set of insect breeding equipment. According to Dale, mealworms are actually quite easy to cultivate. You just need to control the temperature, humidity, and food, and the mealworms will take care of the rest. As for the corpses of the refugees here, that will be left to Dale to handle. With the threat of the refugees eliminated and unexpectedly harvesting mealworms, Yu Yuan had no intention of continuing his exploration and quickly returned to his hideout. On the way back through the sewers of Block 15, Yu Yuan kept an eye out for any signs of the mutated giant rat. He was always thinking about how to deal with this menace. However, that creature had clearly become much more cautious after the last attack, no longer resting in one place, but rather moving around, making it quite troublesome. This also indicated that the mutated giant rat was not lacking in intelligence. He returned to his hideout without incident and set up a breeding area for the mealworms. According to Dale, this batch of mealworms would take another 34 days to hatch. The number of worm eggs Yu Yuan brought back wasn't much, as he considered the practical situation of his first incubation. This batch of worm eggs was just an experiment for him. The real bulk was still with Dale. In a few days, he would have to visit Dale again to bring back a batch of fully hatched mealworms, which would be the foundation of his true cultivation. Yu Yuan had also considered the possibility of Dale running away. Bringing back a batch of worm eggs in advance was a precaution against such an occurrence. Looking at the well-placed mealworm eggs, a smile crept onto Yu Yuan's face. although they were just mealworm eggs. It had to be said that they were indeed a rare treasure in the Wasteland. They were highly adaptable, required minimal breeding conditions, had very low food consumption, produced a high yield, and had great nutritional value. They were practically the chosen food of the post-apocalyptic Wasteland, especially in terms of supplementing protein and fat, outclassing all types of meat. Now he could be considered to have started becoming self-sufficient. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan's gaze turned toward the kitchen. If this continued, the level 3 kitchen would no longer be sufficient. He opened the kitchen construction list in the virtual interface. To maximize the nutrition of the mealworms, there was only one way, which was to dehydrate them, meaning he needed to find a way to reduce the moisture content in the larvae. And the simplest method was drying. It turned out that a level 5 kitchen was required for this. In the upgrade list, the level 4 kitchen added a sink, single-door refrigerator, and range hood, while the level 5 kitchen included a steam oven combo, and the refrigerator became a double-door model. However, to construct a level 4 kitchen, he needed a level 3 ventilation and level 3 walls, which clearly could not be upgraded in a short time. So, he decided to find a small dryer first. Although it wouldn't have facility enhancements, it would be more than enough for just drying. Yu Yuan knew exactly what he needed at the moment. He immediately came up with an idea. He remembered seeing a small dryer in the kitchen of the woman with the tear mole before. But he had too many items to take at that time, so he hadn't paid attention to it. Now was the right time to bring it back. Coincidentally, he had been there for several days, and didn't know how Marcel's research was progressing. In any case, this was Yu Yuan's first investment, and he was quite hopeful about it. Activating the flamethrower defense, he rode his sheep towards Block 11. After a few days of absence, Casino Avenue appeared even more desolate. Wild grass grew wildly on the lawns in front of the residences. Yu Yuan easily entered the tear mole woman's house and directly packed up the small dryer. After that, he didn't rush to check on Marcel, but instead searched through the houses along Casino Avenue one by one. Last time, he had only searched part of the residences here, and this time was just right to come back. The collection he made yesterday at the Financial Center Tower had opened another window into the Tao Cave trading system for him. Soon, players browsing Tao Cave noticed that one industrial living item after another appeared in the trading bar, and the prices of these items were generally 15 to 20 lower than usual. They knew that the big boss had started making moves again. Some smart players quickly placed orders to buy the items they needed before others could react. Some speculators began to snatch up the usually high-priced scarce items, preparing to sell them at a high price for profit later. Many others watched the items continuously being listed and then bought, wondering who was so aggressive, thinking perhaps someone had infiltrated the city blocks to procure supplies. Players who were closer to the city, seeing the accumulating transaction numbers, felt their previous fear of the blocks begin to wane. In short, when players saw this batch of supplies, they acted according to their financial capacity, choosing the most suitable actions for themselves. Correspondingly, transaction completion notifications kept flashing on the screen, but Yu Yuan only occasionally glanced at them and then ignored them. Instead, he looked at the half bag of flour in his hand with a joyful expression. This was already the third bag. He had probably collected around 10 pounds. The flour had clearly been sitting for too long and was no longer edible. However, when Yu Yuan grabbed the flour and rubbed it a few times to check its dryness, the joy on his face did not diminish. He couldn't eat it, but the mealworms could. Wheat flour was the best food for raising mealworms, but according to Professor Dale, it wasn't necessary to use such precious food to feed mealworms. Bran would be completely sufficient. But the current situation was that expired or unusable flour or grains were easy to find in the city. But when it came to bran, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even Dale had barely managed to get by with the bran he brought from the laboratory, and even so, he had very little left. Therefore, collecting food for the mealworms was also one of the main reasons Yu Yuan came to Casino Avenue tonight. Thus, Yu Yuan continued to collect and sell, and by the time he arrived at Marcel's residence at number 7 Casino Avenue, it was already close to 6 in the morning. The wall of Marcel's house was empty. There were no circles drawn, indicating that Marcel's research was still not complete. Yu Yuan was not discouraged. Although he didn't understand research, he knew that it depended on both skill and luck. He would leave professional matters to the professionals and not worry about it. However, He still walked around the outside of Marcel's residence and then quietly waited in a corner. He didn't have to wait long. Marcel's head peeked out from the door crack. Chapter 89. The Wasteland, Day 14. First encounter with Loris. How did you get here? Marcel looked towards the direction where Yu Yuan was hiding, knowing full well that it was her monitored area and that the other party had come to her for a reason. Marcel's outfit today was quite unconventional. She wore a pair of work overalls and had protective goggles on her head, clearly having been researching when the intrusion alarm summoned her. Without wasting time, Yu Yuan directly asked, "Can you help me make a base parachute?" Base parachute? Marcel was taken aback, looking at Yu Yuan in disbelief before glancing around the environment. What do you need a base parachute for? Are you planning to skydive in the neighborhood? Aren't you afraid of becoming a target for thugs? Not bothering to explain Marcel's misunderstanding, Yu Yuan replied, "It's just a precaution, another means of escape." "Can you do it?" "I need one that is lightweight, can be deployed quickly at low altitude, is easy to maneuver, and can be retracted quickly." Hearing Yu Yuan's request, Marcel's face turned pale. "Stop. You don't mean to say it should have a one-button retrieval function, right?" Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Can it be done? Are you dreaming?" Marcel snapped angrily. "I'm just a craftsman, not your wish-granting pool. If you want to dream, go back to sleep." Seeing Marcel's angry expression, Yu Yuan was momentarily speechless and then shrugged. Okay. So can you make it?" "The other things are negotiable, but the quick deployment at low altitude is a must." This time, Marcel didn't rush to retort. Instead, she pondered for a moment before looking at Yu Yuan. "Let me think of a way. You're lucky. I had a friend who was an extreme sports enthusiast. He was very knowledgeable about low-altitude, skydiving, and paragliding. I helped him modify some gear before. Give me 3, no for days. Come back in 4 days." Upon hearing Marcel's words, Yu Yuan nodded slightly, ready to leave, but suddenly stopped. "By the way, do you know a tailor?" "A tailor? No, I don't." "Why? Are you looking to make clothes?" Marcel asked curiously. "Right, okay, then I'll come back in 4 days." Watching Yu Yuan leave, Marcel's expression tightened as she closed the door and recalled Yu Yuan's earlier words. "A tailor? Sister Mona used to be a fashion designer. Never mind. It's been several days since Sister Mona left, and there's been no news. Sigh. I should at least figure out how to make that parachute. A favor, for a favor." Muttering under her breath, Marcel returned to the underground operation room. After bidding farewell to Marcel, Yu Yuan stopped gathering materials and headed straight back to his hideout. He neatly arranged the supplies he had gathered from Tao Tao Cave in the storage area. Outside the hideout, he looked at the resource recycling bin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Goodness! He lifted a bag of cement from the recycling bin, grinning from ear to ear. I can't believe it worked. The materials that had been produced from the recycling bin in the past few days had been rather ordinary. Yu Yuan had an idea to throw in the pile of cement blocks he had from when he broke the sealed ladder exit, and today it had returned as cement. Although it was just ordinary cement, it still surprised Yu Yuan because he now had materials to upgrade to level 2 walls. Yu Yuan had not upgraded the walls of his hideout before because he wasn't in a hurry. However, to build a level 4 kitchen or other level 4 facilities, the requirements for the wall level began to emerge. Now, he needed to include upgrading the walls in his plans. Building a level 1 wall was very simple. It only required sand, stone, and steel. After purchasing these materials from Tao Tao Cave, Yu Yuan built the level 1 wall in less than 30 seconds. Upgrading to a level 2 wall required cement, steel, and stone. Yu Yuan chose to build it, which would take 30 minutes to complete. All of this was straightforward, but to upgrade the walls to level 3, he would need not only 5 bags of cement and 20 units of steel, but also 50 hollow bricks, which would take some time. As the walls were upgrading, Yu Yuan went to the ventilation area and opened the virtual light screen to select the option to upgrade the ventilation. Do you want to start building level 3 composite ventilation ducts? Yes. As a large batch of materials disappeared, the ventilation ducts began their upgrade, which would take 3 hours. After 3 hours, he would be able to optimize this level 3 ventilation into a geothermal ventilation duct. Looking at the rare optimization path within the level 3 ventilation facility, a glimmer of eagerness flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. This was the first optimization path he obtained for a hideout facility on his first day in the Wasteland, and it was rare. Now, 14 days had passed since entering the Wasteland, and he could finally build this automatic temperature regulating facility. Turning off the virtual light screen, Yu Yuan prepared clean water and grass for Mai, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. The cold water flowed over him, and Yu Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, how did I forget that I need a water heater to upgrade the bathroom? Upgrading the level 3 bathroom to level 4 required heating rods, wires, a water tank, and a control panel, all common components of a water heater. He already had the water tank and control panel, but most of the wires he had collected last time were used to upgrade the generator. So he was still short on wires. Once it reached level 4, he would be able to take hot showers. After taking out today's high-energy goat milk and heating it, he had it with high-calcium biscuits, marking the end of today's breakfast. His food reserves were estimated to last over a week, and he hoped to successfully cultivate this batch of breadworms. With this thought in mind, Yu Yuan approached the magazine display rack. However, today there were no new extra items. Instead, there were 2 newspapers, the new one titled Green Forest Enterprise Star. Yu Yuan checked the content and was drawn to a news headline. Visiting private entrepreneur Mr. Terrence. How to create a warm stay experience for guests with hot springs. Quality, bronze danger level. Low today, we are fortunate to interview Mr. Terrence, the founder and chairman of the Light of Spring Hotel. Terrence. The entire article included 2 interview photos. One was a picture of Terrence himself, and the other was a family portrait. Yu Yuan's gaze immediately locked onto a figure in the photo. It was Frisk, that bald guy. At this time, Frisk was probably only in his 20s, with a relatively full head of hair. There was a noticeable difference from how he looked in the sewers. Without a close look, one might not even recognize him. Fortunately, Yu Yuan had seen a photo of Frisk before the Wasteland in Ning's file, which allowed him to recognize him at a glance. Then Yu Yuan's gaze shifted to the man beside Frisk, who appeared to be slightly older, with deep-set eyes. If he guessed correctly, this should be Loris, the commander of the Black Shield Police Department. Chapter 90, Geothermal Ventilation Duct, Construction Completed. Reading and understanding. In fact, Yu Yuan's guess was very correct. The newspaper not only introduced Terrence and his Spring Waterlight Hotel, but also highlighted his family, particularly the Loris and Freeze brothers. It's unclear if Terrence used financial tactics with the reporters, but the coverage of Loris and Freeze was just as extensive as his own, emphasizing their youth and achievements, as they had become official officers of the East City Police Department in their 20s. The article was quite elaborate. After confirming Loris' identity, Yu Yuan quickly skimmed through the remaining content. It turned out that the Spring Waterlight Hotel was the property of Loris and Freeze. No wonder, as the business built by their father, constructing a safe house, there would be a piece of cake. Understanding this, Yu Yuan's heart raced. He had long coveted the Freeze safe house lead. Now that he had a clue, how could he not check it out? Especially since the mob prison would launch an attack on Loris tonight. Yu Yuan glanced at the time. It was already 6:30 a.m., and he quickly organized his thoughts. The 6th district was adjacent to the 1st district, and there definitely wouldn't be many people from the mob prison infiltrating. They would only act at night. Now that it was daylight, even if they entered the 6th district, they would certainly find a place to hide. Carmen had only discovered Loris' target was the Spring Waterlight Hotel a day ago. The mob prison was unaware of this. Their focus on ambushing Loris would be solely on Philin Avenue. The virtual map was already displayed, with Philin Avenue and the Spring Waterlight Hotel prominently marked in red by Yu Yuan. Looking at the marked points on the map, Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled. He still had a chance. Philin Avenue runs east to west from the 1st district and crosses the entire 6th district, entering the 7th district. The financial center tower is located on Philin Avenue, while the Spring Waterlight Hotel is on Helen Commercial Street. Helen Commercial Street intersects with Philin Avenue to the north, while the south leads directly into the 5th district. The Spring Waterlight Hotel is situated in the middle of the commercial street, less than a kilometer away from Philin Avenue. However, it was daytime, and recklessly exploring would be extremely dangerous. Yu Yuan looked at another newspaper, hoping it would contain information related to this attack. The first news item was still the newspaper header, forecasting rain tonight, with light rain turning to moderate rain around 11 p.m., lasting for about 3 hours. Yu Yuan speculated that the header might become a regular feature of the Green Forest City Daily, and he naturally supported this wholeheartedly. The second news item reported that a homeless person was killed in the 10th district, similarly with their throat cut and positioned in a kneeling penitent posture. Yu Yuan's eyes twitched. This killer was quite ruthless. The remaining 2 items were quite interesting. City Ocean News, quality, rock, danger level, medium last night. A small cargo ship from our ocean's Iron Anchor Shipping Company was attacked by unidentified assailants, leading to intense fighting, which resulted in the ship being destroyed. The commotion attracted an attack from unidentified creatures, forcing the attackers to flee. According to our investigation, the unidentified creature is suspected to be the same monster that previously attacked members of Iron Anchor Shipping Company. Iron Anchor Shipping is outraged over this attack and has vowed to pursue the assailants with all their might. District News Bulletin, quality, rock, danger level, medium at 4 a.m. today. The first batch of the Flame Knights from the Burning Fortress secretly entered Green Forest City. Some hid in the North City, while others entered the 6th District to meet with people from the mob prison at the Dawn Bar, formulating an action plan for tonight's attack on lorries. According to informants, this attack will involve not only 5 suicide bombers from Slave Squad, but also 2 Flame Knights from the Burning Fortress, along with over 20 raiders and 5 Fire Knights. The mob prison and Burning Fortress are determined to succeed in this operation. Their preliminary plan is to carry out a precise explosion on Lorries' war chariot on Philin Avenue. Yu Yuan didn't expect the Burning Fortress people to be involved tonight. However, he was curious about the Flame Knights. What were they? A new type of unit? If so, tonight would be the best opportunity to explore the Spring Water Hotel. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes, pondering. Since the mob prison and Burning Fortress were involved in the ambush on lorries, it would inevitably create a significant disturbance. If they successfully killed lorries, they would immediately choose to flee. But if they failed to kill lorries, or if the Black Shield Police Department arrived quickly, lorries would definitely avoid entering the Spring Water Hotel tonight to prevent drawing more attention to the location. It seemed he needed to head to the 6th District earlier today. At 6 p.m. in the hideout, Yu Yuan closed the sniper training notebook in his hand and rubbed his eyes. Looking up at the roof of the hideout, he was very satisfied with the newly upgraded Level 3 geothermal ventilation duct. When he woke up, it was already 2 p.m., and the Level 3 ventilation duct he built in the morning had been upgraded. He had then proceeded to optimize it. 2 hours ago, with the completion of the ventilation duct optimization, he could clearly feel the temperature inside the hideout rapidly dropping. It was no longer stuffy, but rather exceptionally refreshing. He could even sense a slight airflow in the air. Geothermal ventilation duct, quality, rare function, safety level 5, comfort level 3, indoor and outdoor air circulation speed 40. Indoor constant temperature 1025, outdoor temperature minus 2040. When indoor air is discharged, all odors will be eliminated. It truly was a rare grade facility. And this was just the basic version of the geothermal ventilation duct. In the future, Yu Yuan could enhance the duct by adding low-speed fans, humidity controllers, and other devices to increase its auxiliary effects. At that time, the ventilation situation in the hideout would undergo a revolutionary change. Unfortunately, he still hadn't comprehended any skills, but some sniper techniques could be directly applied in regular combat. Yu Yuan placed the sniper training notebook and low-altitude parachuting operation guide back on the magazine display rack. In the afternoon, after waking up, he had been reading these 2 books. Although the probability of comprehending a skill was low, he felt that mastering some techniques was better than knowing nothing, and he did learn some knowledge from reading. He decided to read these 2 books more often when he had the time, hoping to comprehend skills sooner. Checking the time, Yu Yuan began to put on his equipment, his eyes flashing with eagerness. It was time to head to the 6th District. Chapter 91, The Fry's Safe House, Thrilling Supplies, 14th day in the Wasteland. In the Eastern District of Green Forest City, Block 6, in the sewer beneath Helen Commercial Street, Yu Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. He pushed open a gap in the manhole cover to look outside, where the last rays of the setting sun began to scatter across the street. Not far away was the Clear Spring Light Hotel. Although the hotel was not as large as the land hotels, it was not inferior to the Olds Hotel, and was even more luxurious. The darkness had come earlier recently. There should be about half an hour left. Yu Yuan was quite cautious. He was unsure if anyone was watching this place, but he wouldn't go out before sunset. A faint humidity touched his nose, and Yu Yuan understood that the rain mentioned in the weather forecast was likely approaching. He could see a large mass of dark clouds slowly closing in from the horizon, soon obscuring the sun's last light. Perhaps the darkness would arrive sooner than he expected. At this moment, Yu Yuan was not worried about sneaking into the hotel. Instead, he wondered if the people in the riot prison would change their plans due to the weather. Just as Yu Yuan guessed, when the dark clouds covered the sun, the entire street fell into darkness. The moment darkness descended, Yu Yuan had already left the manhole, crouching low, and quickly slipped into the clear spring light hotel. The rain started as a light drizzle, with real rain expected after 11 o'clock. He had to find a safe house as quickly as possible during this time. Yu Yuan had a clear target, heading straight for the hotel manager's office. In the only photo of Terrence, he was sitting in the manager's office. According to the floor directory, the manager's office was on the 7th floor of the administrative building. Yu Yuan quickly navigated through the hotel using his low-light vision. The Clear Spring Light Hotel, like other hotels, had also been looted and damaged. He could even see holes in the floor left by explosions, indicating that there had been more than one battle here. He soon reached the administrative building, but just as he was about to step up the stairs, he suddenly stopped. Looking around to confirm that walls blocked the view from outside, he then turned on his weak flashlight to examine the ground. There were signs of frequent foot traffic. It seemed he was on the right track. Yu Yuan turned off the flashlight and continued upward, quickly reaching the 7th floor, where he found the manager's office according to the room number. It was locked. Instead of picking the lock immediately, he turned on the flashlight to carefully observe the area around the door. Sure enough, he discovered 3 inconspicuous markers, scraps of paper in the door crack, a hair in the lock hole, and gravel on the doorknob. These items were barely noticeable. Even if one glanced over them, they would likely be subconsciously ignored. This was indeed tricky. The thought flashed through his mind, but the smile on Yu Yuan's face grew more pronounced, because these markers indicated to him that he had found the right place. Uncertain about what was inside, Yu Yuan noted down the locations and directions of the markers and then pulled out the 3 keys from Fry's to find a match. Indeed, one of them was the key to this door. As the lock turned, click! As he twisted the handle, the door slowly creaked open, and the weak light from the flashlight shone through the crack into the room. Yu Yuan observed the situation behind the door, worried about any other traps, but evidently, he was overthinking it. Everything behind the door seemed normal. Only then did Yu Yuan quickly slip into the room and close the door tightly. The time was now nearly 7:30. He rapidly checked the room. This should be where Terrence's family photo was taken, as the room style matched the background in the photo, but Yu Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Where are the supplies? Why is there nothing here? Looking at the empty furnishings of the room, the blow to Yu Yuan was undoubtedly significant. He had strong expectations for this exploration, but reality had slapped him hard in the face. Yu Yuan frowned at the empty room. The desk and storage cabinet contained only some scattered documents and a computer, along with a pile of books on hotel management on the bookshelf wall, and the curtains were tightly closed. But there wasn't even a fallen cookie. Suppressing his displeasure, Yu Yuan did not believe that such an empty room would be worth the cautious protection from Laulis and the others. And he did not believe that Fry's kept the key to this place for sentimental reasons. Understanding all this ignited an even stronger curiosity in Yu Yuan. The virtual light curtain showed the Destiny card, Book of Fate. As the Book of Fate opened, a yellowish card appeared before Yu Yuan, activating Information Card Insight. As the Insight card was activated, the previously empty room suddenly turned gray and white, with red traces appearing on the floor and table. There were shoe prints, handprints. Among them, 2 areas had an unusually high number of shoe and handprints, located at the curtains and the bookshelf wall. Found it. Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew the safe house was hidden in this room. It was actually a secret chamber. Approaching the curtains and standing in the area with the densest footprints, he pulled back the curtains, but there was no switch or wall lamp as he had imagined. Frowning slightly, he then looked at the curtains in his hand, lifting the folds to find a metal pull cord hidden within. At this point, Yu Yuan knew exactly what to do. He immediately pulled the cord. The bookshelf wall behind him began to move, revealing a narrow gap only wide enough for one person. Yu Yuan quickly slipped into the gap, and a narrow staircase leading downward appeared before him. The densely packed red footprints reminded Yu Yuan that this was the safe house he was looking for. Descending the stairs, He should have arrived at the 6th floor of the administrative building. As a result, another all-metal door appeared before Yu Yuan. Looking at the obviously unusual door lock, he couldn't help but admire the caution of the Lowlease brothers or their father, Terence. With such caution and carefulness, it's no wonder they managed to build such a large business before the Wasteland descended and sent both sons into the police system. They must have had that kind of fate. Fortunately, with Fry's Kieran, the metal door before him could not stop Yu Yuan's progress. As the metal door slowly opened, the flashlight illuminated the room, and Yu Yuan felt a surge of energy, his breathing quickening. Supplies, a room full of supplies. Canned good, instant noodles, cigarette, coffee, tea, bottled water, flour, military rations, medical supplies, various tools, medicines, gold, jewelry, collectibles. He was stunned. Yu Yuan was truly stunned. And this was just the first room he saw. Brothers, here are 3 chapters for today. Chapter 92, Supply Room, Armory, Map Room, Breaking doors and windows. The flashlight illuminated the room, which was a fully enclosed space consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. There were no windows, and the only exit was the large metal door behind him. On the shelves in the living room, all supplies were neatly arranged. Yu Yuan swept his flashlight over them one by one, noticing that some of the gold was stained with a hint of fresh red. This was just the area of the living room, and he suppressed his excitement, directing his gaze towards the other 2 interior doors. He pushed open one of the doors. The room was not large, but it contained 3 grenade boxes and a dozen metal ammunition boxes, as well as a gun display wall made of tempered glass on the wall. Assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, handguns, and several revolvers were displayed. However, Yu Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to a massive firearm in the center of the gun display wall. With a long and heavy barrel, a cold matte finish, a polymer stock, and a high magnification optical sight, it embodied the ultimate aesthetic of violence. Yu Yuan walked up to it, opened the cabinet door, and ran his hand over the gun's body, feeling the cold touch that seemed to send an electric current through him. It was a bolt-action sniper rifle. If firearms are a man's romance, then a sniper rifle is undoubtedly every man's dream lover. A single shot from a kilometer away, a scene that every man has fantasized about. Perhaps due to having previously read Sniper Training Manual, Yu Yuan felt an even hotter desire for this sniper rifle. Take it. It must be taken. This incredibly strong thought flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. He looked at the stack of gun boxes, tactical accessory boxes, and module accessory boxes piled in the corner. Without hesitation and lacking time to check the firearm information, he directly put the submachine guns and handguns onto the shelves in the Tao Tao cave, setting exorbitant prices. The remaining 2 assault rifles and the sniper rifle were carefully placed into the gun box's grooves, and as the buckles clicked shut, his palm tightened slightly. Such killing tools would not be placed on the Tao Tao cave. He quickly moved all the gun boxes, tactical accessory boxes, ammunition boxes, and grenade boxes to the doorway of the living room. Finally, his gaze fell on the last 2 equipment display racks in the armory, which prominently displayed 2 sets of tactical vests, as well as tactical gloves, tactical boots, tactical headphones, goggles, and helmets. One set was the enforcer suit he had previously obtained, while the other set was more understated and heavy, clearly marked with the word commander on the back of the tactical vest. It was the commander suit. Good stuff. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. Next to the display racks were 2 equipment boxes. Yu Yuan quickly took both sets of equipment and placed them into the boxes, preparing to move them outside. The 2 display racks were also placed on the shelves in the Tao Tao cave. The armory was completely emptied. Yu Yuan's gaze shifted to the final room. However, he did not expect that this door was also a metal door and was locked. Upon seeing this, Yu Yuan's face lit up. A locked door must contain something valuable. This understanding had already penetrated Yu Yuan's mind. He immediately took out his lock-picking tools to unlock it, only to notice that the lock cylinder of this door was also of excellent quality. Buff stacked high. Expectations doubled. In less than 10 seconds, as the lock cylinder turned, the final defense line was unlocked. Yu Yuan entered the room and immediately saw a huge, detailed city map on the opposite wall, marked with different indicators. Not only did it include street information, subway information, and civil defense project information, but it also highlighted the locations of important departments in Green Forest City. especially the police station, police posts, fire stations, hospitals and supply storage points, explosive equipment warehouses, emergency supply depots, etc. At the top of the map, it clearly stated Green Forest City map for police station internal use. It was a city-wide map, and Yu Yuan was almost overjoyed. He quickly walked a few steps to the map, and his positioning watch began to emit scanning light. Scanning progress 1, 35, 67, 88, 99, 100. Just as the map scanning was completed, a mechanical prompt sound rang in Yu Yuan's ears. Obtain Green Forest City map, key resource distribution, key unit distribution, material storage point distribution acquisition rate 80. Urban Shadows title route, achieved phase advancement. Reward, 3,000 survival points. Title, block mouse, excellent rare. Title progress perfect. Achievement achieved, perfectionist. Achievement points obtained, 600 points. Yu Yuan's hideout ranking information has changed. Current hideout ranking, 7,999th, 500th, ranked in the top 8,000. Upon hearing the prompt, Yu Yuan's actions paused slightly, but he immediately began to scavenge everything in the room. Documents, notebooks, and photographs on the workbench were all collected into the magician's ring, including the magnetic whiteboard hanging on the back wall, which he also dismantled and placed on the shelves in the Tao cave. Yu Yuan did not overlook any visible items. All large items were placed on the shelves, while smaller items, or those that might leak his information, like the Green Forest City map, were carefully stored away. In the end, only a safe remained in the corner of the room. However, he was disheartened to find that the lock cylinder of this safe was exceptionally high in level. After several failed attempts, he realized that the lock cylinder had likely exceeded the excellent level. It was clearly not something that could be opened in a short time. Fortunately, the safe was not embedded in the wall or the table, allowing it to be easily lifted. It was only 60 centimeters high, but made of thick steel and weighed about 50 kilograms. After failing to place it on the shelves, Yu Yuan decided to take it with him, retrieving weapons from the magician's ring and stuffing the safe inside. A cubic meter of space was more than enough for a safe. With that, all the supplies in the map room were completely cleared out. Yu Yuan's gaze swept once more over the armory and map room, fearful of missing anything. He knocked around both rooms again, confirming that no hollow sounds emerged before he felt relieved. Just as he prepared to leave with the supplies, his gaze suddenly landed on the door of the map room, and he brightened. The lock cylinder of this door was of excellent quality. It was the most suitable material for constructing an escape route. The metal door leading to the safe house was also good stuff, regrettable to leave behind. Such good items, they wouldn't understand how to use them, must be taken. He immediately grabbed the tools from the shelf and began to dismantle the map room door, then placed it on the shelves, applying the same operation to the metal door. Checking the time, it was already close to 8:30 p.m. He had to hurry. Rain would arrive after 11 p.m., and there were only 2.5 hours left. Looking at the room filled with supplies and equipment, Yu Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had to hurry. After replenishing the remaining items on the shelves in the Tao cave, Yu Yuan began the transport of supplies. Chapter 93. All supplies transferred. After all the supplies were moved, Yu Yuan equipped with Mie, whose attributes like strength and endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. His efficiency in transporting supplies was also incomparable to that of regular individuals. The outer room was piled high with many luggage bags, backpacks, and parcels, which were presumably stored during the previous supply transfer by Freeze and others. Now, all of them are being used by Yu Yuan to pack supplies. He didn't care about classification. As long as it could fit, he stuffed everything into the packages. When they were full, he would shake them and continue packing, then move on to the next backpack. His movements were quick and precise, and soon all the cans, medicines, gold, all supplies were packed into the parcels. Looking at the 30 or so bags and boxes in the room, Yu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The dessert before the meal was finished, and now it was time for the main course. One by one, he picked up the supply bags, crossed the metal door, and returned to the 7th floor of the administrative building. After passing through the staircase corridor, he placed them in a room near the exit of the Clear Spring Light Hotel on the 1st floor. Like an ant moving its home, he kept running up and down. With his strong physique and endurance, along with the sufficient kidney energy buff, the entire process was repetitive yet efficient. When Yu Yuan carried the last batch of supplies, He didn't leave immediately, but set a tripwire behind the door of the general manager's office on the 7th floor. After carefully closing the door, he also put back the markers on it. Everything was sorted out before he quickly brought the last batch of supplies to the 1st floor room. All the supplies in the safe house were thus transferred. Here, the nearest manhole cover was no more than 100 meters away. Yu Yuan looked at the neighborhood, completely shrouded in darkness, and began the second phase of the transfer process, which was to move the supplies from this small room into the sewer. This was also the most dangerous part of the whole operation, but fortunately, the weather was on his side. At that moment, a light drizzle fell from the sky, continuous and unending. It also masked some of the rustling sounds in the neighborhood, such as Yu Yuan's running and transporting noises. At the same time, it made the already dark streets even more hazy. In this persistent light rain, even if someone inadvertently glanced over, they wouldn't see the tiny figure in the thick night. Yu Yuan repeated this 100-meter journey over and over, transferring all the supplies into the sewer. As the manhole cover closed and locked, Yu Yuan was soaked through but felt an unusual warmth in his heart. Without hesitation, he removed the equipment from Miemia. The packages were strapped onto Miemia's back, and the first batch of supplies included the most valuable firearms, tactical accessories, ammunition, and grenades. Yu Yuan calculated the weight and finally climbed onto Miemia's back, calling out softly, "Miemia, let's go." Miemia took a step forward towards their hiding place, speeding off at full speed. This trip was a race against time. While Yu Yuan was busy transporting a large amount of supplies, Carmen braved the rain and arrived at the 6th district. He crossed the streets and entered a residential building, reaching a room on the 23rd floor. This was a position he had selected in advance, allowing him to directly observe the situation on Philin Avenue and Helen Commercial Street. In his hand, he held a gun case. Carmen had discovered that as time passed, his fear of lorries increased day by day. This fear made him restless, like a thorn in his back. Strong feelings of resistance were also building up, and today, when he faced lorries again, he finally decided not to place his hopes on the thug prison anymore. Carmen coldly gazed at Philin Avenue, knowing that lorries would soon appear there. Since the fear of lorries could not be eliminated, and he could not rely on the thug prison, he would shatter the source of his fear with his own hands. He pulled over a wooden table in the corner, opened the gun case to reveal the AR-15 inside, and caressed the cold gun body, the killing intent in his eyes no longer suppressed. He quickly took the gun out of the case, completed the adjustments, and sat quietly waiting in the room. Under the cover of night, his eyes pierced through the drizzling rain, fixed on Philin Avenue, confronting the endless darkness at the end of the void. If fear could not be eliminated, then face the fear directly. Philin Avenue at the Dawn Bar. In a 2nd floor room, 4 people sat around a round table. One of them glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain, and looked at the light rain outside. "This rain is unexpected. Are you sure everything is all right?" he asked as he returned to the table. "If we don't have complete confidence, it's better not to act today. If we fail to take down lorries and alert him, we might not be able to escape alive." His words fell, but a bald man covered in fiery red tattoos across the table shook his head in refusal. "No way. Our leader doesn't have time to wait any longer. In my opinion, tonight is the best time to strike. Lorries would never expect an attack on such a rainy day. As for the burning nights, this little rain is no problem. You can trust our skills." The bald man was very confident. "Since you guys have no problem, that's good. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. We attack first, and you provide support. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't even need to make an appearance." "All right." As Yu Yuan was continuously transporting supplies and brought the last package back to the hiding place, it was already 11:10 p.m., mainly due to the significant time wasted on the road. Miemia, under full load, was affected in speed, but the impact was minimal. Finally, he managed to transport all the supplies back before the heavy rain arrived. All the supplies were placed back in the hiding place, making the space exceptionally cramped. However, Yu Yuan did not stay long in the hiding place, nor did he organize the supplies. He just quickly replenished some food and drink and adjusted his state. He continued with Miemia towards the 6th district. Although the harvest from Freeze's safe house greatly exceeded his expectations, this was just one of his objectives for the night. Now that the most important supply scavenging was complete, it was time to see some action. This was also Yu Yuan's first direct encounter with the clash of the three major forces, undoubtedly the best opportunity to understand their strengths. Additionally, he had a premonition that lorries didn't seem so easy to kill. The source of this feeling came from some things he hastily glanced over in the map room of Frieza's safe house. This lorries was far more terrifying and troublesome than he had imagined. He had to confirm lorries' death to truly feel at ease. If lorries really survived this attack, then Yu Yuan must see his true strength with his own eyes. Only then could he seek a way to deal with him. Conveniently, next time, he could personally take action to eliminate him. Chapter 94. The attack begins, dust settles. The Dawn Bar, located at 54 Philin Avenue, is a 4-story building, B13. Yu Yuan looked at the brief text on the virtual map, secretly amazed. As expected of the police department's exclusive map, it was simply incredible. Yu Yuan never imagined that a single map could contain so much information, far exceeding his previous expectations. With this map in hand, Green Forest City had already unveiled its mysteries to Yu Yuan. The only regret was that, according to the information on the map, the resource storage facilities he valued most had long been emptied. His previous speculations about Green Forest City had also been confirmed. The entire Green Forest City is divided into 5 districts: East District, West District, South District, North District, plus the central area of the Green Forest Administrative Office. This is the basic layout of Green Forest City. The East District is the largest among the 5 districts. After locking in the location of the Dawn Bar, Yu Yuan closed the virtual light screen. He was currently in a building on Helen Commercial Street, less than 200 meters away from the Spring of Light Hotel. It was also very close to Philin Avenue, making it the best observation point for this ambush. At this moment, it had started to rain heavily in the area, with rain pouring down from the sky. The rain formed a hazy curtain in the air, shrouding distant buildings in a thin veil, and the air carried a chilling cold. Yu Yuan couldn't help but shiver. The rain was expected to stop around 2 a.m., which was also the time when Loris would head to the Spring of Light Hotel. He just didn't know if this rain would change his plans for tonight. With this thought, Yu Yuan's gaze became serious as he looked into the vast night. A telescope appeared in his hand, and he began to survey the surrounding buildings. The sniper training notebook was insightful and filled with practical knowledge. Although Yu Yuan had not mastered any skills, the knowledge he gained about precise shooting was genuine. He immersed himself in the sniper mindset described in the notebook. According to the core principles of selecting a sniper position: visibility and shooting range, concealment and camouflage, entry and exit routes, and tactical value. After comprehensively considering the information on the virtual map and the current weather conditions, he selected 4 of the most valuable sniper positions. These 4 positions fully complied with the 4 core principles of visibility, concealment, escape routes, and tactical value, providing perfect shooting and observation views of Philin Avenue. If Yu Yuan were the commander of this ambush, he would definitely not miss these 4 sniper positions. Even if he did not attack, he would set up observation points. Due to the rain, these 4 positions were not far from Philin Avenue, providing Yu Yuan with the opportunity to observe. However, because of the rainy night, Yu Yuan's visibility was greatly affected. He was not in a hurry, just slowly searching. Time quickly reached 2 a.m. The rain began to lighten and then gradually stopped. And after a while, the clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Moonlight poured down, bringing a bit of brightness to the dark city. However, Yu Yuan's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly, and then the corner of his mouth curved up, because he had found his target. Just as the moonlight illuminated the area, a barely perceptible mirror-like reflection flashed by. The location was about 350 meters in front of him. It was. Yu Yuan looked at the information displayed on the virtual map. Apartment 38. Yu Yuan adjusted the magnification of the telescope, bringing the view closer. A matte gun barrel protruded from the window, aimed directly at the direction from Philin Avenue to District 1. Yu Yuan also saw the fleeting figure and was slightly surprised. It was Carmen. How could it be Carmen? Was he planning to assassinate Loris? Didn't he know that the thug prison would attack Loris today? Or had he already collaborated with the thug prison? These 2 doubts flashed through Yu Yuan's mind, but soon he dismissed the second thought. If Carmen were collaborating with the thug prison, the drawbacks would outweigh the benefits. He wouldn't be that foolish. This meant that he did not know that the thug prison would attack Loris tonight. So, he was preparing to take action personally. Yu Yuan immediately understood Carmen's intentions. He also didn't know if this was the effect of that thought card or Carmen's own will. However, it didn't matter to him. Originally, Yu Yuan was still contemplating whether he should look for an opportunity to get involved. Now that Carmen was here, he only needed to watch the show with peace of mind. Yu Yuan understood that the East District was about to descend into chaos, and tonight's ambush would surely accelerate this process. Just as Yu Yuan was pondering, a bright car light pierced through the darkness enveloping District 6. A modified Wasteland war vehicle unique to the Black Shield Police Department slowly approached from District 1. It's here. Yu Yuan's spirits lifted. Not just him. As the Wasteland vehicle drew near, all eyes, both overt and covert, turned to it. Boom! An explosion accompanied by a towering flame illuminated Philin Avenue. And the Wasteland vehicle was also thrown into the air by the blast, finally crashing heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. With flames and black smoke continuously rising, the landmine of the thug prison once again showcased its power. Just as the war vehicle came to a stop, two slightly bulky figures rushed madly from both sides of the street towards the burning vehicle, illuminated by the flames, shouting incomprehensible cheers. The two quickly reached the blazing war vehicle, and with a loud shout, they directly pounced on the overturned vehicle, followed by two earth-shattering explosions. Yu Yuan's eyes twitched. He immediately recognized who those two were. The Slave's Self-Destruct Suicide Squad. The Black Shield Police Department's war vehicle was once again thrown into the air by these two explosions. When it landed again, the entire vehicle was completely deformed from the blast, and there was no chance of survival for anyone inside. The thug prison's attack was decisively swift, straightforward, and adept. They went straight for the kill, leaving no room for hesitation. They must be dead, right? Yu Yuan looked at the burning war vehicle, murmuring to himself. His eyes immediately turned to the position where Carmen was located and the other three sniper positions through the telescope. In the field of view of the telescope, the sniper position where Carmen was located had already disappeared. Clearly, he also saw the thug prison's attack and was preparing to retreat. Meanwhile, the sniper position closest to the explosion site also had a figure flash by. That was a sniper from the thug prison, clearly also preparing to withdraw. But just when everyone thought the dust had settled, whoosh, 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 three consecutive sounds of something piercing the air echoed through the empty street. Three rockets, trailing flames, surged towards two buildings on Philin Avenue, one of which was aimed directly at the sniper's position. Boom! With the sound of three explosions, dozens of Wasteland war vehicles roared from District 1 towards this side. Chapter 95, Goodbye Carmen. Night talk in the midst of explosions and flames. Several figures were blasted away from the sniper point and fell to the ground. Tot, 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 tot. The vehicle-mounted machine guns began to fire as the Black Shield Police Department personnel, based on previous attacks, had already determined the location of the rioters and prison raiders. The machine gun bullets swept across directly. Yu Yuan watched as dozens of Black Shield Police Department combat vehicles sped towards this side from Block 1. And he couldn't help but gasp. He immediately turned his gaze to Carmen's location. Sure enough, Carmen's figure appeared again at the window, looking through the scope to assess the situation. The shock and horror on his face were unmistakable. Carmen also did not know why the Black Shield Police Department suddenly appeared here and launched an attack on the people in the rioter prison. It was evident that this was a well-planned counter-ambush. But as an enforcer, how could Carmen be unaware of this operation? There was only one possibility. He had been deliberately excluded. Loris. Yu Yuan's mind flashed with this name. He took one last look at the encirclement of the rioter prison and the burning fortress by the Black Shield Police Department. The information he wanted to understand was already in hand, and there was no need to stay here any longer. He immediately turned and ran outside. He quickly reached the ground floor, and this time he did not directly enter the sewer. Instead, he ran towards the building where Carmen was located. Checked the map for the front and back door positions of this building, thought for a moment, and arrived at the back door, hiding his figure and waiting quietly. A few minutes later, a faint and slightly hurried sound of footsteps echoed. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Carmen peeked outside. After observing for a moment, he stepped out with a gun box, preparing to leave. The unexpected turn of events tonight made him somewhat uneasy, He needed to return to confirm what had happened. However, just as he took a couple of steps out, a teasing voice rang out from behind him. "Oh, are you preparing to withdraw?" Carmen instinctively placed his right hand on his handgun. But soon, a memorable and familiar phrase made him stop his movements. "I told you not to do anything that would make me misunderstand." Still can't remember? Carmen's body stiffened slightly. He lowered the gun box and raised both hands to indicate that he posed no threat. "It's you." Carmen did not turn around because he was unsure of the other party's intentions and naturally did not dare to act recklessly. However, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. It was clear that Loris had long sensed today's operation, which was why he set a trap. Establishing contact with this sewer rat was undoubtedly the best choice, as they shared a common enemy, Loris. And this sewer rat was undoubtedly a more reliable partner than the Riot prison. Yu Yuan watched Carmen's actions, his vigilance still unrelaxed. Coming here to contact Carmen was also a risk. For Yu Yuan, it was a basic survival principle to maintain a certain level of vigilance towards anyone in the Wasteland world. However, he had carefully considered approaching Carmen this time. Overall, the benefits outweighed the risks. He did not waste words, as time was pressing. He immediately spoke, cutting straight to the point. "I didn't expect you to contact the people from the Riot prison, but their ambush has clearly failed this time. Loris's terror exceeds our imagination, and your exclusion from this operation is probably not a good sign." Yu Yuan's words startled Carmen. "How does he know I notified the Riot prison? No one knows about this. Not even Hyena knows my identity." In an instant, Carmen's emotions surged. He felt goosebumps all over his body. This feeling was too terrifying. Yu Yuan had long anticipated Carmen's reaction. He did not explain, or rather, this was the effect he wanted. The mystery was undoubtedly the best camouflage for him in his contact with Carmen. "I came to find you for two reasons. One is to tell you that the Riot prison and the Burning Fortress have completely formed an alliance and will soon declare war on your Black Shield Police Department. Their determination this time is very strong. This news may be helpful to you. The second purpose is to need your help to get a piece of equipment." Carmen was still digesting the first piece of information Yu Yuan had said, and upon hearing this, he was slightly taken aback, then furrowed his brows. "Equipment? What equipment?" "A 40mm grenade launcher." Carmen couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. "Are you joking? In this environment, ordinary weapons or bullets are manageable. But the quantity of grenades is quite limited. Each round is precious, and I can't afford to waste them." Seeing Carmen's difficult expression, Yu Yuan shook his head slightly and repeated, "I don't need grenades. I'm talking about the 40mm caliber grenade launcher. Is it difficult for you?" "Huh? You only need the grenade launcher?" Carmen showed a thoughtful expression, but did not agree immediately. "If it's just an underbarrel grenade launcher, I might be able to think of a way to help you, but I can't guarantee it." Hearing Carmen's words, Yu Yuan nodded slightly. "No problem. An underbarrel one is fine. What about high explosives?" "High explosives are easy to get, but not too much at once, this." "You aren't planning to make grenades yourself, are you?" Carmen had already guessed the other party's intentions, feeling a slight shock in his heart. For Carmen's words, Yu Yuan neither denied nor confirmed. After several explosions on Philin Avenue, the sounds of battle had ceased, indicating that the Black Shield Police Department had completed the ambush, and they had to leave here quickly. Carmen clearly realized this as well. He looked at Yu Yuan. "If I get the stuff, how do I contact you?" "And Loris must be dealt with quickly." Yu Yuan nodded slightly. "Loris is more troublesome than we imagined. I've discovered some of his situations, and am still researching. You'd better find out how they knew about the Riot prison's plans, and avoid contact with others for a while. As for contacting me, just hang a white cloth on the rooftop of this building. When I see it, I'll come here around 1 a.m. Then I'll leave first." Yu Yuan watched Carmen, who was about to leave, thought for a moment, and called out to him, meeting Carmen's surprised gaze. "Do you know about the Aurora Animal Assistance Association?" "The Aurora Animal Assistance Association?" Carmen was taken aback, but quickly said, "Of course I know. They are at the John C. Zoo in Block 11. Don't provoke them. We usually avoid that area during patrols. That's our chief's order. Anyway, they are not easy to deal with." Sure enough, hearing Carmen's words, Yu Yuan knew that he was unaware of the true relationship between the Black Shield Police Department and the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. The connection between them was probably known only to the highest levels. "All right, I understand." You can go now. Carmen immediately turned to leave, but after he turned, a glimmer of insight and contemplation flashed in his eyes. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Chapter 96. Inventory of Harvests. TRGM 10 bolt-action sniper rifle. Yu Yuan watched as Carmen disappeared into the night and decided not to linger any longer. He immediately headed to the nearest sewer manhole cover, preparing to evacuate. This time, although the plan to assassinate Loris at the thug prison and the burning fortress had failed, it allowed Yu Yuan to see part of the strength of the Black Shield Police Department. Whether it was obtaining the action plan of the thug prison in advance or executing the ambush, it proved that the Black Shield Police Department's control over E-City was still terrifying. In the future, he must be more cautious when facing the Black Shield Police Department. This trip wasn't entirely without value. Although Loris was not dead, it allowed Yu Yuan and Carmen to temporarily establish a cooperative relationship. It can't really be called an alliance. It's more of a temporary collaboration. From the intelligence collected so far, Carmen is still trustworthy. At the very least, with Loris still being a threat, Carmen should be trusted to a limited extent. The grenade launcher and high explosives were merely attempts by Yu Yuan. If he could obtain them directly through Carmen, it would undoubtedly be the easiest way. Even if he couldn't get them, it didn't matter to him. He only asked for these as a precaution. Due to the continuous rainfall that lasted for several hours, the sewer was unusually damp. Fortunately, it was only a few hours of moderate rain. This amount of rainfall was trivial for this sewer. By the time he returned to his hideout, it was already past 3 a.m. Yu Yuan opened the virtual light screen and activated the defense flamethrower. He let out a sigh of relief. Tonight had truly been full of ups and downs. Surviving in a wasteland world was no simple feat after summoning Niemia and giving it some grass. Yu Yuan took off his gear and went into the bathroom to clean himself. He had been drenched in rainwater tonight. Although this rain was not the initial acid rain, it was still better to clean up. After making himself a cup of hot tea in the kitchen, he looked at the dozens of supplies in the hideout, a smile of joy welling up in his eyes. After a hard night, it was time to enjoy the fruits of his labor. 3 hours later, Yu Yuan looked at the completely filled warehouse and sighed in relief. Thankfully, there were enough materials to upgrade the warehouse at the Tao Tao cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to store so many items. Before organizing his belongings, Yu Yuan realized that his level 2 warehouse couldn't hold so many supplies. So he chose to upgrade the warehouse to level 3. Fortunately, he had previously brought back several shelves from the Fry's safe house to the Tao Tao cave. Most of the upgrade materials were already complete, and only a few components were quickly found and supplemented in the Tao Tao cave. Although he spent 1,600 survival points, it was all worth it. The level 3 warehouse came with 18 square meters of storage space and didn't occupy any space in the hideout. Yu Yuan studied it for a while, but couldn't figure out whether it was a compression space technology or if it directly occupied the air defense shelter space. In any case, after confirming everything was normal, he didn't dwell on it anymore. 12 storage shelves were neatly arranged in the warehouse, and the supplies he brought back tonight were categorized and organized by Yu Yuan. Canned food, instant noodles, cigarettes, coffee, tea, bottled water, flour, military rations. Each category had dozens of items. Just the canned meat, fish, and fruit filled an entire shelf, totaling over 200 cans. With this batch of supplies, Yu Yuan wouldn't have to worry about a food crisis for at least 3 to 4 months. Various anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, painkillers, sleeping pills, vitamin C, and B-complex vitamins, among other medical supplies, also occupied an entire shelf. Gold, jewelry, and collectibles filled another shelf. It could be said that this was the largest harvest Yu Yuan had ever experienced. And this was just survival supplies. In terms of weapons and equipment, he had 5 different models of handguns. Then there were the MPX submachine gun, the Victor submachine gun, the P90 submachine gun, the AUGA-1 rifle, and the H416 rifle, all weapons Yu Yuan was familiar with. What excited Yu Yuan the most was undoubtedly the TRGM 10 bolt-action sniper rifle. TRGM 10 bolt-action sniper rifle, quality, excellent weight, 796 kilograms length, 1,210 to 1,270 millimeters, adjustable stock, shooting mode, single shot accuracy, 0.5 MOA effective range, 1,000 meters ammunition caliber. 338 Lapua Magnum muzzle velocity. 967 ms magazine. 338 LM 7-round magazine. Looking at the weapon's data, Yu Yuan's heart raced. This was simply the most brutal killing tool. Every line and curve of the gun body fascinated him, especially since he had just read the sniper training manual. He was just starting to get into long-range sniping, and at this moment, acquiring such a weapon left him with no resistance. It came with the PM25-25x56 high-magnification optical sight, which was also an excellent tactical accessory. The tactical accessory boxes, ammunition boxes, and grenade boxes he brought back from the armory had also been organized by Yu Yuan. The accessories in the tactical accessory box were clearly meticulously configured by Fries, all compatible with those submachine guns, assault rifles, and even handguns. From mounts, grips, to laser indicators, tactical flashlights, muzzle brakes, and silencers, everything was very complete. Moreover, all the components were of exceptionally high performance. Even different capacity magazines were prepared, and the bullets in the ammunition box were all compatible with these firearms calibers. Besides the common FMJ bullets, there were also quite a few special bullets, such as 9x19mm dum-dum bullets, AP bullets, tracer bullets, etc. This thoroughly satisfied Yu Yuan's collecting obsession. Among them, the most surprising to him was the 338 Lapua Magnum AP bullet. 338 Lapua Magnum AP bullet quality, excellent core material, tungsten alloy kinetic energy, 6,600 to 7,000 joules, an excellent quality AP bullet. Not bad. Yu Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at the bullet in his hand. This was his first time seeing high-grade bullets. Unfortunately, Yu Yuan looked at the fewer than 20. 338 Lapua Magnum AP bullets, feeling that the quantity was too small. Fortunately, there were still 100 FMJ bullets. Regardless of whether Yu Yuan would have the opportunity to use the TRGM 10-bolt action sniper rifle in the future, even if he did, the FMJ bullets would already be sufficient. Unless a big black rat flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. Now Yu Yuan already knew the origins of the big black rat and understood its cunning and bloodthirstiness. Fortunately, he also knew its weaknesses. Now he just needed one opportunity, one chance to find the big black rat. Chapter 97. Commander Gear, the secret of Rollies. Wolfhog hiding inside, although he had been busy all night. Yu Yuan's spirits were still high. He placed the ammunition back into the ammo box and glanced at the grenade box beside him. The throwing weapons he had collected this time were enough for him to use for a long time. There were 2 boxes of M67 grenades with 72 pieces, 1 box of stun grenades with 24 pieces, and finally, there were 2 sets of tactical armor, the Enforcer set and the Commander set. Yu Yuan already owned the Enforcer set, which he had stripped from the bodies of the Enforcer Freeze and Soda. However, with this brand new Enforcer set, the helmet that had been scratched by a mutated giant rat could finally be retired. Originally, the Enforcer set seemed quite good in Yu Yuan's eyes, but compared to the Commander tactical set next to it, it really paled in comparison. Not only was the helmet better, but the tactical vest, boots, and gloves also had a superior quality. Among this equipment, 3 items were of excellent quality: the Commander tactical vest, tactical headset, and tactical enhanced goggles. The ballistic plates inside the Commander tactical vest had a protection level of -5. The tactical headset was what Yu Yuan had always wanted. It perfectly met his needs. It not only had the hearing protection function he desired, but also effectively reduced battlefield noise and impulsive sounds, thus protecting his hearing. Additionally, it had background noise, filtering, and multi-device integration capabilities. Most importantly, it featured environmental sound amplification and stereo sound localization, which combined with Yu Yuan's block rat title effect, would make hearing truly his perceptual ace. Next, Yu Yuan focused on the goggles in the Commander set. He put the goggles on his head, which fit snugly around his eye sockets. The full wrap frame perfectly enveloped the eyes while providing basic protection, environmental enhancement, and tactical adaptation effects. It was designed to protect against high-velocity impacts, chemical liquid corrosion, UV bright light burns, and scratches and wear. Furthermore, with the quick-release lens system, he could quickly adapt to different operational needs by changing lenses of various colors. It also had anti-fog, anti-rain, anti-wind, and anti-dust features, making it a comprehensive tactical piece of equipment. With these goggles, combat would be much easier. Additionally, these goggles were compatible with other tactical gear. Whether it was a gas mask, headset, or night vision device, they could all be perfectly integrated. This was indeed a perfect piece of tactical equipment. The two sets of armor were placed on the equipment display rack, as they had been before. After taking one last look at the room full of supplies, Yu Yuan contentedly closed the warehouse door. The main supplies were organized. His emotions gradually calmed down. However, his mission was only halfway complete, and the most important tasks were yet to come. On the largest wall of the hiding place, a magnetic whiteboard was affixed, densely written with information and several photos pasted in key positions. The whiteboard had arrows connecting various pieces of information together. Yu Yuan stood in front of the whiteboard, his gaze intense. The photos on the whiteboard were reconstructed based on his memory, and its current appearance mirrored what he had seen in the map room. However, the content displayed was quite complex, especially those photos. First, there was a photo of a voluptuous woman with the name Lilith written on the back. The other photos contained different content, some showing large scales, others floor scratches, and one was a photo of a giant snake tail. Yu Yuan's gaze fell below the photo of the giant snake tail, where a piece of information was specifically marked on the whiteboard, occasionally appearing at night. Discovery locations: Nightingale basement, first floor, second floor. This must be the giant snake that Qing mentioned. Yu Yuan turned and found Ning Zhi's laptop, searching for information on king cobras. Experiment now. X-171. King cobra, spiritual factor level, medium. Alteration characteristics: gigantism, scale armor. Alteration abilities: venom spitting, thermal vision. Weakness: internal organs are still fragile. Internal organ enhancement can be strengthened. Control resistance, low. Suitable candidates for spiritual adaptation: Feis, Bob, Aivodela, Lilith, Meh. At the bottom of the information was a photo of the king cobra. Yu Yuan enlarged the image and compared the snake tail on the computer with the one in the photo. Patterns, colors. Yu Yuan squinted slightly. There could be no mistake. It was the same one. Although he had already reached this conclusion earlier, it had only been a guess. Now, the guess was confirmed. Based on the content on the whiteboard, it was clear that the Rowley's brothers had been monitoring the situation involving Lilith and the giant snake, even secretly investigating and linking Lilith to the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Yu Yuan was quite astonished. Could it be that they did not know Lilith was a member of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association? Rowley's was already a high-ranking official in the Black Shield Police Department. If he didn't know about Lilith's situation, how could Freeze provide protection for Nightingale? Unless it was the order of the Black Shield Police Chief, Hogg. Only this could explain everything. Yes, Carmen also mentioned staying away from the Aurora Animal Assistance Association, which was also Chief Hogg's order. Hogg was the link between the two forces. Could he be the mole